Yo, what's up guys? This is your favorite fanfic YouTuber, the Fanfic Majesty. Become a member of the channel to access more content. The link is in the description. Pirate, starting with a trillion skill points 1 SP. Chapter 1 Ding. You have hundreds of billions of skill points waiting to be collected. It has been a year since Ron came to the pirate world. During this year, as an ordinary student from the 21st century on Earth, how did he survive in the pirate world? You can imagine how difficult it was. Damn it. Ron glanced viciously at the pursuing marine soldiers behind him, and quickly fled into the dense forest of the island. Why, as a time traveler, I don't have cheats. Ron sighed. He had been here for a year, and he got here completely relying on being familiar with the plot, but even so, he was just an ordinary pirate member. Just a member. This time, Wolf, the captain of the Wolf Pirates, came out to plunder. Although he was somewhat resistant to plundering ordinary people, his strength was low. If he wanted to survive in this world, he could only go with the flow. But this robbery, after being ambushed by Marine, the pirate group, which had been assembled for less than 3 years, was already in pieces. Ron and the others escaped and ran into the dense forest. In fact, they were just waiting to die. Marine would never leave at will. They would definitely search the dense forest and drive out the pirate group they were in. And when Ron was running for his life in embarrassment, a light spot kept flashing in the depths of his mind. After a year of flashing, this light spot finally adapted to the rules of this world and successfully integrated into the world of pirates. Ding! Congratulations host Ron. You have hundreds of billions of skill points waiting to be claimed. Do you want to claim them now? Huh? What? Ron's face was as cold as a knife, and he looked stunned. What sound had he heard just now? What's going on? Ron frowned immediately. Hello host, I am your exclusive system. The golden light in his mind was shining brightly. After breaking through the obstacles of the world's rules, its power was blooming with dazzling brilliance. Unfortunately, no one could see. System. Ron's eyes widened immediately, and then he felt excited. Damn it, it's finally here. It's been a year. Cheat as a time traveler has finally started. System. Why are you starting it now? It's been a year. If Lousy hadn't been so smart, the corpse would be rotten now. Ron couldn't help complaining. Sorry host, because of the rules of this world, it took this system a year to successfully integrate into this world. The system replied. The reason it took so long is because this system is too powerful. As long as this system is activated, host, you will immediately become one of the strongest beings in the world. Ron was a little shocked when he heard this. As soon as he turned on himself, he could become one of the strongest beings in the pirate world. Your system doesn't even breathe when you talk. Tell me about the capabilities of your system? I'm in crisis right now, Ron asked quickly, while looking nervously into the distance. There were also bursts of shouts and muskets in that direction. There was a sound. Marine was still chasing the members of the Wolf Pirates. Host, please collect the trillions of skill points first. This is one of the largest and most important abilities of this system, the system said. Okay, get it now. Ron wasn't sure what the so-called billions of skill points were, but from what the system said, it must be a very important thing. Ding, congratulations to the host. You have received 1 billion skill points. These skill points can be used to upgrade any skill. As long as it is an ability learned by the host, you can upgrade and add more points through skill points until it is full. No limit, the system said calmly. The only limitation is the host's learning ability. As long as you learn the basics of any skill, it will be the pinnacle of perfection. This. Upon hearing this, Ron's eyes immediately widened. This kind of cheat, is simply too scary and powerful. How to use it? Please tell me how to use these skill points. From the corner of Ron's eyes, he saw a figure flashing in the bushes not far away, and he immediately asked eagerly. Please host check the data panel and add points by yourself, the system said, and a translucent frame appeared in front of Ron. This was Ron's data panel. Advertisement host. Ron age, 19 years old constitution, 12. Strength. 11 agility, 13 spirit, 9 skill point balance, 1 million billion. Possess skills. Bad wolf fist. Level 2 basic swordsmanship, level 3. Spearmanship. Level 2 cooking skills, level 1 medical skills, level 1. Seeing this data panel, Ron's expression became serious. These skills he had learned with great difficulty over the past year. He relied on basic swordsmanship and wolf boxing to get where he is today. Spearmanship was also a skill he practiced diligently. Other medical skills and cooking skills are just introductory. He looked carefully and gasped after seeing the balance of skill points in the trillions. With so many skill points, if 1 million points were used in a day, it would take 100 million years to use them up. This and this. Isn't this equivalent to unlimited skill points? I guess I won't be able to use these skill points until I die. There are no usage restrictions. As long as it is a skill that I can learn, I can add points. Ron couldn't help but want to look up to the sky and scream, finally the joy comes after all the hardships. After more than a year of miserable life, I was often chased by Marine and ran around like a dog. Finally, I can finally rise up and dominate the world. Give me points, give me all my skills. Ron was heartbroken and saw the data panel. Sure enough, he saw a plus sign behind the level of skills he had, so he reached out and started clicking on the translucent data panel. Go down. Bad wolf fist. 2 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1 + 1. As he kept clicking the plus sign for skill upgrades, His understanding of the wolf boxing technique was like an enlightenment. Countless moves and application techniques about the wolf boxing technique all appeared in his mind. Finally, through Ron's Crazy Points edition, the wolf boxing technique he learned reached level 100, and the data panel at this moment also became like this. Host. Ron age, 19 years old. Constitution, 25. Strength, 24. Advertisement agility, 28. Spirit, 15. Skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf fist, 2 plus 98, 100 full level. Basic swordsmanship, level 3. Spearmanship, level 2. Cooking skills, level 1. Medical skills, level 1. Ron's eyes lit up. After reaching the level of Bad Wolf Fist, it actually improved his 4-dimensional attributes such as physical fitness and strength. This was really an unexpected surprise. If this was the case, wouldn't it be useful to learn some physical skills and skills that can improve strength in the future? Doesn't it make your body extremely powerful? By then it will be extremely powerful even without using any skills? Here, there is another pirate here. At this moment, a marine soldier shouted not far away. Ron immediately turned his head to look, with a hint of cold murderous intent in the corner of his mouth. Do these guys think they can still hunt him down now? You guys, I'd like to use you to test the evil wolf boxing technique that I just upgraded to the full level. Ron raised the corners of his mouth, clenched his fists, and walked towards the Marines calmly. His figure is no longer as thin as before. Due to the improvement of his physique and strength, his figure is now much stronger, far from what it was before. Hey hey hey. The 4 Marine soldiers walking in the distance sneered. They raised their muskets from a dozen meters away, preparing to kill Ron from a long distance. Evil wolf boxing technique. Punch. A cold light flashed in Ron's eyes, and he punched out. A phantom of a wolf's head appeared out of thin air, roaring and rushing out from above the fist. Boom. The entire island shook crazily at this moment, as terrifying as an earthquake. Ron slowly withdrew his fist and stood up, looking forward. He was shocked by his punch and was speechless for a long time. On the ground in front of Ron, a terrifying ravine that was more than 10 meters wide and hundreds of meters long appeared in front of his eyes. A terrifying ravine was carved out of the entire island. This kind of power was so terrifying. Is this still the evil wolf boxing technique? Ron's mouth twitched. Even an ordinary devil fruit couldn't exert such terrifying power, right? As expected of Cheat, this is just to top up the wolf boxing technique. Ron raised his head and laughed. The gloom that had been suppressed in his heart for more than a year was suddenly swept away. At this moment he finally had the strength to rule the pirate world, and as soon as he turned on Cheat, he immediately had the ability to rule the world. Marine, world government, and Shichibukai, New World 4 emperors, Ron, are here. Chapter 2. All skills are maxed out. Data panel. Ron glanced at the terrifying ravine in front of him calmly, lowered his head and exhaled the data panel, and then began to add points crazily. He directly added all the skills he had learned to the full level, and then his data panel became got it like this. Host. Ron age, 19 years old. Constitution, 62. Strength, 55. Agility, 54. Spirit, 42. Skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf fist, 2 plus 98, full level. Basic swordsmanship, 3 plus 97, full level. Spearmanship, 2 plus 98, full level. Cooking skills, 1 plus 99, full level. Medical skill, 1 plus 99, full level. Advertisement. The 5 major skills are all maxed out, and the improvement in his own physical fitness is also terrifying. His physique has reached 62 points, and his strength has also been increased to 55 points. Others, including agility and spirit, have all been improved horribly. Ron felt warm all over his body, and his body was extremely strong. With a fist, he knew that now, even without using any skills, he could beat a pirate of the same level as the captain of the previous wolf pirates. That's a big pirate with a bounty of 15 million belly. I'm so strong now. Ron chuckled arrogantly. Ha ha ha, damn marine, now it's my turn to fight back. Ron walked to the island where the wolf pirates docked, and picked up a marine standard long sword from the ground. With the long sword in hand, Ron's understanding of swordsmanship made him aware of the material and hardness of the sword. He knows everything well, and his basic swordsmanship is now at full level. In terms of swordsmanship ability alone, he has almost caught up with the world's #1 swordsman. The only difference is a famous sword. Haha, if I had a famous sword like the Black Sword, then even if it was Mahawk, I would be sure to defeat him now. Ron thought with excitement. At the beach at this moment, Ron's sudden blow calmed down the fighting marine and the pirates. They all looked in the direction of the loud noise and saw a strong young man holding a long weapon. The sword came out. It's Ron. A pirate shouted in surprise. This guy is so lucky. Another pirate frowned and said, I saw him running away at the beginning of the battle. Is this coward still alive? Captain Wolf. At the center of the battle, a pirate said to the wolf. The boy walked out from the place where the explosion occurred. Maybe what happened there during the battle. Do you want to ask him to come over and ask? Hey, let's deal with the Colonel Marine in front of us first. The evil wolf glanced at Ron, and he also recognized Ron. This little guy is just an ordinary pirate on the ship. There is no need to pay attention to him. The one in front of him is constantly attacking. My own Colonel Marine is the most troublesome existence. Colonel. Opposite, a Marine adjutant standing next to Colonel Marine whispered. That kid suddenly came out of that place. I don't know if he caused the explosion just now. Yeah, it seems that he is also a member of the Wolf Pirates. Go and kill him. I will deal with the wolf, Colonel Marine said coldly. Understood. Adjutant Marine nodded in agreement, and then rushed towards Ron with several people with sneers on their faces. Now, the gap between you and me is too big, Ron said calmly, slowly waving the sword in his hand. This farce-like battle should end. Advertisement laugh. Boom. Ron swung his sword, and under the shining sword light, several rushing Marines were torn into pieces by the sword light. The sword light did not stop and rushed towards the sea, instantly tearing apart the Marine warship docked on the sea. Hiss. Forehead. How can this be? Marine and the pirates who survived this sword suddenly looked at Ron in horror. Looking at Ron's tall and proud body, his expression was dull and his face was horrified. For a moment, everyone froze and trembled. Looked at Ron. How is this possible? The evil wolf also looked at this little pirate who he originally looked down upon with a look of horror. How could he have such a powerful power? Ron put away his sword and stood up with a calm expression. He just swung his sword in a very ordinary way, but even so, the basic swordsmanship at full level was not something that Marine and pirates of this level could withstand. Under the sword just now, there were countless 10 Marines died, and several pirates were also killed by the aftermath of the sword light. It's so powerful, this kind of power. This is the real power. Ron had a smile on his face and walked towards the stunned Marine and pirates. Ah! The Marines reacted immediately and started to run away frantically with frightened expressions. Run! It's a demon! Run! It's too powerful! This is a great swordsman! His swordsmanship is too strong! We are definitely no match! Chapter 3 My Strength 4 Emperor's Level. Colonel Marine, who came to hunt down the wolf pirates, also turned pale. He was about to complete the mission of annihilating the wolf pirates, but he didn't expect such a powerful swordsman to come out halfway. Retreat! Colonel Marine gave the order to retreat, and then took the lead in fleeing. Sir Colonel, our warship has been sunk, a Marine soldier shouted. Then seize the wolf pirate ship in the distance, the colonel ordered. Okay, let's go and seize it immediately. Seeing the Marines start to run away, Ron sneered, if you really let you run away like this, how can I establish my authority? Ron flexed his body, stepped on the ground and rushed out. With his current agility and strength plus the bonus of his physical constitution, his movement speed was very terrifying. He appeared next to the fleeing Marine almost instantly, with a long sword in his hand. Swinging, Marines died one by one in his hands, and finally he came to Colonel Marine's side. The sword blade passed by and the heads fell. At this point, everyone on this Marine warship is dead. There was silence in the field, and all the surviving pirates looked at Ron with blank expressions. Is this still Ron? A pirate who was familiar with Ron couldn't help but murmured to himself. No, it's impossible. This should be a great swordsman who looks like Ron. Another pirate shook his head decisively. How could Ron suddenly become so powerful when he is so weak? This is too powerful. Yes, it's too strong. A group of pirates nodded. With such strength, it is impossible for him to be Ron. The leader of the wolf pirates came out at this moment and came to Ron. He bowed down and saluted respectfully. Thank you for your help. The wolf is very grateful. Please tell me your name and let the wolf wait. Thank you for your life-saving grace. Advertisement, Captain of the Wolf. Ron smiled lightly. Don't you recognize me so soon? I am Ron? What? After hearing Ron admit that he was Ron, all the pirates became stunned again, and some even fell to the ground in fright. How could you be Ron? The evil wolf's eyes almost popped out of his eyes. Ron was just an ordinary weak pirate on his ship. How could he have such amazing strength? As you can see, I have been hiding my identity to train in your pirate group. Ron could only say this as a last resort. He could not say that he had opened a cheat and his strength suddenly increased countless times. He could only say that he had previously hiding his strength. Today these Marines are going to destroy the wolf pirates. As a last resort, I can only reveal some of my strength and kill the Marines. This is also a way to express my gratitude to the wolf pirates for taking care of them this year. Hearing this, a group of pirates suddenly widened their eyes, and their hearts couldn't be more excited. It turns out, that's how it is. Ron was originally a powerful and terrifying swordsman, and he came to the wolf pirates for training and experience, which makes sense. So that's it. Wolf immediately felt relieved, and then said respectfully, it is an honor for our wolf pirates to be favored by Lord Ron. It is really my fault that we have not been able to entertain Lord Ron well this year. Sin. It's okay. That's because you don't know my identity. This is normal. Ron smiled lightly. And no one in the wolf pirates has ever bullied me. What I want is this ordinary pirate life. With all the experience, this disaster is over, and it's time for us to say goodbye. Master Ron, don't you want us to entertain you? After all, you saved all of our lives. The evil wolf has the urge to hug his thighs. If such a powerful swordsman can stay with the evil wolf, the pirate group, even if he has to give up his position as captain, it doesn't matter. This guy will definitely make his pirate group become a famous pirate group on the Grand Line. No, I have other things to do. Ron has made up his mind to leave the wolf pirates. This is far from Log Town, so just send me to the nearest windmill village. The current timeline is 20 years after the Great Pirates era. There are still 2 years before the official start of the One Piece plot. Ron came to the world of pirates 3 years in advance. Since the plot has not yet started, then he has to take some of the benefits, okay. Although he can't say that his current strength is better than 4 emperors, it is not much worse. In other words, the difference is Devil Fruit's ability. He is going to try to find information about Devil Fruit that suits him. As for whether to use Devil Fruit in the end, that will be decided at that time. After all, Devil Fruit has huge side effects, and with such a powerful cheat, I will not eat Devil Fruit unless necessary. Chapter 4 Windmill Village. Learn skills. Meet Luffy the Straw Hat. At Ron's request, the wolf pirates had no choice but to send Ron to Windmill Village. The people on the boat, including the wolf, all looked at Ron with pity and walked off the ship with his sword in hand. Helpless. This feeling of not being able to be hugged by my thighs is really uncomfortable. Oh, Captain, if we had known Lord Ron's identity earlier, we could have made him the captain, a pirate side. If we had known his identity earlier, he might have left long ago. Captain Wolf shook his head and said, he is obviously a powerful swordsman who travels the sea. What he wants is a seemingly ordinary life, from which he can learn swordsmanship. The truth, he is not on the same level as us. Yes. Each of the pirates nodded in agreement after sensing Ron's hidden strength and his awe-inspiring noble temperament. However, it is a great blessing that our wolf pirates can become a place for Ron to stay and gain experience. A pirate who was somewhat familiar with Ron said with a smile. Ha ha ha, that's right. The evil wolf burst out laughing when he heard this. Come on, kids, to celebrate this escape from death, let's have a banquet to celebrate. Wow, long live the captain. Ron didn't care about the current situation of the wolf pirates. He casually held the long sword in his hand and walked in the Windmill Village. This is where Luffy lives. At this time, Fire Fist, Ace should have gone to sea, went to the Grand Line, crushing and sweeping all powerful enemies along the way, until finally defeated at the hands of Whitebeard, and was taken in by him, becoming one of Whitebeard's sons until his death in the Summit War a few years later. Ace. Whitebeard, it's such a pity to die. Even if it's a plot kill, it's still the original plot of the anime. Now that I've come to this world, some regrettable things don't need to happen. After all, this is a real world for me now. Aw. Ron had a proud smile on his lips. He was definitely qualified to say such things now. I have learned too few skills now. My offensive abilities are only swordsmanship, boxing skills, and spear skills, and then medical skills and cooking skills. I still need to learn other skills. As long as I get started, I can reach full level in an instant. Really, it's so bugged. Don't give others a way to survive. Ron randomly found a small hotel in Windmill Village and stayed there. He planned to learn some skills in Windmill Village before leaving. Although he now has the power to rival the 4 emperors and almost crush most of the Shichibukai's terrifying power, this is not the case. His limit. You need to learn some physical skills to enhance your survival ability. Early the next morning, Ron called the hotel staff and asked about places where he could learn skills in Windmill Village. A month later, Ron found a few down-and-out pirates in Windmill Village, paid some Baileys, and learned some abilities from these pirates that others considered ordinary. Host. Ron age, 19 years old. Constitution, 152. Advertisement strength, 146. Agility, 149. Spirit, 137. Skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level, basic swordsmanship. 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu. 1 plus 99, full level, airbreaking palm. 1 plus 99, full level. Blazing sword technique. 1 plus 99, full level, wind step. 1 plus 99, full level. Spearmanship. 2 plus 98, full level, cooking skills. 1 plus 99, full level. Medical skill. 1 plus 99, full level, 4th gate skill. He added points to the full level as soon as he started. Among the 4th gate skills, Iron Tree Kung Fu is a physical skill that exercises physical strength. His 4-dimensional attributes can be increased to more than 100 at once. The main benefit is specialized in general bodybuilding exercises. In addition, the 3rd gate skill and the airbreaking palm technique greatly improve the attack power of his palms. The flame knife technique is a fairly acceptable sword skill, and the wind step is a technique that increases the movement speed. For the time being, it is considered one of the most useful skills among these skills. The current skills and 4-dimensional attributes should have completely reached the 4 emperors level. Shichibukai, he. Ron chuckled for a while. He didn't even know how powerful he was now. Maybe it was time to go to the Grand Line. The pirate world was still waiting for him to go to King's Landing. However, there are still a few things that need to be done before heading to the Grand Line. Ron was planning to leave Windmill Village. In the past month, he had not seen Luffy since he was busy learning skills. On this day, he walked to Makino's banquet bar. Looking at the woman with green hair and a gentle and elegant face behind the bar, Ron smiled slightly and said, "Mrs. Boss, give me a beer." Advertisement, okay. Makino glanced at Ron. She remembered that he was a young man who had just lived in Windmill Village for a month. He looked like an ordinary swordsman. These days, he heard that he was looking for people to learn various abilities everywhere, but he didn't cause much concern among others. Note, after all, that is just the common ability of some elderly pirates. For some powerful people, it is really looked down upon. Makino, Sister Makino. At this moment, a boy wearing a straw hat walked in with a stack of newspapers in his hand. He came to Makino happily and said, "Look, there's news about Ace and Shanks in the news. There's also news about Shanks' woolen cloth." Ron turned around and looked at the boy in front of him carefully. Needless to say, this was Luffy. The straw hat on his head was the best proof, as well as the innocent smile on his face. This guy is about to go to sea. He still has more than a year to go, Ron thought to himself. Really? Makino smiled slightly, picked up the newspaper and read it for a while. Sure enough, he saw the news about Ace's involvement in the Grand Line. Then he smiled and his eyes fell on a pile of wanted posters. Are there any wanted posters? Makino picked up the wanted poster and looked at it. After flipping through it, her expression suddenly changed and she turned to look at Ron because she actually saw Ron's wanted poster. "Mr. Ron, there is a wanted warrant for you here too," Makino said, handing a wanted warrant to Ron. Oh, Ron took it and took a look. Sure enough, it was his wanted poster. The picture showed a stern-faced young man holding a sword and swinging it down. It was exactly what he looked like. The reward was 10 million belly. Haha. Ron smiled slightly and put down the wanted poster in his hand. I don't know when the photo was taken. It must have been during the battle. Some newsbirds paid attention to the Marines' encirclement and suppression of the wolf pirates. Then world government and Marine issued a wanted order for themselves, but it has only been delivered here now, and the speed is slow enough. Wow. Luffy immediately noticed Ron from the side. At a glance, he immediately understood that the man in front of him was a powerful swordsman. At this age, he had a bounty of 10 million belly. This is something in East Blue. In other words, it already belongs to the level of a great pirate. So you are such a powerful pirate. So powerful. Luffy looked at Ron with bright eyes and shouted. His dream is to become a pirate and become the great pirate king. Seeing Ron in front of him as such a powerful person, the pirate suddenly felt envious. Work hard, little guy. Ron glanced at Luffy and said with a calm smile. Well, I will work hard. My dream is to become a great pirate and a great pirate king like Roger. Luffy clenched his fists and shouted loudly. Ha 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 ha. Most of the people in the bar knew Luffy, and they all burst into good-natured laughter. Makino also covered his mouth and laughed with a subtle smile. Damn it, why do you always laugh at me? Luffy's innocent character made him feel that he was being laughed at, and he immediately shouted angrily. I will definitely become the Pirate King. Yeah. Makino nodded immediately and said, we believe you can become the Pirate King. Yes, little Luffy, you have to work hard, the guests said with a smile while raising their glasses. Chapter 5 Ron's Goal. Third generation ghost is in hand. After leaving Makino's bar, Ron returned to the small hotel where he lived. After thinking carefully, his reward was lowered. In the next period of time, he does not plan to continue living in Windmill Village. He is going to the Grand Line. Only by going there can he gain access to more abilities, learn more abilities and improve your strength again. And Conqueror's Haki. Ha ha ha, as long as I can understand a little bit of the beginning, I can instantly add points to reach the full level. Cheat has no limit, the only limit is my learning ability. Getting started is the peak. It's really domineering. Ron smiled slightly. If he wanted to learn Conqueror's Haki, he couldn't do it now. First of all, Conqueror's Haki is innate and needs to be awakened on its own. However, the knowledge color and the armed color can be accelerated through learning. He planned to use these two first. Plant Haki to learn it, and then find a way to awaken the Conquerors. Grand Line, if I am alone, even if I manage to learn navigation skills, it will be a bit difficult to control the ship by myself. Ron thought. Then, the next step is to form my own fleet. As a great pirate, how can I not have my own pirate group? When I rule the world in the future, I can't be allowed to be a lonely and polished commander, right? Ron packed up and prepared to leave Windmill Village. Arriving at the island dock, he followed a merchant ship and left Windmill Village for other islands. To form a pirate group, it is natural to recruit crew members. However, I will not be like the wolf pirates, who accept all crooked melons and... Ron stood on the deck of the merchant ship, his heart filled with excitement. The majestic man looked at the sea. There are many beauties in the pirate world. My pirate group will only accept beautiful crew members if you want. I am the only man on the ship, and the others are all girls. This is how it works. Then, the first target is Nami. Ron smiled slightly. Nami is a talented navigator. He hasn't learned navigation yet, so he can learn from her. Then there is Kaya. Although Kaya is still young now, her parents should still be alive, but she should already be studying medical skills. Her medical skills are now at full level, and she can use medical skills to treat her parents. With this as a condition, it is still very possible to let her join his pirate group. With my current full-level medical skills to teach Kaya, she can definitely become the top doctor on the Grand Line. After Ron made up his mind, it didn't take long for him to arrive in Logue Town. Logue Town is not a simple place. This is the place where the Pirate King Roger was born, and it is also the place where Roger died. Countless pirates come here for pilgrimage every year, and similarly, this is also a place that is focused on by the Marines. Advertisement. Usually pirates have to pay a lot of money to come here, at least they have to risk being caught by Marine. Ron was a talented and brave man and came directly to Logue Town without any fear. Logue Town. I remember that this is where Zoro got the famous sword in the plot. A smile appeared in Ron's eyes. He was going to take one step ahead and take down the famous sword before Zoro. As for the better sword, then we have to wait until we enter the Grand Line to find a solution. For example, in the Impel Down prison, the demon sword Mursama in the hands of the prison adjutant Shiryu Rain can be obtained if there is a chance in the future. A powerful weapon of the same level as the black knife in Hawkeye's hand. Anyway, Zoro has the word, Wado, in his hand, so he has no shortage of such a good and sharp knife. Yes, the third generation Kitetsu is one of the 50 good swords, but it is a demon sword with the possibility of devouring the master. The second generation Kitetsu is one of the great swords, and it goes without saying that the first generation Kitetsu, one of the top 12 famous swords in the world. Forget it, third generation Kitetsu, just use the good sword for a while, and then change it when you find a better one later. Ron was thinking, and he had already wandered to the weapons store. The owner of the weapons store was selling accounts, and there was no one in the store. Ron walked in, and the shop owner immediately smiled. Hello customer, you are a powerful swordsman at first glance. You are in the right place to choose a knife in our shop. Well, let's take a look. Ron glanced at him and nodded. Who knows what is going on in this pirate world? All swordsmen use swords, but they are not called swordsmen, but swordsmen. Famous swordsmen are called great swordsmen, and they still use swords. Ron doesn't want to worry about such weird things, just let it be as it is. Since this world does this, then let's do it. Ron now has a full level of basic swordsmanship. His sense of swords has basically reached the level of a great swordsman. As soon as he sensed it, he immediately noticed that there was a strange sword in a basket storing knives next to him. The long knife exuded a faint and breathtaking aura of power. Advertisement, what's the price of the knife here? Ron asked calmly. Oh, those over there. The boss took one look and suddenly lost interest. He thought this was a big, wealthy customer, but unexpectedly he only wanted to buy those cheap goods. The ones over there are all 50,000 belly. A pair of knives, you can choose whatever you want. Yeah. Ron nodded, then picked out a knife, handed it to the boss, and said, this is it, 50,000 baileys, you count. Huh? When the boss looked at the knife, his expression suddenly changed. Isn't this the demon knife? This knife, guessed. The boss suddenly had sweat flowing down his cheeks, and he was stammering. Guessed, how about you change it? Huh? What do you mean? Ron frowned suddenly, exuding an intimidating aura that startled the boss. No, Master Swordsman, please don't be angry, the boss said quickly. Let me tell the truth, this is a demon sword. Its previous owners have encountered misfortunes. If you really want to buy it, my ugly having said that, if something happens, I don't care. None of your business. Ron didn't bother him at all. He threw down 50,000 belly, took the knife and left the weapons store. Just kidding, even Zoro can withstand the backlash of this third generation ghost, why can't he? Not to mention the third generation ghost, even the first generation ghost, Ron can suppress it. P.S. Let me ask you, does Mermaid Princess Shirahoshi want to take it in? If so, how will the bridal chamber be solved? It's so big, even if Ron is crammed in, it won't be enough. Chapter 6 Kendo Hall Challenge, please collect and vote for flowers, close black lens bracket. Huh? Speaking of first generation Kitetsu, this top-notch sword with only 12 swords in the world, I wonder where I can learn the casting skills. Ron suddenly remembered, damn, instead of looking for those famous swords everywhere, it is better to forge them yourself. As long as you learn the casting skills, you can instantly increase the casting skills to the full level. What first generation ghosts, what about the supreme sharp sword, you can do it yourself. It can be mass-produced directly. Thinking of this, Ron suddenly felt happy, he was still not used to cheat. So, Ron casually carried third generation Kitetsu while wandering around Logue Town, the town where the Pirate King lived when he was a child. Not long after, his eyes suddenly lit up. Kendo Gym. Well, this Kendo Gym seems to be quite famous in Logue Town. The director seems to be a famous swordsman in East Blue. Ron touched his chin and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. He wanted to come to this Kendo Gym. The hotel won't let you down. Ron stepped into the Kendo Gym. In the square inside the gym, some boys aged 13 or 14 were sweating profusely and waving wooden swords in their hands. Drink. Huh. Standing in front of a group of teenagers was a sturdy middle-aged man with 2 real swords on his waist. The man had an indifferent expression and calmly watched the gym students doing their daily homework. Huh? The middle-aged man's expression suddenly changed, and he glanced at the door of the gym. He saw Ron walking in slowly, and glanced at the famous sword in Ron's hand. The middle-aged man's eyes narrowed slightly, but he did not move. Sense, continued to supervise the students' practice. Advertisement. Ron smiled slightly and did not speak, but quietly watched the teenagers practice. A year ago, when he first came to the pirate world, during a difficult period of life, he secretly watched others practice kendo. He hid aside and used a wooden stick as a long sword. He continued to practice, and finally his hands were worn out. During a peak, he was discovered by the old man who taught the children in the village how to practice swordsmanship. The old man silently gave him a wooden sword, turned around and left. He didn't say that he would accept him to practice with him, but he didn't say that he would take him in to practice with him. He drove away, so it took him more than 3 months to get started with basic swordsmanship training after the other children started half a month later. Later, the wolf pirates arrived. After some plunder, the wolf pirates spared the lives of the villagers instead of killing them. In order to become stronger, Ron joined the wolf pirates. Not only did he, and some village boys also joined the wolf pirates or marine. Ron did it to become stronger, and the village boys did it to protect the village. Oh, it's hard to look back on the past. Ron shook his head and dismissed the memories in his mind, then stood with his sword in hand and looked at the kendo gym with a calm smile. Hard work, haven't you eaten? Suddenly, the cold middle-aged man shouted, and even took a step forward and kicked down a weak young man who was gasping for breath. Are such weak hands worthy of holding a knife? Just you guys, you still want to become a swordsman like this? You are overestimating your abilities? Well. The weak boy grinned. Although he was kicked down, he did not feel much pain. He knew that the teacher did not use any force. Otherwise, with the strength of the teacher, the #1 swordsman in Logue Town, he could definitely kick him to death at will. Get up quickly and continue practicing, the indifferent man snorted. The weak young man stood up and continued practicing. After a while, the indifferent man nodded and said, "Okay, I'll be here for the morning class today. You guys step aside first." Advertisement, yes, teacher. The teenagers stepped aside and took a breath while looking at Ron, the uninvited guest, curiously. Hey, what do you think this person is here for? I don't know, it seemed like he was standing next to me just now. Are you also here to become your teacher and want to learn swordsmanship? Well, I think it's very possible. A tall young man looked at the indifferent middle-aged man with a gleam in his eyes and said softly. Our teacher is the most powerful swordsman in Logue Town, and there are swordsman masters from other places coming here. It's normal to ask for advice on swordsmanship. Haha, yes, the teacher is a well-known swordsmanship master. This guy came all the way to ask the teacher for guidance on swordsmanship. That is very, very possible. The other teenagers had smiles on their faces, and they all felt in their hearts. They were a little excited. After all, the stronger the teacher who teaches them the way of swordsmanship, the higher their achievements may be in the future. Thinking of this, the teenagers suddenly looked proudly at Ron, who was standing with his sword in hand, and an invisible sense of superiority arose spontaneously. This gentleman. The indifferent middle-aged man took 2 steps in wooden clogs and came to a place 3 meters in front of Ron. This position was where his sword drawing technique was at its strongest just now. The middle-aged man naturally stopped at this position. You came to our kendo gym, what do you want? Ron smiled slightly and said politely. I heard that Mr. Grace is a master of swordsmanship in Logue Town. Junior Ron came here specifically to ask for advice. I hope Mr. Grace will not hesitate to give you some advice. Ask me for advice? Advice? The indifferent man's heart moved, a cold light flashed in his eyes, and he looked at Ron carefully. Chapter 7. The Art of Drawing a Sword. The disdain of the gym boys, please collect and comment on flowers. Haha, look, I just said I came here to ask for advice from the teacher. The teenagers nearby started talking in low voices, their faces full of pride and joy. However, unlike the teenagers, the indifferent middle-aged man saw something different in Ron's calm eyes. Where are you asking for advice? This is here to cause trouble. He. I didn't expect it. I didn't expect it. Grace suddenly smiled in a low voice. Are all young people today so arrogant? Boy, are you sure you want my advice? Of course. Ron nodded indifferently, but then changed the subject and said, but if it's a sword show, how can it be done without a nod? Oh, how do you want to compare? Grace asked with interest. How many years has passed? Although his reputation in East Blue cannot be said to be top-notch, he is not an unknown person. The young man in front of him will definitely not be older than 20, but such a young boy dared to ruin his place. While he was laughing a little in his heart, he also decided to teach the other party a good lesson in front of all the students, so as to let the other party know that there is a world outside the world, and there are people outside the world. We should practice swordsmanship down to earth instead of using such crooked methods to gain fame. Secondly, we should also take this opportunity to let the students in the kendo hall see how powerful their teacher Grace is. My head. Ron pointed at his own head and said, my head is worth 10 million belly. I bet on your unique skills, sword drawing skills, and 2 sword style. If I lose, you take my head. Receive the reward, I win. How about you teach me these 2 sword skills? 10 million Bailey bounty? Grace narrowed her eyes. Are you a pirate? Yes. Ron shrugged. Boy, how brave are you to risk your life for 2 swordsmanships? Grace said with a crack in the corner of her mouth. What a swordsman needs is this indomitable spirit, right? Ron said calmly. Well said. Grace was shocked when she heard this, and somewhat put away her previous contempt for Ron. I accept your challenge. Hey. Advertisement. The teenagers next to me were all a little dumbfounded. The plot was not like this. Didn't they say they admired the teacher's reputation and came to pray for advice? How could it become like this? The teenagers frowned secretly, and a short boy said, we all guessed wrong. This guy is here to challenge the teacher. HMPH, you are overestimating your own abilities. Another fat boy looked at Ron with disgust. This guy is a few years older than us. Even if he learned swordsmanship since childhood, how strong can he be now? The teacher will definitely defeat him with 1 blow. Yes, the teacher is very strong. I once saw the teacher compete with the colonel of Marine Base. He defeated the opponent with just 2 moves, another boy said with eyes shining. This one is incredible. This guy comes out of nowhere. Why should he challenge the teacher? Is he looking for death? Since he wants to die, let's just watch carefully. A young man with an indifferent expression snorted. Click. Grace's face was solemn. Once he decided to accept the challenge, he would not take it lightly no matter who the opponent was. Bending slightly, Grace held the scabbard with her right thumb. Her figure resembled the awe-inspiring posture of a tiger before it pounces, ready to attack with all its strength at any time. Is this the starting position of the sword drawing technique? Ron watched Grace's movements with some interest. He was really interested in learning this kind of swordsmanship. The sword drawing technique is famous for its attack power and explosive power. The attack speed is extremely fast, but the follow-up sustainability is not high. But Ron was not afraid. After learning this move, he had other moves to coordinate with it, so he didn't have to worry about these problems at all. Boy, are you ready? Grace reminded in a cold voice. I will not show mercy. Ready, Ron nodded, holding the ghost in his left hand in front of him, but he didn't pull it out immediately, but waited quietly. Grace frowned and said again, Boy, don't you attack first? Advertisement, haha. Mr. Grace is the elder, please go first, Ron said gently with a smile. Really, really arrogant. Grace lowered her eyelids and whispered in a deep voice. I haven't seen such an arrogant young man for a long time. Since you are so trusting, Grace, will teach you what this is the real swordsmanship, so that you can understand that you will not live long if you despise the enemy like this. EI. Cut with the sword in the wind. Brush. A ray of sword light flashed, and Grace's figure had arrived behind Ron. Click. Grace lowered her head, the scabbard and handle of the knife held in her left hand were closed, and she slowly stood up straight. As for Ron, his face was still gentle and calm, and he slowly let go of Tetsu who was lying in front of him. Ron slowly turned around and said softly, Mr. Grace, he is indeed a famous swordsman in Showdown, with superb sword drawing skills. I admire you so much, Ron. Grace didn't speak, still bowed her head and remained silent. But the teenagers on the side all showed happy expressions. From this situation, it seemed that Teacher Grace had won. Didn't you hear the guy who came to challenge shouting in admiration? Ha ha ha, boy, do you want to challenge Teacher Grace? Dream on, a boy laughed and said. Yes, our teacher is very strong. Even the Marine officer is no match for our teacher. Do you want to defeat our teacher? Give it another 100 years, ha ha ha. Another boy also raised his head and laughed. The other teenagers also smiled happily, with smiles and pride on their faces. With such a powerful teacher teaching swordsmanship, why should they worry about not being strong? Shut up. At this time, a sudden shout came, and the teenagers were shocked and froze on the spot. Grace turned her head and stopped the young people's wanton praise. Then she turned around and looked at Ron with a shocked face. Looking at Ron's calm face, he felt a little excited and trembling in his heart, and there was also a trace of fear that was difficult to hide. Chapter 8-2 Sword Style. The sword energy soared into the sky, shocking Showdown. Open black lens bracket, kneel down and ask for support, close black lens bracket. Big swordsman. Grace spat out a few words with great difficulty, her eyes fixed on Ron, trying to get an accurate answer from him. Yeah. Ron nodded calmly and said nothing more. When Grace heard this, her lips trembled, then she closed her eyes slightly, took a deep breath, and finally calmed down her trembling mood. Over there, the teenagers were stopped by Grace, and all of them were still a little confused. What's up? The teacher obviously won, but why did he look solemn and stop himself and others from talking and admiring? Well, the teacher must be being modest. Yes, that's definitely the case. Teacher, you have already won. Why are you so modest? A short and fat boy couldn't help but said. This guy is no match for you at first glance. You are already giving him face by taking action. Shut up. Grace shouted coldly. What do you know? I already lost just now. Huh? Lose? How could you lose? No way? The teenagers looked dumbfounded, unable to tell that Grace had lost the fight between the two just now. Mr. Ron, don't pay attention to these little guys. After all, Grace is also a famous swordsman in Showdown. Teenagers don't have that kind of vision. Doesn't he know it? The moment he used the sword drawing technique, he slashed at Ron's sword-holding arm with his sword, but Ron blocked it with the scabbard. The terrifying power contained in the scabbard completely defeated his strongest blow, the sword drawing technique. His move was in vain. The most important thing is that at the moment when he broke the sword drawing technique, Ron's unsheathed sword lightly tapped his forehead. At that time, it was so fast that except for himself, the teenagers present had no idea what happened in that moment. Advertisement sweat was streaming down Grace's forehead. This Ron looked like a young man, but had he actually reached such a high level of swordsmanship? It was so terrifying. With his eyes, he could immediately see that Ron's strength was definitely not just at the level of a swordsman, he should have reached the level of a great swordsman. Great swordsman is a term given to a great swordsman whose strength and fame have reached the point where he is famous all over the world and even the Grand Line. Fame may be one aspect of this, but strength is the most important thing. Ron, this seemingly young boy, has actually reached this level. God, how old he is, so terrifying, so terrifying. The shock in Grace's heart could not be calmed down, and the heartbeat that she had finally suppressed surged again. Mr. Ron, although you were very powerful. Grace suddenly raised her head, and her always cold expression suddenly became very excited. But I still have the one trick two sword technique, and I want to ask you for advice. Please give me your advice. Ron's face was calm, and he even had a faint smile on his lips. Oh, that's okay. it's normal for swordsmen to compete and ask for advice. Let's make a move. Please, Mr. Ron, be careful, Grace said in a deep voice. Although he now knew that he could not defeat Ron, when he encountered such a powerful swordsman, he was unwilling to let go of the opportunity to ask for advice. He wanted to try and see how far he could reach with all his strength. He wanted to know how close he was to the great swordsman. The young men in the kendo gym next to them all looked dumbfounded at the moment. What did they hear? They actually heard the powerful Teacher Grace asking for advice? Teacher Grace wants to ask for advice on swordsmanship from the young man in front of her? Hey, didn't you do it backwards? This situation is not right. The teenagers are a little confused. Mr. Ron, please take the move, two-sword style, double-edged attack. Grace pulled out another long sword from her waist, holding both swords in her hands. Grace's aura was even sharper than before. With a loud shout, the figure has already rushed towards Ron quickly, with two long knives in his hands, as dazzling as the silver moon under the night sky. Advertisement. Ron's eyes moved as he felt the aura on Grace's body. It turned out that what Grace was best at was not the sword drawing technique, but the two-sword style. Not bad. Brush. Groan. Ding ding. Ron no longer looked down upon his opponents. As a swordsman himself, he still had to show some respect to a swordsman like Grace who was doing his best, so he drew his sword and prepared to use 30% of his strength to deal with Grace. Attack instead of not even taking out the scabbard just now. Ron Butte took out his sheath and let out a sword roar, like a cloud dragon flying into the sky, roaring into the sky, and the sword energy soared into the sky, shaking the entire Logue town. After two dinging sounds, the two long knives in Grace's hand flew out and stuck on the ground not far away with two hisses. Looking at his empty hands, Grace was shocked, and the teenagers who were watching were also shocked. If they didn't see clearly the previous battle with the sword fighting technique, then now, well, they still didn't see it clearly, but they did see the result. The result was that Teacher Grace's double swords fell out, and Ron, with a click, he slowly put the ghost in his hand back into the scabbard, his face still calm and indifferent, and there was even a gentle smile on the corner of his mouth. I lost, Grace said calmly, and then bowed deeply to Ron. Mr. Ron is powerful and worthy of the name of a great swordsman. Grace is convinced. Lost. Teacher lost. This. Ron smiled slightly, stepped forward to help Grace's bowing body, and said gently, Mr. Grace, please don't be too polite. Although I have reached the level of a great swordsman, I still don't understand a lot about swordsmanship. I hope you can. Mr. Grace was generous in giving me advice. How am I qualified to give advice to Mr. Ron? Grace said with a somewhat gloomy expression. He was really shocked today. Such a young boy actually has the strength of a great swordsman, and he, an old swordsman who has studied swordsmanship for decades, is still far from being a great swordsman. How can he be qualified to teach such a strong man? Mr. Grace, you're welcome. Ron said calmly. I admire Mr. Grace's sword drawing skills and two-sword swordsmanship very much. I wonder if Mr. Grace is willing to abide by the agreement just now and teach me these two swordsmanships? Haha, Mr. Ron, it is our kendo gym's honor and my Grace's honor to be able to teach me these two swordsmanships. Mr. Ron, please come into the room to talk. Grace led Ron into the room, leaving the young men in the kendo hall who were still sluggish and unable to recover, standing in a daze in the courtyard. At the same time, Logue Town, Marine Base, and several Marine generals whom Grandmaster saw suddenly raised their heads and looked in the direction of the kendo gym. The roar of the sword energy just now made them feel something, and all of them were trembling. Stand up. Chapter 9. Marine is shocked. Get ready to learn the art of swordsmithing. Ask for collection of flower evaluation votes. How can it be? With such sword energy, is this a great swordsman? It must be so. Such terrifying sword energy. Only the top swordsman can unleash it. Why did such a terrifying existence come to our Logue Town? Quickly pass the order and check carefully that the great swordsman has come to Logue Town. The most important thing is to find out his identity. If he is a pirate, it will be difficult. The Marines were shocked and then fell silent. What if this great swordsman was a pirate? If he wanted to attack Marine Base, the entire Marine Base might not be his opponent, so they had to check. Smoker, I leave this matter to you to investigate. Clear. Ever since, when Ron and Grace were asking for advice on drawing sword skills and two-sword skills, Logue Town Marine Base was in a state of panic. The commander of Marine Base issued an investigation order and ordered Smoker to investigate the matter. A great swordsman came to Logue Town. This is no small matter. In the back room of Grace's kendo hall, Grace poured tea for Ron and said respectfully, the training methods of our school's sword drawing technique and the two-sword style are just like this. As long as you concentrate on training, with Mr. Ron's talent and qualifications, I believe it can be learned in a few days at most. Advertisement, Ron's hand holding the tea paused slightly, and then he took a sip. To be honest, his learning talent is terrible. When he was learning swordsmanship, even the simplest basic swordsmanship, which is the most widely spread in the pirate world, took him 3 months to learn, and the others were better than him. It only took half a month for the village children, who were still much younger, to get started. According to his view from the data panel, the levels of swordsmanship and other skills are between level 1 and level 10, which are beginners, level 20 is considered proficient, level 30 is grandmaster, Level 40 should be almost master level, and level 50 is considered master level, that is truly considered to have reached a certain state. Ron didn't care too much about the details. Anyway, his learning talent was really bad. Of course, now that he has endless skill points, the only thing that bothers him is the threshold to get started. Mr. Grace, thank you for your hospitality. Also, I will not let your school of swordsmanship and the two-sword style become dusty. I am very grateful that you can teach me these two swordsmanships, Ron said solemnly. Haha, Mr. Ron is too polite. I still say what I said. It is my honor and our school's honor to be able to teach these two swordsmanships to Mr. Ron. Why did I open this kendo gym? Gracie said calmly. The purpose is to carry forward the swordsmanship of my school. If I cherish my broom, how can I carry it forward? So Mr. Ron doesn't have to do this. Mr. Grace is really free and easy. Ron smiled slightly, then pondered for a moment and asked, Mr. Grace, do you know if there is a swordsmith in Town? Swordsmith? Grace was stunned for a moment, then looked at the sword on Ron's waist, smiled slightly and said, that's right, Mr. Ron has learned the two-sword style, but now he only has one sword. I want to get an ordinary famous sword from Town. It's not worthy of Mr. Ron's status as a great swordsman. Ron smiled slightly and said nothing, looking like a mysterious expert from this world. Advertisement. Speaking of swordsmiths, Town does have a few famous swordsmiths, but they can only forge famous swords of the level of Liang Kuei Dao, and it is difficult to get one every year. I want their help. It would be a little difficult for Mr. Ron to make a sword. After all, although Mr. Ron is a great swordsman, he is also a pirate. Grace said hesitantly. Yeah, Ron nodded and said, actually, I don't want to forge a famous sword, but I want to learn how to forge swords. So, Mr. Grace just needs to tell me the location of an ordinary swordsmith. No need to find those famous swordsmiths. For Ron, there is no difference between a famous swordsmith and a less famous swordsmith. It may even take longer for a famous swordsmith to learn skills. After all, those famous swordsmiths are sure of their sword-making techniques. More difficult and advanced, he didn't need it, at least not when learning the first sword-making skill. Ron could completely learn an ordinary sword-making skill first, and then raise it to the full level. Then he would fully understand the sword-making ability, and then learn other sword-making methods, and he would be able to learn it instantly. Just like now, he is learning Grace's two swordsmanships. If he had followed his original learning talent, he would probably not be able to learn it in half a year, let alone a few days, and it would be difficult to get started. But now it's different. His basic swordsmanship is at full level, and his understanding of swordsmanship is almost at the top of the world, so. The two swordsmanship training methods that Grace just described have gone through Ron's mind. Basically, he has almost learned them. He can go back and practice them a few times at most, and then he can start to add points. But sword making is different. He has never learned it before, so it may take him a lot of time to learn the first sword making technique. Ordinary swordsmith, this is very simple. If Mr. Ron doesn't mind, I can take you there now. The old man is not far behind our gym. Basically all the swords in our gym come from him. Although the swords in our weapons shop are not famous, they are more practical, Grace said. Haha, then I'll trouble Mr. Grace. Ron stood up slowly and said with a smile. No trouble, no trouble. Grace suddenly laughed. In this way, he could be considered to have established a relationship with the young and terrifying swordsman in front of him. This kind of matchmaking thing, even if it is not a big favor, it's a small favor, right? Chapter 10 Learn how to make swords, Smoker and Tashigi. With Grace's introduction, Ron successfully became the apprentice of Old John, the owner of a backstreet weapons store. Old John is an old man from Town. He has learned the art of forging swords since he was a child. This is a craft that has been passed down by his family for more than 200 years. Although it is not as good as the famous swordsmiths in Town, it is also the skill of those around him. A famous swordsmith. Boy Ron, although I don't know who you are, but since you were introduced by Master Grace, you should study hard. I may not be able to teach you advanced casting skills, but I can teach you some basic things. You won't be too proud of yourself. While cleaning up the forge in front of him, the old blacksmith glanced at Ron and said lightly. In his heart, he was not very happy to accept such a young man as an apprentice, but recently his son went to other islands to purchase forging materials. It happened that the weapon shop had no helpers, and Grace introduced him, so he just accepted it. I know. Ron nodded, rolled up his sleeves without saying anything, and got ready to work. Haha. Old John smiled slightly. He thought that a little guy with delicate and tender flesh like Ron couldn't endure all these hardships, but he didn't expect that this little guy was not the kind of young master who couldn't do anything. Ever since, Ron settled down in Old John's weapon shop and began his beginner's career in sword making. During this time, Town also experienced some changes. A large number of Marine Patrol soldiers patrolled the streets. Although they did not enter every house to search, they patrolled everywhere with their eyes sharp. Advertisement East Blue Marine Colonel Smoker, with 2 cigars in his mouth, and his adjutant Tashigi, were walking on the street. Colonel Smoker, why don't we keep searching like this? She has been searching like a headless fly for more than 10 days, but there is no news at all. Tashigi is slightly complaining in her heart. With this time, she can practice swordsmanship. Sergeant Tashigi, this is an order from above, Smoker said solemnly. Although there is little hope, we can't be lazy, you know. But I also felt the sword energy from more than 10 days ago. He was a great swordsman. What can we do even if we find him? Tashigi said, great swordsman? Even in the second half of Grand Line Duan as a top player, let alone East Blue? Haha. Do you think we are going to catch him? Smoker shook his head. You also said that he is a great swordsman. We must not be hostile. Our main purpose is to confirm his identity. If he is a pirate, if so, we must be more vigilant. Oh, Tashigi nodded. But if we look for it like this, how long will it take to find it? Don't worry, since he is in Logue Town, he will definitely show his vest in the future. We just need to pay more attention and rush there in time to confirm his identity, Smoker said slowly while smoking a cigar. Hey, that's Mr. Grace's gym. Suddenly, Tashigi's eyes lit up and he saw the door number of the kendo gym, and he suddenly wanted to go in and take a look. What are you doing? We are working, don't run around. Smoker had a headache for his adjutant. This girl basically had no other hobbies except learning kendo all day long. When she saw the kendo gym, I can't walk anymore. Advertisement. Smoker's expression suddenly changed. The sword energy seemed to come from this direction a few days ago. I always felt that Grace's strength was far from reaching this level. Maybe he had a breakthrough? Go in and take a look. After Smoker said that, he took the lead and walked in. Huh? Tashigi was stunned for a moment, then followed happily. How come Colonel Smoker has time to come to my little place? Grace saw Smoker coming in and greeted him with a smile. He did not dare to offend Marine in this place closest to the East Blue Marine headquarters, and Smoker was in charge of Logue Town. Colonel Marine cannot be offended. Grace, this is not a small place. Looking at the teenagers practicing kendo in the courtyard, Smoker said with a smile. I'm here today. I want to ask you something. What can you, Colonel Smoker, come to inquire about in person? Grace asked with a thought in her heart. Some days ago, there was a soaring sword energy in Logue Town. It was suspected that the great swordsman had arrived. It happened that the direction of the sword energy was around here. I want to ask you, do you know the inside story? Smoker said with a smile, it's not a big problem. The main thing is to confirm whether the identity of some great swordsman is Shichibukai. This. Grace secretly thought that it was true, but she didn't answer immediately. Ron must not be Hawkeye. What should I say? Huh? Smoker was delighted, secretly thinking that this guy really knew the situation. Grace, do you know his identity? Please tell me, Smoker said solemnly, and don't worry, we won't do anything to him. After all, he is a great swordsman. If we do it at will, there will be no harm. Eat the fruit. This. Grace looked hesitant. He did not dare to reveal Ron's information at will. As Smoker said, that was a great swordsman. He could easily kill the great swordsman he had personally competed with. If he offended himself, there would definitely be no good consequences, so he was troubled. Advertisement Chapter 11. The sword-making skill is at full level. Someone is provoking. Behind Old John's weapon shop is a blacksmith shop specially used to make swords. This is a family shop that integrates production and sales. On this day, Ron was learning forging skills from Old John. After half a month of hard study, no matter how bad Ron's learning talent was, he finally learned the basics of sword forging today. You kid, although you are stupid, you can win because you work hard enough. Old John glanced at Ron. In the past half month, he could also see that Ron was studying hard. From Ron's study, he could also tell that Ron was studying hard. My learning ability is very poor, but I really work hard every day. I not only study forging hard, but also work very hard. Finally, after half a month, I am getting started. Thank you also, Master John, for your teaching, Ron said with a smile. Haha. Old John smiled slightly and said while checking the long knife blank in his hand, but getting started is just an introduction. The forging skills are extensive and profound. It took you half a month to barely get started. If you want to get started here, it's difficult to go far in one skill. Ron's face was calm and gentle, but he couldn't tell Old John directly. Should he tell him that he could become a divine craftsman even more powerful than the Grand Master of Forging now as long as he used his hands? This junior is just interested in learning casting. Now that he has barely started, it's almost time to say goodbye. Ron said. He was going to go to sea next, so he quickly found Namikawa and others and went to sea. Grand the Line is still waiting for him to conquer, well, or in other words, those beautiful women on the Grand Line are still waiting for him to favor them. Are you satisfied with just getting started? Old John paused slightly, frowned and put down the knife blank in his hand, glanced at Ron, and then shook his head secretly. Although this little guy was dull, he worked hard, so he thought he was as for people who are interested in forging. It turns out that as he said, he is only slightly interested in forging. In that case, I won't keep you longer. Counting the time, that B************ D of mine should be back by now. It took so long to go overseas to buy materials. Old John didn't say much to persuade Ron to stay, thinking of himself as he spoke. The sun should also come back in the next few days. If the sun comes back, there will be no need to worry about being left alone for work. After all, the men and apprentices in the blacksmith shop who followed the sun to escort him will also come back. Then there will be no need to worry about having no one available. Then thank you Master John for taking care of me during this time. Ron said and saluted Old John with a solemn expression. In any case, his casting skills were taught by the old man, just like Grace taught him the sword drawing technique and the two-sword style, and he was also very polite to the other party, just like the wolf pirates taught him the wolf fist and spear skills. He would not turn around and leave when he was waiting for his skills, and he also took action to save the wolf pirates at that time. Ron is not an ungrateful person. Even if his power has become the best in the world, he still will not change his birth principles. Any kindness must be repaid, and any hatred must be avenged. Gratitude and hatred must be fulfilled as you please, be free. Advertisement. This is his principle. Ron tidied up and prepared to leave. At this time, a short, fat, middle-aged man suddenly ran over from outside the blacksmith shop, shouting as he ran, Old John is not good. Huh? Ron paused for a moment. He could see the sweat and anxiety on the face of the short, fat middle-aged man. Something big must have happened that made the weapons store manager dealt with it. Yes, this short, fat middle-aged man is the steward who helps Old John's family manage the weapons store. Old John is responsible for casting swords, and he is responsible for helping sell them, while Old John's son is responsible for purchasing various raw materials. There is a clear division of labor. What's wrong, Dorlo? Old John frowned and asked, what happened? Master Plimpton is back, Steward Dorlo said after a breath. The boy is back. Old John frowned even more when he heard this. It should be a good thing that his son is back, but why did Dorlo look like this? Did Plimpton encounter any trouble? Yes, Old John, come with me quickly. The owner of the iron furnace weapon shop in the city led people to intercept Master Plimpton in front, Dorlo said anxiously. What? Old John suddenly changed his color, stood up, and said angrily, what does that old man want to do? It seems that the young master purchased some precious casting materials this time, and the owner of the iron furnace weapon shop took a fancy to it and wanted to rob it, Dorlo said quickly. Let's go over there and take a look. Okay, let's go. Old John strode outside with Dorlo. Ron watched the two people leave and followed him, looking at Old John's back. Although the old man was a bit old, he still had the strength of his youth. Old John had made a living by forging for most of his life, and his body was still strong. Look, the power is not weak when it goes up. Ron followed him to the outside of the weapons store with a calm expression. At this moment, a large group of people had surrounded the door of the weapons store. They were noisy and full of people. There were quite a few people watching the excitement. With a gentle expression on his face, Ron stood aside and watched the situation. After listening for a while, his heart moved, he reached out and opened the data panel, and with a few flicks of his fingers, he crazily upgraded the casting skills he had just started. Ever since, the casting skills he had just started had in an instant, he reached the full level. At this point, he has become the top swordsmith in the entire pirate world. This is a title that is countless times more powerful than the Master, Grandmaster, or Grandmaster, and even the entire pirate world. It is still unknown whether there are master-level swordsmiths, but Ron achieved this achievement in only half a month. Chapter 12: A sword-making competition? Ron takes action. Open black lens bracket, kneel down and ask for support, close black lens bracket. Plimpton, you have to know that in Town, your little blacksmith shop is nothing. The piece of deep frozen iron you were lucky enough to purchase this time is a precious material for casting a famous sword of the level of a fast knife. It is given to your family. Forging in the blacksmith shop is such a waste. In the crowd, a middle-aged man in Huxia clothes with his left hand on his back and two iron balls in his right hand said with a smile. Instead of wasting such precious materials, it is better to transfer the iron furnace to us at a high price. Maybe we can still forge a sharp knife? Then you will have a share of the credit, right? Fart, your blacksmith shop can still build a weapon of the level of a sharp knife? Are you dreaming? Plimpton is a tall and thin man. At this moment, he is looking at the man in rich clothes opposite with an angry face. Besides, what do you mean by high price? I spent 500,000 belly to acquire the materials, but you only want to take it away for 100,000 belly. Do you think I'm easy to bully, Old Teton? At this moment, Old John came over, looked at the man in fine clothes opposite him with an ugly expression, and said in a deep voice, Are you bullying me? Hey, isn't this Old John? Are you not dead yet? The middle-aged man in rich clothes smiled, but what he said was extremely irritating. Such precious materials, with your Old John's craftsmanship, you think you can't even make a good sword, right? Ha ha ha. Over the years, your family has only been able to build a weapon of the level of a good sword more than 100 years ago. Now, it's no longer possible, it's in decline, don't you still admit it? Huh. When he mentioned this, Old John's eyes suddenly jumped, and then he felt a little sad. Yes, their family has indeed declined. In the past, the family's senior forger, who was more than 100 years old, could also create powerful weapons of the level of Liang Kuei Dao, but that was no longer the case. His family was not one of the blacksmith shops in Town that could create weapons of this level. Seeing that Old John was speechless, the middle-aged man in Huxia clothes continued to say leisurely, So, since he is wasting materials, I asked Plimpton to transfer the materials to me. Is there any problem? You're dreaming. Even if we throw this material away, we won't transfer it to you. Plimpton glared at the man in rich clothes with a stubborn look on his face. That's right, let's go. We will never transfer materials. Go away, old iron egg, Old John said with an angry look. Ha 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 ha. Before the middle-aged man in fine clothes could speak, a sturdy middle-aged man behind him walked out with a laugh. He touched the short black beard on his lips and said, Old John, how about we compete in casting skills? The stakes are the materials you have. How about it? Do you dare to take it? The swordsmith of the iron furnace weapon shop. Plimpton and Old John's expressions changed, and their expressions suddenly turned ugly. This is the royal swordsmith of the Iron Furnace Weapon Shop. He is a swordsmith who can forge excellent and sharp swords. The master, who is very powerful, is now launching a casting skills competition against himself and others. This is to destroy his weapon shop. If he defeats himself in front of so many people, the business of John's weapon shop will definitely plummet in the future. His intentions are sinister. A Madara is visible. Haha. What, are you afraid? The swordsmithing master sneered. Since you are afraid, then just hand over the materials obediently, so as not to be embarrassed. You. Old John was angry. He wanted to agree, but this was really no match. If he really lost in front of everyone, then their family in Logue Town would be over. Advertisement, father, promise him, we can't back down, Plimpton shouted with eyes wide open. Shut up. Old John stopped Plimpton, but he sighed in his heart. It seemed that this piece of material could not be saved. He could not agree to the competition. With his strength, he could compete with the master swordsmith opposite him, that 99% loses, and it is absolutely impossible to win. Sigh. Old John spoke with difficulty, hesitated for a moment, then stopped insisting, sighed, and with a look of disappointment on his face, he agreed to transfer the materials. At this time, Ron, who was standing aside, smiled slightly. Since his sword-making skills were taught by Old John, before he left, he should win back a victory for Old John, which could be regarded as repaying the kindness of Old John's teaching. Wait. Ron stepped out from the crowd, glanced at Old John and said, Master John, why do you need to deal with this kind of person yourself? Let me, the apprentice, deal with him. Ron. Old John looked at Ron in confusion, not understanding what he meant. You are an apprentice who has just started, and you actually said that you want to represent your weapons shop against the opponent's sword-making master. Could it be Shileji? Not only Old John was stunned, but also Old John's son, Plimpton, was stunned. Then he heard his father explain next to him, and he knew that this was an apprentice recruited by his father after he left, but you are a young man. How can a young apprentice find the confidence to face the opponent's sword-making master? Plimpton's face suddenly showed an anxious expression. Although he was angry and unwilling to admit defeat, he didn't come like this. Apprentice. Before Plimpton could speak, the people at the Iron Furnace weapon shop opposite burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. Did I hear you right? The middle-aged man in Huxia attire laughed loudly. How dare you, a young apprentice, to challenge the royal swordsmith of our Iron Furnace weapon shop? Ha ha ha. That's the funniest joke I've heard this year. Peeved. The swordsmith master also laughed out loud. He didn't feel that he was slighted at all, and he obviously regarded the other party as a fool. You, little apprentice, want to challenge me? Ha ha ha, little guy, are you kidding me? Of course it's not a joke. Ron said with a serious face. Although I am Master John's apprentice, I also have Master John's true teachings. I am enough to deal with your mere sword-making sword. What, do you dare to agree? Promise, why don't I dare to agree? The sword-making master and the middle-aged man in Huxia clothes looked at each other and felt very comfortable. They both thought that the other party was being stupid. A young apprentice was pushed out. Probably Old John didn't want to take action himself. If he lost, he would lose face. If an apprentice lost, it would be fine. At worst, if he lost a piece of material, he wouldn't lose too much face. Well, that must be the case. Haha, since you were fighting, it couldn't be better. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes waved his hand and said, the bet is that precious material. If our Iron Furnace weapon shop loses, we are willing to pay 1 million belly. If you lose, you can transfer that piece of material to me for free. Well, that's it. The middle-aged man in Huxia clothes did not let Old John speak at all to prevent him from going back on his word. He immediately ordered his men to go back and carry the forging furnace and casting materials. Chapter 13. The competition begins. Smoker's suspicion. Well, Ron, why did you agree to his provocation? Old John looked at Ron and wanted to blame him, but he couldn't say it too harshly. He could see that Ron wanted to help yourself, but as an apprentice, how can you be someone else's opponent? Even if you try to compete, you are just making yourself uncomfortable and humiliating yourself. Is this Ron? Plimpton looked at Ron, but unlike his father, he smiled and said, Father, don't blame Ron. Anyway, we can't keep this piece of material. Alas, for him if you lose to the opponent, you might as well let an apprentice take action, so there is no shame in losing. At least our weapons store's name can be barely saved. That's right. Old John nodded, sighed, and then said to his men, go and move the forging furnace and materials from behind. Get better materials. Even if we lose, we can't be too embarrassed. After a lot of hard work, both parties have completed their preparations. The materials prepared by the two parties are not bad. They are all materials that can be used to make weapons of the sharp knife level. Although they are not as precious as the piece of deep-sea cold iron, they add up to tens of thousands of bellies. Value. If you can successfully forge a good sharp knife, it will be a treasure worth millions of belly. However, it is difficult to forge a weapon of that level. Even the royal swordsmith at the Iron Furnace weapon shop is not 100% sure. Boss, don't worry, I can deal with a mere apprentice, can't I? The swordsmith at the Iron Furnace weapon shop said easily. With my skills, although it is difficult to make a weapon of the level of a sharp sword, it is also possible. 50% sure. No matter how bad it is, high-quality weapons will be fine. Of course I believe in the master's craftsmanship. The middle-aged man in gorgeous clothes said with a smile, high-quality weapons are enough. The other party is just a little apprentice. Even if he uses high-quality casting materials, he can make inferior weapons. It's so hard, you want to win? Ha ha ha, that's impossible. Just a young boy. The swordsmith gave Ron a disdainful look. I don't think he can even make inferior weapons. He can only make a blank sword. It's just luck. He won't win with force. Alas, it's impossible to win without force. That's the truth. The middle-aged man in Huxia clothes nodded with deep understanding. Letting the master take action against a young apprentice is really killing a chicken with a sledgehammer. Haha, as long as we can win this piece of material, it doesn't matter. Maybe our weapons shop will be able to produce a weapon with the level of a big sharp knife by then? Ha ha ha, if this happens, we will become the #1 weapon in Logue Town. The store will cause a sensation in the entire East Blue. Even famous swordsmen on the Grand Line will come to our weapons store to ask for swords. Ha ha ha. I'm looking forward to it. After the two parties were ready, Ron calmly stood in front of the forging furnace. Not far from the opposite side, the swordsmith from the iron furnace weapon shop also walked forward leisurely, glanced at Ron contemptuously, and then began to forge. The forging movements are smooth and effortless. At first glance, it is a very high-level sword-making technique. Advertisement. When Ron saw this, he smiled dumbly. He was now at the level of a master craftsman. To compete with a master swordsmith of this level in casting skills, it would be like a father beating a son. He would really win without force. But who told you to run up on your own? Looking for death? I was ready to leave Logue Town, but you came to my door at this juncture. I just wanted to operate on you and pay off old John's favor at the same time. Perfect. Ron was not in a hurry to forge. He casually looked through the casting materials provided by old John, looking at the materials one by one, checking the quality of the materials. His current sword-making skills have been increased to the full level. The knowledge and ability of sword-making in his mind are unparalleled. When he takes a piece of casting material in his hand and glances at it, he instantly understands the quality of the material. After some inspection, Ron put down the materials and started to slowly start a fire to heat up the forge. The large group of onlookers next to them looked at the smooth movements of the swordsmith at the iron furnace weapon shop on the left, and then looked at Ron's slow movements. They all shook their heads secretly. Sure enough, he was a forging apprentice who knew nothing. Not only was his casting speed far faster, he was far behind. His movements were so unfamiliar, he looked like a completely ignorant person. John's weapon shop is definitely going to lose. I don't know what old John was thinking, but he actually sent an apprentice out to compete in making swords. Isn't this looking for defeat? A bystander shook his head and said, if old John does it himself, there might be a chance. You don't understand this. If old John loses in person, what he loses is not as simple as a piece of forging material. Some smart people suddenly smiled and said, if an apprentice loses, then it's nothing, at least the reputation can be preserved, and old John's century-old store can continue to open. It makes sense. Behind the crowd, not far away, Grace was walking over with Smoker and Tashigi. Huh? What's going on over there? Tashigi asked curiously. Not sure. Smoker shook his head. Grace glanced at it and frowned secretly. He knew that the Iron Furnace weapon store was one of the 3 major weapons stores in Logue Town. Because it was close to John's weapon store, it had been suppressing old John's business. At this moment, he saw the appearance of the swordsmith master. The middle-aged man in rich clothes standing next to him immediately recognized their identities. Advertisement. That's the guy from the Iron Furnace weapon shop. He seems to be competing with John weapon shop to forge weapons. Grace said in a deep voice. Wow, let's have a sword-making competition? As a swordsman, Tashiji's eyes suddenly lit up and he became interested when he heard this. It should be. Grace nodded. Haha, let's go and have a look too. Smoker smiled and took the lead and walked over with 2 cigars in his mouth. Oh, is that young man the one who fought in old John's store? Smoker looked at Ron and asked curiously. It's him. Grace's expression changed, and she had a strange feeling in her heart. What on earth is this great swordsman thinking? He must have just learned sword making for half a month. Now, he will try it himself, already? Huh? Smoker noticed the change in Grace's expression and immediately asked in a deep voice. Grace. Well, that's him. Grace looked at Smoker's solemn expression and sighed inwardly. Marine didn't dare to defend himself, so he could only nod helplessly and admitted Ron's identity. That's him. Smoker's expression condensed, and he looked at Ron carefully, and then his expression changed. As a Marine colonel, how could he not know Ron? Although Ron's bounty had just come down a few months ago, he also knew this. He's a pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly. This pirate is a great swordsman. What a joke. Smoker suddenly had doubts in his heart. What is a great swordsman? He is a world-class top swordsman. He is now recognized as the #1 swordsman in the world. Mahawk, one of the Shichibukai, is a great swordsman. There are several others who can obtain the title of great swordsman. Those who hold the title are also the top experts on the Grand Line. Even in the New World, they can be called experts. Those are experts who have reached the level of Marine Admiral. Is the young man in front of me 20 years old? Probably not, but looking at Grace's face, it's obvious that he is the great swordsman. Maybe we made a mistake. Although the sword energy is sharp and powerful, it should not reach the level of a great swordsman. This young man should be just a powerful swordsman. Smoker does not believe that Ron has a great swordsman. Strength, shaking his head secretly in his heart. Chapter 14. Good and Sharp Knife. The big sword is born. Everyone was shocked, sluggish. In the eyes of everyone in amazement, the master swordsmith of the Iron Furnace weapon shop has begun formal forging, melting countless materials. The molten iron is melted in the forging furnace, various materials are put into it, impurities are removed, smelted again, and removed again. Impurities in molten iron are grinded, the knife blank is formed, and the hammer is forged, and the long knife gradually takes shape. Ron, on the other hand, just started to light the fire and slowly began the seemingly clumsy forging. Haha, he is indeed an apprentice. The owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop smiled disdainfully and shook his head, looking at Ron's clumsy movements with a confident smile. It's over, it's over. Prada shook her head and sighed in despair. Old John on the side also shook his head sadly. Ron's movements looked like a new book, even worse than his previous movements in the blacksmith shop. It must be that the pressure of forging in public this time was too great. If you are too nervous to let go, you will definitely lose this time. It is a pity that you have lost a precious piece of material, alas. Ron's face was calm, and he paid no attention to the mocking onlookers around him. They didn't know anything about it. How could a master craftsman lose to a master swordsmith? Impossible. Ron was thinking in his mind. With his current forging ability, as long as the materials and flames can keep up, he can easily forge even the supreme sharp knife, let alone a big sharp knife. Unfortunately, this time the materials provided by Old John and the flames of the forging furnace can't keep up. In the eyes of other high-level sword-making masters in this world, these materials can only forge weapons of the level of sharp swords at most. But who are you? With his current divine craftsman level ability, if he works hard, there is no problem in forging a sharp sword. Using materials that can only forge a good sharp knife at best to create a top-notch weapon like a big sharp knife is barely okay. While Ron was slowly forging, the sword master opposite finally finished forging the sword blank in his hand. His face gradually became excited, and then he put the sword blank in his hand into water for cold brewing. Laugh. Advertisement. Brush. As the swordsmith took the sword blank out of the bucket, a cold light shone from the blade, and everyone looked over in shock. This. The owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop looked at the knife in shock and blurted out, "Good and fast knife." Ha 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 ha. The master swordsmith raised his head and laughed, holding the long knife in his hand and looking around proudly, and said proudly, "I was lucky this time, and I was lucky enough to make a good and fast knife." Ha 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 ha. Okay. Ha ha ha. Good and fast knife. The owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop laughed proudly after receiving the confirmation. Then he looked at Old John and said, "Old John, have you seen it, good and fast knife? You must have never seen it before, right? After all, your family only made good swords more than 100 years ago. What do you think? Do you want to come and take a look? I specifically allow you to come and pay your respects, how about it?" Seeing the other party's proud expression, Old John trembled all over and looked extremely ugly. Damn it. Plimpton gritted his teeth, but could not refute. He looked at the newly released Liang Kuei knife with a burning look in his eyes. Liang Kuei Dao, it would be great if his own family could also produce a Liang Kuei knife. Good knife. Although many of the people watching did not know what level of weapon this was, there were also a small number of people who knew it. After whispering among themselves, everyone finally understood how difficult it was to forge such a weapon. Not easy. Everyone looked at the long sword in the swordmaster's hand in amazement and sighed. Ryo Kuei's sword, a precious Ryokai sword, was born right in front of me. As a swordsman, Tashigi loved famous swords very much. Seeing that he had witnessed the birth of a Ryokai sword with his own eyes, Tashigi shouted excitedly. Sure enough, the strength is not bad. Grace also nodded, looking at the sharp sword in the swordmaster's hand with admiration. Smoker also nodded, but he was not too amazed. As a Marine colonel, although weapons of this level were impressive, they could not make him too amazed. He turned his eyes and looked at that boy. Ron smiled slightly when he saw the swordmaster opposite him completing the casting. The sword blank in his hand was gradually taking shape. Advertisement. Ron knocked it casually a few times and threw it into the cold brew bucket next to it. Haha, have you given up? The swordsmith opposite could not help but smile disdainfully when he saw this. He only hammered twice casually and wanted to forge a good sword. Don't be ridiculous. He felt that the other party had given up. That's right. How could a mere apprentice compare with him? Woolen cloth. Laugh. After the cold brew, Ron calmly took out the knife blank from the bucket. Brush. An astonishing cold light shone, even more astonishing than the sharp sword forged by the swordmaster opposite, and it almost blinded everyone's eyes. After the cold light flashed, a long knife with a sharp edge without opening it appeared in everyone's eyes. This is big sharp knife. Oh my god. Grace, Old John, the swordsmith holding a sharp knife, the middle-aged man in fine clothes, and Tashigi and Smoker beside them all took a breath and looked at the long knife in Ron's hand, all with dull faces, and said speechless. Chapter 15. Blind your dog's eyes. Open black lens bracket, kneel down and ask for support, close black lens bracket. Famous swords in this world are divided into several levels. There are inferior swords made by ordinary blacksmiths, and then there are high-quality swords made by forging masters. These weapons are basically weapons used by ordinary swordsmen, and the prices are not too expensive. It ranges from tens of thousands of belly. And above this, it is a weapon that belongs to the famous sword level. The most famous sword is the 50 Fight Good Knife, which is very famous in the world of pirates. This is the collective name for the top 50 good swords. Above it is the 21 Great Knife, which are the two most famous ones in the world. The 11 Sharp Knives are collectively called, and the top ones are the 12 Supreme Sharp Knives. Each one is a top-level weapon, and some of them have even been lost without knowing their whereabouts. Nowadays, there are almost no swordsmiths who can make the Supreme Sword, which is why weapons of the Supreme Sword level are extremely rare. Now, in front of the people of Logue Town, the two weapon shop owners, the two swordsmiths, the famous swordsman Grace, and the two marine officers Smoker and Tashigi, Ron actually made it so easily. What an incredible thing it is to have a knife of the level of a big and fast knife. Big knife. The owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop looked blankly at the long knife in Ron's hand and murmured to himself, "Impossible, how is it possible? This guy is so young, he is obviously just an apprentice." Quote. Yes. The swordsmith master also looked at the long knife in Ron's hand with blank eyes. He is just an apprentice, but, from the breadth of the knife in his hand, I can clearly feel that, really is a long sword of the level of a fast knife. How is it possible? I must be hallucinating. Quote. Old John also looked at Ron blankly. Among all the people present, who was the most shocked person was definitely Old John, who taught Ron how to make swords. Old John's mind was in complete confusion. Ron's sword-making skills were taught by him step by step. After half a month, he certainly knew that Ron didn't know how to make swords at all before that. You just barely got started, but what does he see now? He actually saw this young man who had just barely started sword-making forge a large and sharp sword under his gaze. This is a big sharp knife. Advertisement. The second-level famous sword among the top 3 levels. Not to mention East Blue, even in the Grand Line, these great swords are snapped up by powerful swordsmen from all walks of life. But a good sword of this level was forged by an apprentice who had barely gotten started in sword making for half a month. I am. Old John didn't know what to say at all, and his face was full of bitterness and helplessness. He had specialized in sword making for decades, and for what purpose? To create a good and fast knife. Level weapons to restore the glory of John's family 100 years ago, but it is a pity that after working hard for most of his life, he still cannot do it. And in front of you. Stop talking. Old John shook his head and sighed. Plimpton and Dorlo next to them were stunned, and then they cheered with joy on their faces. Although they couldn't figure out why Ron, an apprentice, was able to heaven-defy a sword that even the master swordsmith couldn't create. Yes, but it doesn't matter. The important thing is that Ron won. They John's blacksmith shop and John's weapon shop won. One of their apprentices defeated the swordsmith of the Iron Furnace weapon shop, one of the 3 major weapon shops in Logue Town. Since then, after that, John's weapon shop will become famous in Logue Town, and the business will be booming. It is not impossible to even crush the other 3 top weapon shops. Keep him, be sure to keep this Ron. Plimpton and Dorlo looked at Ron's back with glowing eyes. Surprisingly, Smoker looked at Ron solemnly. Being able to create a famous sword of this level is not an easy task. Even in the world government, such a person is a big shot under protection. But in front of him, this small Logue town under his jurisdiction actually appeared, which really surprised him. Unlike Smoker, Tashigi looked at Ron with admiration. She didn't think about whether Ron was a great swordsman or not. Not to mention a top swordsman like a great swordsman, even if he was just one who could create a great sword. Swordsmith, this was enough to make her admire her immensely. Advertisement. Grace also showed admiration. It turns out that this gentleman is not only a powerful swordsman, but also a swordsmith with outstanding skills. How amazing. Single quote. Although he couldn't figure out why such a skilled swordsmith would come to an ordinary blacksmith shop like Old John to learn skills, this kind of thing was no longer important now. Ron held the newly released sharp knife with a look of satisfaction on his lips. In the future, he could collect the materials by himself and then build the supreme sharp knife by himself. Only a famous sword of that level could be worthy of him. Suddenly, 2 pairs of greedy eyes on the opposite side caught Ron's attention. Looking up, he saw the owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop and the master swordsmith looking greedily at the sharp knife in his hand, as if he wanted to kill it. The appearance of taking it as your own. HMPH. Greed. Are you really looking for death? Ron snorted in his heart. If the other party really wanted to think something about the sharp knife in his hand, then it was really the same as looking for death. Sure enough, the 2 people in the Iron Furnace weapon shop looked at each other and saw an unconcealable heat in each other's eyes. As one of the 3 major weapon shops in Logue Town, their dream for many years has been to create a famous sword of great speed. Unfortunately, due to lack of skills, they have been unable to realize their wish. And in front of them, this young boy does not know how to go. What kind of bullshit luck actually created a famous sword? You can't let it go, you absolutely can't let it go. The Iron Furnace weapon shop owner's eyes flashed coldly. He quietly took out a pistol from his arms, and shot Ron in the head very quickly. Boom. You're blind. Ron's eyes flashed with murderous intent. The sword energy soars into the sky, the sword light flashes with cold light, and a human head rolls to the ground. Everyone had just recovered from the shock of Ron crafting a sharp knife, but they were shocked by this terrifying scene. Chapter 16 Killing in Public. Powerful Ron. Please give me flowers, comments, and tips. Although it is a war-torn pirate world, Logue Town is still a relatively calm and stable town. After all, East Blue's Marine headquarters is located nearby. Even though pirates often come to the town for supplies, there are not many pirates. Those who dared to come to rob the town, but now, a living human head rolled down at everyone's feet, and the people couldn't stop screaming. It may not be appropriate to talk about a living head, but the falling head was really still opening its mouth. That was because Ron took action too quickly. Before the owner of the Ironforge weapon shop could react, the head had already fallen to the ground. Then the headless body was filled with blood, and the blood-stained headless body looked extremely terrifying. You, how dare you? The swordsmith of the Iron Furnace weapon shop widened his eyes. He never expected that the boy opposite him would be so decisive and dare to kill people in public. The owner of the weapon shop dared to shoot and kill people because he was in a small town. There is power in the world. Who is the opponent? He is just a little apprentice. If you kill him, you will kill him. As long as you get the big sharp knife, it can be used as the treasure of the Iron Furnace weapon shop. When the time comes, the Iron Furnace weapon the store's reputation will soar now. How dare you shoot me? Ron's expression did not change at all, but his voice became colder. He glanced at the sword master indifferently. Do you want to try it too? How dare you? The swordsmith master was frightened and felt his legs were a little weak. Looking at Ron's cold eyes, he didn't dare to make a mistake. He just stared at Ron with anger and fear. Both resenting Ron for daring to kill his boss, and also afraid of Ron's decisive killing. He would kill just as he said. This guy was simply too dangerous. Snort. Smoker's expression turned gloomy. He took 2 steps forward and walked in front of Ron. He stared at Ron and said, I am Smoker, Colonel Marine in charge of Logue Town. You are provoking Marine's majesty by killing people like this. What? Smoker. Ron glanced at him and thought for a moment. This guy seemed to be Colonel Marine from Logue Town. Luffy had not yet gone to sea at this time. There was still a lot of time before Smoker chased Luffy all the way to the Grand Line. Could it be that this guy are you going to target yourself now? Haha, I am not as kind as Luffy. Ron rolled his eyes and saw the girl walking over and standing next to Smoker. Isn't this Tashigi? Although this girl is a little immature now, she is still a beauty in the world of pirates. Well, it seems that I also need such a swordsman girl in my crew. A smile appeared on Ron's lips. HMPH. Smoker snorted again. He killed someone in front of me and now he is still smiling. He is indeed an evil pirate. Ron, you are a pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly. Now since you have been touched by me, you can't let it go. If you know the situation, you can catch it without any help, and you will suffer less, otherwise. Smoke ignites on Smoker's body, and his devil fruit is smoke fruit, which can turn part of his body into smoke during battle. At the moment when the sword energy exploded, he felt that Ron's strength did not reach the level of a great swordsman. Since he was not a great swordsman, he was not afraid. Advertisement. Haha, Smoker, are you going to arrest me? Ron shook his head and smiled hoarsely. If he knew that Smoker was worried about Vice Admiral, and that his strength had been removed from the level of a great swordsman, he might have laughed a few times. The sword energy he just burst out was only 1/10 of the strength. Of course, it couldn't reach the sword energy of the great swordsman. Does it mean that he needs 50% of the strength to kill a mere Iron Furnace weapon shop owner? Just kidding. Yes, if Ron's full strength reaches 50%, he can reach the level of a great swordsman. When he fought with Grace before, he only exploded to 30%, and Grace regarded him as a great swordsman. But just imagine how strong Ron is now. Shichibukai's strength is second to the 4 emperors. Ron's overall strength is at the 4 emperors level. Even if it is not as strong as Whitebeard, it is almost equal to the lower rankings of the 4 emperors. At least Ron is sure to fight against the red-haired Shanks and Big Mom. Charlotte Linlin and Kaido are no less generous. How could the people in Logue Town be qualified to ask Ron to do his best? The majesty of Marine cannot be blasphemed. Smoker said coldly. This is my jurisdiction. If you commit crimes in Logue Town, you are provoking Marine. Take it. With that said, Smoker had already taken action. Even if Ron was retaliating passively, so what? Ron is a pirate, and the owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop is a citizen of Logue Town. It is not against the law to attack pirates. On the contrary, Ron himself was the one being attacked. The pirate with a bounty on his head now kills someone. This is a crime. You want to arrest me? I'm afraid you haven't woken up yet. Ron shook his head, waved his hand, and slashed out with a knife. Puff. Smoker's eyes moved and he saw the knife coming. The part of his body that was hit instantly turned into smoke, narrowly dodging Ron's knife. Entangle. Smoker waved his hand suddenly, and his hands turned into smoke and entangled Ron. This level of Devil Fruit's power is useless to me. It was not surprising that Ron Smoker was able to use Devil Fruit's ability to avoid his own knife, but when he saw the entangled smoke, he shook his head calmly. Boom. Ron's body shook, and the entangled smoke was exploded by him. Advertisement. Puff. Smoker on the opposite side was shocked, his hands quickly solidified, and his face was filled with shock when he saw the blood spurting out of his arms. Just a simple vibration of the body can injure oneself. How powerful is this? You must know that his hands just turned into devil fruit smoke state, so that they can be injured by the power of shock. Could it be that he is a shock fruit user? Of course, Ron is not a person with shock fruit ability, but his current physical strength is not much different from 4 Emperors Kaido. A physical strength of more than 100 is no joke. Smoker, I will spare your life this time, but... Ron smiled lightly, and after saying a word, he looked at Tashigi. As the price of sparing your life, I will take this girl away. Tashigi was a little worried when he saw Smoker injured, but now his eyes widened when he heard Ron's words. Yes, it's you. Ron flashed and was already standing beside Tashigi, holding Tashigi with one hand and walking towards Old John. Hey, you, let me go. Tashigi tried hard to break away from Ron's grip on her arm, but she couldn't. In desperation, she wanted to draw her knife, but Ron's long knife picked it up, and the one in her hand, the long knife, was already in Ron's hand. You, stop. Smoker looked at Ron angrily and wanted to save Tashigi, but he had been seriously injured. In his heyday, he was not an opponent of Ron's casual blow. How could he beat Ron now? Woolen cloth. He could only watch Ron take Tashigi away, and he could only watch Ron's leaving figure with gritted teeth, his eyes angry but not knowing what to do. The people watching around had fled in all directions the moment Ron committed the murder. There were not many people left, and Grace was among them. However, when he saw this scene, he did not dare to step forward and talk to Ron. After all, he was the one who brought Smoker. Although he was forced to do so, it was a fact. After thinking about it, Grace turned around and left. He didn't want to care about these things anymore. The sword-smithing master also escaped with his assistant dragging the boss's body. At this point, the sword-making competition was over. Chapter 17 Take away Tashigi. Leave Logue Town. Master John, can you help me make a sheath and handle for this knife? Ron pulled Tashigi to the shocked Old John and his son. His face returned to its previous gentleness and calmness, and he raised the sharp knife in his hand with a smile and asked. Okay. Old John stammered in reply. He really didn't expect that Ron in front of him would be such a powerful swordsman. Not only did he kill Iron Furnace in public, the owner of the weapons store shot and wounded Colonel Smoker. This is too fierce. This is Logue Town. The Marine base is here. This Marine base is the headquarters of the East Blue Marine. How could he be so bold? Trouble. Ron nodded and said, but fortunately, I won the sword-making competition this time. While keeping that piece of material, I can also repay Master John's teachings to me. God, it turns out that you agreed to take part in the sword-making competition to help me keep the materials and repay my kindness. Old John rolled his eyes in his heart. You are making such a big fuss just because of this. What do you want me to do in the future? The owner of the Iron Furnace weapon shop is dead and Colonel Smoker is injured. Although it was your hand that did it, you are ours. Blacksmith apprentice. Ron saw Old John's worry, but just shook his head and said nothing. If the owner of the weapons store killed him, he would kill him. It was just a trivial matter. As for Marine, they probably wouldn't cause trouble for Old John, they would only cause trouble for themselves. If Marine really comes to trouble him, who will be unlucky then? In John's weapon shop, Ron was sitting calmly on a stool, with Plimpton and Dorlo standing next to him. Old John was configuring the scabbard and handle of his newly forged sword. When the configuration was completed, he was ready to leave. Next to him was Tashigi, who was sitting next to him. Tashigi was still a little confused. Why did the boy in front of him want to catch him? Is it intended to be used to threaten Marine? Advertisement. Or are you afraid of Marine's attack and want to use yourself as a hostage? She wanted to run away, but when she saw the scary look Ron occasionally gave her, she could only lower her head and give up, but she kept thinking of ways to escape. Plimpton and Dorlo looked tangled at this moment. Ron was very strong and his forging ability was also very powerful. They were still thinking about how to retain this master swordsmith before, but now, they dare not. Among other things, Ron is actually a pirate, and he is also a big pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly. This bounty is already very high in East Blue, and he not only killed the Iron Forge weapon shop just now, the boss also rewarded Colonel Smoker and even captured Tashigi. How can he retain Tashigi? If he stayed, wouldn't he be provoking Marine? So they were entangled, and they couldn't say anything they wanted to retain. What Ron was thinking about at this moment was how he was going to tame Tashigi, this wild little kitten. As he thought about it, he couldn't help but turn his head to look at Tashigi. Well, she had short ear-length hair and wore a pair of small black-framed myopia glasses. When she saw herself looking at her, she immediately showed a fierce and faintly scared look, but she did not give in. It seems that it will take some time to tame her. There are so many beauties in the pirate world, and Ron wants to get them all on his pirate ship. It would be too difficult to conquer them one by one, and he would have no time to spare. So, it is the fastest way to get on the bus first and then buy the ticket, or in other words, to cook the rice first and then talk about the relationship. Of course, Ron was talking about getting on the ship and letting them become members of his pirate group, rather than forcefully obtaining the girls' bodies. No matter how shameless Ron was, there was no way he would do that kind of thing. Well, that's it. That's right. At this moment, Old John came over. He looked at Ron respectfully, and then handed the big sharp knife that had been configured in his hands to Ron. Mr. Ron, your knife. Now Ron is no longer the young apprentice who was under his command before, but a powerful swordsman. Old John has to be careful when he speaks. Well, thank you, Master John. Ron stood up and said with a smile, then, let's say goodbye. Advertisement. Mr. Ron, you. Old John hesitated. Are you leaving Logue Town? Yeah, I still have some things to do, so I have to leave. Ron nodded. He did have something to do. There were so many girls waiting for him to save, so he had to be busy. Well, if you leave, you have to be careful. Old John gave Tashigi a pointed look. Haha, I know. Of course Ron knew what he meant. Not only did he kill someone this time, he also rewarded Smoker, and even captured a little girl from Marine. It would be strange if Marine didn't do anything. So, Ron took Tashigi out of the weapons store and walked leisurely along the street towards the dock. There were not many people on the street. After all, a murder had just occurred here. People who occasionally passed by also heard about what happened here. When they saw Ron, they were startled and ran away. How could ordinary people like them not be afraid of such a powerful and wanted pirate? Tashigi bit his lip lightly and kept looking at the surrounding environment with his eyes, as if looking for a way to escape. However, after thinking for a while, he looked up at Ron who was walking leisurely in front of him, and sighed again. How is it possible to escape with a powerful swordsman next to him? Ron took Tashigi to the dock, touched his chin and looked at the boats at the dock. How to go? Grab a boat and run away. It would be very troublesome for him to drive the ship alone. Even if Tashigi is included, it will be difficult. Forget it, let's hijack a merchant ship. So, Ron took Tashigi on a medium-sized sailboat. As a pirate, robbing merchant ships didn't seem to be an accident. Chapter 18 Hijacking a merchant ship. Target. Girl Kaya. Hey, who are you? The sailors on the merchant ship immediately asked when they saw the two merchants. After all, they were two strangers. How could they not be wary? Get out of here, we're still in a hurry to unload the cargo. A sturdy crew member shouted angrily, stepped forward, and was about to push Ron away. Brush. A flash of sword light flashed, and the crew member's body was instantly split in half. Ron looked around with an unchanging expression, looking at the other crew members and sailors whose movements suddenly stopped, and said calmly, robbery. If you want to calm down the situation quickly, how can you do it without using some tricks? Ah, the crew members immediately came to their senses and ran away one by one, trying to escape for their lives. Swish, swish, swish. There were 3 more flashes of swords, and the bodies of the 3 crew members were separated, and they fell down spraying blood. Ron said coldly, whoever dares to escape will die. Suddenly, no one dared to run away anymore, and everyone stood trembling on the spot. You killed someone again. Tashigi stood behind Ron. Although he was not frightened by the scene in front of him, he was also shocked by Ron's cruel methods. This man simply killed people whenever he wanted. Isn't he too cruel? As a Marine sergeant, it's not like she's never seen someone kill someone, but there aren't many people like Ron who kill people just because they disagree. Even those vicious pirates aren't that arrogant, right? Advertisement. Maybe this is because Tashigi has stayed in a small town with a marine base like Logue Town for a long time and has never seen real pirate plunder. If he went to the Grand Line, it would be called cruel. There are some vicious pirate groups, and even those who dare to attack the country. Ron glanced at Tashigi with a smile. Why, isn't it normal for pirates to kill people? It turns out that pirates are a group of evil and cruel people. Tashigi said through gritted teeth, looking at Ron with resentment in his eyes, but helpless. The people in the cabin seemed to hear something strange outside. A fat man came out, cursing as he walked. You bastards, what happened again? Unload the cargo for me quickly, Lousy has another trip to run. If there is a delay, Looking at the frightened eyes of the obese man who walked out of the cabin, Ron walked directly in front of him without talking nonsense, put a sharp long knife in his hand against his forehead, and said calmly, if you don't want to die, just sail the ship and send him there. If I go to other islands, you don't have to agree, and then go accompany these crew members. Ron pointed his chin at the dead crew members. Promise, let's sail now, let's sail now. Hearing this, the fat man trembled all over. Looking at the several crew members with incomplete bodies on the deck, he quickly shouted, sail the ship, hurry up and sail the ship for me. Very good, just be obedient. I like obedient people. Ron smiled gently and glanced at Tashigi with a hint of direction. Tashigi gritted his teeth and clenched his hands tightly, but there was nothing he could do to Ron. After a while, the merchant ship set off, left Logue Town, and headed towards the ocean. In Logue Town, Smoker found a phone bug and dialed Marine Base. On the phone, he told Ron's evil deeds angrily, and then strongly requested the base's assistance to eradicate such an evil Marine thief. On the merchant ship, the obese man wiped the sweat from his forehead and asked carefully, This pirate, where are you going? Please tell me the location so that I can let the helmsman sail there. Where? Ron thought for a while. He wanted to find Nami now, but he didn't know how to find it. Should he go directly to Nami's hometown? He was afraid of missing out. Maybe Nami was wandering around East Blue and stealing. I need to accumulate Baileys to redeem the village. Advertisement. Go to the island where Silab village is located. Ron thought for a moment, raised his head and said. Silawabu village. The fat man thought for a moment before remembering the location of such a small village. Then he immediately went to tell the helmsman to turn the helm. The merchant ship also began to move quickly towards Xiluobu village. The owner of the merchant ship also wanted to arrive quickly. The location was so that this god of death could leave quickly. If he stayed with this god of death for one more day, he would feel like he was in danger for one more day. What are you doing in Xiluobu village? Tashigi asked with a frown. What is it about such a remote place that attracts this hateful guy? Do you want to take yourself to that place and sell it? That's for sure. Tashigi thought of this and immediately glared at Ron again. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Ron raised his eyebrows and looked at Tashigi amusedly. Did you think I was going to kidnap you? Ah, are you really going to sell me? Tashigi said in shock. Haha, you really think that? Ron felt funny and then stopped talking to her. He went to Silapu village, of course, for Kaya. Kaya is a very cute girl in the early plot of One Piece. She lives in Silapu village with Usopp, but Kaya is a girl from a wealthy family in the village, while Usopp has no father. The mother's orphan grew up. Of course, Usopp's god-tier father is a sniper on the red-haired Shanks ship. He is very powerful. Usopp himself will also be a member of the Straw Hats Admiral in the future. In the future, he will be a strong man with hundreds of millions in bounties. However, Ron does not intend to intercept Luffy and steal Usopp. He is not lacking in strength. In Ron's pirate group, except for himself, the other members must be girls. If not, it wouldn't be so uncomfortable if there were a few men other than myself among a group of pretty girls in the future. Chapter 19 Ron's Strong Mentality. After more than half a month of sailing, the merchant ship finally arrived at Xiluobu village. On the coast, the fat man, the owner of the merchant ship, humbly escorted Ron and Tashigi off the ship. Then he immediately ordered the crew to sail and fled from Ron, the devil, as if they were running for their lives. Perhaps in the mind of this ship owner, this voyage experience will become the most terrifying voyage in his life, because during the voyage, Ron once again used his knife to kill several people who wanted to assassinate him in the middle of the night. The bloody scene frightened everyone on board. Am I that scary? Ron couldn't help but rub his nose and said as he looked at the merchant ship that was fleeing for its life. You are a villain. Tashigi gritted his teeth and said, tell me, why did you bring me here? Do you really want to sell me? Tashigi is self-aware. The person in front of him is a powerful swordsman. He is at best a marine hostage. It doesn't make sense to say how valuable it is. Moreover, the person in front of him let go of the merchant ship without robbing the property. This is strange. As a pirate with a bounty of 10 million belly, how could he leave with such a big piece of fat? Tashigi thought secretly in her heart. The boy in front of her looked small, but his thoughts were very deep, so she couldn't guess what he was thinking at all. Let's go. I'm not here to play. Ron glanced at Tashigi, stretched out his hand, grabbed Tashigi's soft little hand, and walked towards the village. Ah, you, let me go. Tashigi blushed and tried to break away from Ron's hand, but couldn't. Ron's power was so strong. She was a weak woman. Although she was a swordsman, her sword was weak. As for Ron, the strength of his empty hand is not much better than that of the average marine, so how can he be his opponent? Hey, you won't be polite if you move around again, okay? Ron turned his head and glanced at Tashigi's young but graceful body with a sad look on his face. You, don't mess around, I just have to obey you. Tashigi was startled, and she immediately calmed down when she saw something was wrong in Ron's eyes. Along the way, although she was kidnapped by Ron did not treat her badly at all. He provided her with good food and drink, but he did not touch her casually. Now when she saw something wrong with Ron's eyes, she immediately calmed down. Advertisement. Seeing Tashigi calm down and feeling Tashigi's soft and delicate little hand being held by him, Ron smiled slightly and just held her hand and walked towards Xiluobu village, looking like a couple. While walking, Ron was thinking about how he could take Kaya away. At this time, there were still nearly 2 years before Luffy came. In other words, Kaya's parents were still alive at this time. The idea is to cure Kaya's parents' illness, but after her parents recover, will Kaya follow her? There is also a devil-like butler beside Kaya, Cracktail, the pirate captain, in order to plot Kaya's family property. In the original plot, he lurked in Kaya's house for 3 years before being defeated by Luffy and his gang in the end. Judging from the current timeline, it has been nearly 2 years since Luffy's arrival, which means that Cracktail has been lurking in Kaya's house for more than a year. He was waiting for the death of Kaya's parents, and then looking for opportunities to kill Kaya and seize the family property. Damn it, I don't want to think about it anymore. Ron shook his head. Although he was not a reckless man, he was not the kind of person with extraordinary intelligence. What did he think about such a troublesome thing? With my current strength, I can't do anything head-on. Just do it, it's a waste of time to think about what to do. Ron decided to just pretend to be a hostile pirate, expose Cracktail, and then kill him. Once Cracktail strikes back, his suspicious identity will naturally be exposed. Then he can cure Kaya's parents. Then just use this as a threat to take Kaya away. After all, he is a pirate, so why did he do anything righteous? Tashigi was kidnapped by him, Kaya is the second one, and Nami is next. After thinking about this, Ron suddenly felt relaxed all over. He had just gained strength, but his thoughts had not completely changed yet. He was still thinking like the little pirate who was jumping up and down after being chased by Marine. This was unacceptable. A strong person should have the haki and dominance of a strong person. Look at the behavior of Whitebeard and Shichibukai. Which one is not Haki Wushwang? I am no better than them now, but I can't afford to lose my reputation. Well, although his only reputation now is the reward of 10 million belly, he can't resist his strength. In the future, when he gets to the Grand Line, fame and other things will be easy to get. Ha ha ha. Let's go, Tashigi, come with me to pick up your Kaya girl. Ron laughed, pulled Tashigi and walked towards the village that could be seen ahead. The way I act in the future is to be unparalleled and lawless. With hundreds of millions of skill points in hand, who else can I be afraid of in this world? Chapter 20 Captain Crow. Give back my brother's life. Open black lens bracket rolling all over the floor asking for support close black lens bracket. It's not good, the pirates are coming. Everyone, run away. A burst of extremely miserable screams rang out from the end of the village and spread all the way to the village. Ron looked at Usopp's running figure speechlessly. As soon as he arrived at Zailuobu village, he met the ADC of the Straw Hats. As soon as the other party saw his appearance, he turned around and ran away without paying any attention to anything. This guy is indeed Usopp God tier. Is his mouth gold-plated? Ron was a little confused. How could he recognize that he was a pirate? Or is he just guessing? Seeing this, Tashigi was filled with joy. This is good. The whole village will call later. Unless you really go on a killing spree, you will be saved. However, something happened that disappointed her. Damn it, Usopp, you liar, you're lying again. A villager rushed out of the room with a broom and chased Usopp. You little brat, I must teach you a lesson today. Another villager rushed out with a stick, scaring Usopp. Really, pirates are really coming. Usopp shouted nervously. I don't believe you, just go away, I still have to work. A villager carrying a hoe ignored Usopp's shouting and left calmly. Advertisement. Watching the villagers leave one by one, even the few villagers who chased him went away to work. Usopp looked at the sky speechlessly. He felt that he was right. The boy he met just now suddenly came to the island. It seemed that it's really the pirate on the wanted poster, but why doesn't anyone believe it? Why? How could this happen? The most disappointed and speechless person here is Tashigi. She stared at the village in a panic. Are all the villagers fools? Didn't you run away when you heard the pirates were coming? If Ron knew what Tashigi was thinking, he would probably laugh out loud. At this time, Usopp was a liar. The people in the village were already immune to his lies. At most, they would scold him a few times when they heard him shouting early in the morning. Sentence, then do whatever you have to do and ignore him at all. So, Ron led a confused Tashigi towards the conspicuous villa at the end of the village. Although the villagers saw Ron and Ron, they had no suspicion. In their eyes, Ron and Ron were just two young men. Arriving at the door of Kaya's house, Ron looked up and saw that it was indeed a luxury manor worth a lot of money. Not to mention it was in a small island village like Zailuobu village, even in Log Town or Windmill village. They are considered a wealthy family, and I don't know what Kaya's father did before. Judging from the family background, he should be a wealthy businessman. But these are not things Ron has to think about now. He is here for revenge. Bang bang bang. Without saying a word, Ron walked up and slapped the big iron gate of the manor hard. Bang bang bang. After slapping several times in succession, the big iron door banged loudly, finally attracting the attention of the servants in the manor. Who is it? A servant ran over and looked at Ron with an unkind expression. Advertisement. Open the door. Ron shouted with a cold face. Call Captain Crow out. What Captain Crow? There is no such person here. The servant looked at Ron's cold face and panicked, but still replied. You are looking in the wrong place, there is no one named Crow here. Haha, am I looking in the wrong place? Ron snorted and said, Captain Crow is the captain of a pirate group. When I was away, the pirate group he led killed my brother. Now I have achieved great success. I'm here to take revenge on him. Open the door for me quickly, otherwise I'm going to force my way in. You. The servant saw the murderous look in Ron's eyes, and immediately became even more panicked. Looking at the long knife hanging on Ron's waist, he knew that the person in front of him was not easy to mess with, and immediately said, I'm going to find someone, you, don't be impulsive. As soon as the servant turned around, he saw a young man in a black dress walking over. He immediately showed a smile and said, Master Butler, there is someone here who wants to cause trouble. Come and have a look. I will call the master and his wife now. Yes. Cracktail nodded calmly, then watched the servant run away with a gloomy look in his eyes, and then turned to look at Ron and the two outside the door. He was very horrified in his heart. Although Ron's words were far away, he still heard clearly. This guy actually said he came to take revenge on Captain Crow. Didn't he fake his death more than a year ago? How could anyone find him here? Hey, Captain Crow, I finally found you. Ron looked at Cracktail with a sneer and said, Your pirate group killed my brother, you didn't expect that, now I'm here to find him. Who are you? I don't know you. Cracktail frowned and said, You have the wrong person. Leave now, otherwise don't blame me for being rude to you. How arrogant. Ron smiled coldly. What a pity, how could I admit the wrong person? I'm here to kill you today to avenge my brothers. Damn it, who is this guy and why can he recognize me? I have been away from the pirate group for more than a year, and he can still find me here. There was a trace of anger in Cracktail's eyes. He wanted to kill the boy in front of him because he was afraid that Kaya's parents would come over and it would not be good if they were suspected. Ron looked at Cracktail's gloomy face and smiled in his heart. He could kill this guy right now, but Kaya and her parents haven't arrived yet. He had to wait for them to arrive and then put on a show, otherwise he rashly kills people. Not to mention Kaya's parents, even Kaya herself will hate herself for the rest of her life. This is no good. Kaya will be his woman in the future. If Kaya hates him for the rest of her life, it will be too difficult to conquer Kaya. The results are so miserable. Li Zi sincerely asks everyone to give a little support to this book. Really, a little free flowers and evaluation votes will do. Li Zi will work hard to write a good book. Thank you, I am grateful. Close black lens bracket. Chapter 21 Kaya's family. Force out Cracktail's power. Cracktail. Just as the two were in a stalemate, 3 people walked over to the manor. They were Kaya's parents and Kaya herself, followed by several servants and bodyguards. Ron's eyes lit up when he saw Kaya's family coming out. He looked at the cute girl with long golden hair, a delicate and beautiful face, and a thin but well-developed figure. She was indeed very beautiful, worthy of the name of the sea. A beauty who can rival Nami in the early stage of the thief. Master, Madam, Miss. Hearing this, Cracktail turned around and saluted the Kaya family. He is just a stranger. He may have mistakenly recognized the wrong person. It is a sin to disturb the rest of the master and his wife. Oh, it's okay. Kaya's father is a very elegant middle-aged man with short brown hair, a short beard on his lips, and a gentle smile on his face, but his face is a bit unsightly, and he seems to be in poor health. Not too good. Kaya's mother is a blonde-haired woman. Although her face is not as delicate and beautiful as Kaya's, she is still a gentle woman. At this moment, she is also looking at Ron with curiosity. Little brother, why did you come to my house? Kaya's father asked kindly. I'm here to avenge Captain Crow. Ron's expression remained unchanged, and he looked at Kaya's family calmly, then locked eyes with Cracktail and said, Cluff, today is the day you die, I must fight for my death. Revenge for your dead brothers. Master, you also saw it. Cracktail said with an innocent look. Hey, you must have recognized the wrong person. Kaya, a pretty and cute girl, said to Ron. He is our housekeeper, his name is Cracktail, and he is not Captain Crow at all. HMPH, Crow, do you think I won't recognize you after you changed your name? Ron continued to speak indifferently, and then revealed his purpose. You were originally the captain of a pirate group, and now you are hiding incognito. Are you here? What? Do you want to attack this family? What are you talking about? Why can't I understand? Cracktail was shocked, and then there was a murderous intention in his heart. This guy actually knew his plan. He really couldn't let him go. He had to find an opportunity to kill him. Just fine. Advertisement. Little brother. Kaya's father also frowned and said a little unhappy, if you continue to be so unreasonable, I will drive you away. Ron shook his head when he heard this. He knew that he, a stranger who had just appeared, would not let the Kaya family believe him. Clarktail had been here for more than a year, and he had gained the trust of the Kaya family. What could he say to the other party? They won't believe it. In this case, the only way to win the trust of Kaya's family is to force out Cracktail's strength and then kill him in front of him. Tashigi next to Ron was also a little confused at this moment. She had no idea what Ron was causing. Did he have to conflict with others when he first came to this island? Although she felt that Ron was so strong, he still said that now. It was a bit weird, but she didn't dare to say anything more. She didn't dare to interrupt randomly, otherwise, this bad guy might do something weird to her again. Captain Crow, Beiji Crow, whether you admit it or not, I will kill you today. A cold light flashed in Ron's eyes, and he quickly pulled out the long knife from his waist. He slashed open the iron gate of Kaya's manor with a swipe of the knife, and then walked towards Cracktail. HMPH. Before Cracktail could move, Kaya's father became a little angry and immediately ordered, Bodyguard, stop him from getting out. Yes, sir. When the bodyguards in black suits beside Kaya's father heard this, they nodded immediately and then rushed towards Ron. Get away. Ron's eyes widened, and he kicked out several big men in black suits. This kind of power shocked Kaya's parents and herself. At this moment, Ron has come to Cracktail. I will kill you. Ron slashed at Cracktail with a knife. The knife didn't use much force, not even 1/10 of the force. He was afraid that the knife would kill Cracktail, but that was hard to explain. A look of horror flashed in Cracktail's eyes, and he quickly dodged to the side. He didn't want to expose his strength. Once exposed, all his plans for more than a year would be revealed. He was still waiting for the opportunity to come, and swallowed where is Kaya's family property. But he found that the madman-like young man in front of him was very strong, really too strong. He managed to dodge this sword attack, and a large part of his strength had been exposed. Looking at the young man's indomitable expression, he continued to kill, and he sighed in his heart. It seems that he can't do it today if he doesn't use his full strength. It doesn't matter, let him be exposed. After killing this madman who ruined his plan, he will kill Kaya's family and then plunder some more. finance. As for other fixed assets, let's forget about it for now. After making a decision in his mind, Cracktell's aura suddenly changed. He reached into his arms as if to take something. An astonishing murderous intent suddenly appeared in his eyes hidden under the frames of his glasses. This was aimed at Ron, the destructive man. He wants to kill Ron. Chapter 22 shocked everyone. Kill Cracktell. Brush. Boom. Ron slashed with the knife, controlling the force, using very light force, and slashed towards Cracktell's head, but was blocked by a pair of steel claws. Ah, Cracktell. Housekeeper. The Kaya family and the servants looked at Cracktell in shock. They never expected that Cracktell had such power. What happened to those sharp claws? Could it be that he was really Captain Crow as the boy opposite said? Boy, since you are looking for death, then I will help you. Cracktell's face was gloomy, his eyes showed murderous intent, and he looked at Ron and said, "You dare to ruin my plan, damn guy, I will definitely break you to pieces. Thousands of corpses. Haha, let me tell you, you must be Captain Crow." Seeing that his plan was successful, Ron immediately laughed. While leisurely waving his long knife to defend against Cracktell's attack, he said to the Kaya family, "This guy's name is Crow. He is the captain of a vicious pirate group. Many years ago, when I was away, they attacked my ship and killed many of my brothers. I finally found out about them, but I heard that he was caught by Marine and killed in public. Of course I didn't believe it. After I made many inquiries and carefully explored, I finally discovered his plan. He actually faked his death and hid here. This is a cunning guy. He must have an ulterior evil plan after lurking in your house for so long. Now it seems that it is indeed the case." Hearing this, Kaya's family, who were already very shocked, suddenly looked at Cracktell in horror. Kaya's father shouted, "Cracktell, is that true? Are you really the captain of the pirate group?" Advertisement. Heh heh heh. Seeing that he could not attack for a long time, Cracktell was angry. When he heard Kaya's father's words, he knew that he could no longer hide it. He suddenly smiled gloomily. "Yes, I am Beiji Klo, lurking for you. My family is just waiting for the opportunity to kill your family and then swallow up all your property. Unexpectedly, my plan was ruined by this young man who suddenly came in. It is really a pity. Cracktell, you are really a pirate, and you want to annex our family's property." Kaya's father was shocked. He never expected that Cracktell, who lived here in embarrassment more than a year ago, would be like this. A person feels scared just thinking about it. Their family has lived with such a ferocious pirate for more than a year. He is also a ferocious pirate who always thinks about killing his family. It's so terrifying. Seeing such a scene, Kaya was frightened and hid behind her parents. She looked at Cracktell with a fearful look, which turned into a ferocious expression. This guy turned out to be a bad guy who planned to kill her family, which was really beyond her expectation. Butler. The butler turned out to be a pirate. The other servants looked at the murderous Cracktell with some fear. From his words just now, they could understand his purpose of lurking in the manor. It's to kill Kaya's family. If he succeeds, all his servants will die too. Ron doesn't want to continue playing with Cracktell anymore. Now that he has forced out his true colors, his goal has been achieved. In this case, he can be killed. Ron shook the long knife in his hand and was about to fight back, but at this moment, Cracktell suddenly jumped back and escaped before Ron could take action. Then he rushed towards the location of Kaya's family with murderous intent. "Oh, you're really smart." Seeing this, Ron smiled slightly. This guy is indeed a pirate captain. He is also a pirate captain who focuses on strategy and supplements with force. He knows that if he cannot attack for a long time, it will be difficult to attack in a short time. Time to kill him. He may even have felt that his strength is far stronger than him, so this guy immediately changed the target of attack and wanted to take Kaya's family hostage. Sure enough, Cracktell's agile figure had already rushed to the Kaya family. His figure was extremely fast and seemed to use some special footwork. Ron couldn't remember clearly the abilities of this guy in the original plot, but it's really fast. It's impossible to hurt someone in front of me. Ron shook his head calmly, then whispered, "Wind step." The figure disappeared instantly. Cracktell's figure appeared in front of the Kaya family like lightning, with a ferocious murderous intent on his face, and he grabbed the Kaya family with a grin. Kaya's parents looked ugly and were filled with despair. They had no strength and could not escape Cracktell's attack. They didn't even have time to push Kaya away. There was also a trace of fear on Kaya's lovely cheeks. This was the face of life. In times of death crisis, fear naturally emerges. "Don't scare this beautiful and lovely girl, Chloe." An indifferent voice sounded in Cracktell's ears, and then he found himself suddenly flying high in the sky. Just when he was panicking and strange, he turned the corner of his eyes and spotted a familiar headless figure. That was not his own body. Chapter 23. Miracle Dr. Ron. Treat the condition in seconds. Open black lens bracket, kneel down and ask for support, close black lens bracket. Ah, Kaya screamed and hid behind her parents, not daring to look at this scary scene. Her parents also looked nervous, but they breathed a sigh of relief. Cracktell couldn't beat the boy opposite him, but he actually wanted to deal with his own family. Just now they all felt the coldness on the iron claws on his hands. Fortunately, the young man came quickly and killed the villain with one knife. "Are you okay?" Ron asked. "Oh, it's okay." Kaya's father shook his head, and then looked at Ron gratefully. Thank you, little brother. If it weren't for you, we might all have died at the hands of Cracktail. Haha, it's easy. Ron smiled slightly and returned the long knife in his hand to the scabbard. Come and clean up quickly. Kaya's father ordered his bodyguards and servants to come forward and clean up. Then he looked at Ron. Little brother, I wonder if you can come to my house and sit down. This will give me a chance to entertain you. This is a thank you for your life-saving grace just now. Yes, little brother. Kaya's mother also said. If it weren't for you, we would be in danger. I never expected that Cracktail would be a pirate lurking in our house. It's too dangerous. Kaya's mother glanced at Kaya's father with a worried expression. The two of us are in poor health, and we don't have much time to live. If we leave and leave Kaya alone, then, it will be unthinkable. Yeah, Kaya's father also looked gloomy, and then looked at Ron expectantly. Well, Ron pretended to hesitate for a moment, then nodded and said, then I'll bother a few of you. Ha ha ha, great. Kaya's father laughed, but his expression changed, he coughed violently, his face flushed, and there was blood flowing from the corner of his mouth. Dad, are you okay? Kaya asked with a tearful voice, supporting her father. It's okay, it's an old problem. Kaya's father waved his hand and apologized to Ron. I'm sorry, I'm not in good health. Haha, I can see it. Ron said with a smile on his face. If you don't mind, I can help you too to see the wheel medicine technique. My ability is no worse than the sword technique. Advertisement. Just kidding, his medical skills are at full level. His current medical skills are definitely among the best in the world. Treating Kaya's parents is not a trivial matter. What? Kaya's parents were shocked. The young man in front of them was not only skilled in swordsmanship, but also had medical skills. No wonder the two didn't believe it. It took a lot of time for such a young man to learn swordsmanship. It must have taken a lot of time to practice swordsmanship to such a great level. How strong can he be if he also studies medicine? Really? Unlike her parents' doubts, Kaya was full of surprise when she heard this. She is very interested in medical skills because of family diseases. Unfortunately, her ability is limited. So far, she has only started to get started with medical skills. She used it on her parents. There is no way to cure the disease. Kaya can only watch her parents suffer. Kaya feels very distressed in her heart. Now when I heard Ron's words, I immediately felt like a savior had arrived. Kaya stepped forward and grabbed Ron's hand, looking at Ron with a look on her face. You can cure my parents' illness, right? You can definitely do it. Bar. Yes. Ron felt comfortable after being touched by Kaya's little hand. He nodded quickly and said confidently, there is absolutely no problem. As long as you have medical facilities here, it doesn't have to be too high-end. An ordinary medical center will do. Great, really great, Kaya said happily. We have them at home, as well as various medicines and surgical tools. I am very interested in medical skills, and my parents are sick again, so I have them at home. Got these facilities. Okay, let's go inside first. Ron nodded, and then shouted to Tashigi, come here. Who is this? Kaya asked with some confusion when she saw a girl about her own age. Oh, she, my little maid. Ron chuckled and glanced at Tashigi from the corner of his eyes. Damn it, who is your little maid? Tashigi said bitterly in her heart, but seeing Ron's meaningful eyes, she could only nod reluctantly and said, yes, maid. Then, let's go inside. Under the leadership of the Kaya family, Ron and Tashigi followed into the house. Several servants followed to serve, while several bodyguards went to deal with Cracktail's body. Advertisement. You two lie on the bed first, and I will check how sick you are inside your body. Ron said solemnly to Kaya's parents. Okay, little brother. My name is Ron. Ron said with a smile. My name is Kaya. Kaya said with a smile next to her. Ron then looked at the bodies of Kaya's parents, and it only took a short while to understand them thoroughly. You guys have a genetic disease, so Kaya's health is not good, right? Ron asked. Brother Ron is really amazing. He was able to diagnose a hereditary disease just by looking at it like this. Kaya's father said with conviction, yes, ours is indeed a hereditary disease. Very few people in the family can live past middle age. Alas, it's nothing if we die, but it's just a pain for Kaya. Mom and Dad, you won't die. You won't die for sure. Kaya quickly held her parents' hands, with a sad but determined look on her face. Brother Ron will definitely cure you. Oh, Kaya's parents looked at each other. Although they were looking forward to it, they didn't have high hopes. After all, their family was not short of money. They had visited famous doctors in many places before, but those famous doctors took advantage of their illnesses. There was no way around it, so he had no choice but to give up his outside career and bring his young Kaya to this quiet little village to spend the rest of his life. Don't worry, Ron said with a confident smile. I'm different from those quack doctors. Although your genetic disease has already broken out, normally you two only have less than a year left, but if I perform surgery, I can save your lives and eradicate this disease. What? Really? Really? Kaya's parents looked at Ron in shock and surprise, and asked in disbelief. After hearing this, Kaya hugged Ron's arm tightly with surprise. The intoxicating softness pressed Ron's arm, almost making Ron unable to control himself. Chapter 24 Teaching Kaya to Learn Medicine. Teach Tashigi how to sword. Of course, as a powerful person, Ron still had this kind of determination, so he touched Kaya's little head and said, "Don't worry, take me to your infirmary now." Okay. Kaya happily took Ron to the infirmary. Ron checked the medical tools and various medicines in the infirmary, then nodded and said with a smile, "No problem, here are the tools and medicines. Everything is complete, the only thing missing is a great doctor like me. Girl, call your parents and come over." "Well, I'm going now." Kaya, the little girl, happily called her parents. After Kaya's parents came over, Ron began to operate on them. After such a short period of time, he was already familiar with the use of various tools in the infirmary. After maxing out his medical skills, he naturally became familiar with these things. Ever since, it only took a few hours for Kaya's parents' surgery to be completed. Ron also specially prepared some medicines to speed up Kaya's parents' recovery time. As simple as this. Although Kaya's parents were a little weak, they had just undergone surgery, but they could feel that the weakness in their bodies came only from the surgery, and the disease that had troubled them for half their lives seemed to be gone. Of course, Ron said with a smile. Although the genetic disease in your body is deep-rooted, even rooted in the blood, I have eliminated the source of the disease. In the future, the genetic disease in your family will be completely eliminated. Thank you so much, little brother Ron. Kaya's parents were so grateful that they almost cried. They have been entangled with this disease for most of their lives. Of course they don't want to die, but they have no choice but to wait for death. However, now their body of course they are happy when they become healthy. Brother Ron, this is a hereditary disease, Kaya. Kaya's mother looked at Kaya with some worry. Don't worry Kaya, I can cure you. Of course Kaya will be fine too. Ron smiled and glanced at Kaya. However, I see that Kaya likes medical knowledge very much. If possible, I would like to use my medical skills to teach her. What do you two think? Wow, when Kaya heard what Ron said, she suddenly became excited. She was originally interested in medical skills. Now that she saw Ron's amazing medical skills, she was very envious and respected. Now she heard that Ron wanted to teach her medical skills, of course I am very happy. Advertisement. Is this okay? Kaya's parents looked at each other and saw surprise in each other's eyes. Ron's medical skills are so powerful. They visited many places for incurable diseases, and it only took a few hours for Ron to cure them. Well, if you can learn such powerful medical skills, it will be a dream. Of course, Ron said righteously, but in his heart he was looking forward to kidnapping this lovely girl Kaya. Then, Kaya will have to trouble little brother Ron more. Kaya's parents said with a smile. Don't worry, you too, I will definitely teach her all the medical knowledge. Ron paused and said, however, I may have to leave Xyluobu village in a while, so Kaya may have to follow me and leave. You can come back only if you succeed in your studies in the future. Haha, this is no problem. Kaya's parents said with a smile. It's just that little brother Ron has to protect Kaya. Do not worry. Done. Ron smiled slightly. As a result, Ron temporarily stayed at Kaya's house, teaching Kaya medical knowledge and finding something for Tashigi to do. In the garden of the villa, Ron was sitting at a table with Kaya, instructing Kaya on the knowledge from a medical book, while looking at Tashigi who was practicing kendo in the garden. Tashigi, your movements are too stiff. Relax some more. Ron looked at Tashigi who was practicing hard and said, don't you want to defeat me? Such a slow training progress is not enough. I am the same as teaching Kaya. I leave all my sword skills to you, don't be lazy. I know. Tashigi bit his lip and said, I will definitely defeat you. When Ron taught Kaya medical skills, Tashigi asked Ron to teach her swordsmanship. She originally thought that Ron would refuse, but Ron really agreed. So Tashigi was pleasantly surprised and started her training. She wanted to practice transformation. Strong, finally defeated Ron. Advertisement. Ron smiled slightly, want to defeat me? Now that I have the strength of 4 emperors, I guess you will never have a chance in this life. So, just stay with me forever. At this time, a thin man with white hair walked next to him. This man was Meli, the gardener of Kaya's family. Mr. Ron, the boat you requested has been prepared. Meli said respectfully, looking at Ron with unconcealable gratitude in his eyes. As the gardener of Kaya's family, he was able to see Kaya's parents recover. His biggest wish, and it was the young man in front of him who had cured his master and his wife. Of course he was grateful to Ron. Okay, thank you, Mr. Mary. Ron smiled and nodded. If nothing else happened, the boat Kaya's parents made at his request should be the boat used by the Straw Hats in their early voyages, that is, the Going Merry. I will accept Going Merry. As for Luffy, you may have to find another boat in the future. Ron rubbed his chin and smiled. Anyway, Cracktail had been solved by himself before Luffy arrived. Let him find his own way to Luffy's ship. Brother Ron, are we going to see soon? Kaya blinked at Ron with her big beautiful eyes. She was very yearning for adventure in the sea. However, in the past, due to her weak body and the poor health of her parents, she never had the chance. Going on an adventure at sea, now because of Ron, her parents' health has improved, and even her own body has been cured by Ron. Now she finally has the opportunity to go out on an adventure, how can she not be excited? Yes, Ron said with a smile. You will be a member of my ship from now on. Wow, That's great. Kaya jumped up excitedly. She is only 16 years old now, 3 years younger than Ron. She looks like a little girl who hasn't grown up yet, far less than a year later. She was so strong and independent after her parents passed away, and Ron feels that Kaya is the cutest now. Kaya in the original plot had to bear too much, and he will definitely not let her suffer any harm or unhappy things in the future. Hurry up and study first. Ron's face hardened. He flicked Kaya's fair forehead with his finger and said, "From now on, you will be the doctor on our ship. I am the captain, and I will not become a doctor under normal circumstances. I will become the best doctor on Brother Ron's ship." Kaya touched her forehead where Ron shot her. She didn't feel any pain, but she felt a strange sweetness in her heart. She looked at Ron with a strange look in her eyes. Color. Chapter 25 New Bounty Amount. The top of East Blue. It's been quite a while since Ron left Logue Town. Calculated in detail, it's been almost a month. Because of Ron's trouble in Logue Town and Smoker's call to Marine Base, East Blue's Marine Base was not courageous enough and intercepted Smoker's call for help. This is also the reason why no Marine warship pursued Ron after he hijacked the merchant ship. Windmill Village, a group of strong men are drinking in Makino's bar. A newspaper was slapped on the table, and a strong man laughed and said, "I didn't expect it. I didn't expect that a pirate with a bounty of 30 million belly would appear in our East Blue. Ha ha ha, this is East Blue, the highest reward. What? How can it be? Really? Isn't it unbelievable? Who is it? Buggy the Clown. I think it's Krieg." Nonsense. Captain Krieg has already left for the Grand Line. The whole bar suddenly became noisy. Makino frowned slightly, not knowing what was going on. After listening carefully, he finally understood what was going on. Who has the bounty of 30 million Baileys? Makino was a little confused. No pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue has exceeded 30 million. Now that she heard the guys in the bar talking about this matter, she would inevitably be curious. I've heard it before, this guy is so fierce. A bald man said excitedly. That guy actually killed people in Logue Town, ha ha ha, he really deserves to be a pirate with a 30 million bounty. Logue Town. It's awesome. A pirate next to him suddenly stared at him. Isn't that right next to East Blue's Marine headquarters? How dare you do it? I'm convinced. Advertisement. So, why are they pirates with a bounty of 30 million, and what about us? Just a few 100,000. Makino pursed his lips, stood up and walked to a table, picked up a newspaper and read it. It's him. Makino looked at the news in the newspaper, as well as the handsome figure slashing with a sword, and his mind matched the young man who appeared in his bar more than a month ago. It turned out to be him. I was really surprised. Quote. Silip Village, Kaya's house. A news bird fell from the sky. Ron reached out and threw a coin, then picked up a newspaper and read it. My new reward. 30 million belly, haha. Ron chuckled and then looked at other news. Teacher, you. Next to her, Kaya showed a look of surprise. What? Ron smiled slightly. Did you see my message? Kaya lowered her head. Yeah, I'm a pirate too. Ron nodded and said, do you regret learning medical skills from me? No, learning medical skills is my dream. Kaya looked up, her eyes full of determination. Advertisement. But, Kaya looked at Ron in confusion. Teacher, are you really a pirate? Yes, Ron said nonchalantly. The world government has issued a wanted order for me, how can I be wrong? Kaya bit her lip. How can you be a pirate? Kaya. Ron sat up straight and looked at Kaya solemnly. Do you think pirates are all bad people? Isn't it? Kaya asked. The education she has been receiving. No, it should be said, the rumors she has heard, the world government and Marines propaganda, all pirates are hateful and evil, including Ron. After coming here, the pirate Captain Cracker who got rid of their family was a terrible pirate. But now, just as she was about to go to sea with Ron, she saw this news. Ron turned out to be a pirate. He is also a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million belly. He is the top pirate in the entire East Blue. He is even the pirate with the highest bounty in the East Blue. What would she think? She was just an ordinary girl. She immediately thought about whether she would fall into Ron's hands or be kidnapped by Ron. You girl. Ron slapped Kaya on the little head. Hurry up and read to me. You haven't finished reading this medical book yet. Are you still thinking about these messy things? Give me a lesson first, and then talk about other things. Don't let me have random thoughts now. Oh, brother Ron. Kaya suddenly woke up and looked at Ron with some annoyance. Her raised mouth made Ron think wildly. Ahem. Ron looked like a gentleman. I told you, don't think nonsense. Your task now is not to read these news, but to learn medical skills. What? Was the homework I assigned before too light? Damn, I came from the real world and managed to escape the homework assigned by the teacher in the real world. Now it is really difficult to have a student who can enjoy the feeling of assigning homework and tossing students. How can I throw it away at will? Hurry and do it for me. Operation. Seeing the evil look on Ron's face, Kaya suddenly shuddered and immediately lowered her head to do her homework. She started working on the medical questions one after another, completely forgetting her previous thoughts about questioning Ron after seeing the news. Ron was lying on the chair, looking like a wealthy landowner. The servants next to him handed him various fruits for Ron to enjoy. Life shouldn't be too exciting. World government, Marine, haha, they increased my bounty by 20 million Baileys. Including the previous 10 million, it's now 30 million. Ron smiled leisurely and contentedly. 30 million Bailey, those guys. Ron shook his head secretly and looked at Kaya, who was studying hard, and Tashigi, who was practicing hard in the garden. Thinking about his own strength, Ron couldn't help but laugh. For myself, who was now at the 4 Emperors level, 30 million belly, this is the greatest humiliation to me. East Blue Marine. Chapter 26 Leave. Target Grand Line. Going Merry, originally the Straw Hat Crew's sailing ship, has now become Ron's ship. On the seaside, on a simple pier, the Melee docked here. Ron walked to the boat with the 2 girls. Mom, Dad, go back. Kaya stood on the bow and shouted, I will take care of myself. Ron stood aside without speaking, his expression indifferent. Tashigi held his long knife in his hand and looked at Ron with some confusion. Is this guy so ruthless? Kaya, take good care of yourself. Kaya's parents shouted loudly on the shore. Their bodies were not weak at all. Their diseases were completely cured, so there was no need to worry about their health. Seeing that their daughter was about to go away, they both couldn't help but stay. Tears of reluctance. I will. Kaya shouted loudly, raising one arm and wiping the corners of her eyes slightly. Going Merry slowly sailed away from the coast of the island. Looking at the gradually smaller island, Kaya's eyes were full of reluctance. Okay, girl, Ron said coldly, you haven't finished your homework today yet, hurry up and read to me. Oh, Kaya glanced at Ron and responded with a pouted mouth. She thought to herself, this brother Ron is too uninterested. When he learns medical skills sooner, he will definitely come back to visit his parents earlier. Seeing Kaya finally entering the cabin, Ron sighed and said nothing more. Advertisement. You. Tashigi walked over not far away, looked at Ron, moved his lips and said, what on earth are you thinking? What, have you learned the art of drawing swords? Ron glanced at her and asked. Not yet. Tashigi twitched the corner of his mouth and whispered. Why don't you continue practicing? Ron glared at her. You. Tashigi glared at him in return, not afraid at all, just stared, and then chuckled. You are not that hateful. Hey. Ron rolled his eyes and said helplessly, are you still a student? Can you give me some face? Okay, Mr. Ron. Tashigi's face straightened, she responded and turned around to leave, but looking at her shrugged shoulders, you could tell she was snickering. This girl, has she figured out my temper? Ron rubbed his chin and looked at Tashigi's leaving figure, secretly wondering if he was too relaxed with her. It seemed that he wanted to train her into a swordsman. How? You need to work harder. Ron was riding the Going Merry, and the destination was of course the Grand Line. Ron was standing on the bow of the Melee at the moment, looking at the magnificent ocean, but in his heart he was thinking about the beautiful girl on the Grand Line. Well, I went to the Grand Line. According to the plot, the first person I met should be Princess Vivi, who was doting on the surface but gentle on the inside. Princess Vivi should not be let go, and then Robin-chan. But as for Robin, the normal appearance should be a year later. Well, it's too early to think about this now. Before that, let's take down the cute and sexy Nami-chan. Nami-chan, here I come. The Melee followed the waves and headed into the ocean. After more than 10 days, we finally arrived at an island. Advertisement. Ron, the supplies on our ship are almost running out and we need to replenish them. Tashigi came to Ron and said. As a Marine petty officer, he still knows the basic knowledge about sea navigation. Now the food and water on the ship are basically used up. She had to remind that idiot captain. Do you even need to tell me? Ron glared at her. I already knew that. You will get off the boat with me later to replenish supplies. You are responsible for replenishing food and water. Do you understand? No. Tashigi glared at Ron bitterly. This guy knows how to command people, but actually doesn't know anything. It's really hateful. Marines, come and save me from this misery. Regardless of whether the Marines heard her prayer, the ship had already docked. Ron took the 2 girls off the boat with a normal expression and walked towards the shore. This is a relatively quiet island. The people on the island live a comfortable life. They are not too nervous when they see Ron and his party coming. Of course, this is related to the fact that there are only 3 young people on their ship. If a large group of pirates come down, that's definitely not the reaction. At least Ron's ship doesn't have a pirate flag. Tashigi, don't think about running away. Don't prepare food and water. The money is all on you. Ron glared at her, then ignored her and walked directly to the street with Kaya, who was covering her mouth and snickering. Superior. Sister Tashigi, I'm sorry to bother you. Kaya secretly made a face at Tashigi, then followed Ron, walking down the street with a novel look on her face, looking at the various shops on both sides of the street with great interest. This guy. Tashigi watched Ron and Kaya go away and gritted his teeth. Isn't he worried about me running away in the boat? After thinking about it, Tashigi gave up. It was too difficult for her to run away in a boat by herself. Although she could get rid of Ron, it was still difficult to survive on the vast sea, tens of thousands of shells. Lee, does he trust me so much? Tashigi looked at the purchase money Ron gave her in her hand and was a little dazed. Is this guy really the big pirate who kidnapped a Marine sergeant like herself? Is he so brainless? No, this guy is definitely testing me. Just like on that merchant ship before, once I try to escape, he will catch me and spank me. Tashigi's face turned red and he couldn't think anymore. HMPH, I definitely won't be fooled. You still want to take advantage of me? No way. Chapter 27 Little Thieving Cat. Nami. Tashigi was responsible for the food and water, while Ron took the curious-looking Kaya to go shopping. This girl has lived in Zailuobu village since she was a child. She has never been out and has never seen this town that is more prosperous than Zailuobu village, was immediately attracted by the various commodities on both sides of the street. Wow, brother Ron, look there are so many people there. Kaya exclaimed, holding Ron's hand and running forward. Ron took a look and saw that it was a juggler on the street. A man with dexterous hands was throwing a dozen apples in his hands, forming a circle in the air, but he was able to catch every falling apple. There were a large number of children cheering in the crowd of onlookers. After a while, the man picked up all the apples that fell from the sky and distributed them to the children who were watching. With a smile on his face, a clever little boy followed behind him, holding a hat and shouting, brothers, sisters, uncles and aunts. Okay. A group of children who got apples happily ate the apples, while the adults beside them took out some coins and threw them into the hat. The man walked up to Ron and Kaya. Originally, Kaya was not too young. He planned to go around and give apples to those 7 or 8-year-old children, but when he saw Kaya looking at him expectantly, he couldn't help but smile and gave it to Kaya. An apple. Thank you. Kaya thanked her politely and looked at the apple in her hand with a happy smile. Seeing this, Ron smiled slightly, took out a banknote and threw it into the hat of the child who followed him. When the little boy saw that Ron was generous, he immediately gave him more money than anyone else. He smiled happily and kept bowing to Ron. Thank you handsome brother, thank you beautiful sister. Ron pulled Kaya away and glanced at the big red apple in Kaya's hand. Ron coughed and said, wash it later and eat it again. Kaya, who was about to bite, paused, turned to look at Ron, thought about it, and nodded. Yeah. The two continued to walk on the street, and from time to time they bought some fun little things for Kaya, who was stuck in front of the stall and couldn't walk. So Kaya had more and more things in her hands, including some snacks, such as delicious dried fruits, delicious fruit, some exquisitely crafted rag dolls and a bunch of other things. Kaya was happy, but Ron was scratching his head. Did he raise Kaya as a child? Ahem. She is already 16 years old. Isn't this a little bad? But seeing Kaya's innocent look on her face, Ron didn't think much more about it. Advertisement. Suddenly, Ron saw a petite figure in front of him, and his eyes lit up. With that orange hair, flexible figure, and the sly eyes that occasionally glanced at her, this girl, isn't Nami-chan. What? What a coincidence, I met Nami here. Ron suddenly smiled, pulled Kaya and said, let's go, we met a new crew member. Kaya, who was happily eating snacks, was stunned and had no idea what Ron meant. Walking among the pedestrians on the street, Nami is secretly looking for the target. She is here to steal things, but she is not stealing from ordinary people, but from wealthy locals who look rich at first glance, or pirates who come to purchase supplies. Them. Nami's eyes kept searching among the crowd. Suddenly, her eyes lit up, and she saw a young man wearing exquisite clothes, with a beautiful and lovely girl beside him, walking slowly. Judging from the boy's clothes and temperament, he was no ordinary person, and the pile of things in the girl's arms also proved that these two people must be very wealthy. Also, when Ron and Kaya left, Kaya's father gave him several million belly for travel expenses, so she basically didn't have to worry about food and drink. So, Ron, who was being stared at by Nami, showed a strange smile, and Kaya followed him with an innocent look on her face. Nami must be thinking. It's you must have a lot of money. Nami started to take action, following the flow of people and walking towards Ron. When Nami passed by Ron, Nami's little hands flew past Ron with great dexterity. Then she felt happy and glanced at the money bag in her hand. Wow, it's so heavy. There must be a lot of money in it. Get rich. With surprise, Nami took the money bag and ran towards other places. After running for a while, she looked back warily. She didn't see the person chasing her, so she smiled. Haha, I haven't opened for a long time today, and now I finally made a big sum. Let me see if there are any. How many? Hiding in the alley, Nami opened the money bag gently, and immediately saw a large amount of banknotes in the money bag, and started to count the money with joy on his face. 1,000, 2,000. Advertisement. No need to count, there are a total of 135,400 baileys in the purse. A smiling voice sounded from behind Nami, startling her suddenly. When I turned around and took a look, I almost fell down from the shock. Ron and Kaya were standing behind Nami, looking at the girl's surprised expression with smiles. Ron knew that the girl was ready to run away when he saw Nami's eyes glancing around. Also, if she was caught stealing money, what else could she do if she didn't run away? It's over. Nami was annoyed in his heart. These two guys must not be ordinary rich people. I couldn't find it when they were so close. Looking at the two sabers on his body, he must be a powerful person. I may not be if your opponent wants to escape, he must quickly find an opportunity to escape. Nami twisted her body and was about to run towards the alley. Unfortunately, she met Ron. Brush. Ron's figure suddenly appeared in front of where Nami was running, like a wall, blocking Nami's path. Ouch. Nami hugged her head and shouted. She felt she hit something. When she looked up, she saw that it was the boy who was chasing him. Why did he come here again? Nami couldn't figure it out. Unfortunately, time was running out and she couldn't think about it. Nami got up and screamed, "I'll give you your money back. Don't chase after me." Nami threw the money bag at Ron, hoping to use the money bag to attract Ron's attention, and then continue to run away. What a pity. What a pity. Again, she met Ron. Ron stretched out his hand to catch the money bag, moved his feet a little, and came to Nami who had already run several meters away. He grabbed it with one hand and pinched the back of Nami's neck like a cat. No matter how she spread her teeth, she could not run anymore. Chapter 28 The Sword and Rose Pirates are established. Brother Ron. This sister is so pitiful. Should we let her go? On the street, Ron was walking in front with his hands behind his back. Behind him, Nami pulled Kaya and told her a pitiful story about her fabricated life story. Kaya was so moved when she heard it that she couldn't help but plead to Ron. Ron stopped and looked back at Nami, whose expression suddenly changed from cunning to innocent. He couldn't help but twitch the corner of his mouth. This Nami-chan is really smart. Although her own life experience is indeed miserable, what the hell kind of life experience did you make up? Ah. He grew up without a father or a mother, and lived by picking up garbage. He was beaten severely by others on the street every day, and he could only make a living by stealing. The key is that Kaya really believes it. Don't listen to her nonsense. Ron glanced at Nami's pretty face and said, "How dare you steal something from me? I won't let you off so easily. Hey, I've already paid you back the money, just let me go." Nami had a miserable expression on his face, pretending to sob and said, "I'll never steal anything again." Pretend. Keep pretending. Ron ignored him and continued to turn around and leave. Kaya sighed and continued to comfort Nami from behind. "Don't be afraid. Brother Ron is a very nice person. When he calms down, he will definitely let you go." Nami, however, did not comment on this. This guy must have taken a fancy to this girl's natural beauty, and wanted to take her back to occupy her. She would never give in. I have to say that Nami really guessed what Ron was thinking. Ron came to a tailor shop and went directly to the shop owner and asked to make a pirate flag. Advertisement. When he heard that it was a pirate flag, the store owner didn't dare to neglect it. After a while, the flag was ready. Ron looked at the golden sword and skull on the flag, as well as the entwined red roses, and couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. After giving the shop owner some money, Ron took the pirate flag and left with the two girls. Nami behind him saw the pirate flag in Ron's hand, and his face turned pale. It was over. It turned out that this guy was a pirate, and it was really over now. After some shopping, Ron took Kaya and Nami back to the boat. Tashigi had purchased a large amount of food and water and had people deliver it to the boat. Ron and others came back and happened to see the delivery guy leaving. Who is this? Tashigi looked at Nami and asked. "A thief," Ron said casually. Nami looked at Tashigi innocently. She opened her mouth to Ron's comment, but still couldn't refute it. She was caught stealing something and both the person and the person took the stolen goods. How else could she defend herself? "Sister Tashigi, I bought a lot of delicious food, look." Kaya gave some snacks to Tashigi, and after thinking about it, she also gave some to Nami. "Thank you." Nami thanked him politely. Over there, Ron moved and jumped onto the sail. He hung the pirate flag on it. After landing on the deck, he looked at the pirate flag fluttering in the wind and nodded with satisfaction. "Is this our pirate flag?" Kaya looked at the fluttering flag and asked, "What is the name of our pirate group?" "Sword and Rose Pirates," Ron said with a smile. "How about this name?" "What a nice name." Kaya nodded. Advertisement. The Sword and the Rose. Nami had a black line on her head. This name is too weird. Ron glanced at her, and Nami immediately changed her mind. This name is so nice, and it's so cute and powerful. Yeah, Ron smiled with satisfaction. Tashigi didn't comment much on this. It was a bit difficult for her, a marine sergeant, to praise the name of the pirate group. Now that our supplies have been replenished, let's continue sailing. Ron waved his hand and ordered. Hey, you, let me go. Upon hearing this, Nami quickly shouted, "I don't want to follow you. I've paid you back the money, let me go." "No," Ron said decisively. "You stole my money. This is a fact. As punishment, you must stay on the ship for a period of time. When I feel that the punishment has been passed, I will let you go." When Nami heard this, she was furious and glared at Ron with a look of dissatisfaction. "What, do you want to fight?" Ron smiled and looked at Nami. "I'm telling you, I'm a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million belly. Let alone fighting, you can't escape under my nose. It's possible. Go to work quickly, because if you don't work, you won't have food to eat." "You still want to work?" Nami shouted nonchalantly. "I don't want to work." "Then you just wait until you get hungry." Ron chuckled, ignored her, took Tashigi and Kaya directly, controlled the melee and started to leave the dock and continue sailing towards the ocean. Damn guy. Nami paused and touched his belly. This is not possible if he is hungry. Well, pretend to be obedient first, and then run away when he finds an opportunity. So, Miss Navigator, Nami-chan had to temporarily become a member of the melee and start working in order to fill her stomach. Chapter 29 East Blue Beauty. Marine is coming. Sink the warship with one sword. Above East Blue, In the majestic ocean, the melee is riding the waves, heading towards Upside Down Mountain. Ron's destination is the Grand Line. On the deck, on a deck chair, Ron was lying on the chair reading a newspaper. Next to him was Kaya, who was reading a medical book. Her fair and pink face was full of serious study. Although Ron was reading the newspaper, his mind was not on it. We're about to go to Upside Down Mountain, no. Ron suddenly glanced at Nami, who was looking at the sea and observing the weather not far away from the corner of his eyes. You should help Nami solve her family's problems first, otherwise the girl will never truly return home. Also, Nami's sister Nokigao is also a pretty good girl. Maybe we can take her with her along the way. Ron rubbed his chin and thought. Nokigao is also a cute girl. She is a different type of girl than Nami. You can consider it. Let me think about it. Are there any cute girls in East Blue who are waiting for me to save them? Ron thought about it, with a righteous look on his face. Alas, in order to save the girls, he was really exhausted mentally and physically. Ah. By the way, there's Makino. Last time I went to Windmill Village just to learn skills, so I didn't even think about saving such a gentle and beautiful girl. What a sin for me. With a smile on Ron's lips, he confirmed Makino also joined the Sword and Rose Pirates. But how to get Makino to join in? Should we just rob people directly? Windmill Village is no different from other places. The red-haired Shanks knows Makino, and Luffy lives there. If he takes Makino away forcibly, will the red-haired person be dissatisfied? No matter what, with my current strength, I am still afraid of red hair. Let's get Makino first. Advertisement. Ron made up his mind and didn't feel that he was no different from the bandits now. East Blue, and Alvida. Well, but Alvida hasn't eaten the slippery fruit yet, so, let's forget it for now, let's talk about it later. Ron thought, then made up his mind, raised his head and looked towards Tashigi and Nami shouted. Two beauties, don't go directly to Upside Down Mountain yet, let's go to Windmill Village first. Windmill Village. Tashigi glanced at Ron in confusion. Why do we need to take a detour to Windmill Village? We have enough supplies to go directly to Upside Down Mountain. Go if you are told. I am the captain. Ron said sternly. Of course there is something going on in Windmill Village. There is a person there waiting for me to rescue her. Save someone. Tashigi and Nami were both stunned for a moment, but seeing the serious look on Ron's face, they didn't continue to ask. Brother Ron is a miracle doctor. At this time, Kaya raised her head and said, since Brother Ron plans to go to Windmill Village, someone must be sick there, right? Yeah, Ron said kindly, yeah, so I'm going to save people. So what if I take a detour just to save people? Brother Ron is so kind. Kaya looked at Ron with a look of admiration in her eyes. Ron accepted Kaya's admiration with a smile, touched Kaya's little head and said, Kaya's medical skills have improved rapidly recently. Soon you will be able to treat patients alone. Is it true? Kaya said in surprise. Am I really going to be able to treat patients soon? Of course, you don't even know whose disciple you are. Under my careful cultivation and consistent teaching, it's normal for you to make such great progress. Ron said this, and Tashigi and Nami, who were not far away, rolled their eyes. How can you cultivate her carefully? It's obvious that Kaya is studying by herself, okay. You just lie there reading the newspaper and eating snacks when you have nothing to do, and you follow the instructions. You really have no sense of shame. The melee turned around and headed straight for the Windmill Village. According to Ron's sailing plan, after going to the Windmill Village, it would go to Cocoa West Village, Nami's hometown, and completely eliminate Arlong's gang and let Nami return to her home. Of course, Nami doesn't know the news yet, and Ron plans to give her a surprise. Advertisement. By then, Nami might be moved to tears, and in a moment of excitement, she might even pledge herself to him. Ron felt that he should reluctantly accept Nami's pledge, because he was so kind. At this moment, Nami exclaimed, no. What's wrong? Ron, Tashigi and Kaya, who was reading, all looked up. Nami pointed to the sea ahead and said, there is a marine warship ahead. Oh, Ron stood up and looked toward the sea. Sure enough, he saw the flying seagull flag and a small marine warship heading towards the melee. He's saved. Tashigi smiled immediately when he saw the warship. Tashigi. Ron noticed the change in Tashigi's expression and said with a smile, you don't think this warship is coming to save you, do you? How is that possible? Tashigi waved his hand awkwardly. Boom boom bang bang. The warship on the opposite side had obviously discovered the traces of the melee and saw the pirate flag waving. Without saying a word, it fired directly at the melee. You did it so quickly. Ron raised his eyebrows and said with some displeasure, it's an eyesore and disturbs my good mood. Brush. A sword light lit up, and the sword light shot into the sky and hit the warship on the sea in the distance. The entire warship was cut into two halves by Ron in an instant, and slowly sank towards the bottom of the sea. Fortunately, it was made of wood. Part of the warship's hull was floating on the sea. The marine soldiers who had fallen into the water were lying on the wreckage of the warship in horror, watching helplessly as the melee flew away. On the deck of the Mary, the three girls, Tashigi, Nami, and Kaya, looked at Ron who was slowly sheathing his knife in horror. They were so shocked that they couldn't say a word. Chapter 30 Windmill Village. It's so cool to grab Makino and run away. Looking at the pirate ship gradually disappearing, the marine soldiers on the wreckage of the warship were all horrified. Then, that skull and crossbones flag. There is a sharp sword stuck on the skull and a rose wrapped around it. What kind of pirate group is this? How could it be so powerful? The marine soldiers on the wreckage of the warship were shocked and watched the melee leave in horror. And on board the melee. Then, that knife, so scary. Tashigi looked at Ron, who was standing with the knife put away in shock. He didn't know how to describe the knife he just saw. That knife was so amazing. With one blow, the warship split open and sank. Terrible. This. Nami looked at Ron's back in shock. Is this the strength of the great pirate with a bounty of 30 million Baileys? It's too scary. Brother Ron is indeed the most powerful. Kaya thought as she looked at Ron's back with admiration. Ron's face remained unchanged, and he still stood on the bow of the ship. The mere sword strike just now was really nothing to him. If it was just a small warship that allowed him to attack with all his strength, it would be too cheap. It was just a sword strike with 30% of his strength. Nothing at all. Okay, let's start the boat quickly. Ron waved his hand and told the shocked girls to start the boat quickly. Okay. Tashigi and Nami woke up with a start. Without saying anything, they immediately accelerated the boat and headed towards the windmill village. On the damaged marine warship, a very embarrassed captain held a phone and shouted angrily. Support, support quickly, we have encountered a powerful pirate attack, support quickly, yes, it is the 30 million Bailey reward. Golden Pirate. At the East Blue Marine headquarters, Smoker's eyes narrowed. He is the 30 million belly pirate. Don't worry, Tashigi, I will definitely rescue you. A dozen marine warships sailed out from the East Blue Marine base headquarters and headed up East Blue, looking for the location of the Ron pirates. And now Ron is taking the melee to the island where the windmill village is located. Windmill village, I'm back. Ron chuckled and looked at the pier not far away. The melee moved towards the pier and soon arrived at the pier. You guys wait for me here, I'll be back in a minute. Ron's lips cracked, revealing an inexplicable smile. Remember to run away later. Advertisement. Huh, run away. Nami was stunned for a moment, confused as to what Ron was talking about. Does Ron need to run away? At least it's not needed in East Blue, but I can't help but like him. What is he here for? He is here to rob someone. How can he not run away if he robs someone? Ron jumped up and landed on the pier of Windmill Village. He walked towards the small town of Windmill Village with steps that he didn't recognize, and his destination was directly towards the hotel where Makino was staying. Currently, Makino is still single, a single girl with no relatives. The people she is most familiar with are the villagers in the town, Luffy and the red-haired Shanks. Ron arrived at the bar, with a weird smile on his lips, and headed straight for the bar. At the bar, Makino is preparing drinks with a gentle expression. The bar has been doing well recently, so she is busy. Huh, Makino looked up and saw Ron. Hello, Mr. Ron. Makino laughed. Long time no see, why are you still here? Your bounty has increased, be careful Marine is chasing you. Haha, Miss Makino, don't worry about these little things. Ron laughed, stepped in front of Makino, and said, I want to ask, are you interested in venturing on the ocean? Huh, Makino looked at Ron inexplicably, not knowing what he meant. There was a puzzled look on his pretty face, which did look attractive and so cute. Hey, give me a beer quickly. A strong man in the bar shouted dissatisfied, looked at Makino with an unkind expression, and cursed angrily, do you still want to do business? Are you looking for death? Looking for death. Ron glanced at him with a cold expression. Sorry, the beer will be ready later. Makino apologized and immediately turned around to prepare the beer. No need. Ron shook his head. He can't drink anymore. Huh, Makino looked at Ron in confusion. Ron stretched out his hand to draw the knife, and with 2 clicks, the strong man not far away fell to the ground, his head already rolling to the ground. Advertisement. After the sword drawing skill is fully upgraded by Ron, unless the Shichibukai level is strong, other people below this level will not be able to see him take action. Huh, Mr. Ron, you. Makino looked at Ron in surprise. She clearly felt that the strong man's death was related to Ron, but she couldn't tell whether it was due to Ron's death. The speed of drawing the sword was too fast. Now, she couldn't see Ron's move. Ah, run quickly. Dead people, run for your life. The guests in the bar fled quickly for their lives, and the whole bar suddenly became a mess. Mr. Ron. Makino pouted and said in frustration, what are you doing? It's affecting my business. Ron looked at Makino's cute appearance, smiled slightly and said, Ms. Makino, I would like to ask you to go to sea with me. Is that okay? Going to sea? Makino shook his head. I'm sorry, I want to live a stable life and don't want to go to sea. Oh, you really want to go to sea with me? That would be great, Ron said happily after hearing this. I will take you away now. Huh, Makino was stunned. Do you have ears? I mean, I don't want to go to sea. I want to live a stable life. What about you? Ron moved and came to Makino's side. He stretched out his arms and hugged Makino's soft and delicate body. He ran away after resisting. He left the bar and ran towards the pier. He looked like a typical mountain king robbing a girl. Appearance. Hey, you, Mr. Ron, what are you doing? Put me down. I don't want to leave. I don't want to go to the sea. You, put me down quickly. Makino was angry and slapped Ron on the back. But it is of no use at all. Call. Ron brought Makino to the boat and put him down. Before Makino could say anything, he immediately ordered Tashigi and Nami, who were stunned in front of him, and Kaya, who was confused, set the boat quickly. There are villains chasing after you. If you don't run, it will be too late. The enemy is too strong. I am no match for him. After listening to Ron's nonsense, Tashigi, Nami and others could not tell the truth from the lies, and they were immediately frightened and quickly sailed away. Looking at the windmill village going away, Makino was a little confused. Her mind was still in a state of confusion. Was she being abducted on a pirate ship? What on earth is going on? Chapter 31 Ron. Gritting teeth. Mr. Ron, you. Makino looked at Ron helplessly, and then at the other 3 girls on the boat. She seriously doubted whether these 3 girls were kidnapped like herself, but this boy, although the attack was very fierce, it didn't look that bad. Why would he do such a thing? Well, Makino, you should settle down on the boat first. Ron chuckled and said without refutation, now that you have boarded my boat, don't think about going back in a short time. You are only alone anyway. And don't worry about your own safety, I will protect you. Mr. Ron, I told you, I don't want to take risks at sea. Makino sighed and said, if I had wanted to, I would have followed Shanks when he went to sea. Red hair. Ron glanced at Makino strangely, thinking that Makino seemed to have a relationship with Shanks in the original plot. Could it be that the two were lovers? That's not right. If they are really a couple, it's impossible for Shanks to not go back to Windmill Village to visit Makino for such a long time. I want to ask, you and Shanks. Ron looked at Makino and asked hesitantly, between you, right? Makino frowned and didn't understand what Ron meant, but he still said, I have a very good relationship with Shanks, and Luffy and the others. Mr. Garp, let me tell you, if you don't put me back, Shanks will definitely know that I was kidnapped by you. Now someone in Windmill Village must have spread the news that I was kidnapped. You may be in danger by then. You should know that Shanks is now one of the New World 4 emperors. Ron heard this, but did not take such a thing to heart, but he also roughly understood from Makino's words that although Makino had a good relationship with the red hair and others, they should not be a couple. That's good. Haha, red-haired Shanks, I'm looking forward to meeting him. Ron waved his hand and said confidently, I don't know what level his strength is among the 4 emperors. You. Makino looked at Ron's confident look and couldn't understand where his confidence came from. Those are the 4 emperors, the top level of combat power in the world. Aren't you afraid at all? Ron walked away. Makino looked at Ron's leaving figure and sighed again. What happened to him? He was brought to this pirate ship inexplicably. It was really speechless. Sister Makino. Seeing Ron leaving, Kaya immediately walked to Makino, looked at the gentle Makino, and said, are you the person that Brother Ron wants to save? That's great. Don't worry, Brother Ron's the medical skills are very powerful. When Makino heard this, he was full of questions and had no idea what Kaya was talking about. Advertisement. Nami and Tashigi also came over and looked at Makino's confused look. They looked at each other and had strange thoughts. Aren't you sick? No. Makino shook his head. He was fine. How could he be sick? How is that possible? Brother Ron said that there is a girl in Windmill Village who is seriously ill and needs him to save her. Our ship took a special detour. Kaya said with a frown. I was snatched directly by him. What's wrong with me? Makino said, covering his head. Tashigi and Nami were speechless for a moment, and then said speechlessly, I knew that guy must have come here to snatch you because you were beautiful. Kaya was stunned when she heard this. It's normal. Tashigi gritted his teeth and said, I was originally the adjutant of Colonel Smoker in Logue Town, a marine sergeant. I was robbed by this guy in Logue Town before. What a hateful guy. This B*********** D snatched away pretty girls when he saw them. He is indeed an evil B********* D pirate. Nami also gritted his teeth. I just stole his wallet and gave it back to him, but he forced me to the boat and refused to let me go. This pervert really fell in love with my beauty. That should be it, Tashigi said helplessly. Makino, don't worry, settle down on the ship first. I have been taken away by him for so long, and Marine will definitely not let it go. When the time comes, Marine will save him. If you leave me, you can leave together. Yeah, Makino and Nami both nodded when they heard this. How is this possible? Kaya said in disbelief. Brother Ron is so good, how could he rob someone? Sister Kaya, that guy is a big ST, haven't you noticed yet? Nami reached out and tapped Kaya's forehead, which looked innocent. I can't tell, Kaya said blankly. Brother Ron is such a good person, how could he be AST? Forget it. The other girls didn't say much when they saw this, they just turned around and went to do other things. Tashigi took Makino to the cabin and arranged a place for her to stay. Chapter 32 Marine Encirclement and Suppression. The Unlucky Clowns Buggy and Alvida. East Blue. Dozens of nautical miles ahead of the Melee, there are 2 pirate ships sailing rapidly, the direction of which is exactly where the Ron Sword and Rose pirate ship is. Damn it, are all the Marines crazy? On a ship with a red-nosed skull-shaped pirate flag, Buggy the Clown looked angrily at the dozens of warships chasing after him, with fear and panic in his eyes. Captain Buggy, Marine is really crazy. They sent more than a dozen warships to encircle and suppress our clown pirates. Buggy's men said in fear. Their firepower is too strong and the warships are fast. Captain Buggy, think about it. Find a way. Yes, Captain Buggy, those warships are about to catch up. The other pirates also shouted. What can I do? Buggy was sweating on his forehead. He was also frightened. There were more than a dozen warships. Although most of them were small warships, there were also 3 medium-sized warships. Those 3, the performance of a medium-sized warship is completely better than his pirate ship. How can it escape? Thinking about it, Buggy turned to look at another pirate ship sailing next door. It was a ship with a bow that looked like a seabird, and there were some heart-shaped patterns printed on it. It was none other than East Blue's more famous pirate Alvida ship. Hey, Alvida, we have to join forces. Buggy shouted in the direction of Alvida. Who wants to join forces with you, Big Nose? Alvida's short and fat figure was standing on the deck, holding Senon's mace in her hand, looking at the marine warship chasing behind with a ferocious expression. When she heard Buggy's words, he said disdainfully to Buggy, "You lured Marine here and you want me to join forces with you. You be ********D, let Marine catch you today." No, Alvida, if I get caught by Marine, you won't be able to escape. Their speed is much faster than our ship. Buggy was frightened and thought of the misery he would face after being caught by Marine. Buggy suddenly went crazy. Then don't join forces with you. Alvida opened her mouth and sneered. Just stay and help me delay for a while. Then, Alvida gave a loud order. Speed up and get rid of the clown pirate ship. With him helping us delay, we will definitely be able to escape. I understand, Captain Alvida. When the pirates under his command heard that they could escape, they all immediately became energetic and tried their best to control the ship and escape quickly into the distance. Damn it. Buggy scratched his head frantically, and his scalp was almost pulled off by him. Unfortunately, he had no way to do it because the Marines were already surrounding him. Advertisement. Boom boom. The Marine cannon roared, and a bunch of shells flew towards the pirate ship where Buggy was. Fight back, fight back. Buggy's face turned serious and he shouted loudly, "If you want to catch me, Captain Buggy, just dream." Boom boom boom. Buggy's pirate ship also heard a burst of cannon fire, and began to fight with Marine. Not far away, Alvida laughed when she saw this. Let them fight, let's continue to escape. In the pursuing Marine fleet, on the deck of one of the 3 largest medium-sized warships, stood a thin Marine Commodore. What a coincidence, I met the clown pirates and the Alvida pirates. Ha ha ha, before I catch that Ron, I can catch 2 more pirates with high bounties, this mission is really profitable. A Marine Lieutenant Colonel next to him heard this and complimented with a smile. That's right, Bryn Blin Commodore personally took action, how can there be any saying that the task cannot be completed? It's just a Ron, he must be easy to catch. He can be captured. Ron encountered these 2 pirate groups on his way, and it was just their misfortune that they actually encountered Bryn Commodore on his way out. Ha ha ha. Bryn Commodore was even more happy when he heard this. He put his hands behind his back and said with a smile, "Then wait for us, hurry up and deal with these 2 guys. Alvida seems to want to run away, how can I let her escape from me?" "Did you run away?" "Don't worry, Lord Commodore, she can't escape." The Marine warship began to adjust its formation. A medium-sized warship led 6 small warships and quickly pursued Alvida, while the rest continued to surround Buggy's clown pirate group. Damn it, these guys actually sent 7 warships to chase me. Alvida immediately discovered the warships coming to pursue her and was immediately furious. Keep running. Okay, Captain Alvida. Advertisement. On the melee, Nami was looking at the sea. Suddenly her expression changed. She saw 7 warships chasing Alvida on the sea in front of her. No, Nami shouted loudly. There are warships ahead, a lot of them. They are chasing a pirate ship. Ron, come on. What? A pirate ship, and a warship? Kaya and Makino were shocked. They immediately walked to the deck and looked towards the sea. Their expressions immediately changed when they saw it. It was really a pirate ship and a warship. Warship. Tashigi's eyes lit up. Was he the Marine who came to rescue him? Definitely. Tashigi immediately ran over, and when he saw it, he felt happy. What's the situation? Ron gasped and walked out of the cabin. He was a little unhappy. He finally took a nap and was woken up. It was really Xiaoxing. Brother Ron, there are pirates and Marine warships ahead. Kaya felt relieved when she saw Ron arriving, and quickly took Ron's hand and started talking. Pirate ships and warships. Ron raised his eyebrows. It doesn't matter what ship you are on, it's your fault for disturbing your nap. Ron looked at the sea with some warmth and anger. With his sharp eyes, he immediately spotted the Alvida pirate ship and the clown pirate flag on the sea a little further away. It turned out to be them, Alvida and Buggy the clown. Ha ha ha, how miserable they are, being surrounded and suppressed by more than a dozen warships. How miserable, how miserable. When Ron saw it, he immediately laughed happily. Chapter 33. Don't be afraid. Even if the sky falls, Brother Ron will hold him up. Forehead. The girls laughed happily when they saw Ron, and their heads were filled with black lines. Hey, why are you so shameless? Hey, they are coming towards us, so fast. Nami exclaimed. Yes, it seems we have been discovered. Tashigi also nodded and said. Kaya and Makino didn't speak, but they were a little nervous. The 2 of them rarely went to sea. Even Kaya had hardly been to sea since she was a child. Now that she saw a large number of warships and pirates fighting at sea, it would be wrong to say she wasn't nervous. Possible. Ron's expression didn't change at all. There were only 2 pirate ships and a dozen warships, which posed no threat to him at all. It was just that the girls on board required him to devote some of his energy to protecting them. Quick, Alvida looked at the pirate ship that suddenly appeared behind in surprise, and immediately issued an order. Get closer to that pirate ship, and let this guy help us attract firepower like Buggy the Clown. Haha. I understand, Captain Alvida. Upon hearing this, the pirates under his command immediately became energetic and steered the ship towards the melee. Buggy, the clown who was fighting with the Marines over there, was so heartbroken when he saw each of the crew members being injured or even died one by one. These were his precious men, precious crew members who helped him rob money. Captain Buggy, there's something going on behind the scenes. A subordinate ran over and shouted to Buggy. A pirate ship suddenly came over. The pirate flag looked a bit strange. It seems to be a newly established pirate group. Oh, Buggy's eyes lit up, and he immediately shouted. Then let's retreat while fighting, and move toward that side. If there are 3 pirate ships, we should be able to escape if we work together. Understood. Huh. On the Marine warship, the Marine Commodore raised his eyebrows and looked at the melee that suddenly appeared, but said with a smile on his face. Another pirate ship appeared. Ha ha ha, I am so lucky today. Give me the order to surround them from the front, and be sure not to let these 3 pirate ships go. Yes, Lord Commodore. Advertisement. On the deck of Going Merry, Ron's expression changed, and he said in a funny tone, this Marine fleet is really floating. I haven't even gone to trouble them yet, and now they are surrounding us too. Ha ha ha. Brother Ron, there are so many warships. Us, why don't we escape? Kaya said timidly, holding Ron's arm tightly with both hands, looking scared. Don't be afraid. As long as Brother Ron is here, the sky won't fall. Even if the sky collapses, there will still be Brother Ron to support you. Ron touched Kaya's little head, although Kaya is already 16 years old and is a big girl. However, Ron still doted on her like a child. Kaya herself also liked this feeling of being pampered. Well, Brother Ron is the best. Kaya breathed a sigh of relief after hearing this, no longer worried, but stood next to Ron with confidence. This guy. Nami looked at Kaya, who was doted on by Ron, and a trace of envy emerged in her heart. She was attacked by Arlong's gang when she was young, and her beautiful life was gone forever. She grew up to be so big under the pressure of Arlong, and in order to raising 100 million belly to buy her own village and save the people in the village. Nami's childhood life was very miserable, so she envied Kaya, who was doted on by Ron. Tashigi's eyes were fixed on those Marine warships, and he was sure in his heart that these must be the Marines who came to save him from the clutches of the devil. Needless to say, he was happy. As for Makino, Makino knew that Ron was a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, and he was the best in the entire East Blue. But now that such a large group of Marine warships were attacking, could he really resist it? If he couldn't resist it, wouldn't he be about to die as soon as he went to sea? Makino sighed silently in his heart. Why did he meet such a guy? Regardless of whether he agreed or not, he was forced to join the Sword and Rose pirates. Not long after he went to sea, he encountered 10 people. It was so miserable to be surrounded and suppressed by several warships. Ha ha ha. At this moment, a domineering laugh rang out from the surrounding warships on the sea, and the arrogant voice of Marine Commodore Breenbrin also came over. Pirates, you have been captured. Surrounded, we have 17 warships, and you only have 3 small pirate ships. If you are wise, surrender now. Otherwise, with the firepower of our warships, we can sink you with a few rounds of shelling. Don't say I won't give it. You guys have a chance, I'll give you 10 minutes to think about it. Ha 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 ha. Damn it. Buggy slapped the table angrily and gasped angrily, but there was nothing he could do. Like Buggy, Alvida is also furious. The Marines simply regard their pirate group as a turtle in an urn, a bird in a cage. Unfortunately, this is their current situation. The Marine fleet has completed the siege, and they can't escape. By the way, that new pirate ship. Alvida's mind moved and she quickly ordered her men to move the ship towards Going Merry. Seeing Alvida's actions, Buggy also changed his expression and moved towards the melee. Chapter 34 Ron takes action. The sword energy is everywhere. Open black lens bracket rolling all over the floor asking for support close black lens bracket. Hello, what kind of pirate group are you? I am the great Captain Buggy, let your captain come out and speak. Buggy stood on the side of the ship and shouted towards the Merry. No matter how embarrassed he is, Buggy God tier he still didn't forget his own image, and he spoke menacingly, completely without the embarrassed look he had when he was being chased by Marine. I am Alvida, who is your captain? Alvida shouted, carrying the mace. Kaya Nami Makino and Tashigi looked at each other without speaking, but looked at Ron. Ron smiled slightly and said, I am Ron, the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates. You two, come to my ship for a chat. Let's go there now. Buggy and Alvida looked at each other. Although it is a bit dangerous to go to other people's ships like this, their biggest threat now is the Marine fleet that is surrounding them, not the sea of swords and roses that are also surrounded. Thieves. After the ship approached, the two jumped over to the deck of the melee. As soon as they got up, they saw 4 beautiful and lovely girls. Buggy's expression did not change, while Alvida frowned. She is short, fat, and has Madara's face, but she loves beauty very much. She often forces her subordinates to praise her as the most beautiful woman in East Blue. Now she suddenly sees 4 truly beautiful girls, and she suddenly feels a little unhappy. But don't think about these things now, the biggest task is to deal with the warships surrounding them. Captain Ron. Buggy said. Now our 3 pirate groups are like grasshoppers on a rope. We must work together to find a way to escape. There are 17 warships in the Marine fleet, how can we escape? Alvida frowned and sighed. There were too many warships, and they were surrounded by the other side. It was too difficult to escape. You're just a Marine, why are you so embarrassed? Ron sneered. I heard that you were the top pirate group in East Blue. Are you kidding me? You. Buggy and Alvida were stunned. What else could they say? They are indeed one of the strongest pirate groups in East Blue. There are not many stronger than them, but now they are being chased by Marine. Running around is also real, so real. Advertisement. You are also surrounded by Marine. And you are talking about us. Buggy said angrily. Yes, we were surrounded by Marine, weren't you too? Alvida couldn't help but say. Us. Ron suddenly laughed and said with an indifferent expression, are you sure? We were just passing by and happened to encounter you being surrounded by Marine. Damn it. Buggy's teeth itched with hatred. Too arrogant. You guy. Alvida also glared at Ron. Brother Ron, please help them. Kaya pulled Ron's arm. She could see that these 2 pirate captains were at the end of their rope. After all, they were surrounded by more than a dozen Marine warships, and there were only 2 pirates. What else can they do about the boat? It's useless. Tashigi chuckled and said, besieged by 17 Marine warships, there is no reason to escape. Yes. Nami also sighed. 17 Marine warships, no matter in terms of firepower or manpower, we can't escape. Mr. Ron. Makino hesitated and said, how about we surrender? Although you are a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million belly, there are too many people on the other side and so many warships. There is really nothing we can do. How is that possible? Before Ron could speak, Kaya spoke up. She said solemnly, with Brother Ron here, we will be safe and sound. Brother Ron is the most powerful. Sister Kaya. Makino took Kaya's hand and said, we can't do anything. After all, the opponent has 17 warships. They are too strong and we can't resist them. It's better to die than to. How about surrendering? Advertisement. Ron smiled casually, crossed Buggy and Alvida with his hands behind his back, walked to the edge of the ship's side, and looked at the 17 warships surrounding him with a calm expression. To others, these 17 warships are indeed unrivaled. Exists. Ha ha ha. Boy, isn't it? Captain Buggy said angrily. Find a way to escape. Don't waste time. We are no match for you. Escape. Run for your life. Alvida was also anxious and said with an ugly face. But, how can we escape from the encirclement and suppression of 17 warships? It's too difficult. Alas. This is very simple. Ron smiled slightly, reached out and slowly pulled out the long knife from his waist, and a sharp knife light that was invisible to the naked eye began to shine. Brush. The sword shines. The sword energy is everywhere. The calm sea surface suddenly became turbulent, and a strong wind swept across. Boom. The sword flashed, and the light shone. The girls on the melee, including Buggy and Alvida, and the pirates on the 2 pirate ships suddenly widened their eyes. What did they see? Chapter 35. Destroy the Marine fleet with one sword. Ron's name is a sensation all over the world. After the sword energy was flowing freely and the sword light shone, everyone stared at the warships surrounding them on the sea with wide eyes, and they suddenly showed a look of horror. Click, click, click. After a clicking sound, the terrified screams of the Marines were heard in the distance. All 17 warships were hit by the sword light, and each warship made an unbearable creaking sound. After a while, the hull cracked, the sails fell, and the warships began to sink into the sea one by one. In an instant, all 17 warships that surrounded him were defeated by Ron. And this was just one sword strike from Ron. It crossed hundreds of meters of sea and destroyed 17 warships out of thin air. Such terrifying power made Buggy and Alvida tremble all over. Their eyes widened and their lips trembled as they murmured. Said. So strong, so scary, what's going on in East Blue, how could there be such a scary swordsman? Okay. So awesome. Nami's heart trembled, and she couldn't help but compare Ron with Arlong. She found that Ron's strength should be much stronger than Arlong. Nami couldn't help but have an immature idea in her mind, maybe. Brother Ron is indeed the best. Kaya exclaimed happily. That's amazing. Tashigi took a deep breath and looked at Ron's back. The gap between him and him was still too big, and he had to continue to practice hard. Makino's red lips were open, and he couldn't close them for a long time. He never expected that such a powerful marine fleet would be defeated by Ron with one sword. This is like a dream, it's incredible. The girls around Ron were all so shocked, not to mention Buggy and Alvida, who froze there with dull expressions and were completely speechless. Advertisement. Okay, let's move on. Ron waved his hands towards Tashigi and the other girls, asking them to continue sailing. Such a thing was not a big deal to him. Ron took a deep breath, turned around and walked towards the cabin, continuing to prepare for bed. The clowns Buggy and Alvida returned to their own pirate ship in despair, staring blankly at the melee heading into the distance. And the Marines who fell into the water watched the melee leave with different expressions. Some of these Marines were annoyed, some were angry, and most of them were frightened and scared. Then, the people on that pirate ship are, well, so scary. One sword, just one sword. Under the attack of the sword, it actually split 17 of our warships. What a terrifying master is this? The great swordsman, the cliff is the great swordsman, it's not that the great swordsman can't do such a thing. If you put it this way, the guy who appeared in Logue Town and was suspected of being a great swordsman is that person. Ron, it must be Ron, the target of our capture mission this time. It must be him. He is the only one in East Blue who can reach this level. After all, he is the pirate with the highest bounty in East Blue, 30 million belly. On the wreckage of the deck of a warship that tilted into the water, Bryn Commodore lay down in a state of embarrassment to prevent himself from falling into the water. His face was ferocious, as ugly as pig liver color, as he watched Ron's melee gradually go away. Roared in a low voice, arrogant, arrogant. Too arrogant. Yes, Lord Commodore, what should we do now? Next to Commodore, there was an equally embarrassed adjutant. He looked at the Mary in the distance with some fear, and asked anxiously. Advertisement. Find me a phone caller and report the news here immediately to the Vice Admiral. Bryn roared. We must not let him go, we must not. The adjutant nodded when he heard this, and crawled along the sloping deck towards the distance to look for the phone bug. However, he knew very well in his heart that this matter was no longer something that the East Blue branch could solve. After all, the opponent's current strength was its basically confirmed, great swordsman. Great swordsman. That was a strong man on the same level as Haki, one of the Shichibukai. How could East Blue Marine have the ability to capture him? Reporting to the naval headquarters is certain. How to deal with it specifically needs to be decided by the admirals of the headquarters. This is not something that a little adjutant like him can guess. Ever since, with the destruction of this 17-ship fleet, the news quickly spread throughout the East Blue, and then continued to spread towards the four oceans. All the powerful players in the world are talking about the arrival of a new great swordsman in East Blue. In a tavern in North Blue, someone commented, destroying 17 warships with one sword is terrible, isn't it? Isn't it fake news? It must be true news. It has spread all over the world. How can it be false? This kind of strength has reached the level of Haki, one of the great swordsmen in the Shichibukai, right? It's really terrifying. Ha ha ha, I wonder how the Marines responded. 17 warships were destroyed. Ha ha ha, East Blue's Marines are too incompetent. Chapter 36. Famous throughout the world. What the four emperors think of Ron. West Blue, South Blue, and East Blue where Ron is now, both Marines and pirates are all discussing this boy who suddenly appeared. This is a powerful newcomer with the power of a great swordsman. Having such strength at the age of 19, are today's young people already so exaggerated? A middle-aged pirate captain couldn't help but sigh. There is definitely a place for him among the supernovas of this generation. Another pirate said solemnly, with this kind of strength, it is impossible for the world government to ignore it. Maybe it will offer him an olive branch to join Shichibukai. Haha, there are a lot of people in Shichibukai now. It's not easy for the government to recruit people, right? A pirate smiled coldly. Isn't it necessary to eliminate one of the existing Shichibukai? It is impossible to eliminate. A rational pirate analyzed. From the current information, the Captain Ron of the Sword and Rose Pirates has caused a lot of losses to the East Blue Marine. It is impossible for the Marines to just let it go, maybe there will be another collision next.
Ha ha ha, it's really exciting. I really want to see how this guy performs after entering the Grand Line. A pirate captain on the Grand Line laughed and said. New World, the territory of the four emperors. After the news spread, the four emperors also knew about Ron's deeds. Dad, on the ship of the Whitebeard pirates, Marco the Phoenix squinted and handed a newspaper to Whitebeard, who was resting with his eyes closed. East Blue has a super newcomer, haha, from the news look, he has more potential than Ace. Huh? Whitebeard slowly opened his eyes, and an unconcealed domineering aura suddenly rose.
After looking at Marco, Whitebeard withdrew his aura, took the newspaper, took a look, and said with a smile, Ruhahahaha. He is indeed a good little guy. At the age of 19, he defeated 17 warships with one sword. A great swordsman. It's a bit exaggerated. Luhahahaha. Regardless of whether the news is exaggerated or not, this little family still has some strength. But to say it has more potential than Ace is not necessarily true. Oh, haha. Of course Marco thought so too. As the captain of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, Ace is also a Mara fruit user. He is only 1 year older than Ron. His potential is very powerful. Marco, I also think this newspaper is a bit exaggerated. Advertisement. A 19-year-old swordsman is indeed too exaggerated. Marco shook his head and did not take the news to heart. In any case, Ron is still hanging out in East Blue, trying to get their recognition by powerful people is more than just that. You have to pass the first half of the Grand Line and come to the New World to be qualified to face them. Just as Marco thought, in the territory of 4 emperors, on the Cake Island where Big Mom is located, Aunt Charlotte Linlin was sitting at a long table eating all kinds of sweets crazily. She glanced at a newspaper handed by her son from the corner of her eyes. She grinned and said disdainfully, it's just a matter in that small place in East Blue. Morgans really knows how to brag, and he's a great swordsman.
A 19-year-old swordsman. Ha ha ha, so what if he's a great swordsman? He just gave me more when he came to me. It's just a toy. The territory of the four emperors, where Kaido of the Beasts is located. Kaido looked at Ron's news and couldn't help but grinned. Great swordsman. He's just a little guy. I wonder if you can bring me some fun. In the Four Emperors territory, where the red hair pirates are located, the red-haired Shanks, who was having a party and drinking wine with the crew, suddenly saw Beckman coming to him and handed him a newspaper. Shanks, this is the news from East Blue. East Blue has recently produced an incredible little guy. Oh, Shanks took a sip of wine casually, held the newspaper and scanned it casually, and then his eyes immediately lit up. Great swordsman. You are only 19 years old. Ha ha ha. Okay, I don't know when I will have the opportunity. I can fight with him. Beckman is smiling and his eyes are shining with wisdom. As the think tank of the Red Hair Pirates, his wisdom has always been a major reliance for the entire pirate group to survive in the New World. Shanks, this little guy's is his strength really as strong as that of a great swordsman. Cleaving 17 warships in one piece, even the small warships of East Blue, this kind of swordsmanship is not low. Shanks thought for a while and said, at least let me do it, and I need to use 80% of my strength. Beckman said thoughtfully, I just don't know if that guy has Haki. If he doesn't have Haki, it's not a big worry. There's also devil fruit. Ha ha ha. No matter what, come on, drink and drink. Shanks laughed and did not take this matter to heart, but continued to drag Beckman to drink with everyone. Chapter 37 Marshall Naval Headquarters Decision. 100 million bounty. The 80% power that Shanks said definitely did not include Haki. Beckman doesn't take Ron seriously. In the New World, without Haki and with Haki, they are two different levels of strength and cannot be compared at all. In other places, such as the first half of the Grand Line, it is different. MR1, how is the preparation for the plan? Crocodile held a cigar in his mouth, sitting on the crocodile leather seat with an indifferent expression, and asked indifferently, our plan is about to start, your preparations should be, are you ready? Sir. Crocodile started, and a strong man replied, we are all ready, just waiting for your order. Crocodile paused, picked up a newspaper on the table, read it for a while, stared at the stern young man holding a sword in the newspaper for a long time, and then said in a deep voice, we can't wait any longer. Now, let's implement the plan as soon as possible. Understood. The muscular man replied with an unchanging expression. He. Crocodile laughed softly. I never expected that such a person would rise in a small place like East Blue. He. Mahawk, when a guy like that grows up, he should be your enemy. Bar. The muscular man did not speak and quietly retreated. Calm Belt, Daughter Island, in the Nine Snakes City, a gorgeous woman threw away the newspaper in her hand, caressed her hair and said lazily, boring, really boring, just a pirate, East Blue's marine really makes me feel more alive. On a large island near the holy place Mariajoy. Advertisement. A man in gorgeous clothes was sitting in a luxurious palace, holding a newspaper and laughing in a low voice. Hey, a new pirate with great swordsmanship. Interesting, so interesting. I really want to try it. What about your strength? I really want to try it, how wonderful it would be to cut you into pieces. In Twin Gorges, under the lighthouse, an old man threw away the newspaper in his hand and watched a small boat leave from Upside Down Mountain and head towards East Blue. Mahawk. Well, this guy went to East Blue. Is it because of this new boy? East Blue, Kingdom of Goa, Windmill Village. Luffy, are you really going to go to sea now? The village chief wearing a hat looked at Luffy who was boarding the boat and said with some worry. There were some villagers beside him who looked at Luffy with the same worry. Yes, Mr. Village Chief, don't worry, I will definitely bring Sister Makino back safely. Luffy said seriously. Luffy looked very serious at this moment. 3 years have passed since Ace left, and it was already time for him to leave. Just when Makino was kidnapped, he vowed to rescue Sister Makino. This time going to sea is a foregone conclusion. Okay, then we won't advise you. However, Makino shouldn't be in too much danger. You should pay attention to your own safety first. The village chief said hesitantly. I know. Luffy waved to everyone on the shore, then drove the boat away. Looking at the rough ocean, Luffy thought to himself, Ace, I'm coming. Shanks, I'm coming. And Sister Makino, I will definitely rescue you. Luffy thought about what the village said. Sister Makino was abducted by the man named Ron. Although they were both pirates, Luffy did not agree with pirates like Ron. He actually abducted Sister Makino like this. It is truly an unpardonable sin. Advertisement. Sister Makino, wait for me, I'm here to save you. ... Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Naval Headquarters Building. Damn it. With a bang, Marine Marshal Sengoku of Buddha suddenly slapped the table and roared angrily. That bunch of trash from East Blue can't even deal with a pirate with a bounty of 30 million, and they let it grow so big. This level is really abominable. Looking at the content reported in the newspaper on the table, Sengoku was even more angry. Morgan's is also hateful. Isn't it embarrassing enough that this kind of thing is still publicized like this? The news about the East Blue Marine fleet being destroyed with one sword has spread all over the world. It is obviously too late to suppress the news now. If the news is forcibly controlled, it will give people the feeling of being deceived. Sengoku feels like he has a headache. It's true that there is more success than failure. Come here, Sengoku shouted, slamming the table. Master Marshal, a Marine herald immediately came outside the door. Inform me to the government to increase the reward for that little guy from East Blue. I will make it difficult for him to move even an inch. Marshal Marine said coldly. The reward for Ron will be increased to 100 million belly, and let those pirate hunters deal with it. Him. Okay, Marshal, the herald took the order. Within a moment, through the world government's news channels, the new bounty on Ron was immediately spread throughout the world, not just East Blue, but the entire world, including New World. Chapter 38 Makino's Heart. Ron's data panel. Above the East Blue Ocean, Going Merry is heading towards Upside Down Mountain across the ocean. In the cabin of the Melee, Ron took a deep breath and slowly woke up from his sleep. Where are you now? Ron got up and walked towards the deck. When he came to the deck, he found that the sky had already dimmed and the Melee was slowly moving forward on the ocean. Others should be there at this time. Go to sleep already. The next trip is Upside Down Mountain, the only place to enter the Grand Line. However, with my strength, it shouldn't be a big problem to enter the Grand Line directly from the comm belt, right? Ron rubbed his chin and thought. But in that case, there wouldn't be much fun, and even if I enter the Grand Line, I have to go back. After all, my goal is to collect beautiful girls from the pirate world to join the fleet. Princess Vivi is indispensable, so I still go through Upside Down Mountain. Better. Well, Ron suddenly heard a sigh and looked back. Makino was standing on the other side of the ship's side. He had been standing there for an unknown amount of time, with some frost and dew on his body. Ron walked over and said, "What, are you homesick now?" Ron. Makino heard the voice, looked back at Ron, and whispered, "Why do you want to take me out to sea? You should know that I don't want to go to sea. The peaceful life in Windmill Village is what I yearn for. The ocean, I don't want to live a wandering life like this." Yeah, I know. Ron nodded, then was silent for a while, and then asked, "I couldn't ask you before, why didn't you leave Windmill Village with Shanks before? It was also because you didn't want to live such a wandering life." What? Shanks. Makino was silent for a moment. She and Shanks were a perfect match in the eyes of all the villagers. Unfortunately, Shanks yearned for the ocean life and the free life of a pirate. He was willing to stay and live a quiet life with her in Windmill Village, so Shanks left, and she did not follow him. Haha, forget it if you don't tell me. Actually, I don't want to hear it either. Ron chuckled. The difference between me and Shanks is that I'm more domineering. It doesn't matter whether you want it or not, as long as I'm happy, it's that simple. Makino suddenly frowned. Is such a person really good? Even though she couldn't be with Shanks, she still admired Shanks as a person, and she really didn't like people like Ron who were overbearing, brutal, and unreasonable. This was the real pirate style, not like Shanks and Luffy. Ocean adventurer. Well, I can see what you are thinking. Yes, I am a true pirate. There is nothing to hide. Ron observed Makino's thoughts and said without any secret, I decided before to bring beautiful girls go to conquer the ocean and conquer the world together. Maybe you can't accept it now, but I will find a way to make you accept it. Sometimes, people just can't hesitate and get entangled, because if they do, they will regret it in the future. If you don't want to regret it, just do whatever you want to do, it's that simple. Advertisement. Ron said domineeringly, and then looked at Makino's frown, ignored it, turned around and walked back to the cabin. This man is really domineering. Sigh. Makino watched Ron leave, shook her head and sighed. If she hadn't seen that Ron didn't use force on her, she would have thought he was a pervert. Now it seems, is also a person with a strong will. Just like Shanks and Luffy, they all have the dream of becoming a great pirate. Shanks, was it really okay for you to leave like that and leave me like this? Makino looked at the sea at night and thought to himself, it would be great if you took me away by force like this, Ron. Quote. In the cabin, Ron was half lying down. He thought about Makino's low mood just now, smiled dumbly and shook his head. Forget it, now that it's been decided, there's nothing to regret. Isn't this exactly what I thought? System, open my current data panel. Ron said in his mind. Host. Ron. Age. 19 years old. Physique. 178. Strength. 169. Agility. 174. Spirit. 155. Skill point balance. 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Advertisement. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level. Basic swordsmanship. 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu. 1 plus 99, full level. Air Breaking Palm. 1 plus 99, full level. Blazing Sword Technique. 1 plus 99, full level. Wind Step. 1 plus 99, full level. Spearmanship. 2 plus 98, full level. Cooking Skills. 1 plus 99, full level. Medical Skill. 1 plus 99, full level. Drawing the Sword. 1 plus 99, full level. 2 Sword Style. 1 plus 99, full level. Swordsmithing. 1 plus 99, full level. Ron looked at his data panel and was quiet for a while. My 4-dimensional attributes should have reached the upper middle level of 4 emperors. Ron said secretly. Although it is just my prediction now, the highest one of Whitebeard's 4-dimensional attributes should be 200, and his strength should be 200. My physique should be over 150, and other attributes should not be as good as mine. Chapter 39 System Upgrade. Head to Cocoa West Village. Regarding the attributes of 4 Emperor's level experts, although Ron has not seen it with his own eyes, he has made some guesses. After all, he has never fought against such level experts. Everything is based on the anime he has seen in the real world. There is definitely a gap, but it's definitely not too big. As for Kaido, his physique should be 200, and his strength should be over 150, and Auntie's energy may be very high. After all, the devil fruit bonus is there, and I haven't eaten devil fruit yet. Ron secretly thought that Ron was a little resistant to the devil fruit. After all, the side effects were there. The redhead could become 4 emperors without eating the fruit. Why couldn't he? Speaking of red hair, the red-haired Haki should be the top among the 4 emperors. Haki makes up for everything. Coupled with the top swordsmanship, his power should be second only to Whitebeard among the 4 emperors, and his agility has definitely reached 200, and the others are closer to 150. Ron's eyes flashed. On average, my 4-dimensional attributes are definitely 4 emperors level existences, but I don't know what the actual extent of my power is. You still need to fight before you fight. On average, my 4-dimensional attributes exceed those of 4 emperors. The strength is second to Whitebeard, but the agility exceeds Whitebeard. The agility is lower than the red hair, but the strength exceeds the red hair. The physique is lower than Kaido, but the agility and spirit exceed Kaido. The spirit and strength are equal to Big Mom. The difference is not too big, her physique is about the same as that of Big Mom, and her agility is definitely better. Ron feels that compared to the 4 emperors, the only one who is worse is Haki. Well, maybe there is also devil fruit. But I still need to think more about devil fruit. Ha ha ha. Ron smiled slightly. The Grand Line will take a long time. I will find a chance to learn Haki and Marine 6 styles. After I top up the points, my 4-dimensional attributes will definitely exceed 200 points. At that time, it will be me. When he surpasses Whitebeard, the strongest person in the world. Host. At this time, the system said. This system does not only have the ability of skill points. Oh, what other abilities are there? Ron asked quickly as he rarely heard the system speak proactively. This system is only a first-level system now. The system said calmly. This system has 4 levels in total. It is now a first-level system. It only has the skill point blessing ability. When the host officially becomes the strongest in the world, this system can be upgraded. At that time, this system will be upgraded to the second level and another function will be enabled. What function? Ron asked with interest. After the system is upgraded, host can use skill points to bless others. In other words, host can add points to other people's skills. The system said. Advertisement. Can you add some to others? Ron's eyes suddenly lit up. This function is great. He had been thinking before that the girls around him were too weak to protect themselves. With this function, he could give Kaya her medical skills. Increase it to the full level, increase Nami's navigation skills to the full level, increase the devil fruit ability of Robin who will join the team in the future, and even increase the devil fruit ability and Conqueror's Haki of the Empress Hancock who I have already planned to join. Level. This ability is simply great. What else? Ron asked. Isn't it level 4? This is only the second level, what about the following ones? Host. The system said calmly. The following abilities will not be unlocked until you activate the second level, so I can't tell you now. Really, what can I say to you, your second-rate system is still appetizing. Ron rolled his eyes, but the system was very calm and ignored his irritating words. Seeing that the system was completely ignoring him, Ron complained and stopped talking. Time finally came to daytime, and the melee also came to the sea near Logue Town. The danger here is obvious. After all, being close to Logue Town is also close to the marine headquarters of East Blue. Maybe you will encounter someone who comes to encircle and suppress you. Marine warships, but Ron is not afraid of these. Just come, whoever is afraid of whom. ... Ah, today is also a good weather. Early in the morning, Nami came to the deck, stretched out while looking at the blue sky and white clouds, and said loudly. Nami. Tashigi walked over and asked Nami, where are we? We're almost at the location of Logue Town. Nami said after looking at the chart and comparing the sky and sea tides. So fast. Tashigi murmured to himself. Logue Town, Advertisement. What's wrong with you? Nami looked at Tashigi curiously. Forget it, don't talk about me. Tashigi was silent for a moment, looked at Nami and asked, tell me about you. How did you get brought on board by that smelly guy? Oh, I told you, I accidentally stole his wallet. Nami struggled. I gave it back to him, but he still won't let me go. That guy is definitely attracted by my beauty. Snort. Ha ha. Tashigi covered his mouth and snickered. Hey, I'm serious. Nami was slightly angry when he saw this. That guy is a pervert. Only Kaya still thinks he is a good person. Don't you think so? Haha. Actually, I think that although he is indeed a pervert, he is not a very bad pervert. Tashigi said with a smile. A pervert is a pervert, there's no difference between good and bad. Nami said dissatisfied. Hey, I heard it. Kaya pouted as she walked out of the cabin. You are secretly talking bad about Brother Ron again. Kaya, just protect him. Nami turned around and snorted. You haven't seen how bad he is. What's wrong with Brother Ron? Kaya said unconvinced. Brother Ron is very good. Don't make any noise. Makino gasped and walked out, looking a little sleep deprived. Where should we go next? Should we go directly to the upside down mountain? I don't know. Let's wait until the captain comes out and gives the order. Although Nami kept saying bad things about Ron, she still recognized Ron's status as captain. Chapter 40 Restaurant on the Sea. Encounter with Sanji. Ahem. Ron walked out of the cabin, with his hands behind his back, looking carefree. We don't have much food and water, right? Hearing this, Tashigi and Nami glanced at Makino, who was in charge of the food. Makino nodded and said, yes, there is indeed not much food and water. There is still enough for a few days. It seems that there is a restaurant on the sea in front. Let's go there for dinner today. Ron looked at the faint black spot on the sea ahead. With his sharp eyesight, he could vaguely see it. It was a huge ship. Sea restaurant. Tashigi and Nami's eyes lit up. I heard the food there is very delicious. Yeah, Makino also showed a smile. I heard that the chef there is from the Grand Line, so his skills must be good. Wow, are you the chef of the Grand Line? Kaya looked amazed, looking very interested in the sea restaurant. Brother Ron, since the food there is delicious, shall we go there to eat today? Haha, I've decided to go there to eat today. However, I just asked the people at the sea restaurant to prepare some food for us, so we don't have to go to Logue Town to replenish supplies. The marine there doesn't seem to welcome me very much. Ron said with a shrug. Tashigi rolled his eyes. Not only does he not welcome you, marine hates you now. So, with Ron's wave, the melee quickly headed towards the sea restaurant. At the sea restaurant Barati, Ron led a group of girls into the magnificent restaurant. Advertisement. The environment here is really nice. Kaya said while holding Ron's arm and looking at the dining environment in the restaurant. It is indeed East Blue's famous sea restaurant. Makino also nodded. Haha, thank you ladies for your compliments. At this time, a tall and sturdy chef came over with a menu and said with a smile on his face, Dear guests, welcome to Barati, please sit here. The chef and waiter led Ron and his party to a table. Ron and the others sat down and started ordering. Naturally, the person in charge of ordering was Ron, the captain. Well, give me some of these and more. Ron said as he casually scrolled through the menu. Ha ha ha, okay, no problem. When the chef saw it, he immediately became happy. Such a move would cost at least tens of thousands of Baileys for the meal. It seems that this person in front of him is a wealthy person. Guests, wait a moment, we will start cooking for you. The chef was about to leave, but Ron waved his hand and said, Wait a minute, we don't have much food and water on the ship. Can your restaurant prepare some for us? Well, about this. The chef was stunned for a moment and said, I have to ask the boss for permission. Go. After a while, Barati's boss, red-footed Zepp, came over, looked at Ron with a smile, and asked, Dear guest, do you need to prepare food and water for the boat? Advertisement. Not bad. Ron glanced at Zapu. This guy is the teacher of Sanji, the chef of the Straw Hats. Sanji should still be working as a chef here, but he doesn't need Sanji to join the pirate group. With Sanji's perverted appearance, he probably seeing these beautiful girls around me, I absolutely can't walk. As soon as he said Sanji, Ron saw a boy with curly eyebrows walking over. Sir, there is absolutely no problem with food and water, just keep it with me. Sanji said, patting his chest, and then placed a few goblets in front of Nami Kaya and Tashigi Makino, with red wine in his hands. He quickly poured it for the ladies and said while pouring it, It's such an honor to see 4 such beautiful ladies today. Well, ladies, cheers. Kaya and Makino were stunned for a moment and smiled awkwardly, not understanding what the blonde boy meant at all, but Tashigi and Nami smiled and raised their glasses without being polite to Sanji. Just drink. Ron has a dark streak. It's okay for you to court 4 girls in front of me. You only gave 4 girls 4 glasses of red wine and prepared one for yourself. You just forgot about me, didn't you? Ahem. Ron coughed unhappily. Well, hurry up and serve us food. Also, preparing food and water is troublesome. Ron casually took out a large stack of banknotes, which amounted to hundreds of thousands. This should be enough, right? Haha. That's enough, that's enough. Red-footed Zapu was a little unhappy when he saw Ron, and slapped Sanji on the head next to him. Is this guy so cold-blooded? He brought a girl to someone in front of them. The child is so attentive, he is an honored guest. Here comes the delicious food. Several chefs came over with delicious food and placed it on the table in front of Ron. Zapu said with a smile. This is our famous dish in Barati. Please try it, my guest. Okay. Ron couldn't help but smile when he saw Sanji being pulled aside by Jay. Chapter 41 Someone is causing trouble. Arrogant Lieutenant Colonel Marine. Dozens of nautical miles away from Barati restaurant, a small warship approached. On the deck of the warship, an energetic young officer grinned and said, See restaurant. Brothers, come over, we are going to dine there today. Okay, Lieutenant Colonel. A Marine sergeant next to him chuckled and conveyed the order to the other Marine soldiers. Your Excellency Lieutenant Colonel, if we come to dine here, it will cost. The adjutant looked hesitant. Cost? What cost? Lieutenant Colonel Marine glanced at him and said, We come here to dine. It is to give face to the Barati restaurant, and it costs money. Are you kidding me? Haha, Lieutenant Colonel, what you are saying is that I was the one who was rude. The adjutant suddenly laughed when he heard this. Yes, Lieutenant Colonel Marine nodded, looking proud. In the sea restaurant, Ron was accompanying the girls to dine, commenting on the taste of the food in front of him from time to time. This sea fish tastes good, Kaya, eat more, you are still growing. Ron lovingly took a piece of fish to Kaya. Thank you, brother Ron. Seeing this, Kaya's pretty little face was filled with smiles, and her heart felt sweet, feeling that brother Ron was too good to her. On the side, Nami and Tashigi ignored him. Although they were traveling with Ron, they had not been taken over by Ron yet. They only felt that Kaya, the girl, had fallen deeply into Ron's gentle land. Alas, the little girl was still too naive. Makino, on the other hand, kept her head down while eating without saying much. She occasionally raised her head, with a slightly downcast look in her eyes. It was obvious that she had not recovered from the previous conversation between Ron and her. Snap, snap, snap. There was a sound of heavy footsteps. Ron and the girls couldn't help being attracted by the footsteps. They turned around and saw a group of Marines walking in. Advertisement. Hello, guest, would you like to have a meal? Sanji, the chef and waiter in the restaurant, immediately walked over and asked in a neither condescending nor condescending manner. Well, the leader, Lieutenant Colonel Marine, said calmly, arrange a seat for us, we have a larger number of people. Kick everyone else out. We have reserved the venue. Huh, Sanji suddenly raised his head, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said with a smile, although you are Marine, it's not okay to be so domineering, right? Other guests are also here to dine. It's not what our restaurant should do to chase people away. How to do it? What? When the Lieutenant Colonel heard this, he suddenly showed a strange smile. Is it useless for me to say anything? Haha, Lieutenant Colonel, leave it to me. The adjutant next to Marine Lieutenant Colonel took a step forward, looked at Sanji and shouted coldly, the person in front of you is a Marine Lieutenant Colonel, hurry up and get ready. Venue. Otherwise, the gunfire from the warships outside will destroy your restaurant in an instant. Why? Can Marine threaten me? Sanji was not a person who could be threatened casually, and he couldn't help but get angry after hearing this. Everyone, please calm down. At this time, Zapu, who heard the chaos in the hall in front, came over, winked at Sanji, and then said with a smile on his face, dear guests, everyone else is also a mess. If you have money to eat, it's not a good idea to chase people away rashly, right? Although there are a lot of you, we can still seat you in the restaurant, so why cause trouble? Huh, do you look down on our Marine? When the adjutant heard this, he persisted and said, I asked you to drive people away, but you resisted. Do you want to die? This. Zapu's mouth cracked and he was speechless. But he couldn't really drive people away as they said. If he did, his future business would be ruined. Who would dare to come? Eat here. Marine, you're so arrogant. Ron shook his head slightly and sighed. He couldn't stand it when he saw a random school officer in East Blue Marine act so domineeringly. Ron himself was so powerful but he was not so domineering. These people did this. It is simply difficult to describe it with the word arrogance. The girls next to her felt the same way. It was unexpected that Marine acted so arrogantly. Tashigi even lowered his head in shame. Some Marines were indeed too arrogant. Huh, the proud Lieutenant Colonel Marine suddenly became unhappy when he heard Ron's words. He was pretending to be cool. If you suddenly interrupted, wouldn't it be a loss of face for you? How can this be done? Boy, who are you? Are you disrespecting our Marine? Are you looking for death? Lieutenant Colonel Marine glared at Ron, and a group of Marine soldiers behind him immediately raised their muskets and aimed at Ron and his party. You dare to raise a gun at me, do you really not know how to write the word, death? Ron raised his head indifferently and looked at the group of Marines. He had no intention of taking action. If he took action against this group of minions, he would really inappropriate. Killing a chicken with a bull's eye is what I mean. Ron. Tashigi looked at Ron hesitantly. After all, she was also a member of Marine. She didn't want to see Ron take action against Marine. Unfortunately, the group of Marines in front of her didn't even look at Ron. Even East Blue. Ron, I don't even know the big pirate who has $1 billion bounty, I'm really ignorant. Chapter 42 Shock. The big pirate with a bounty of 100 million Baileys. Maybe he didn't see clearly, but the Lieutenant Colonel didn't even look at Ron. He just glanced at Ron slightly, then ignored him and raised his hand to signal the Marine soldiers beside him to deal with this little guy. Well, Ron was treated like a minion by this guy. Your Majesty Lieutenant Colonel, if you come to our restaurant, you are our guest, but other guests are also distinguished guests in our restaurant. I can't stand it if you do this. Zapu said in a deep voice. Oh, can't you stand it? The Lieutenant Colonel sneered and said, have you ever asked me if you want to continue to run your restaurant in East Blue? To tell you the truth, if you don't entertain us in our group today, don't even think about opening it. Once we get down, the lives of you guys on this boat depend on my words. You. Zapu couldn't hide the anger in his eyes, and Sanji next to him was even more furious and ready to take action at any time. What? Why don't you hurry up and chase them away? The Lieutenant Colonel waved his hand and said arrogantly, I am a Lieutenant Colonel from East Blue headquarters. Do you still want to disobey my order? You. Zapu was a little helpless. Although he was sure that he could defeat these Marines, as the other party said, he was a Marine Lieutenant Colonel. If something went wrong, his restaurant might not be able to continue operating, and even his life will be lost by then. It's so abominable. Next to Ron, Kaya looked at Lieutenant Colonel Marine's disgusting face and couldn't help but stand up and angrily said, "You are so shameless. This is Lieutenant Colonel Marine. Are all Marines as shameless as you people?" Huh. When Lieutenant Colonel Marine heard this, he immediately turned to look at Kaya. He looked angry at first, but after seeing Kaya's beautiful and lovely face, he immediately changed his mind. Hey, she turns out to be a cute girl. Little girl, ha 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 ha, okay, you don't have to leave, you can have dinner and a drink with us later. Ha ha ha. You are really looking for death. Seeing this, Nami couldn't help but shake her head. Kaya is Ron's favorite girl. To tease Kaya in front of Ron, this guy is really looking for death. Although Ron is a bit hateful, he is 100 times better than the Marine in front of him. At this moment I will never let Kaya be teased. Advertisement. Sure enough, after hearing Lieutenant Colonel Marine's words, Ron's face turned cold. He slowly stood up and walked towards the group of Marines at the entrance of the restaurant. Can you say what you just said again? I promise I won't beat you to death. Upon hearing this, whether it was red-footed Zepp, Sanji, or the Marines opposite Ron, they all looked at Ron in shock. You guys, do you want to die? The Marine adjutant couldn't help but look at Ron fiercely. Do you know who you are talking to? This is Lieutenant Colonel Dam of the East Blue Branch. A mere lieutenant colonel of Marine, so arrogant. Ron didn't even bother him. He just sighed and shook his head. East Blue Marine is really getting better and better. With a guy like this, he can still achieve the position of lieutenant colonel. What a pity, what a shame. Damn guy. Lieutenant Colonel Nadam suddenly became angry when he heard this. He pulled out the pistol from his waist and pointed it at Ron's forehead. Boy, do you want to die? You are insulting a Marine lieutenant colonel. I can kill you immediately. Don't point the toy at me. Ron said indifferently. You are the one seeking death. Apologize to Kaya immediately. I can spare your life, otherwise, I want you to die. When the lieutenant colonel heard this, he became even more angry. He pulled the trigger with his finger and was about to shoot Ron to death. No, Kaya exclaimed. Stop. Tashigi also exclaimed, but she was not worried that Ron would be killed, but that these Marines would offend Ron and seek his own death. However, it was too late. Advertisement. In the eyes of Zapu, Sanji, and all the diners in the hall, Ron reached out his right hand and easily grabbed a bullet fired from Lieutenant Colonel Marine's pistol opposite him. His eyes flashed with murderous intent, but his face was very calm and he said, I didn't want to see you red, but you just bumped into my gun. Alas, I have no choice but to let you die. Brush. The sword flashed, and the Marine Lieutenant Colonel named Dam and a group of Marine soldiers behind him were all dismembered in the sword light, and were instantly killed by Ron. Seeing the group of Marines dying instantly, Sanji narrowed his eyes and said nothing. He just took a deep breath and looked at Ron's figure carefully. This guy is so powerful and terrifying. Zapu looked at Ron's face, then his heart moved, and he exclaimed, It's you, Ron, the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates, Ron. What? He is Ron. So, Ron, the great pirate with a bounty of 100 million belly. Run. The guests who were dining were able to sit calmly when they saw Marine arrive in time. But when they heard Ron's name, they were frightened and ran away one by one. Chapter 43. Short of money. Arlong's treasure seems good, I want it. Zapu, along with Sanji and other chefs, bent over and sent Ron and his entourage out of the restaurant after their meal with a smile. Watching Ron and his party board the melee and slowly drive away, Zapu couldn't help wiping the sweat from his forehead and sighed. It was such a close call. At last we didn't cause any big trouble. Here, chef, so many Marines died just now, including a Lieutenant Colonel Marine. A chef behind him whispered. What's that? It's not us who killed those Marines, it was Ron who did it. If Marine wants to settle a score, he has to go to him. Zapu said in a deep voice. I'm glad that Ron didn't take out his anger on us. Tea restaurant, with his strength, if he wants to attack us, none of us can escape. Yes, so powerful. The chefs nodded one after another. Thinking of Ron's terrifying momentum when he drew the knife just now, they couldn't help but tremble in their hearts, shrank their heads, and did not dare to speak anymore. Okay Sanji, let's go back. Zapu glanced at the blonde boy with curly eyebrows next to him. Yes, Sanji responded, but still looked at the retreating figure of the melee, feeling a little touched in his heart. Such a powerful person has the ability to ignore all rules. When will I be able to be so powerful? If anything, the Vinsmoke family's harm to him and his mother's hatred would be enough. On the merry, Ron was sitting on a chair on the deck, basking in the sun and drinking juice delivered by Makino. Of course, these foods were prepared by Zapu before, and all the food cost at least 200,000 or 300,000 belly. But Zapu, a guy who knows how to be a good person, only charged Ron a few 100,000 belly, plus the cost of meals, so he really didn't make any money. Ron was thinking about his next trip. His main trip was to the Grand Line. Only there could he learn more skills. Only by learning more skills could his four-dimensional attributes continue to improve. As for the system, when I become the strongest in the world, I will start upgrading the system. After the upgrade, the system will definitely open up more functions. Ron had an interested look in his eyes. After the system was upgraded to the second level, it enabled the function of adding points to others. This function he was looking forward to very much. There is also a third level, and even the final fourth level system. I don't know what abilities it has. I think the fourth level system must be able to solve the problem of life extension. Immortality, that is my ultimate goal. Single quote. Next to Ron, Kaya was holding a medical book and looking at it carefully. Her meticulous look looked very cute. Nami was sitting on the side, flipping through the newspaper and checking various information. Tashigi and Makino were busy with other things in the cabin. Nami, how much money do we have left? Advertisement. Hearing Ron's question, Nami, who was sitting next to him, looked up at Ron and replied, we do not have much money. We have replenished supplies several times along the way. Although we did not use up much this time, it's a lot, but it cost hundreds of thousands, and the remaining sum is only about 1 million Baileys. Such a small amount of money is not enough for us to go to the Grand Line. Ron glanced at Nami thoughtfully. He just wanted to find a way to help Nami and make her return home. Arlong's fish-man pirate group must with a lot of looted wealth, he was the only one. He could just destroy Arlong and rescue Nami and her sister Nokigao. Why not? By the way, it seems that Nami has saved a lot of money over the years. He has been a thief for so many years and has stolen the treasures of countless pirate groups. The money he raised should be close to 100 million. Of course, Ron is too embarrassed to snatch this money. Is here, so searching Arlong's body is the best plan. Yes, it's less than 1 million. In the future, we will have to repair the ship and replenish supplies. Even on the Grand Line, due to the harsh environment, we still need to purchase expensive permanent pointers. That thing will cost a lot of money. Nami knew a lot of information about these voyages. When she mentioned it at this moment, she suddenly felt that the voyage in the future would not be as simple as she imagined. Yes, Ron nodded slightly, and then said calmly, I heard that there is a powerful fish-man pirate group in this area, and its leader is called Arlong. Nami's delicate body trembled slightly, her face turned slightly white, she bit her red lips lightly, and glanced at Ron from the corner of her eyes. She wondered if Ron knew some information about her. She wasn't sure, so she spoke as if nothing had happened. He said, yes, that is a powerful pirate group. Its leader Arlong is very powerful, and his power in the entire East Blue is second only to Admiral Krieg. Pirate Admiral Krieg, Ron said with a smile. I know this guy. Before I reached the 30 million bounty, he was the pirate with the highest bounty in the entire East Blue. I heard that he has now gone to the Grand Line. Yes, Nami nodded and said cautiously, Admiral Krieg owns dozens of pirate ships and is invincible in East Blue. Even the headquarters of East Blue Marine can't do anything to him. After he accumulated strength, I headed towards the Grand Line, and I don't know what's going on now. Ignore him. Ron shook his head and said, let's talk about that Arlong first. Aren't we just out of money? That Arlong should have a lot of treasures, right? Let's go to him and borrow some for use. Quote. Really? Nami's expression was shocked, and she looked at Ron with an unconcealable surprise in her eyes. She didn't know Ron's specific strength before, and she thought of ways to escape many times, but during this time, she saw Ron after becoming stronger, she no longer had the thought of escaping before. She even hesitated to ask Ron for help in dealing with Arlong and rescuing the people of Cocoa West Village. And now Ron actually proposed to deal with Arlong first. This is really an unexpected surprise. Of course it's true. Ron glanced at Nami with a half smile and said, you should know the place, right? I definitely know, you are a genius navigator. Take me there later. Okay. Nami was so happy for a moment that she didn't pay attention to Ron's weird smile. Instead, she immediately stood up energetically and began to control the melee towards Cocoa West Village with all her energy. And go. Chapter 44 Nami's Past. Ron's Promise. Begging for evaluation votes. Cocoa West Village, where Arlong's pirate group is based. The extremely muscular Arlong was talking to a marine with a sinister look on his face. Ha ha ha, Arlong, you are living a very comfortable life these days. Colonel Marine, who looked like a mouse, said with a smile. Haha, it's okay, but I'm still not as good as you, Colonel. Arlong grinned, showing sharp teeth like a hacksaw, and reached out and threw out a stack of banknotes. This is for this month. Thank you, Colonel. Take care of me since then. It's easy to talk. Colonel Mouse's eyes immediately lit up when he saw a stack of Baileys. He quickly accepted the money and put it into his arms. His face became even happier. It's best if we cooperate and make money together. That's right. Arlong picked up the wine glass on the table. Come, cheers to our cooperation. Cheers. On the ocean, the melee also approached Cocoa West Village at this time. Nami, why are you so familiar with this place? Tashigi looked at Nami curiously and asked. Yes, Sister Nami. Kaya also looked curious. In other sea areas, Nami had to observe other signs such as currents and weather when commanding navigation, but here, she didn't need to observe anything at all. Directly directing the melee towards Cocoa West Village, as if the old horse knows the way. Nami smiled coquettishly. She didn't want to deceive everyone, so she didn't say much. Ron came over with Makino and laughed when he heard this. This is because Nami's hometown is here, right? Advertisement. Ah, Kaya stared and said in surprise, really? Sister Nami, is this your hometown? When Nami heard Ron's words, she was immediately shocked. How did he know? Yes, Nami has never told anyone else about this secret. How did Ron know about it? Seeing Nami's somewhat shocked expression, Ron waved his hand and said, with your little thoughts, can't I see it? Okay. Nami pursed her lips and looked around. Seeing the curious looks on the three girls' faces, she said, yes, my hometown is in Cocoa West Village. It's a pity. It's a pity that many years ago, it was quiet. The peaceful village was occupied by Arlong's fishman pirates. They occupied the village and massacred the villagers. In order to collect money, they even killed my mother. Nami said through gritted teeth, with unconcealable hatred in his eyes. What? Kaya heard this and said angrily. These people are too hateful. Arlong's fishman pirate group is the top pirate group in the entire East Blue. Tashigi sighed. Marine has sent warships to encircle and suppress many times without success. It's a shame for those villagers. HMPH. Nami said in a deep voice. Marine siege. Arlong and Marine have a dark deal in private. After each robbery, a part of the money will be handed over to Colonel Marine who patrols this sea area, so they can always be stable. They have survived until now. Do you think Marine really can't destroy them? How is it possible? Tashigi took a deep breath and murmured in disbelief. As a Marine sergeant with a righteous heart, she couldn't believe that such a thing would happen. This is something I have personally experienced, can I be wrong? Nami said bitterly. Those Marines will only watch the villagers being oppressed, but will not reach out to rescue them. We have already lost hope in Marines. Got it. Maybe. Tashigi wanted to argue, but couldn't. Advertisement. Nami. Makino pursed his lips and held Nami's hand with a look of pity. It's really hard on you. Fortunately, you have escaped now, isn't it? Yes, Sister Nami, Kaya said. It's great that you were able to escape. Now that Brother Ron is here, we will definitely be able to defeat those bad guys. Nami looked depressed and said sadly. After Arlong killed my mother, he also wanted to do something to my sister and the villagers. I had the ability of a navigator at the time and could draw. The sea chart was taken by Arlong, so I could only express my surrender to Arlong in front of the villagers. In the eyes of the villagers and my sister, I followed Arlong and left the village. Since then, I have been working for Arlong. Arlong agreed that after raising 100 million belly, he could redeem the village and save everyone. Now I have almost raised enough money. I was planning to return to the village just to steal a little more money. But I was killed by Ron. Quote. Nami glanced at Ron, lowered her head, and did not continue speaking. The three women suddenly realized that this was the case. Do you think Arlong will abide by the agreement after you hand over 100 million belly? Ron smiled lightly. You don't know what kind of person he is, right? A complete villain. Do you think he is really? Will it allow you to successfully redeem the village? Haha, you are so naive. Nami bit her lip lightly, with a hint of tears in her eyes. What can I do? I have to believe in him. I have no other choice. Even Marine has a black deal with him. What else can I do? Who can I expect to help me? Kaya, Tashigi and Makino all fell silent after hearing this. Yes, how could Nami, a girl, fight against a pirate group led by Arlong? It would be great if she could survive, and she was strong enough to raise money through stealing at all costs. Funds, want to redeem the village, Nami is too tired to live. Makino gently hugged Nami, patted her shoulder, and comforted her silently. Kaya gently wiped the corners of her eyes, already shedding tears of emotion. Tashigi lowered his head and said nothing, but pursed his lips tightly, a little disappointed with Marine's behavior. Don't worry, now that I'm here, all this won't be a problem. Ron walked up to Nami and gently stroked her forehead. I'm here. I promise to help you get rid of Arlong and his gang. Let the villagers in your village return to the peaceful days before. Well, Nami raised her head slightly, and for the first time a relaxed smile appeared on her pear-shaped face. She was under too much pressure. She had grown up in such a desperate environment since she was a child, and could not see a glimmer of hope. Now, Ron, this boy who looks like a pervert, has great strength. Maybe he can really save the villagers and even kill Arlong to avenge his mother Belmere. Chapter 45 Arrogant Arlong. Domineering Ron. Begging for evaluation votes. After Colonel Marine left, Arlong quickly stood up and waved suddenly. It's time for those villages to pay Bailey. Those who can't pay will be killed by me. I understand, leader. When the fishmen under his command heard Arlong's words, they all laughed, and then began to form a team, preparing to go to various villages to collect money. Ha ha ha, it's so refreshing to occupy this island and collect property every month. Seeing this, Arlong laughed and felt comfortable all over. At this moment, outside the base of the Murloc pirates where Arlong was, a Murloc quickly swam over and shouted to report. Chief, a pirate ship is approaching. Huh, pirate ship? Arlong raised his eyebrows. There was a pirate ship coming at this time. Don't you know his name? How many pirate ships are coming? Are they the pirate group from East Blue? Buggy the Clown, Arlong asked. No, not at all. The fishman who came to report said with some fear, there is only one pirate ship, but what? When Arlong heard this, he immediately laughed. There is only one pirate ship. No matter what pirate group it is, a mere pirate ship wants to come to my place to fight in the autumn wind. It's really asking for death. Ha ha ha. Leader, maybe this is someone who heard of your name and came to join our fishman pirate group. A fishman next to him who looked like a wretched man couldn't help but patted him. That's right, he, it's really possible. Arlong nodded immediately after hearing this, not feeling any surprise at all. After all, with his reputation, is there any pirate group in East Blue that he doesn't know? Advertisement. Leader. The fishman who came to report became even more anxious when he saw this. The pirate flag he saw was not a small pirate, that was it. What? Arlong glanced at the subordinate. Leader, that is a pirate flag with a skull pierced by a sharp sword and a red rose wrapped around it. The fishman under his command said anxiously. Sword. Skull. Rose. Arlong was shocked when he heard this, and the other Murloc men were also shocked. Leader, this seems to be the flag of the Sword and Rose pirates. A fishman said cautiously. Well, I know. Arlong's face darkened. Of course he knew about the Sword and Rose pirates. This was a newly rising pirate group. I heard that its leader was a strong man whose strength almost reached the Shichibukai level. His swordsmanship was earth-shattering, and he was able to defeat 17 marine fleets with just one sword strike, which was truly terrifying. HMPH, I want to see how powerful this Sword and Rose pirates are. How dare they come to my territory to run wild? A cold light flashed in Arlong's eyes, but he was not intimidated by Ron's name. Send my order. Everyone is on alert. Arlong ordered, and those who were going to various villages to collect fees could not go out anymore. After all, they had to face the powerful pirate group that had just emerged in the legend, and its leader was still, although Arlong didn't think Arlong was that powerful of a big pirate with a bounty of 30 million belly, he still made some backup preparations. On the melee, Ron looked calm, standing on the bow of the melee with his hands behind his back. There were several girls standing beside him. Kaya and Makino looked at Nami, who was slightly trembling. The two girls couldn't help but hold their hands in distress. He held Nami's arm and whispered to comfort her while looking at the island that was getting closer. Advertisement. Tashigi looked heavy and did not speak, but she held the long knife tightly in her hand. Even if she was on Ron's pirate ship, she would not forget that she was a righteous marine. Next, she would definitely have to deal with Arlong, a group of evil pirates. Yes, she felt she should contribute. Compared with the girls, Ron really looked like he was on an outing, with a calm expression and even a relaxed smile on his lips. The environment here is good. Ron looked at the surrounding sea, the seagulls and birds in the sky, the blue sky and white clouds, and the fish jumping from time to time on the sea, and he was in a very good mood. Turning to look at Nami, who was in a depressed mood, Ron smiled and said, "What are you still worried about? Take me to your hometown later." But, Arlong, Nami couldn't help but be stunned when she heard Ron's words. What kind of brain circuit does this boy in front of her have? This island has been occupied by Arlong. If this problem is not solved, how will he be able to take you to his hometown? Ah. Arlong. Ha ha ha, that's just a small problem. Seeing Nami's expression, Ron knew that in her heart, Arlong was a nightmare, a lingering nightmare, and she had to solve this problem first. Wow. Going Merry was released by Arlong's fishman pirate group and approached the harbor unimpeded. At the edge of the harbor, Arlong took the lead, followed by a large group of powerful Murlocs, all of whom looked at his group with cold and murderous smiles. Are you the leader of the Sword and Rose pirates, Ron? Arlong smiled coldly, opened his sharp-toothed mouth, and said to Ron on the side of the ship, "What advice do you have when you come to my territory? Do you want to die?" How arrogant. Ron shook his head indifferently. Although his words were calm, they were extremely domineering. It's not me who wants to die, but you. Chapter 46. Kill casually. Crush with force. Begging for evaluation votes. Boy, don't think that just because your bounty is higher than mine, you think you are stronger. Arlong narrowed his eyes and said, "When Lousy broke into the Grand Line, you were still wearing diapers." Ridiculous. Ron shook his head. According to your statement, are the strong men in this world calculated based on their age? You guys just don't dare to go to the Grand Line and come here to be a waste of a local bully. Quote. Yes, in Ron's opinion, this Arlong is just a loser. Even if his background is calculated, he has some relationship with Jinbei, one of the Shichibukai on the Grand Line, but now this guy comes here to be a local bully, just to let Ron despise. Damn you boy, you are really arrogant even if you have some achievements. Arlong laughed angrily. How dare you look down on me, Arlong? Today I will let you see how powerful I am. Arlong obviously saw that Ron was coming here with bad intentions, and was not going to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand and shouted, "Capsize this pirate ship for me." Your command, my lord. The Murlocs under Arlong all looked at Going Merry with red eyes and bloodthirsty eyes. They jumped into the sea water one by one. The power of the Murlocs can be perfectly exerted in the ocean. Each and every one of them was like a fish in water. He rushed over with the melee, and was about to pierce the melee and let it sink. Of course, Ron couldn't watch the Merry being scuttled. He grinned and planned to take action. No. Before Ron could make a move, Nami warned. The fishmen can display their combat power perfectly in the ocean, which is incomparable to us humans. Ron, we must not let them get close. We have to find a way to get to the shore and fight them ashore. Tashigi said in a deep voice. The famous sword Shiger in her hand was already unsheathed and ready to fight at any time. Tashigi would not be lenient at all to these vicious pirates. Makino and Kaya have no fighting ability, so they can only watch worriedly, with their hands clasped and their expressions nervous. Don't be nervous. Ron smiled slightly. They're just little guys. Advertisement. Ha ha ha. One of the fastest swimming murlocs came to the melee and laughed wildly. He was about to thrust out the harpoon at the melee, but at this time, Ron moved. Evil wolf boxing technique. Ron did not use swordsmanship, but used the trick he first learned when he came to the pirate world and joined the wolf pirates, the wolf fist. With one punch, a ferocious wolf-headed shadow jumped out from the fist, and rushed towards the sea with a wolf howl. Boom. After a loud noise, the rough sea gradually calmed down. Arlong, who was on the coast, was originally very confident. With a strong underwater fighting force like the fishmen, wouldn't it be easy to deal with a small pirate ship? However, at this glance, his expression suddenly changed. Ron closed his fist with a smile, looked at Arlong on the coast with a faint smile, and didn't even pay attention to the fish man in the ocean. Ron didn't pay attention, but the four girls around him were staring at the sea. What did they see next? They saw the powerful fish men in the ocean floating on the surface of the sea with their bellies turned upside down. They were all foaming at the mouth and their eyes were white. They obviously couldn't survive. Nami was so surprised that she was speechless. As someone who has been with the Arlong pirates for a long time, she knew the strength of these fishmen. Even on the shore, it was not something that ordinary people could match. In the sea water, the fighting power of these murlocs was even more powerful, and now, with one punch from Ron, all these dozens of murlocs were killed. Advertisement. Brother Ron is so awesome. Kaya didn't know the difference. To her, any enemy would be no match for Ron. She was Ron's little fangirl and she was very confident in Ron's strength. So strong. Tashigi marveled inwardly, but held Shiger tightly in his hand. I am still far behind his strength. Keep getting stronger. You must keep getting stronger. Although this kind of strength cannot be compared with Shanks, but it should not be far behind. Makino thought to herself. In her mind, Shanks and Garp should be the most powerful people, at least among the people she met. This is true among people, and the strength shown by Ron in front of him now and before has begun to approach the two. Makino itself has no power, so it is naturally impossible to judge Ron's true strength and can only guess from the surface. But Ron didn't know what Makino was thinking. He punched out and then retracted it, without even looking at the fish man corpse floating on the sea, but at Arlong. Give you a chance. Surrender now, and I can keep your whole body, otherwise. Ron's eyes flashed with a cold murderous intent. I will make your death very painful for the hatred you have imprisoned Nami for so many years. Quote. Nami. Arlong's expression changed. He looked at the girl next to Ron, and immediately sneered. That's it. Nami bit her lip tightly, her face serious, but she looked at Arlong hatefully. Ha ha ha. I see, Nami, do you think you have found a powerful backer? Arlong laughed coldly. Do you think this guy can deal with me? It's ridiculous, it seems you are really looking for death. Now, I'm giving an order to kill everyone in the village you were in before, everyone, including your sister. Ha ha ha. Listen to your orders, Arlong shouted. Immediately send people to Nami's hometown village and kill everyone in that village. Your command, my lord. The murlocs beside Arlong immediately accepted the order, and with murderous intent in their eyes, they grinned and prepared to kill. Damn it, you can't do that. Nami shouted angrily, tears falling faintly from the corners of his eyes. Chapter 47 Basic Swordsmanship. Kill Arlong instantly. How dare you be arrogant in front of me? Ron snorted and moved his feet. He activated his full-level skill, wind step, and almost flew through the air. He jumped directly from the deck of the melee across the ocean and landed on the shore at a distance of dozens of meters. Arlong and a group of fishmen suddenly changed their expressions and took several steps back. It's looking for death. Ron glanced at Arlong indifferently, then reached out and pulled out the third-generation ghost sword worn on his waist. Although the level of the third-generation ghost sword was not as strong as the sharp sword he forged before, it was a cursed sword. The knife can inflict more painful damage to the enemy. Ron saw that Arlong was very unhappy, so he was ready to operate on him. This boy is not weak. Arlong narrowed his eyes slightly, and he could tell from the momentum of Ron's attack just now that his opponent was not weak. With a movement of his body, he jumped into the sea water of the port beside him. Of course he didn't want to escape, but because the murlocs had the strongest fighting power in the water, Arlong was ready to use all his strength to fight Ron. Ron drew out the third-generation ghost and slashed it with his sword. The target was not Arlong who jumped into the sea, but the murlocs holding weapons. With one strike, the bodies of these fishmen were all separated, and they were killed instantly. Occasionally, only a few who could hide far enough could escape with their lives. It's so scary. An octopus man hiding in the distance looked at this scene with his whole body trembling, holding his head and lying on the ground, not daring to make the slightest move. Advertisement. The other murlocs who were lucky enough to survive were similar. They were all trembling with fear. They could only hope that the leader Arlong could defeat this terrible enemy. Ron killed most of the fishmen with one sword, then slowly turned around and looked at Arlong in the sea. At this moment, Arlong has dived into the depths of the sea. Entering the sea, he can clearly feel the power in his body. Ha ha ha, in the ocean, that is when I am the strongest. How dare you come here, boy? Prepare to die for my Arlong's trouble. Accelerate. Impact. Shark arrow. The water on Arlong's body continued to linger around his body, constantly accelerating his speed. Like an arrow from the string, he turned into a phantom and rushed out of the water, extremely ferocious. The impact hit Ron's body. Ha ha. Ron's expression remained unchanged. He was not at all frightened by Arlong's sudden attack. He raised the third-generation ghost in his hand slightly and slashed with his sword. Basic swordsmanship. Slash. An ordinary basic swordsmanship slash was executed by Ron. The sword flashed with a click, and Ron put away the sword and stood up. Snap, snap, snap. Arlong's body was cut in half and fell to the ground on both sides of Ron's body. His face was also cut in half with an expression of disbelief. He could not believe it until his death. An extremely powerful move could be defeated by this ordinary sword technique. Ah, the surviving fish people screamed in fright when they saw this. Boss, the boss is dead. Oh my god, the boss was killed. Advertisement. Chief Arlong. The fish people were so frightened that they rolled over and tried to escape. Ron looked over indifferently and said, "Who dares to escape?" Ah, all the fish men who wanted to escape froze and did not dare to make the slightest move. At this time, the melee finally docked. Nami, Makino and other 4 girls walked down the deck and looked at the mess. Kaya and Makino looked a little ugly. After all, they had not seen too many bloody scenes, while Tashigi and Nami didn't react much. The 2 of them have been wandering around the major islands all year round, stealing with pirates, and often participating in the battles between marine and pirates. They have also seen many life and death scenes. I didn't expect that Arlong's gang was solved by you so easily. Nami said with a complicated expression. Arlong's gang has been her nightmare since she was a child. It has always been a mountain that has been insurmountable. But now, Ron takes action and instantly solved. She had to sigh that it was great to have strong power. Nami. Makino turned his head, not looking at the bloody scene on the ground, and said to Nami, "These fishmen were killed by Ron. The dilemma in your hometown has been solved, right?" Yeah, Nami pursed her lips, with a slight excitement in her eyes, and glanced at Ron. "Thank you, Ron, our village can finally escape from the clutches of Arlong and his gang." Ron smiled slightly, put away the long knife in his hand, and said easily, "You are a navigator on my ship. How can I ignore you when you are bullied? By the way, you know where Arlong and his gang hide their treasure, right? Wait. You will find their treasure first, and then go to your hometown to see it, right? Well, I probably know a little bit, and there are a few surviving fishmen here. With them leading the way, we should be able to find the treasure." Nami nodded, and then said, "Leave this matter to me." Yeah, Ron nodded and watched Nami walking towards the base where Arlong was. From the corner of his eye, Ron saw Kaya looking a little nauseous. He immediately knew that the bloody scene in front of him scared the girl, so he walked aside and punched her. A big hole was made on the ground, and then all the Murloc corpses were thrown into the hole and buried casually. They would be left to the villagers to deal with later. Just deal with them casually for now. Chapter 48 Arlong's Treasure. Nami and Nokia are tall. Open black lens bracket asking for evaluation votes close black lens bracket. After a while, Nami walked out of the Dragon Paradise building with a few fishmen. "I'm rich." Nami ran over with a box in his arms and said excitedly, "I found a lot of treasures in the basement of Dragon Paradise, look." Boom. The box was put down and the lid was opened. A large number of sparkling gold coins and gems were revealed inside. The eyes of the girls couldn't help but shine. Such beautiful and shining gold and silver jewelry is not only liked by pirates, but also by girls. Like very much. Bang bang bang. Several fishmen following Nami also put down their treasure boxes. The treasure boxes were also filled with various treasures. One of the boxes contained banknotes, which was definitely a lot. Haha, so much treasure and money is enough for us to use for a while. Seeing this, Ron couldn't help but smile and said, "From now on, the money will be handed over to Nami for management." Great. Nami laughed and cheered. She was so happy today. Not only did she get rid of Arlong, a scourge, but she also got so many treasures. It was so refreshing. This is a lot of money. Kaya looked at the treasure box, then walked to the box full of banknotes, counted it for a while, and said in surprise, "There must be tens of millions of bellies in here." Well, these are all accumulated by Arlong from the villagers over the years. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately gritted his teeth and said, "Fortunately, we have taken them back now." "Ron, what's going on here?" Nami looked at Ron and asked. After hearing this, Ron looked at a few Murlocs with their heads lowered and said, "Of course, let them get lost. We will go to your home village later and let the villagers come and rebuild this place." Okay. When Nami heard this, he suddenly smiled and said, "Then I will take you there now." Advertisement. Kaya asked aloud. "Our ship is docked here, is everything okay? What if they destroy it?" She glanced at a few surviving fishmen. No, no, no. Upon hearing this, the fishmen almost peed in fright, and hurriedly waved their hands. "Let's leave now, leave immediately, we will never damage the ship." How pitiful it is, Ron killed their leader and a large number of powerful Murlocs in one move. Only a few small fish and shrimps were left in the entire pirate group. They were so bold that they didn't even dare to destroy this killing group. Starship. Including the octopus man Xiaoba, together with several surviving fishmen, with Ron's approval, they quickly jumped into the sea and fled towards the ocean very quickly, not daring to stay for even a moment. Haha, brother Ron, look at you scaring them. Kaya covered her mouth and laughed. I don't know how many bad things these guys have done, and I don't know how many people they have killed. Ron touched Kaya's head and said, I killed so many murlocs with my own hands to avenge the people they killed before, and also prevent them from continuing to commit evil and murder in the future. Well, I know brother Ron won't kill people for no reason. Kaya nodded sensibly. Although several other girls felt that Ron was a bit harsh, but now that they heard what Ron said, and thought about it carefully, it did make sense. Especially Nami, she felt sad when she thought of the innocent people who died at the hands of the Arlong pirates, and her mother Belmere. Let's move the treasure to the boat first. Nami shook his head and put away those unhappy things. Everything is fine now and will be better in the future. Looking at the treasure on the ground, Nami suggested, first put the treasure on the boat, and then I will take you to my hometown and village. It's been a long time since I saw Nokigao. Well, let's do it together. Ron didn't leave behind, smiled, and reached out to pick up 2 heavy boxes. Kaya and Makino carried a box together, and Nami and Tashigi also carried a box that was not too big. Then, 4 treasure boxes filled with treasures and money were moved to the cabin of the Melee. Then, under the leadership of Nami, several people walked towards the island. After walking for a long time, they finally came to a small village. Seeing Nami's arrival, the people in the village looked a little strange, and closed their doors and windows one by one as if to avoid the plague. Advertisement. Huh, Kaya asked strangely. Sister Nami, what's going on? Why are they so scared when they see us? Makino also said with some curiosity, we are not Arlong's group, how can they be afraid of us? Nami said with a bitter look on his face, because I have been working for Arlong before, everyone hates me and thinks I am helping Arlong exploit the villagers. Oh, why are they so stupid? Kaya pouted. It's obviously Sister Nami who protects them in private. Nami shook his head and said nothing more. Ron smiled slightly when he heard this. He knew the plot. These villagers looked like this. In fact, they were all grateful to Nami in their hearts, but they couldn't show it because if Arlong and his gang found out, they were afraid that Arlong would deal with Nami. Not long after, Nami brought Ron and others to a house. Nami looked at the house with a complicated expression, as if she recalled the scene of living with Belmere and Nokigao. Click. The door of the house was opened, and a girl with short hair appeared in everyone's eyes. The girl's body shape and figure were similar to Nami. She was slightly older than Nami by 2 or 3 years. Her skin was slightly dark, but she gave people a healthy beauty. The girl looked at Nami and Ron with big eyes, showing a hint of surprise. Nami, are you back? Are they? Nuauchi Gao. Nami looked at the girl, paused, and then suddenly showed a happy smile. It's over, all the difficulties and sufferings are over. Nami ran over and hugged Nokigao tightly. Nokigao was shocked by Nami's sudden hug. He didn't know what happened and scratched his head in confusion. Chapter 49 Celebration Banquet. Nokigao joins. Inside the house, Ron and others were sitting separately, and Nami was telling the confused Nokigao how Ron defeated Arlong's group. What? Nokigao stood up in horror and looked at Ron who was sitting calmly on the side, drinking tea calmly. You mean, he killed Arlong, and those powerful fish people? Yes. Nami nodded seriously. Our village will be free from now on, and we will no longer have to be exploited by Arlong. Nochigao was at a loss. The news came too suddenly, and it was hard for her to accept it. For so many years, she had to bear the fees charged by Arlong and his gang every month. Their entire village had accumulated a lot of money. They all took a ride in. The life of the villagers was too difficult. Sometimes the crops in the fields were not harvested well and the fishermen could not catch fish. Some people even starved to death. Now when she heard that Arlong's group had been destroyed, she was really stunned for a moment. Is it over? Nuo Chigao said blankly. Is Arlong and his gang really destroyed? Of course, Kaya said with her little head held high. With my brother Ron personally taking action, what else can't be solved? Well, Nami also looked at Ron gratefully. Thanks to Captain Ron this time, otherwise, I really wouldn't be able to do anything against Arlong and the others. Thank you so much, Mr. Ron. Najigao came back to his senses, took a deep breath, and then came to Ron. He bent his knees and knelt down to express his gratitude. Ron stretched out his hand to support Nuo Chigao, feeling Nuo Chigao's delicate shoulders and body, and seeing the calluses on Nuo Chigao's palms. It can be imagined that her life is also very difficult, and even a girl has to suffer. In this way, the lives of ordinary people can be imagined. No need to be polite. Ron stood up, straightened Nokigao, and said sternly, Nami is the navigator on my ship and my crew. Of course I have to take action when she is in trouble. You are Nami's sister. We ourselves, what else can anyone say to thank you? But, I'm really grateful to you. Nuo Chigao looked at Ron with some emotion. When he saw Ron's handsome face and strong and safe body, his face turned red, and then he shook his head in his heart. What was he thinking? He was not worthy of such a powerful person. Advertisement. Sister Nuo Chigao, you don't have to be too polite. Kaya said with a smile. Actually, if you are really grateful to brother Ron, why not go to sea with us? When Nami heard this, her eyes suddenly lit up. Now she had Nokigao as the only relative in her family. After Belmere died, she wandered away again and rarely came back. This time Ron helped her to deal with Arlong's gang. I will definitely continue to go to sea with Ron in the future. It is impossible for Ron to help me, so I should just turn around and leave. There is no navigator on the Melee, so I must help him. And after I leave, I don't know when I can come back. Nokigao will definitely be very lonely if he stays on the island alone. Najigao, Kaya is right. Nami immediately walked up to Najigao, hugged Najigao's arm, shook her and said, just go to sea with us. I tell you, the sea is so fun. There are all kinds of lively islands, all kinds of food, and all kinds of beautiful clothes. Nuo Chigao was a little hesitant. She was used to staying on the island and was a little unfamiliar with sailing on the sea. She didn't dare to agree like this. Sister Nuo Chigao, are you afraid of danger at sea? Kaya looked at Nuo Chigao's expression and persuaded her. Don't worry, with Brother Ron here, our lives will definitely not be in danger. Brother Ron, it's amazing. You girl, you know how to praise me. Ron couldn't help laughing when he saw Kaya praising him constantly. They are telling the truth. Kaya chuckled. Nochigao still didn't agree immediately. Instead, he thought for a moment, raised his head and said, Nami, let's tell everyone the news first. Everyone has suffered so much over the years, and now we have finally come to an end. Tell everyone to make them happy. Well, let's go. Upon hearing this, Nami immediately smiled and nodded. Let's go tell everyone now. As a result, several people left the house and, led by Nokigao, came to the village. When Nokigao and Nami told the news that Arlong's group had been defeated, everyone was still in disbelief. They all froze on the spot and it took a long time to come back to their senses. Advertisement. Arlong's group was destroyed. Oh my god, is this true? What Nokigao and Nami said together must be true. Wow, great, so great. Yeah, finally, I can finally go back to my original life. The villagers cheered and cried with joy. Then the villagers, led by Nami and Nokigao, went to the base where Arlong and his gang were at the dock. At the Dragon Paradise, they saw a pile of fishman corpses, including Arlong who was split in half by Ron's knife. Everyone finally confirmed that Arlong and his gang were really destroyed. Later, even though the villagers were very poor, they still took out the last food at home and held a grand banquet to celebrate Ron and his party. At the banquet, seeing the villagers crying with joy, and even the women and children drinking and celebrating, Nami and Nokigao looked at each other with smiles on their faces. Nami, I have decided to go to sea with you. Nuo Chigao took Nami's hand and said solemnly. Really? That's great. After hearing this, Nami hugged Nokigao happily. This way we don't have to be separated in the future. Yes. Nuo Chigao nodded happily. Chapter 50 The amazing treasure Nami has accumulated over the years. The villagers were drinking wine happily, and Ron was drinking along with them. From time to time, villagers came to toast and thank Ron, the benefactor who saved the entire village and even the entire island. Well, the wine tastes terrible. Kaya on the side secretly took a sip of wine and immediately stuck out her tongue. If it doesn't taste good, then don't drink it. Ron nodded Kaya's little head, then picked up a plate of pastries and handed it to her. Eat this. Thank you, Brother Ron. Kaya took it with a smile, and then took a piece of barbecue and handed it to Ron. Brother Ron, you can eat too. Kaya, when we get on the boat, I'll make some fruit wine for you to drink. The fruit wine is sweet and very suitable for girls to drink. Makino said with a smile. Okay, thank you, Sister Makino. Kaya laughed. Over there, Nami pulled Nokigao over and sat next to Ron. Ron, my sister has decided to join us. Nami smiled slightly and said. Oh, really? Ron's eyes lit up and he looked at Nokigao. When Ron looked at Nokigao, she lowered her head in embarrassment and said, yes, please ask Captain Ron to take more care of you in the future. Advertisement. Haha, this is good news. Come on, let's have a drink. Ron raised his glass happily. Wow, Sister Nuochigao, you finally agreed to go to sea with us, that's great. Kaya was paying attention to the situation here with her little ears. When she heard Nuochigao's words, she suddenly laughed happily. Welcome to join. Makino and Tashigi also smiled happily. Everyone happily ate barbecue, pastries, and drank wine, and the banquet lasted until very late. Then the group returned to Nokigao and Nami's home. Although there were not enough beds, there were sofas and floors. Nokigao originally wanted to give up the bed to Ron, but Ron waved his hand and chose to sleep on the floor. Kaya and Makino slept on the bed, Nami and Nokigao slept on the sofa, and poor Tashigi was pulled by Ron to sleep on the floor. At night, Ron fell asleep listening to the whispers of several girls. Early the next morning, everyone got up early. Nokigao, Nami, and Makino prepared breakfast for everyone. Although it was not very rich due to lack of food, everyone still ate very happily. After finishing breakfast, Nami stood up with a smile and said, let's show everyone the treasures I have collected so hard over the years. Because she is about to go to sea, Nami must take out the treasure she has collected for many years. It cannot be buried under the earth forever. Treasure. Kaya's eyes lit up. Sister Nami, do you still have any treasure? Yeah, Nami nodded. I said before that I made an agreement with Arlong that when I raised 100 million belly, I could redeem the village. So these years, I have been stealing from the pirates outside. The amount of treasure and money should be a lot. As she said that, Nami stuck out her tongue in embarrassment. It was because she stole Ron's wallet that she was caught by Ron and forced to join the Sword and Rose Pirates. Fortunately, she was able to join the Sword and Rose Pirates. With Ron helping her deal with Arlong's gang, the whole village was saved. Advertisement. Nami and Nokigao took Ron and others with shovels to some orange trees. Before they started digging, Kaya asked curiously, Sister Nami, is the treasure buried underground? Yes, Nami nodded. This is what I have accumulated over the years. Nami has worked very hard these years. Noki glanced at Nami and said, she runs around on the sea, and every once in a while she will come back with some treasures and money, sometimes with injuries on her body. It's okay. Nami remembered the previous scene of being chased by pirates, but waved his hands with a smile. Those things have passed, and now the village is safe. These treasures can be dug out and used as money to rebuild the village. As they spoke, the two girls began to dig into the ground. After a while, they dug out a large box. After opening it, it was almost full of treasures, as well as a lot of Madara's banknotes that were stained with mold. Sister Nami, this is the treasure you worked so hard to get, and you just use it to rebuild the village. Kaya looked at Nami with twinkling eyes. She felt that Nami was really great. Yeah, Nami nodded, glanced at Ron, and said, my sister and I are going to sea with you, and we got a lot of money from Arlong yesterday. Now let's leave the money here to the village. Quote. Sister Nami, you are so great. Kaya couldn't help but ran over, hugged Nami's arm and said. Yes, Makino also nodded, looking at Nami with a gentle smile. Ron also smiled and said, this decision is very wise. These money are your savings over the years, and you have the right to decide how to use it. Anyway, Arlong's treasures are enough for us to use for a long time. Thank you, Captain. Nami looked at Ron gratefully. She originally thought that Ron would find a way to make her hand over these treasures. After all, Ron was a pirate, and he was also his own captain. He had the authority to ask her to do so. She decided in the morning when digging for this treasure, she hesitated for a while, but now it seems that this guy is not bad. Nami looked at Ron with a strange look in her eyes.
2 SP Chapter 51 The Gratitude of the Villagers. With Ron's help, a large box of treasures was moved out. After a little inventory, the total value of these treasures and banknotes was more than 90 million belly. I have to say that Nami has been really ruthless over the years. Considering the wealth of little pirates like East Blue, those people were really unlucky to have so much treasure stolen by Nami. Ron carried a big box in one hand and arrived at the village with the girls. Naturally, the villagers were shouted over by Nami and Noki, and a large group of people gathered in the central square of the village.
Boom. Ron placed the box full of treasures in his hands on the ground. Suddenly, the treasures in the box were revealed, and the golden light and stacks of banknotes caught everyone's eyes.
Hiss. Seeing this, all the villagers took a breath and looked at the treasures in amazement. However, most of them did not show greedy and cunning looks. Only a few people had longing eyes. This is also human nature. They are all ordinary people. Not many ordinary people can remain calm when they see this treasure worth nearly 100 million belly placed in front of them. This. Nami, Nuokagao, who are you? A middle-aged man wearing a police hat asked. This man looked familiar to Ron. His name was Aegean. He was the police chief of the village. He had been leading the villagers to survive. When Nami was young, he selflessly helped Nami's family. He was considered the most virtuous and respected person in the village. Uncle Jien, this is the treasure I have accumulated over the years. Nami pulled Nokigao to Jien, bowed to Jien, and said seriously, thank you for taking care of me. Nokigao and I have decided that we will go to sea with Captain Ron, and we will definitely come back to visit everyone in the future, and these treasures. Advertisement. Nami pointed to the treasure next to him, looked around, looked at the villagers and said, after the village was occupied by Arlong's gang, I have been thinking about how to save the village. Nami. Aegean waved his hand to interrupt Nami's words, and said with some emotion, we all know what you did. Nokigao smiled slightly, looked at Nami beside him and said, we all know what you mean, but we don't show it every time we see you, because we are afraid that you will be discovered by Arlong, so everyone is actually very grateful to you from the bottom of their hearts. Everyone. Nami pursed her lips, tears appearing in the corners of her eyes. Nami wiped the tears from the corners of his eyes and looked at the villagers with a tearful smile. Everyone, we are ready to leave. These treasures will be left to the village. As the cost of rebuilding the village, please accept it. This. Although the villagers were a little strange when they saw Ron placing the treasure in front of everyone, but now they were shocked when they heard what Nami said. There were so many treasures, how could you just say you don't want them? Nami. Jien was stunned for a moment and then said anxiously, it's not easy for you to save the village. How can we ask for your money? This is what you have accumulated through hard work over the past 8 years. Yes, Nami. Some other kind-hearted villagers persuaded, if you follow Captain Ron to go to sea, you will also need money. Why not take these treasures away? Our village is free now, and we will not have to pay Arlong or the others in the future. With money, we will return to the good life before in a while. Yeah, Nami, you'd better take the treasure back. We don't need it,
Advertisement. The villagers spoke one after another and said that they were very grateful for everything Nami had done for the village. Now Nami had to hand over the treasures he had accumulated over the years to the village. This was so selfless. No. Nami shook his head decisively. I will not go back on what I have decided. I will leave these treasures to you. I hope you can make the village better. I will come back to visit you in the future. With that said, Nami didn't care about the reactions of the villagers, but turned around and took Nokigao's hand, and quickly ran to Ron. Captain Ron, let's go. Good. Ron smiled and nodded, then waved to the villagers, turned around and walked toward the dock with Nami and the other girls. This. The villagers were speechless as they looked at the retreating figures of Ron and others. Jien stretched out his hand and wanted to speak, but paused. Then he sighed, looked around, and said to the villagers, since this is Nami's heart, let's accept it. I'll wait for the money. They will be carefully counted and used mainly to rebuild the village. If there is any leftover after the village is rebuilt, it will be distributed equally to each family. You should trust me, right? Certainly, of course we trust you. These are Nami's thoughts. We must all build the village to be more beautiful, so that when Nami comes back in the future, she will see a beautiful Cocoa West village. Chapter 52. Colonel Mouse's ambition. Please collect and comment on flowers. Goodbye everyone. On the melee, which was gradually moving away, Nami and Noki stood on the side of the ship, waving goodbye to the villagers on the shore. Ron and other girls also stood next to Nami, and the ship gradually left the port and sailed towards the ocean. I will definitely come back to visit you. Nami waved her arms towards the shore and shouted happily. Okay, we've left, Makino said with a smile and came to Nami's side. Where are we going next? Nami asked curiously. Let's head towards the Grand Line. Ron waved his hand and looked into the distance, which was in the direction of Upside Down Mountain. Grand Line. Nami showed a thoughtful expression. I heard that the Grand Line is very dangerous. The pirates there are the most powerful pirate groups in the 4 seas. After going through the competition, they entered the Grand Line. Let's go there. If so, be careful. What are you afraid of? With Brother Ron here, no matter how powerful the enemy is, there will be no match for Brother Ron, Kaya said, holding Ron's arm. Kaya, do you have too much confidence in Captain Ron? Nami couldn't help but cover her forehead and said, there are many powerful people in this world. Yes. Tashigi also nodded. For example, Shichibukai, the 4 emperors of New World, and several admirals from Marine headquarters, they are all very powerful. Ron raised the corner of his mouth slightly, and said with an unconcealed look of pride on his face. Shichibukai and 4 emperors. There will naturally be a chance to fight them by then, as well as Marine 3 Admiral, haha, Red Dog 3, I really didn't take it seriously. Advertisement, forehead. Hearing Ron's extremely arrogant words, Tashigi couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Do you really not know their strength? I heard that 3 Admirals' devil fruit is very powerful, Nami continued. Let's not talk about this for now. Let's wait until we meet them. It's too early to talk about this now. Ron waved his hand. He knew that no matter how much he said, the girls would not believe it. The reputation and strength of those strong men it has spread for too long and is too deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. However, he has only started to rise now, and he has not had many shocking achievements. The few times he has taken action before, he only dealt with some ordinary marines and weak pirates. Huh? What is that? Kaya suddenly pointed at the sea and said. When the other girls heard this, they immediately turned their heads and looked over. I saw the seawater rolling, and a strange fish with a bull's head rushed out of the sea and hit the melee. Manatee? Ron raised his eyebrows, remembering this giant sea beast raised by Arlong and his gang in the original plot. Its size is similar to that of the small sea kings, but its combat power is not as strong as the sea kings. In the original plot, it was killed by Luffy. The gangster ran away. Wow, what a big cow, Kaya screamed. It's obviously a fish, right? Nami retorted. But it has a cow's head, Kaya said, pointing to the manatee's head. This is a manatee. Ron stepped to the edge of the deck, looked at the charging manatee, and suddenly punched out. Boom. Advertisement. The manatee was sent flying several hundred meters away by his punch. After wailing, it turned around and ran away. It was obviously frightened by Ron's beating. Wow, Brother Ron is really powerful. He defeated this terrifying manatee monster with just one punch, Kaya cheered. Captain Ron is indeed so powerful. It was the first time Nokagao saw Ron take action, and he couldn't help but look at Ron's back with an expression of wonder. Go at full speed. Target. Upside Down Mountain. Standing at the bow of the ship, Ron waved his hand and gave the captain's order. Dozens of nautical miles in front of the melee, a group of marine warships were patrolling the sea. The person standing on the bow was none other than the Mouse Colonel who had received Arlong's protection money. Colonel, we found a pirate ship heading here. A marine watchman came over to report. Pirates? Colonel Mouse's eyes lit up and he secretly thought, great, after patrolling for so long, I finally encountered a pirate. This is a good opportunity to make a contribution. Yes, there is only one pirate ship on the other side. The marine soldier nodded and said, what a great opportunity, Colonel. This is a credit to the effort that came to our door. You don't need to tell me. Hurry up and inform all the captains of the fleet to surround the opponent's ship. Colonel Laoshu waved his hand and gave the order. Your Majesty, Colonel. The marine soldier went down to deliver the order. Colonel Mouse held his chin and laughed in a low voice.
He kept imagining in his heart that he would get credit for catching the pirate this time, and maybe he could be promoted to Commodore. Ha ha ha, Commodore, it's so beautiful, I can definitely become a Commodore. Colonel Mouse couldn't help but smile proudly when he thought of this. The fleet responsible for patrolling the waters around Logue Town immediately surrounded the Mary, intending to capture Ron in exchange for credit. On the melee, Ron, Nami and others naturally discovered the move of Colonel Mouse and a fleet of ships surrounding him. Chapter 53. The Rat Colonel Seeking Death. Kick Cannonball. Another group of Marines were destroyed. Ron and others, who were enjoying the juice and pastries prepared by Makino, were suddenly alarmed by the surrounding fleet. 1, 2, 3. There are 6 warships in total. Although they are all small warships, there are a lot of them. Nami counted and said. Although there were a lot of marine warships surrounding this time, Nami didn't have any idea in his mind. Too much fear. She clearly remembered the previous encounter with the marine fleet. 17 warships, including 3 medium-sized warships, were defeated by Ron's sword. In comparison, now this what are 6 small warships. Captain, what should we do? Nami asked, looking at Ron. Just hit them. Ron chuckled, not taking these 6 small warships seriously at all. In fact, this was indeed the case. It was impossible for these warships to pose any threat to him. Directly hit him? Nu Okagawa stared at her eyes and said in disbelief. Isn't this too dangerous? Okay. Kaya took Nokagawa's arm and said, Brother Ron must have done this for a reason. Sister Nokagawa, don't worry. The melee rode the waves and rammed directly into the warship where Colonel Mouse was, like a madman desperate for his life. On the warship where Colonel Mouse was located, a group of marine soldiers suddenly changed their expressions. Colonel, this pirate ship seems to be crazy, it's crashing into it, an adjutant exclaimed. Ha 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 ha, don't be afraid, Colonel Mouse said with a proud smile. They must be desperate. They're just a small pirate ship. They must be panicked when they are surrounded by 6 of our warships. Want to speed up the breakout? Dream on, give it to me fire. Advertisement, as you command. After the other 5 warships received the notification from the flagship, the gunners immediately began to fill the cannons with cannonballs. The cannons aimed at the melee one by one and began to bombard them all. Boom boom boom. After a wave of shelling, dozens of black shells flew over and hit the melee. So many cannonballs. Nu Okagawa said in surprise, thinking with some fear in her heart, was it going to happen as soon as she got on the ship? Brother Ron. Kaya was also frightened by the large number of shells flying in the sky, and immediately looked at Ron. Captain Ron. Nami and Makino also turned their attention to Ron. On this ship, the only one with combat ability is Ron. The girls have auxiliary abilities. Tashigi, the only one with some combat ability, can withstand so many shell attacks. The only solution is to look at Ron now. Shelling? Ron raised his brows and grinned. You dare to bombard my melee, I'll give it back to you. Ron turned around and stepped on the deck with the wind step. His body had already leapt into the air, and his whole body was spinning like a top. As soon as those black cannonballs came close to him, Ron kicked them one by one, flew back. Brush brush brush. Advertisement dozens of cannonballs flew back to the warship where they were originally located. With the help of Ron's foot power, their power was far greater than before. A loud rumbling sound was heard from the 6 warships. After a burst of roar, the 6 warships sank into the sea with thick smoke. The marine soldiers screamed desperately and flopped into seawater, looking for floating planks and swam over. In the blink of an eye, 6 warships had been destroyed by Ron. Although most of the marine soldiers escaped with their lives, the Mouse Colonel was not so lucky. A shell hit his body and was exploded. The cannonball blew him to pieces, and he went to see the King of Hell with his ambition. And the melee sailed away. Ron stood on the bow, standing proudly. On the sea next to them, there was a group of marine soldiers who looked like soup chickens. They looked at the Mary as if they were ghosts and swam away in the distance while holding on to the planks. On board the melee, the girls all fell silent looking at Ron's indifferent expression. Nokagawa took a deep breath. She had heard Nami and Kaya say that Ron was very powerful, but she never expected that he was so powerful. 6 fully armed warships, so many artillery salvos, he actually jumped up a few times and kicked the cannonballs back, destroying this powerful fleet in an instant. What a terrifying record. Tashigi looked at the marine soldiers running for their lives on the sea, with a trace of unbearable look in his eyes, but he could only sigh in his heart. Pirates and marines are natural enemies. If Ron didn't fight back just now, it is estimated that after being caught by marine, these girls they will also suffer disaster. Tashigi himself may be exempted from the disaster because of his marine status, but Nami and the others are likely to be imprisoned and sentenced. Haha, let's just say, Brother Ron is invincible. As Ron's little fangirl, Kaya was not surprised at this ending. Seeing Ron casually solve the marine fleet, she smiled and said, Ron, my brother encountered a fleet of 17 warships before, and of course he destroyed that fleet with just one sword strike. Now there are only 6 warships, how can he be a match for Brother Ron? It's really amazing. Nuoki nodded in agreement. Now she really believed what Kaya said. Before, when she heard about Ron defeating 17 warships with one sword, she still didn't believe it, but now she really believed it. I saw Ron's power with my own eyes and couldn't help but be shocked. Chapter 54 Ron's Data Panel. Kaya Girls Night Attack. Please give me a review vote. Close black lens bracket. After Ron defeated the invading Colonel Mouse and his party, the Mary continued sailing in the direction of Upside Down Mountain. It did not encounter Marine again along the way, which made everyone a little confused. The surviving Marine soldiers must have passed the news back. East Blue Branch Base and the Meili's voyage was not covered at all. Marine should have sent a fleet to encircle and suppress it, right? At 10 o'clock in the night, in the cabin of the Meili, Ron and the other girls were having dinner. The dinner was cooked by Makino and Nako. Although they were not full-time chefs, the food they cooked was still very good. Makino specially made some fruit wine for the girls, so Ron mixed it with rum, and the girls drank the fruit wine and ate delicious food. They lived a very comfortable life. Marine didn't come, that's a problem. Nami took a sip of fruit wine and said with some confusion. Maybe you're afraid of brother Ron? Kaya tilted her head and thought for a while. How is that possible? Tashigi rolled his eyes. Marine will never be afraid of pirates. Hey, sister Tashigi, you are now a pirate too. Kaya pouted and said, you are one of us too, why are you still siding with Marine? Tashigi gritted his teeth and said, how could I be willing to be a pirate? I was kidnapped by this guy Ron. Ahem. Ron blushed, coughed, then took a sip of rum and said nothing. Seeing this, Makino sighed. Who was not kidnapped? It seemed that except for Kaya and Nokagao, they were willing to join. In addition, including Nami, they were all dragged aboard by this guy. She herself, it was the worst one, being carried directly onto the boat by Ron. I couldn't help but sigh every time I thought about it. Fortunately, this guy didn't force himself to do anything, which is probably the only lucky thing. Makino glanced at Ron, who was eating and drinking. As for why Marine hasn't been chasing us in the past few days, I think there should be an ambush outside of Upside Down Mountain, right? Nokagao said thoughtfully. After all, although we have no hidden traces, the sea is so big, and they want it is still a bit difficult to find us. They must have guessed that we are about to go to the Grand Line, so it is not difficult to ambush us on the road we must pass and wait for them. It makes sense. Nami nodded and said. Makino and Kaya also nodded after hearing this, thinking it was very possible. It doesn't matter whether they're laying an ambush or not. Ron looked up, took a few sips of wine, and then said, it's okay if they don't provoke us, and I won't take the initiative to deal with them. If they continue to provoke me, humph, waiting for their ending won't change anything. Brother Ron, hello Haki. Kaya immediately looked at Ron with admiration. Bang. Ron pointed on Kaya's fair forehead with a snap of his finger. Praise me again, I will go to heaven. Kaya stuck out her tongue and made a face. Advertisement after dinner, everyone got ready to go to bed. The night sailing was very slow, as long as they drifted towards the destination, and with Ron on the boat, the girls were not afraid of pirate attacks at night. Ron returned to the bedroom, thought for a while, and said, System, open the data panel. Ding. The data panel has been opened, please check the host, the system replied. Host. Ron age, 19 years old physique, 178. Strength. 169 agility, 174 spirit, 155 skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2+98, full level, basic swordsmanship. 3+97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu. 1+99, full level, airbreaking palm. 1+99, full level. Blazing sword technique. 1+99, full level, wind step. 1+99, full level. Advertisement spearmanship. 2+98, full level, cooking skills. 1+99, full level. Medical skill. 1+99, full level, drawing the sword. 1+99, full level. 2 sword style. 1+99, full level, swordsmithing. 1+99, full level. After carefully looking at the various skills and 4-dimensional attributes, Ron shook his head secretly. His attributes have not improved since the last time he learned the skills. It seems that if he wants to continue to improve his attributes, he must learn new skills. When we get to the Grand Line, we should find a way to learn Marine 6 styles and Haki. Ron thought to himself, there are basically no people in the East Blue, or even in the first half of the Grand Line, who can learn Haki, only at Sabaody Archipelago. As we get closer to the naval headquarters in the Holy Land Mariajoy, where strong people gather, there will be more people who know Haki. As for how to learn Haki, Ron is now confused. He feels that his current physical strength and power are still strong, because he has already reached the level of Haki awakening, but he still does not feel the awakening of Haki. I still have to fight someone with Haki once to experience Haki's ability for myself. By then, I think I should be able to awaken Haki. Just a little bit of Haki awakening, I can instantly make him stronger by adding points. Haki is at full level. Ron's mouth cracked. He has hundreds of billions of skill points given by the system. As long as he learns a little bit of any ability, he can reach the highest level. This kind of cheat is simply inhumane. A state that others may not be able to reach if they work hard for a lifetime. In Ron's eyes, it is just 100 skill points, and he has hundreds of billions of skill points. It can only be used up in the horse month of the year after next. There's no way to survive. With this cheat around, how can anyone else survive? Ron sighed, but he really enjoyed the feeling of cheating. Lying on the bed, Ron's ears suddenly twitched, and there was a sound from the dark door. Who is coming here at this time? In Ron's eyes, a small figure sneaked up to him. His eyes widened. Is it this guy Nami who wants to steal my money? Just when he thought about it, the petite figure in front of him touched his quilt and got into his bed like a fish. Kaya, you girl. Smelling the familiar fragrance of the girl, Ron immediately had a dark look on his face. Chapter 55 Kaya. Brother Ron, let's watch the stars together. Please give me flowers and vote for comments. Kaya came to Ron, looked at Ron with a playful smile, winked, then hugged Ron's arm and said, Brother Ron, can we come together? Ron quickly calmed down and said solemnly, Kaya, this is not good. What are you doing? Kaya opened her big watery eyes and looked at Ron with a pure face. I just want to watch the stars with Brother Ron. I don't think about anything else. What are you talking about? Ron looked at Kaya's innocent appearance and immediately scratched his head. How is it possible that you, a girl like me, have already touched me, and you still dare to say that you don't know anything? Are you deceiving me? Alright, Brother Ron, let's look at the stars. Kaya's eyes flashed with a hint of cunning. She hugged Ron's arms in front of her and rested her little head on Ron's shoulder, getting ready to look at the stars. What do you think of this? Ron said helplessly. Ever since, when he was in Kaya, Ron was lying stiffly, his mind was in a mess, it was so pitiful. Although he had robbed Makino and boarded the boat, and took advantage of Tashiji's sword training, but he is an out-and-out young man. Now that Kaya was making such a fuss, Ron felt a little uncomfortable. Look or not, this is a problem. Ron was confused for a moment, then turned to look at Kaya and her long, slightly trembling eyelashes. Ron coughed. Ahem. Ron said, Kaya, why don't you go back to your room and have S**X? What should I say? Advertisement, Brother Ron, just say it normally, Kaya said, just pretend that I don't exist. Think you don't exist? Do you think you're a rag doll? Ron rolled his eyes. Brother Ron, do you like me? Kaya opened her eyes, her dark blue eyes shining with charming starlight like stars in the night. Of course I like you. Ron took a deep breath and nodded Kaya's little head with a smile. Kaya is so cute, anyone will like you. Oh, that's not the kind of love they're talking about. Kaya pouted and wrinkled her small nose. What they're talking about is love. No, how old are we? How do we know what love is? Ron quickly turned his head away, not letting Kaya discover his guilty conscience. Huh? Kaya exclaimed in surprise, raised her head and looked at Ron. Listening to the thunderous beating sound, she suddenly burst into laughter. You still say no, Brother Ron. Your heart has already betrayed you. Nonsense, how is that possible? Ron waved his hand quickly. When a girl like you is around me, it's normal for your heart to beat faster, okay? Really? Kaya asked, blinking. Of course it's true, Ron said righteously. Kaya laughed. Ron quickly grabbed Kaya's hand and said to Kaya through gritted teeth. Don't move, you know? Oh, Kaya said. Advertisement, little girl. How are your medical skills now? Ron thought for a while and asked. My medical skills are already very good now, Kaya said with a smile. Kaya will definitely study the medical skills taught by Brother Ron very seriously. He is already very good now. Really? Ron smiled and said, then I will give you a good test tomorrow? After hearing Kaya's words, Ron had the idea that Kaya was his favorite candidate for the ship's doctor. As long as her medical skills improved, the crew on the ship would not be in danger of illness during the voyage. Brother Ron, let's go see the stars together, shall we? Kaya said again. Okay. Ron nodded and stopped sleeping. He walked out of the cabin with Kaya and came to the side of the ship. Together they looked at the twinkling stars reflected on the quiet sea. Brother Ron, what a beautiful star, Kaya cheered. Don't be too loud, it will disturb other people's rest, Ron said, flicking Kaya's forehead. I know, Kaya quickly covered her mouth and nodded quietly. At night, the voyage of the Meli has stopped. Although Nami, the navigator, is here, night sailing on the ocean is still a bit dangerous. Therefore, the Meli basically floats on the sea at night and waits until daytime. Start sailing again. Nami's sister, are they all asleep? Kaya turned around and asked. They must be sleeping. They must be tired during the day, Ron said. Okay, we've seen the stars too. You should go back and rest. I'm going back to sleep too. Okay. Brother Ron, see you tomorrow. Chapter 56 Little Loli. Obese. Open black lens bracket. Ask for support. Close black lens bracket. The previous chapter was overturned. Sorry, I'll find the editor to solve it during the day. Thank you for your support. Close black lens bracket. Early the next morning, Ron opened his eyes and looked at the sleeping girl next to him, as well as the slightly visible tears on her cheeks. Although this girl was very proactive, it was still her first time and she couldn't stand it. A few twists and turns. Ron was strong and did not feel weak at all. So after venting once, when he saw that Kaya couldn't bear it, he had no choice but to give up and let Kaya rest. This girl, haha. Ron got up and dressed, covered Kaya with the quilt, then turned and walked out of the room. Arriving on the deck, Ron found that the other girls had all woken up very early, but their expressions didn't look very good. After thinking about it for a moment, with the completely unqualified sound insulation effect of the cabin, he thought that what happened between him and Kaya last night had already been covered by this. The girl listened. You are really a big wolf. Nami gritted his teeth and looked at Ron and said bitterly. Huh.
Nuo Kagao breathed a sigh of relief, rubbed his eyes with dark circles, and looked at Ron speechlessly. Captain Ron, please also consider our feelings. We haven't slept well all night, woolen cloth. Yes. Makino looked at Ron with a little dissatisfaction. Besides, Kaya is so young, you can really do it. This. Ahem. Ron touched his nose, raised his head and said, the weather is nice today. Seeing Ron changing the subject so obviously, the girls couldn't help but feel angry. Then they looked at each other and shook their heads helplessly. I'm going to cook. Makino turned and walked towards the kitchen. I'm here to help. Nuo Kagao also followed. Nami and Tashigi were busy adjusting the sails and getting ready to continue sailing. As the captain, Ron had nothing to do. He was looking at the ocean scenery and waiting for his meal. Advertisement on the road ahead, an island like a sailboat comes into view. Huh? What kind of island is that? Nami, who was looking at the sea, was curious. What a strange island.
This is Battleship Island. Ron held his chin and said, it turns out we're already here, if it's here. Ron, do you know what kind of island this is? Nami turned to look at Ron, curious that Ron knew what kind of island this was. Has he been here before? This should be Warship Island. The rocks on this island look like a warship, so it's called this. Ron smiled slightly and said, I've heard of this place before. Then, shall we go to the island to see it? Nami's eyes lit up. I wonder if there are any treasures on this island. Go and have a look. Ron thought of the original plot. On this island, there should be a flying dragon that is about to die, and the little girl who ate the whispering fruit, Abyss. He thought he could try to see if he could pull such a cute little loli onto the boat. Okay, let's go to this island and have a look. Nami changed the course and let the melee head towards Battleship Island. It's time to eat. At this time, Makino shouted. Let's go eat first, and we'll go to the island together later. Ron said, turning and walking towards the restaurant in the cabin. After several people had a meal, Makino finally carried a piece of food to Ron's room and delivered it to Kaya. Now Kaya can't get out of bed yet and can only eat in bed. After some time, the melee finally approached Battleship Island. Ron thought for a moment and asked Nokigao and Makino to stay on the ship. On the one hand, they took care of Kaya and on the other hand, they guarded the ship. He took Nami and Tashigi towards the island. Go up. As for the safety of Makino's 3 people, he has already taken care of them. If there is any danger, he will immediately send a signal to notify himself. The signal is a kind of fireworks that has been prepared beforehand. Advertisement. Wow, this island is so beautiful. Nami cheered, running on the green grass in front. Ron looked at Nami's happy look and felt very happy in his heart. Before dealing with Arlong and his gang, this girl had never shown a smile and was ready to escape all the way. Nami now looks like she has her own soul, happy and carefree. What an optimist. Tashigi sighed. It's such a strange island. If you run around, you will definitely encounter danger, right? Danger? What's there to be afraid of? Ron waved his hand indifferently and said, I'm right here. That's right. Tashigi's mouth twitched. With such a powerful person by his side, no matter how dangerous things are, he can solve them. What are he worrying about? A few kilometers in front of Ron and the others, a cute little girl wearing a hat was walking strenuously towards the mountain with a basket of food. Master Long, don't worry, I'm here to bring you food. The little girl wiped the sweat from her forehead and whispered towards a high mountain. Huh. The little girl suddenly looked stunned, turned her head to look in one direction, and then suddenly became shocked. Strangers, they don't seem to be from our island, are they pirates? When the little girl discovered Ron and the 3 of them, Nami, who was running at the front, also spotted the little girl. Huh. There is someone, a little girl. I'm going to ask her about this island. With that said, Nami ran over. It's indeed her, Abyss. Ron also had a look on his face and followed Tashigi with him. Who are you? Abyss asked nervously, looking at Nami running over and Ron walking behind her. Hello little sister. When Nami saw Abyss' nervous look, she immediately smiled and asked with a kind smile, is this Battleship Island? I want to ask you about this island. Condition. Yes, we are on Battleship Island. Seeing Nami's kind appearance, Abyss also lowered her guard a little, but she still looked at Ron with a slightly wary look, which made Ron a little speechless. Our little girl's welcome. Chapter 57 Flying Dragon. Abyss's Wish. During some questioning by Nami, a clever little ghost, the cute Abyss was revealed all the secrets. What? Phylong. When Nami and Tashigi heard what Abyss said, they looked at each other and were a little stunned. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. Abyss revealed the existence of Master Long and immediately regretted it, but it was too late. Fortunately, the 2 elder sisters in front of her looked quite kind, and the elder brother did not seem to be a bad person. The flying dragon is so amazing. Can we go and see it together? Nami asked excitedly. This. Abyss hesitated for a moment, then finally nodded and said, okay, but you can't make Mr. Long angry. Don't worry, it won't happen. So, Ron, Nami and Tashigi followed Abyss and walked towards the mountain. After a while, the 4 of them came to a cave. Master Long, I'm here to see you. Abyss shouted happily. Nami and Tashigi stared at the huge flying dragon in front of them with wide eyes. The flying dragon looked old and could only lie in the cave, unable to move.
Master Long is too old and can't move anymore. Abyss pouted and said, you can't go out to hunt for food anymore. You can only rely on me to bring him something to eat from time to time. What a big flying dragon. Upon hearing this, Nami first admired, and then asked curiously, why is it in this cave? Is it the flying dragon raised in your village? No. Abyss shook her head, and then explained that after eating the whispering fruit, she heard the cry of a flying dragon by chance, and discovered the flying dragon in the cave. The flying dragon is unable to move and is often unconscious. Only when Abyss comes over can they pass information to each other through the whisper fruit. Advertisement. Master Long's biggest wish is to return to the Dragon Island where he is, but unfortunately I am unable to help him, alas. Abyss sighed. Go back to Dragon Island. Nami tilted her head and thought for a moment, then looked at Ron. Captain Ron, how about we help Abyss and Phylong fulfill their wish? Okay. Ron agreed without thinking. Maybe he could help Abyss and Phylong fulfill their wish, and maybe he could pull the little girl on the boat completely. This was just a good opportunity. But, this flying dragon is so huge, what should we do? Tashigi looked at the huge body of the flying dragon and felt a little confused. Are you really willing to help? Abyss asked excitedly with her big round eyes waiting. Of course. Nami put her hands on her hips and smiled. Master Long can't move now. He must be seriously injured. It wants to return to Dragon Island. It must be the only place to heal its body. Don't worry, we will definitely help you. That's great. Abyss cheered happily. The key is how to get rid of such a huge body like Long Yi. Nami scratched his head. When Abyss heard this, she couldn't help but feel distressed. Tashigi was also thinking hard, but couldn't think of any solution. Ron smiled slightly and said, there are so many big trees in the forest outside. We can use the trees to make a huge raft and pull it with the Mary. What a great idea. Nami's eyes lit up. Yes, it is indeed possible. Tashigi also laughed. Advertisement. Wow, big brother, you are so smart. Abyss finally took a closer look at Ron. It turns out that this big brother is not that useless. He originally thought he was the follower of the two big sisters, but now it seems that he is the captain. Then, several people started to take action, mainly Ron. When the long knife was unsheathed, the trees fell, and huge trees fell to the ground. Under the shining light of the knife in Ron's hand, sawdust flew everywhere, and each tree was formed. Of wood was taken care of by him. Abyss took Nami to the village and found some ropes. After a little work, a few people finally built a big raft. It was Ron who took action. His strength was enough to move the huge body of the flying dragon and get it onto the raft. Then he held the rope with one hand and rushed down the mountain road. Wow. Behind them, Nami, Tashigi and Abyss looked at Ron pulling the raft and rushing down with a swipe. They exclaimed and quickly followed. Ron pulled the huge raft and rushed down the mountain with the smoke and dust all the way, directly to the seaside. Huh. On the Mary, Makino looked at Ron rushing over in surprise. Captain Ron, what is going on? What kind of monster is that? Looking at the flying dragon on the raft, Nokigao was full of curiosity. Kaya put a coat on her body and walked to the side of the ship. She looked at Phylong strangely. Brother Ron, what is this? Haha, this is a flying dragon. Nami and the others will come over and explain it to you later. I'll push the raft into the sea and fix it first. Ron started to move, flicked the rope in his hand, and led the raft to the ocean. He suddenly jumped onto the melee and fixed the rope at the stern of the melee. Not long after, Nami and Tashigi ran over with Abyss. After some explanations by Nami and Abyss, several girls knew the whole story and felt that they should help Long Yi find his hometown. Ever since, the melee set sail again, heading towards the legendary Lost Island, the hometown of Phylong. Chapter 58. Deceiving Abyss to board the pirate ship. The Lost Island in the Calm Belt. Abyss, what did Mr. Long say? Where is the direction of Dragon Island? We have been wandering in this sea area for most of the day. Nami asked Abyss helplessly. Abyss also scratched her head a little. Master Long said it clearly, it seems to be around this sea area. On the deck, Ron walked over and took a careful look at the surrounding sea. Through his memories of the original plot, Ron knew that the location of Dragon Island should be the Calm Belt. The sea breeze here was gradually dying down, and it should be close to the Calm Belt. Nami, Ron said, this place should be very close to the Calm Belt, right? Yes. Nami nodded and said, we can't go any further. The Calm Belt is full of sea kings. If our small ship enters, it will be destroyed in an instant. Sea kings. When Tashigi and other girls heard this, their faces instantly turned pale. As people from the pirate world, how could they not have heard of the power of the sea kings? They are all super huge sea creatures, tens or hundreds of meters tall. Even though they are small in size, some giant sea kings can even be compared to islands in size. Ron smiled slightly when he heard this. He was familiar with the plot of One Piece, and of course he knew how powerful the sea kings were. However, this was not a big problem for him. With him here, as long as the sea kings were not besieged by too many terrifying numbers, which can basically guarantee the safety of Melee and the girls. I guess the location of Dragon Island should be in the Calm Belt. Ron looked at Nami and the other girls. Flying dragons are not small in size, and dragon creatures like this exist on Dragon Island, so flying dragons should also be there. Being a member of the Sea Kings, it's not surprising that Dragon Island exists in the Calm Belt. Yeah, that makes sense. Tashigi nodded and said, so, do we really want to go to the calm belt? Of course, since I have already promised Abyss, I definitely can't back down at this time. Ron looked at Abyss, who looked nervous, and grinned. Don't worry, we will definitely send Master Long back to the Dragon Boat Festival. From the island. Advertisement. Well, thank you, big brother. Abyss looked at Ron gratefully. Abyss, don't worry. Kaya walked up to Abyss, took her little hand and said with a smile, as long as brother Ron is here, he will definitely help you fulfill your wish. Yeah, Abyss showed a happy smile and nodded vigorously. But, Kaya's big eyes rolled slightly, remembering the task that Ron secretly gave her before, and said in a low voice, Abyss, after we help you realize your dream, can you go to sea with us? Abyss was stunned for a moment and looked at Kaya hesitantly. Can I also go to sea with everyone? When Nami, Tashigi and other girls heard this, they were a little stunned. Then several girls turned to look at Ron at the same time, and each of them looked at Ron with a strange expression. Ron turned around with a righteous look on his face, walked to the side of the ship with his hands behind his back, and looked up at the sea, looking like a majestic man from this world. This guy, sure enough, shameless. Single quote. Several girls couldn't help rolling their eyes. Only this girl, Kaya, still remembered the mission given to her by Ron, and spared no effort to pull Abyss, but she also tried her best to fool her. Okay, Abyss thought carefully. My parents passed away when I was very young. After returning to Long Yi, I will go to sea with you, but don't dislike me. Use it. Kaya heard this and suddenly showed a sly smile. What the hell, you have the ability to whisper devil fruit. If anything happens to us in the future, you can also use the ability of the fruit to communicate with other animals to help us. Quote. Advertisement. Really? Abyss said happily, that's great. I wish I could help everyone. Kaya quietly gave an okay sign to Ron, who was not far away. Ron raised the corner of his mouth slightly and also gave Kaya a thumbs up quietly. Abyss didn't notice this move, but the other girls saw it. They all rolled their eyes. Is this really appropriate for the two of you to join forces to deceive a little girl? Ron also noticed the eye rolls from Makino, Nokigao, Nami and others, and coughed quickly to hide his proud look. His positive image could not be ruined. As everyone knows, his image in the hearts of girls has been completely destroyed. Okay, Nami said loudly. Now that Captain Ron has decided, let's enter the calm belt. Let's go. Ron nodded. Set off. The melee rushed into the calm belt bravely. As soon as it entered the calm belt, the flying dragon behind the melee suddenly became more energetic. It seemed that the environment of the calm belt gave it some familiarity. Abyss quickly used the ability of whispering fruit. After contacting Phylong, Abyss said happily after a while, Master Long said this is here. He is very familiar with the environment here, so it must be here. Abyss, please try to let it remember as much as possible. We have to find Dragon Island as soon as possible. Otherwise, if we are really surrounded by Sea Kings, even with Captain Ron here, we will be in danger. Nami said quickly. As she spoke, she used navigation skills to identify the direction and direct the course. Although her navigation skills were greatly reduced in calm belt, it was the only ability on the entire ship that could guide the direction. So far, Ron has not learned navigation skills from Nami. It seems that I have to spend more time learning navigation skills. Ron thought to himself as he looked at the extremely calm sea. Chapter 59 Two Sea Kings. Blood-stained ocean. Open black lens bracket. Ask for support. Close black lens bracket. The melee sailed with difficulty in the calm belt because there was no wind in the calm belt. The melee was a sailboat and could only drift slowly along the current when there was no wind. Abyss, who was communicating with Phylong, suddenly shouted in surprise, it's right in front. Master Long said that the familiar aura is getting closer and closer. Dragon Island must be in the sea ahead. Great. Nami also laughed. Then speed up. Ron came to the stern of the boat and waved his fist at the back of the raft where the flying dragon was. The fists punched into the ocean, and the thrust generated acted on the melee, pushing the melee forward. Move forward. The huge movement attracted the attention of some sea creatures in the calm belt, the most important of which is of course the landowners here, the Sea Kings. Several huge Sea Kings swam from the bottom of the sea and rushed towards the tiny melee. No, this huge shadow is Sea Kings. Nami looked at the huge shadow wandering under the sea and shouted in shock. You don't have to worry about this, just concentrate on steering the ship and leave Sea Kings to me. Ron said in a deep voice, having already jumped out of the melee. Wind step. When Wind Walk was activated, Ron gained the ability to walk on the sea for a short period of time. After all, it was a maxed out Wind Walk, and it was not an exaggeration to have such an ability. Evil Wolf boxing technique. Ron's eyes narrowed and he shot towards the huge black shadow. Boom. Advertisement. A loud voice came out. The huge black figure was knocked over by the powerful fist, and a scary huge Sea Kings was thrown out of the sea. The huge waves raised frightened the girls on the boat. Ouch. This huge Sea Kings with a crocodile head was injured by Ron's fist. It roared, swung its body, turned around, scratched its head, and bit Ron. The terrifying big mouth looked like a real mouthful. Die. Ron was not afraid at all. A cold light flashed in his eyes, the sword light in his hand flashed, and the sword light rushed towards the opposite side. Blood suddenly spattered on the body of the huge Sea Kings, and a terrifying line appeared on his neck. There were scars on his face, and his eyes dimmed. It was obvious that he had been killed by Ron with one sword. The body of Sea Kings fell into the ocean, causing another huge wave. The waves pushed the melee towards the sea ahead, but accelerated the sailing speed of the melee. One more thing. Ron looked into the ocean and saw another huge black shadow swimming over quickly. Cut. The sharp sword in Ron's hand flashed, and the disembodied sword sunk deeply into the sea water. The huge black shadow stopped, and the sea water was once again infected with blood, and the large area of sea water turned crimson. Roaring. With a roar, the Sea Kings, which had paused for a while, rushed out of the sea, setting off terrifying waves, revealing its appearance. This is a Sea Kings with a snake head and a length of nearly a kilometer. Its aura is even more terrifying than the previous one. The snake-shaped Sea Kings had a scar on its forehead. It was obviously injured by Ron's sword just now, but it was blocked by its hard skull. The snake-shaped Sea Kings looked at Ron angrily, and suddenly swung its tail and charged towards Ron fiercely. It was smashed down. Advertisement. Hey, I couldn't kill you with one sword, so let's do it again. The corner of Ron's mouth cracked, and he used the full-level sword drawing technique. The sword flashed away, and the snake-like Sea King's body suddenly froze, and then his head branched house, and the headless body fell into the ocean. This snake-like Sea Kings followed in the footsteps of the previous crocodile Sea Kings and was killed by Ron. Walk. After killing two Sea Kings, Ron didn't stop. He stepped on his feet and his figure flashed out. Not long after, he was back on the melee. There was not even a trace of blood on the clothes on his body, looking calm. Appearance. Okay. Great. Abyss looked at Ron with her hands folded. She didn't expect that Captain Ron could be so powerful. Sea Kings, even though she was young, she had heard how powerful this most powerful creature in the ocean was. From just now when Sea Kings appeared, she knew how powerful this terrifying monster was. It would have no problem swallowing the melee in one bite. However, such a powerful monster was killed by the young man in front of her with one knife at a time. This shows how strong Captain Ron is. Brother Ron is really awesome. Kaya smiled happily when she saw Ron return to the boat unscathed. Brother Ron really did not disappoint her. This guy. Tashigi held the famous sword Shiger tightly in her hand and took a deep breath. She thought that meeting the Sea Kings would cause some trouble to Ron, but she was solved by this guy with two swords. It was really unexpected. Even the Sea Kings can't pose a threat to him. How strong is this guy? It's not bad. Nami laughed, then looked at the sea ahead, his eyes lit up and said, "Look, it's over there, that island should be where Dragon Island is." Has the legendary Lost Island, where Dragon Island is located, finally arrived? Kaya said, looking at the black spot. Master Long, that's where Master Long said we are, and we're finally here. Abyss smiled happily. Let's go to the island. Ron waved his hand and gave the captain's order. Chapter 60 Death and Rebirth. Abyss's dragon pet. Is this Dragon Island? Several girls followed Ron to the Dragon Island, looking at the dragon bone fossils scattered everywhere, and couldn't help but feel a little dazed. Ron held the rope with one hand and pulled Phylong towards the center of the island. Hearing this, he said, "This is Dragon Island. Look at those stones, do they look similar to Master Long?" This does look like it. Several girls looked at the fossils around them, and all of them were surprised. It really does look like it. Is this really Dragon Island? Tashigi exclaimed. Yes, Master Long said this is Dragon Island, the legendary Lost Island. Abyss shouted happily, and then quickly ran to Fei Long. Hey, Master Long, this is Dragon Island, can you get better? Fei Long opened his eyes slightly, groaned, then slowly stood up, climbed up from the raft, and walked slowly toward a lake on the island. This is. Nami and the others watched quietly, not knowing what to do. Ron turned his head and looked at Abyss's happy look, feeling silent in his heart. He knew that this flying dragon was approaching its end of life. After arriving at Dragon Island, it would be the time when it fulfilled its wish. The end of its life was inevitable. Ron, there is no remedy now. This flying dragon's lifespan was exhausted, and it was not the cause of the injury at all. Ron's medical skills were not of much use at all. Alas. Ron sighed, shook his head, and said no more. Ron. Nami glanced at Ron and had a bad feeling in her heart. Tashigi, Makino, and Nokigao all fell silent. Kaya pulled Abyss and looked happily at the flying dragon stepping towards the lake. The flying dragon walked forward step by step, and finally came to the lake. It lowered its head and glanced at the silhouette reflected in the lake. It seemed to be more energetic. It raised its head and let out a dragon roar, and the sound was heard far away. Wow, Master Long, Abyss shouted happily. Advertisement. Master Long, Kaya also shouted, waving towards Hubo. Ron shook his head secretly, maybe this was a flashback. Ron could clearly feel that the aura of life on the flying dragon had suddenly increased a lot. This was not a good thing. The water in the lake had no healing effect. This situation was obviously the last of life. Empty. After the flying dragon roared, it spread its wings and wanted to take off. However, just after flapping its wings a few times, its body involuntarily fell into the water. Ron clearly felt that its vitality was disappearing. Master Long, Abyss exclaimed, and Kaya's expression also changed. Ouch, ouch, ouch. Along with the roar of the flying dragon, a roar of dragons sounded on the island. One after another, flying dragons appeared from the major mountain peaks. One after another, the flying dragons spread their wings and flew high, hovering in the sky. Kaya was stunned for a moment. So many dragon masters, Abyss murmured. Are those all flying dragons? Nami asked. This is really Dragon Island. Makino whispered. This should be the place where flying dragons are born and die. Ron said calmly, with some fluctuations in his heart, but no big change in his expression. Master Long, Abyss came back to her senses and rushed towards the flying dragon in the lake. She hugged Master Long's body and cried nervously, Master Long, are you okay? What are you doing? How's it going? Why hasn't the injury gotten better? Lord Long glanced at Abyss lovingly, groaned, rubbed his head against Abyss's little hand, closed his eyes slowly, and the breath of life disappeared rapidly. Advertisement. Master Long. Woo woo woo. Abyss felt the death of Master Long and couldn't help crying sadly. Ouch. The flying dragons in the sky seemed to feel the death of Master Long, and they rose up one after another with dragon roars, circling and dancing. Not far from Abyss, a dragon egg crackled, and a small flying dragon broke out of its shell, struggling and twisting its body, staggering. Ron's eyes moved and he walked over. Arriving in front of the young dragon, he bent down and grabbed the young dragon with one hand. The young dragon struggled for a moment, as if it wanted to bite Ron's palm, but Ron pinched it and made it unable to move. Ron came to Abyss with the little dragon in hand, bent down and said to Abyss, Okay Abyss, Master Long's lifespan is over, let him rest in peace. Death of life is not the end, you see. With that said, Ron handed the little dragon to Abyss. Abyss glanced at Ron with tears in her eyes, and then saw the baby dragon that Ron handed over. She couldn't help but be a little amused by the cute appearance of the baby dragon, and her cries gradually subsided. Be obedient and let Master Long rest in peace. This little dragon has just been born. How about letting it be your pet? Ron touched Abyss's little head and said gently, let it accompany you instead of Master Long. Mr. Long doesn't want you to be too sad. Is that so? Abyss asked, choking. Of course. Ron nodded sternly, and then pointed to the large group of flying dragons in the sky. Look, Master Long's kin have all come to see him off. I caught this young dragon and brought it to you, but none of them know. They are also grateful to you for sending Lord Long home. Well, Abyss looked up at the sky. Sure enough, the flying dragon saw Abyss raising her head and called out to Abyss while flying. The dragon language conveyed the true meaning through the whispering fruit. Well, Abyss stopped crying and said with a pear-shaped smile, they are really grateful to me. Lord Long, just rest in peace in your hometown. I will do it in the future came to visit you. Abyss accepted the words from the flying dragon in the sky, and the sadness in her heart felt better. She stood up obediently, stretched out her hands to take the baby dragon from Ron, held the baby dragon in her arms and looked at Master Long's body, just stared blankly. Ron, Nami and others did not disturb her and stood with Abyss for a long time. Chapter 61 Conqueror's Haki. Ron's absolute confidence. The melee left the calm belt. The area where Dragon Island is located is just the edge of the East Blue calm belt. This time it left but did not encounter any sea kings. On the deck, Ron looked at Abyss who was teasing the baby dragon with Kaya, and a smile appeared on her lips. This girl finally recovered from her sadness. Hey, can you please stop being so shameless for luring such a young girl on board? Suddenly there was a hum from beside him. Ron turned around and saw that Nami was leaning against him with her arms folded. Those arms squeezed the stature on her chest even more shockingly, and Ron couldn't help but look at her a few more times. He is indeed a pervert. Nami had a black line on her forehead. Ahem. Ron coughed and said seriously, by the way, I want you to teach me navigation. When do you have time? How about we go to the room to learn now? Get out, Nami roared. Are you going to study? Ron rolled his eyes. Why am I not rushing to study? Am I so unbearable in your heart? Humph, you know it yourself. Nami walked away with her head held high. Oh, my image. Ron sighed and shook his head. Was he really that unbearable in Nami's heart? Hee. Makino passed by and couldn't help but cover his mouth and snicker. Do you think so too? Ron couldn't help but ask. Isn't it? Makino strode away without even looking back. Hey, why have you imitated Nami so badly? Are you still the gentle Makino? Ron said, covering his head. HMPH. Tashigi walked over with a sword and snorted coldly. He ignored Ron and walked aside alone. He took out Shiger and started practicing sword skills. These women. Ron shook his head secretly, then walked aside and sat on the recliner, lying down leisurely. The melee drifted with the current and headed in the direction of Logue Town. Ron's destination was of course not Logue Town, but the Upside Down Mountain in that direction, which was very close to Upside Down Mountain. Advertisement. The next step is to pass through Upside Down Mountain and go directly to the Grand Line. After going through so many things, are you finally going to the Grand Line? Ron looked at the few white clouds floating in the sky and the occasional seagulls flying by, and thought to himself. System, bring up my data panel. Host, Ron. Age, 19 years old. Physique, 178. Strength, 169. Agility, 174. Spirit, 155. Skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills, Wolf Fist, 2 plus 98, full level. Basic swordsmanship, 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu, 1 plus 99, full level. Air Breaking Palm, 1 plus 99, full level. Blazing Sword Technique, 1 plus 99, full level. Wind Step, 1 plus 99, full level. Spearmanship, 2 plus 98, full level. Cooking Skills, 1 plus 99, full level. Advertisement. Medical Skill, 1 plus 99, full level. Drawing the Sword, 1 plus 99, full level. 2 Sword Style, 1 plus 99, full level. Swordsmithing, 1 plus 99, full level. Skills, and 4-dimensional attributes. Looking at his data panel, Ron thought for a while. Basically nothing has changed. Even though first have fought Marine and Sea Kings during this period, my 4-dimensional attributes have not improved at all. Is this because the attributes are fixed? I can only improve it by adding skill points. System. Ron asked in his mind. Are there any other requirements before system upgrade? Don't tell me to be the strongest in the world. Who knows how many 4-dimensional attributes are needed to be the strongest in the world? Previously, Ron felt that when all his 4-dimensional attributes reached 200 points, he would almost surpass the 4 emperors. Basically, he would be the strongest in the world. But what if there is a strong person hidden in the pirate world? Host, what you thought before was not wrong. The most powerful individual in the world is Whitebeard. When your 4-dimensional attributes reach 200 points, you will definitely become the strongest in the world. At that time, you can naturally upgrade the system. The system said calmly. Haha, it's true. Hearing the system's definite answer to him, Ron immediately felt relieved. Now the 4-dimensional attributes are not as easy to improve as they were at the beginning. At the beginning, just filling up one bad wolf fist was enough. After adding dozens of points of 4-dimensional attributes, I only added dozens of points after learning several skills in succession. It is conceivable that after learning Marine 6 styles, it is estimated that I can barely increase the 4-dimensional attributes to 200 points. If Conqueror's Haki is added, if you learn it and increase your points, you may be able to completely transcend the boundaries of this world. Host, what I want to tell you is the Conqueror's Haki of this world. The system suddenly interjected. The armed color and the knowledge color can be awakened through learning, but Conqueror's is innate and requires you to awaken yourself. The system cannot provide any help. Ron suddenly frowned. What does this mean? Can't we add more? Of course it's not impossible to add points. The system said. What I said is very simple. You can learn the armed color and the knowledge color from others. After you get started, you can instantly reach the peak by adding points, full value. But, Conqueror's Haki, you can only figure it out yourself, and you can't find someone to learn from it. Whether you can successfully awaken depends on yourself. The system said. The Conqueror's Haki in this world is a combination of its own courage, momentum, and will. It is even made of indescribable things such as mind and righteousness. It is a natural ability that only one person in a million can possess. Although host, you are powerful, you may not be able to possess it. Ha ha, ha ha ha. As soon as Ron heard this, he burst out laughing, startling the other girls on the deck. Do you think I'm not domineering enough, or do you think I don't have enough courage and will? Ron said solemnly. With my current strength, although these strengths come from the blessing of system skill points, my strength cannot be faked. The real strength lies in now. After I defeat powerful enemies one by one, will my will, momentum and vigor be inferior to those who have awakened conquerors? You are kidding. As long as the host is confident. The system said calmly. Maintaining this strong and invincible momentum is an essential condition for awakening conquerors. Then there's no need to say more. Ron's lips curled up. Conquerors, I'm bound to win it. Talking to the system today made Ron extremely calm. On the Grand Line, there is the powerful force of Marine. Marine 6 styles can be learned from CP9 who appears in the Water City. The 2-color Haki can go to Sabayati Archipelago to learn, or even learn in advance. As for Conquerors, Ron has absolute confidence. Chapter 62, Movements at Naval Headquarters. 200 million belly bounty, Ron. When the melee was heading towards Upside Down Mountain. Naval Headquarters Building, Marineford. Damn it, that guy, the Sword and Rose Pirates, is so abominable. Sengoku slammed the table and shouted angrily. They destroyed 2 more East Blue fleets. They are truly abominable. Hey, Marshal Sengoku, what are you so angry about? A curly-haired man wearing a marine coat came in and said with a smile. To make you so angry, could it be that one of the 4 emperors attacked someone? The capital of the kingdom. Aokiji. Sengoku glanced at the visitor and snorted. Something happened to East Blue. East Blue. Aokiji was stunned. What could happen to that small place in East Blue? Yes, there is a pirate group called Sword and Rose in East Blue, and its captain is called Ron. This guy is really hateful. Sengoku took a breath and said, several batches of East Blue's fleets were destroyed by him. There were heavy casualties. Oops. Another figure walked in from the door, a middle-aged man wearing glasses. Marshal, what happened in East Blue? Do you want me to help you sort it out? Kizaru. After looking at the person who came, Sengoku shook his head. No matter what level the third admiral is, it is impossible to go out for a thing with a bounty of 100 million. Although East Blue is troublesome, there is no need for you, Admiral. Go out in person. How's the damage? Aokiji asked. We lost another Commodore and a Colonel. Sengoku said. I have sent people to deal with this matter. The pirate group seems to want to come to the Grand Line. HMPH, he is quite courageous. I want to see him. Can I still be so arrogant at Grand Line? Okay. Kizaru shrugged his shoulders and said nonchalantly. Since you have arranged everything, I don't need to worry about it. Well, Kizaru breathed a sigh of relief and walked out. This guy. Sengoku shook his head, glared at Aokiji and said, among the three of you, Akainu is the only one who doesn't let me worry about you. Look at you and Kizaru, are you slacking off recently when you have nothing to do? Advertisement. Marshal, don't say that to me. Aokiji said innocently. I didn't let you worry about it, right? Forget it. Sengoku looked at Aokiji's indifferent expression and suddenly had a headache. Go and do your work first. I'll come back to you if anything happens. Looking at Aokiji's leaving figure, Sengoku shook his head, then called out someone, and a messenger came in. Your Excellency, Marshal. The ordering soldier saluted solemnly. Tell me that the government will increase Ron's reward. Sengoku said solemnly. From 100 million belly to 150 million. No, directly increase it to 200 million belly. What? The messenger looked shocked. He was Marshal Sengoku's messenger, and he was very well informed. He knew who Ron was. This guy was just a little pirate from East Blue. He hadn't gone to the Grand Line yet. There's a bounty of 200 million baileys. You heard it right, Sengoku said in a deep voice. That guy still has something, just carry out the order. Understood, Your Majesty Marshal. As Sengoku's order was issued, the world government conducted a brief review and sent it to Morgan's location. Morgan's, as the president of World Economic News, most of the newspapers around the world are under his control, and newsbirds all over the world are under his jurisdiction. Looking at the bounty amount from Marine headquarters in his hand, Morgan smiled lowly. Hoo, this little guy is not simple. He hasn't even entered the Grand Line yet, and the bounty is already 200 million baileys. Rare ah. With a wave of his hand, Morgan's distributed Ron's reward order along with the new issue of newspapers to all parts of the world, including, of course, the Grand Line. The four emperors in the New World still disdain the new issue of newspapers and wanted posters. A small pirate with a bounty of 200 million is really nothing to them. Their generals, which one doesn't have a bounty of hundreds of millions. 200 million baileys is really nothing. At most, you can say that this newcomer is pretty good. Advertisement. In the first half of the Grand Line, many people are interested in this East Blue pirate who has not yet come to the Grand Line. A little guy who has not yet come to the Grand Line can actually get Marine to issue a bounty of 200 million belly. How interesting. A big pirate with a bounty of 230 million berry looked at the newspaper in his hand and laughed. A subordinate next to him couldn't help but smile and said, Captain, this is just a newcomer, what should we pay attention to? You're a newcomer. With this kind of net worth, it's not bad. Another strong pirate couldn't help but sneered. But when he comes to the Grand Line, he will know how cruel it is here. Hehehehe. Yeah, just a newcomer. The other pirates burst into laughter, not taking Ron seriously. In addition to the attention of the major pirates, the major kingdoms of the Grand Line in the first half of the game are also paying attention to Ron's existence. After all, he is a newcomer who has reached a bounty of 200 million baileys before even setting foot on the sea. It is impossible not to pay attention. Among the Shichibukai, except for a few beings whose information was not circulated, Doflamingo still casually threw away Ron's wanted order. The bounty of 100 million baileys has been increased. It's interesting. On Upside Down Mountain, at the mouth of the sea, on a rock with huge waves, Hawkeye stood proudly on it. Looking at the wet newspaper and wanted notice in his hand, a glimmer of light appeared in his eyes. Little guy, I hope you really have a big sword. How's strength is the best, I'll wait for you to come over. Boa Hancock, the pirate empress of Nine Snake Island, held the newspaper and raised her eyebrows. It's him again. Ron. For the first time, the empress had the slightest interest in a new pirate, a man she hated. Alabasta, Crocodile sat in the palace, looking at the newspaper in his hand attentively. 200 million belly. Before I became Shichibukai, I only had a bounty of 80 million belly. This guy, I hope you won't ruin my good deeds, hum. A cold glint flashed in Crocodile's eyes. At the East Blue Marine Branch Base, Smoker has already boarded the warship and headed for the Grand Line. He just received a notice from Marshal Sengoku of the headquarters to go to the Grand Line and join the fleet sent by the headquarters on the Grand Line. Snipe Ron. HMPH. Ron. Smoker snorted coldly. I will definitely bring you to justice, Tashigi, wait until I rescue you. Chapter 63 The Neglected Super Powerful Devil Fruit. Attached as a testimonial. Empress Junlu. Please subscribe. Subscribe and get the Empress. Close black lens bracket. On the melee, Ron didn't know that so many people in the world were paying attention to him, so he was still lying on the deck chair and basking in the sun leisurely. In other words, even if he knew, he wouldn't care much, right? Cuckoo. A news bird flew through the air and landed on the side of the ship. Nami-chan, Bring me a newspaper. Ron didn't want to get up, so he lay there like a gentleman and turned to Nami, who was looking at the chart. I know, Master Ron. Nami curled her lips, and her cute appearance made Ron feel shaken. Nami-chan's figure is getting better and better. Ron looked at Nami's graceful back, but Makino, who was walking by, saw her clearly. Makino coughed softly and placed a few glasses of juice and a piece of pastry on the table next to Ron. Ron quickly straightened his expression, looking like a gentleman. Makino, how is Abyss doing now? Maybe I was tired from crying earlier, but now I have fallen asleep. Makino said with a smile, I even hugged the baby dragon while sleeping. Let her go. That little dragon has pretty good qualifications. Being her a pet can relieve her sadness. Ron smiled, then saw Nami walking over with a strange look on her face, and asked, what's wrong? Quote. Now, look, your bounty has increased again. Nami handed Ron the newspaper and wanted poster. Oh, sure enough, it has increased. Ron opened the newspaper and looked at it. He raised his eyebrows and said with a calm smile, 200 million Baileys, Marine and his gang are really willing to spend money. Aren't you afraid at all? Nami asked curiously. With a bounty of 200 million Baileys, I wonder how many bounty hunters would be interested in you. So what? Ron said calmly. If you want to exchange my head for money, it depends on whether the knife in their hand is sharp. You are so arrogant. Nami and Makino looked at Ron speechlessly. This was the first time they had seen such an arrogant boy. Ron smiled. Pirates judge their status based on the amount of the bounty. On the one hand, this bounty will bring some inconvenience and cause bounty hunters and marines to encircle and suppress them. On the other hand, it can intimidate others among the pirates. It is a weapon, a double-edged sword. Of course, these really don't matter to Ron. Those bounty hunters, if they're beautiful women, it's better to say something. For the others, come over and crush one of them to death. If you come over, I'll crush both of them to death. Ron said calmly. Look how proud you are. Nami couldn't help but said. There are countless strong people in this world, are you sure you can defeat them all? Absolutely. Ron thought for a moment, then nodded and admitted without any politeness. When Nami and Makino heard this, they couldn't help but cover their heads and sigh. Their captain is really hopeless. He is too conceited and arrogant. Do you think those Shichibukai, 4 emperors, and marine generals are just decorations? Looking at the helpless expressions of the 2 girls, Ron smiled lightly. If you want to become an invincible strong man, you must have this kind of Haki who can be the best. Otherwise, how can you stand on top of the world and look down on the others? Ron shook the newspaper in his hand and read that his record of defeating several marine fleets in East Blue and his record of killing Arlong's group were also published in the newspaper. Ron on the wanted poster was holding a long knife and his face was expressionless. Cold and arrogant, he couldn't help but smile and nod. This photo is good, it shows my invincible temperament to the fullest. Not bad, not bad. Advertisement. Nami, who was drinking juice on the side, rolled her eyes and changed the topic and said, we have crossed the sea area of Logue Town and are almost reaching the sea area where Upside Down Mountain is. As long as we cross Upside Down Mountain, we will reach the Grand Line. I don't know the Grand Line. How about on the line? I heard that the climate there is very unstable, and the weather on each island is different. Makino said. That's just hearsay. We won't know the details until we get there. Nami shook his head and said, I'll go find Nokigao first. Is she still in the kitchen? Yes. Makino nodded. Nami left. Makino sat quietly, and Ron continued to read the newspaper. He wanted to see other news. Ron's expression changed, and a piece of news caught his attention. Whitebeard Pirates, the captain of the 4th team, Saki, was killed by Teach, a member of the 2nd team. He robbed the devil fruit and escaped. The captain of the 2nd team chased Teach from the New World to the first half of the Grand Line. His whereabouts are currently unknown. Quote. Ron held his chin and pondered slightly. During this period, Blackbeard had already killed Thatch and captured the dark fruit. Ace was chasing Blackbeard, and now Luffy was also out on the sea. The time for Summit War is coming soon. At this time, it shouldn't be too long, about half a year. Blackbeard, dark fruit. A dangerous glint flashed in Ron's eyes. Do you want to snatch Blackbeard's dark fruit? A person with dark fruit ability can have an extra devil fruit. If he has dark fruit, he can have one more devil fruit ability, and then all points will be filled up. The power is unimaginable. But, shock fruit was taken by Blackbeard from Whitebeard. Do we have to wait until Blackbeard takes the shock fruit before taking action? Ron shook his head. No, I will definitely participate in the Summit War. It's a pity that Ace is dead. As for Whitebeard, I have to try my best to save him. Anyway, with my strength at that time, it doesn't matter if it blocks my way, Whitebeard will definitely not be my opponent by then. So, dark fruit, no need. Ron decided in his mind. He had to think of other ways, and dark fruit could only increase the power of one additional fruit. He didn't like it very much. Dark fruit users need to bear the excess power. The pain and side effects are a bit big. I remember. There is a special devil fruit on Drum Island. Ron's eyes flashed with light. Munch Munch Fruit, that little king was just a minion in the original plot, and he couldn't play his role at all. The ability of the fruit, if I eat the Munch Munch Fruit, the ability of the Munch Munch Fruit will be increased to the full level. System. Ron thought of this and immediately asked in his mind. About Munch Munch Fruit's ability, what effect will it have after it reaches the full level? Host. You are so smart. After a long while, the system answered Ron's question. Munch Munch Fruit is the most neglected powerful fruit in this world. If it is fully blessed, it will be more powerful than dark fruit and can allow a person to possess 3 devils. Fruit's ability means that in addition to the Munch Munch Fruit itself, it can also have 2 additional devil fruit abilities. As soon as he heard this, Ron's expression suddenly shook. He only thought of this occasionally, but from what the system said, this Munch Munch Fruit is not simple. Maximum level Munch Munch Fruit, so powerful. Ron was surprised. It's not surprising that he was surprised. In the original plot, this little guy was defeated by Luffy at will. He didn't show the true power of the fruit at all. He just ate like crazy. Looks very weak, but now that the system says it, this is definitely an extremely powerful devil fruit. Yes, the system replied. Ha ha ha. Ron suddenly raised his head and burst into laughter, startling Makino who was sitting next to him. Makino looked at Ron like a fool, not knowing what kind of madness his captain was having. Advertisement. But he didn't know that Ron was almost jumping with joy at this moment. The superposition of 3 fruits is so powerful. After the Blackbeard Summit War, because of the powerful strength of 2 devil fruits, they became one of the 4 emperors. 1. Its combat power is comparable to Marine Admiral. If you have 3 fruits in one, and then fill up all the points, be good, don't be too overbearing with your strength. With a smile on his lips, Ron had already made up his mind. Munch Munch Fruit, he must get it, no matter what the cost. Perhaps, after going to the Grand Line, I will go find Blackbeard. After all, that guy has the ability to imprison devil fruit and fly away. Blackbeard at this period is not as strong as in the later period. With his own strength, he can beat him. If you don't hand over the ability to imprison devil fruit, then kill him. The corner of Ron's mouth cracked, revealing a cruel smile. P.S. Comments on the launch. First of all, I wish you all a happy Christmas, even a Merry Christmas. Then, after 15 days of hard work, it was finally time for this book to be put on the shelves. It will be officially put on the shelves at 12 o'clock tonight. I hope everyone can give Lee Z some support. It will be on the shelves in 15 days. Not to mention how fast it is, but it is definitely not slow. Dear readers, if you like it, please give Lizzie an initial subscription. If you think it is good later, please continue to subscribe next time. Lizzie will definitely. I will work hard to write better plots and return them to everyone. Thank you very much. May this good man live a safe life. Then, by the way, let's talk about what happens next to the protagonist. Devil fruit must be eaten. After all, it is the unique ability of the pirate world. I had thought about Blackbeard's dark fruit before, but after thinking about it, I still felt that the dark fruit was too weak and had side effects, so Lizzie planned to give the Munch Munch fruit to the protagonist. In the original plot, the ability of the Munch Munch fruit was completely unused. If it comes out and falls on a small minion, it is unlikely to have much effect, and it is even less likely that the fruit ability will be awakened in the later stage. The Munch Munch fruit is completely different when it comes to the protagonist. It will be filled up instantly and the fruit's ability will be awakened. I said it to be able to swallow 2 additional devil fruits. As for which 2 they are, you will know after reading. Revealing a little bit, one of them should be related to time. After all, someone commented before that I wanted to collect Robin's mother and Nami's mother. Both of them died many years ago and have no time ability. How can I collect them in the later stage? As for the devil fruit, you can also leave a comment and give some opinions. I will read the book review carefully, thank you. Then there is the issue of the heroine. Although many people call me a stallion, I think there is nothing wrong with taking them all. Except for him, the protagonist pirate group is all female crew members. The protagonist system will be upgraded later. After that, give the girls skill points, and there will be no problem running the Grand Line. Then Ron, the protagonist, can sit back and watch the girls defeat the enemy. Wouldn't it be great? The purpose of this book is to make it enjoyable. The key is to keep it fun by beating it all the way. Later, it will beat celestial dragons. Isn't it just for fun? Therefore, I will now make a list of heroines. If there are any missing ones, I hope you will remind me in the book review area. Thank you everyone. Chapter 64 7 Warlords of the Sea, Mahawk's Challenge. Everyone, it's time to eat. Nami's little head stuck out from the cabin and shouted to a few people on the deck. Coming. Makino responded. It's time to eat. Ron also stood up and glanced at Tashigi who was still sweating profusely on the deck not far away, training his swordsmanship crazily, and said, it's time to eat Tashigi. Swordsmanship training is not something that happens overnight. Don't rush it. If you continue to practice like crazy, your body will be damaged. Hufufu. Tashigi took a breath, slowly stopped, sheathed his sword, wiped the sweat from his forehead, glanced at Ron and said, it didn't happen overnight. Then why can you reach such a terrifying level at such a young age? Where's the swordsmanship? Well, we are different. We are different. Ron shrugged his shoulders. He couldn't possibly tell Tashigi that he was cheating, could he? Why? Why is it different? Am I not working hard enough? Tashigi said with a frown, his fair forehead covered with sweat and distress. No. Ron shook his head and said, you should know that there are geniuses in this world. There are many swordsmen and swordsmen in this world, but there are only a few world-famous swordsmen. There is only one great swordsman, Mihawk. So many people learn swordsmanship, but only a few reach the top. Some people are born to be swordsmen. The truth is that simple. 253 inches. What do you mean? Are you also such a genius? Tashigi looked at Ron with some suspicion. If you say this guy is a natural pervert, Tashigi would definitely believe it. But if you say he is a swordsman genius, even if Ron's record is there, Tashigi still didn't want to believe it. Of course, Ron admitted shamelessly. I am the most rare swordsman genius in the eyes of the world. Seeing Ron's arrogant and shameless look, Tashigi rubbed his forehead and said, just brag. Even if your strength does seem to me to be that of a great swordsman, whether you are truly a great swordsman or not, I don't know. You still can't tell, but if you are really that powerful, just go and compete with Mihawk and see. Have you not encountered this yet? Ron spread his hands and said, when I meet Hawkeye, I will defeat him and show you. Advertisement. Okay, this is what you said. I'll wait for you to defeat Mihawk and show me. Tashigi snorted. BDBA, she didn't believe that Ron could defeat Mihawk. Although Ron was very strong, who was Mihawk? That is one of the Shichibukai, and its strength has even become the strongest among the Shichibukai, almost comparable to the four emperors. With a smile in his eyes, Ron approached Tashigi slightly and said softly, so, are you going to bet with me? If I defeat Hawkeye, what are you going to pay? Oh, Tashigi's eyes widened. When did I agree to bet with you? If you don't bet with me, why would I want to fight with Hawkeye when I have nothing to do? Ron sighed. Forget it, you don't even have the courage to learn swordsmanship, and you don't even have the momentum to move forward in swordsmanship. Alas, I originally thought that if I lose the bet, I will tell you the secret of why I am able to become a great swordsman at this age, but since you are not interested, forget it. What? Tashigi's eyes widened even more, and even Sakura couldn't help opening her mouth. She was obviously shocked by Ron's words. If you lose the bet, tell me the secret of becoming a great swordsman at the age of 19. Tashigi asked. Yes, do you want to bet? Ron asked with an unpredictable smile in his eyes. Dare you or not? Tashigi thought about it carefully and felt that although Ron was strong, he definitely could not be the opponent of Hawkeye, a veteran Shichibukai, so he raised his head and said, okay, I bet, if you lose, you have to tell the secret about the great swordsman. Don't worry, Ron nodded. He already had an idea. Not to mention that he couldn't lose to Mihawk. Even if he did lose, after he went to Grand Line and learned Marine 6 styles, the system would be upgraded and he could directly support Tashigi. It is not impossible to directly upgrade his swordsmanship ability to the level of a great swordsman with skill points. Then, what if you win? This question still needs to be asked clearly. I win. Ron's face was filled with a kind smile, like an angel. If I win, you want me to kiss you. What do you think? This is not too much to ask, right? 11. Go away, pervert. When Tashigi heard this, his eyes widened, he cursed angrily, turned around and walked towards the cabin. Hey, then your bet is settled. Ron followed and shouted. Advertisement. It's settled, you can't defeat Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman. Tashigi snorted and walked into the restaurant. At the dining table in the restaurant, Ron sat at the top as the captain, with Nami, Nokigao, Makino, Tashigi, Kaya and Abis holding the baby dragon sitting on both sides below. Kaya and Abis teased the young dragon while eating, and from time to time they let out sweet laughter like silver bells. While Nami was eating, he approached Tashigi curiously and asked in a low voice, I just heard Ron telling you about the bet. What happened? No, it's nothing. Tashigi thought about this bet. If he lost, he might have to give up his first kiss, so he didn't want to mention it to Nami. There's a problem. Nami's big eyes rolled. As smart as she was, she immediately realized that this bet was definitely not certain, but now Tashigi didn't want to say it, and she couldn't force her to say it. It took half an hour to finish the meal, and then everyone continued to move towards Upside Down Mountain. However, it took half a day, and the melee finally arrived at the foot of Upside Down Mountain. It's such a big wind and wave, Nami said while standing on the deck, stretching out his hand to shield himself from the wind and rain. Indeed, the weather here is really bad, Ron said as he stood looking at the cloudy sky. Here, how on earth are we going to go? Tashigi said, holding on to a cable tightly and looking at the rough ocean. There is Upside Down Mountain ahead, look. Nami pointed to the red mountain in front and said, that is Upside Down Mountain, located at the mouth of the four seas. The water from the four oceans pours into the Grand Line from here. We have to go through a narrow channel. Only then can we get to the Grand Line. Isn't such a big wind and wave too dangerous? Nuauchigao stood at the door of the cabin, holding on to the board tightly and shouted. With such a big wind and wave, the entire melee was ups and downs in the waves. Makino and Kaya by sea was hiding in the cabin, not daring to come out at all. Let's go. Ron's expression remained unchanged as he waved his hand and said, rush over and head towards the Grand Line. Okay, Nami said helplessly as he looked at the huge waves, and then prepared to control the melee to move forward. And at this moment, on a reef not far away, a sword light shot into the sky, and a cold voice came over. Ron, captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates. I am Dracula Mahawk, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, and I challenge you here. Do you dare to fight? Chapter 65. Fight against Mahawk. The decisive battle at the top of Upside Down Mountain. Please subscribe automatically. What? King, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, Dracula Mahawk. Mahawk, why is he here? What did he just say? Challenge Ron. Ron's expression changed, but before he spoke, Nami and Tashigi beside him changed their expressions greatly. Especially Tashigi, she had just made a bet with Ron at noon, and then Mahawk appeared. This is such a coincidence, right? But Nami was also shocked. The name of Haki has long been spread all over the world. He is one of the Shichibukai, the closest existence to the 4 emperors. His strength is unfathomable. He is called the world's greatest swordsman. An insurmountable and invincible mountain lies before the swordsman. And now, this man appears here and challenges Ron. Impossible. Nami shook his head suddenly. Mahawk is the world's greatest swordsman, how could he challenge a rookie pirate like Ron? Yes. Tashigi took a deep breath with a shocked look on her face. She couldn't believe that Mahawk would challenge Ron. According to her idea, if Ron wanted to complete the bet with her, Ron had to take the initiative. Challenge Mahawk, and now, Mahawk takes the initiative to challenge Ron. This is really incomprehensible. Mahawk. Ron's eyes released a light that only swordsmen can understand, which is a kind of indomitable momentum. Just like what he told Tashigi before, as a swordsman, if he doesn't have that kind of indomitable momentum, he will bet on his own swordsmanship. How can one reach the pinnacle of swordsmanship with such courage? Although Ron is not a professional swordsman, as a young man from Daxia in the real world, he has yearned for the chivalrous spirit of swordsman since he was a child. The great chivalrous man serves the country and the people. Forehead. This is a bit mysterious. But he really likes swords, this is true. Advertisement. In a big sense, he is not that selfless, but he really loves the way of swordsmanship. Eagle Eye Mahawk. Ron took a step forward, standing proudly on the deck of the Mary that was rolling with the waves. Even though the wind and rain were blowing, he still couldn't flinch. Ron, accept your challenge. Ron's voice penetrated the thunder and rain, floating in the sky above this ocean of thunderstorms. Ron. Nami was wet all over after being hit by a wave. When he heard Ron's voice, he couldn't help shouting anxiously. He is the world's greatest swordsman. We are in this situation now, and the melee has it. It's dangerous. You don't agree to the challenge rashly. Ron. Tashigi also shouted. Don't just focus on the bet. The waves are rough now and the situation is critical. Don't do anything stupid. Moreover, the opponent is Mahawk, one of the Shichibukai. Rest assured. Ron turned his head, looked at the 2 girls, smiled slightly and said, first stabilize the melee and exit this stormy sea. When my battle is over, we will go to the Grand Line and conquer the world. Why are you so stubborn? Nami asked angrily. She was not concerned about herself, but about Ron. Nami unconsciously cared about Ron. If Ron was defeated or died in the hands of Haki, she would be a little trembling. Said. Please stop fighting with him. We won't go to the Grand Line, okay? Let's go back to Cocoa West Village, and I will agree to whatever you ask for. Ron's heart moved, and he looked at Nami. Seeing the slightest hint of affection in the girl's eyes, Ron smiled. Nami, do you have confidence in me, as the captain? Ron shouted loudly, and his voice spread into the cabin and into the ears of all the girls on the melee. Tashigi, Makino, Nokigao, Kaya, and Abis, do you have confidence in me? Without waiting for the girls to answer, Ron laughed and said, go back and wait for me. He didn't need to hear the girls' answers with his own ears, because he had already seen the answers from the eyes of Nami and Tashigi. He naturally believed the girls in the cabin. Therefore, Ron jumped up and already holding the big sharp knife in his hand, he leapt out. Ron only brought one big sword, and he left the 3rd generation ghost on the Mary. Hawkeye only used one famous sword, and he would not use another famous sword to fight with the opponent. He has the confidence to defeat the opponent. Advertisement. Mahawk is the world's top swordsman, the most powerful swordsman, a strong swordsman who has developed step by step. And although he loves swordsmanship, his powerful swordsmanship is completely improved by plugins. Basic swordsmanship is just the basic swordsmanship in the pirate world. It is the most widely spread basic swordsmanship method. Although he has added some points. After being promoted to the full level, the sword light was stimulated, and his skills and various methods of using the sword were also improved to an unspeakable peak level, but after all, he had never fought against the top swordsman in this world. Please give me flowers. The enemies he encountered before were not considered opponents. Under his sword energy, any warship or pirate that was lower than his strength could be killed instantly. However, the enemy he faced now was the world's #1 swordsman. He is the most powerful swordsman in the world. Ron felt his blood boiling. Yes, since he came to this world and Cheat appeared, he no longer felt this way. Before that, he was in the wolf pirates and was hunted down by people like dogs every day. Isn't that passionate? It's death. Now, he feels like meeting his opponent. Mahawk. Ron laughed, and in the heavy rain, he turned into a bolt of lightning and rushed towards the Red Mountain Peak, where Upside Down Mountain was located. Watching Ron's leaving figure submerged in the wind and rain, Nami and Tashigi panted and looked anxious, but knew they couldn't pull Ron away. Nami. Tashigi walked to Nami despite the wind and rain. Let's turn the wheel. Well, since this is the captain's order, we still have to obey it. Nami gritted his teeth and said. This guy, doesn't he know who his opponent is? That's Shichibukai. Quote. Tashigi pursed her lips. She looked at the sea covered by the wind and rain, and the faintly visible peaks of the upside-down mountain, and exhaled. Maybe, this is the spirit of swordsmanship possessed by real swordsmen. I think I know it. What's the difference between me and a truly top swordsman? Tashigi and Nami, as well as Nokigao and Makino who struggled to walk out of the cabin, turned the helm together and steered the melee slowly out of the storm area. After leaving the storm area, the girls on the ship also learned from Nami and Tashigi after hearing the details of what happened. The girls all stood on the deck worriedly, looking worriedly in the direction of upside-down mountain. Don't worry, this guy is usually so shameless, he will definitely not suffer any loss. Nami concealed the worry in his eyes and said pretending not to care. Brother Ron will definitely win. Kaya said confidently, but there was a look of worry deep in her eyes that she couldn't hide. Come on, Captain Ron. Abyss waved her little hand, and the baby dragon in her arms also raised its head and let out a childish roar, as if to cheer Ron on. Makino, Nuo Chigao and others, although they did not speak, were silently looking at the direction of the upside-down mountain. Advertisement Chapter 66 The Battle for the World's Greatest Swordsman. Ask for automatic subscription. In Shuangzi Gorge, under the lighthouse, an old man put down the newspaper in his hand and looked intently at the precipitous place. A figure in a cloak came from a distance and landed next to the old man. Dragon. The old man raised his eyebrows. What a coincidence, you are here. Just passing by. The man whose entire figure was shrouded in a cloak said softly, I didn't expect that I saw a wonderful duel. Haha, yes, it's a very interesting thing. The old man said with a smile, but his eyes were always staring at the top of the mountain. The same goes for the cloaked man. In the sky not far away, several news birds that were also passing by were flying in the sky, watching the shocking battle that was about to take place. Turning upside down the mountain, seawater from all over the world pours upwards, rises into the sky, and stirs up patches of turbulent waves. In the midst of this terrifying scene, a figure shot out, like Cayenne in a storm, breaking through the barrier of the heavy rain, rushing into the sky, and landing steadily on the top of the upside-down mountain. 7 warlords of the sea, Mihawk. Ron stretched out his hand and flicked the wet clothes on his body, and looked at the opposite side with a calm expression. On the opposite mountain peak separated by a countercurrent wave like a giant dragon, a middle-aged man named 7 or 80, with a large black cross sword on his back stood proudly on the top of the mountain. Needless to say, this man is none other than one of the Shichibukai, currently recognized as the greatest swordsman in the world, Mihawk. Mihawk's face was calm. Seeing that Ron came to this unparalleled place in the world so easily, he couldn't help but show a hint of admiration. Ron, the leader of the Sword and Rose Pirates. It's me. Ron showed a smile and started chatting with Mihawk as if they were acquaintances. I've admired the name for a long time. I originally thought that I would have to wait until I had conquered the first half of the Grand Line and went to New York. I have to fight you in this world. I didn't expect to meet you here. It just so happens that it's appropriate to use this top of the world as the battlefield. Seeing that Ron didn't show any signs of timidity, Mihawk was still a little curious. You know, he is a world-famous top swordsman, the world's greatest swordsman, and Ron, a novice who has not yet set foot on the Grand Line, used in real-world terms, he is a rookie who has never stepped out of the novice village. Now facing the strongest swordsman on the ranking list who dominates the entire server, he still has such magnanimity, which makes Mihawk look at him differently. Ron. Mihawk also chatted with Ron, without eagerly starting to take action. You know what? In fact, after I saw your news on the news, I was very happy. The rise of a top swordsman, especially for a young swordsman at such a young age to reach such a top level shows that swordsmanship has not declined. Mihawk said with some sigh. In this world, most of the top strong men come from demon fruit power. 3 of the 4 emperors have demon fruit power. The 3 marine admirals all have demon fruit power. Even among the Shichibukai, except for me, in addition, most of them are demon fruit power. Can't it achieve the strongest health in the world by itself? I don't believe it. Mihawk is not a talkative person, and now that he is facing Ron, a top swordsman who can be recognized by him, he talks a lot more. Although I agree with your point of view. Ron nodded and said. However, power is power. Even as a swordsman, I can't refute this. Swordsmanship is also a kind of power. Just like you and red hair, you don't need to devil fruit can also become the world's top powerhouse, but the other 4 emperors and Shichibukai, even if they rely on devil fruit, are one of their own strengths, and we cannot deny this. Yes. Mihawk nodded. I'm not denying it, it's just that I care too much about the purity of the sword, so I'm here. Ron showed a smile, and his smile was pure. Competing with a top swordsman like you is something I am looking forward to very much. Advertisement. Ron, although I don't think I can convince you, but I very much hope that you can embark on the path of pure swordsmanship. Mihawk looked at Ron seriously. You should know what I mean. Ron nodded silently, he somewhat understood Mihawk's intention. Why would such a powerful swordsman in the world come to him at this time? Not speaking from Ron's side, as the world's strongest swordsman, Mihawk is definitely a being with a will as strong as steel. The purpose of coming here to fight a newcomer like him who has not yet set foot on the Grand Line is not that it's simple, it's even more impossible to suppress newcomers. You want me to follow the path of pure swordsmanship without using devil fruit? Ron said calmly. Pure swordsmanship can also reach the peak. I don't deny this. However, I still think that no matter what kind of power is power. Climbing the peak and reaching the top of the world is my dream. It's impossible not to log in. The system upgrade requirement is to be the strongest in the world. It's still a bit difficult to rely on swordsmanship alone. With the power of devil fruit, it's impossible for Ron not to use it. It can be pure, but being too pure is paranoid. Ron doesn't think he's reached that level yet. The path he wants to take is different from Mihawk, a native pirate. Then, Mihawk shook his head and sighed, then his eyes narrowed and he said with a sharp look like an eagle, "Let me teach you today how powerful the supreme realm of swordsmanship is. Please give me some advice." Ron saluted Mihawk with a serious face. For such a world's most powerful swordsman, there is absolutely no lack of respect. Ron's salute was not only a respect for Mihawk, but also a respect for the sword. Draw out the sword. Mihawk nodded, accepted Ron's gift, stretched out his hand and slowly pulled out the black sword from behind. Big black sword. Knight. The most powerful sword among the 12 skills of the supreme great knife. Ron took out the big knife from his waist and whispered, "This is the big knife that I forged myself. Well, according to its sharpness and toughness, it can reach the level of a big knife. The name of the knife is..." Ron was a little embarrassed. After he forged the knife, he still hadn't named it yet. Now that Mihawk had reported the name of the knife, wouldn't it be too pretentious if he had an unknown name for the knife? The name of the sword is Yumu. Ron suddenly had an idea and Taguchi said. What a knife. Mihawk's eyes fell on the blade in Ron's hand, and he couldn't help but admired. It turned out to be a famous knife made by yourself. Its sharpness and toughness have reached the level of a fast knife. It is indeed not simple. This kind of knife was made by yourself. A famous sword is the most suitable weapon for a swordsman. Ron's mouth twitched. Would he say that as long as the materials and forging equipment were qualified, he could even create a supremely sharp knife? Now is not the time to talk about this. Ron, if you can defeat me in this battle, you will take the title of the world's greatest swordsman. Mihawk said solemnly. If you lose, can you promise me to see this pure swordsmanship? Advertisement. Can. Ron swung the blade, and the extremely sharp blade cut out, cutting apart the raindrops falling from the sky. The rainwater spread and cracked dozens of meters around Ron. A radius of dozens of meters around Ron turned into a raindrop. The inaccessible land of the end of the law. Good swordsmanship. Mihawk's falcon-like eyes flashed with light. As soon as an expert made a move, he could immediately see the inner meaning of Ron's hand. This flick of the knife instantly demonstrated Ron's supreme attainments in the sword. He is indeed a genius boy of swordsmanship who can let me take action myself. Take the move. Mihawk swung the black knife in his hand, and there was a slight sword roar, and the falling rain in the sky seemed to have stopped for a moment. Mihawk's figure was already like the shadow of lightning, crossing the rushing sea water, arriving at the side of the mountain where Ron was, and stabbed out with a knife. He is indeed the world's greatest swordsman. Ron's eyes flashed with light. This slashing hand has both the secret of stabbing and the sharp attack of slashing. It's a pity that I won't force you to return it. Basic swordsmanship. Slashing. Ron focused his concentration and slashed out with his sword. This slash came from his slashing skills in the basic swordsmanship that he had maxed out. With his maxed out skills, his understanding of this move had reached the level of transformation. With one slash, there was a hint of something. The terrifying power of the heaven and earth being split apart. Click. After the sound of gold and iron, the two figures faced each other. Ron could see the calmness in the eyes of Mihawk, who was very close to him. This was an absolute reason to remain calm even in the face of death. Boy, Mihawk said calmly. You are still far away, but this sword, I have to say, is very powerful. Basic swordsmanship. Being able to apply the tricks in basic swordsmanship to this level, I still want to say, I have to say that you are a monster-level swordsman genius. This is far from my real strength. The corner of Ron's mouth curled up slightly, while his face remained calm and terrifyingly rational. You should know that basic swordsmanship can be spread so widely, and its meaning cannot be that simple. Hitting 3.6 is the simplest move, and the next one is stabbing. Ron exerted force on his hand and bounced Mihawk away. His body dwarfed, and like a bolt of lightning, he stabbed Mihawk with his sword in an instant. So fast. Mihawk's pupils shrank, his falcon-like eyes narrowed slightly, and he instantly caught Ron's sword thrust like lightning. Chang. Mihawk held the hilt of the black sword in one hand and supported the blade with the palm of the other hand. He actually blocked Ron's fatal sword blow with the blade of the sword. What a terrifying sword. Thrust. Mihawk took a deep breath. Basic swordsmanship. This is just basic swordsmanship. You can actually use the moves in basic swordsmanship to this level. I have to say it again, he is indeed a monster-like young swordsman genius. Hey, Ron smiled slightly. He didn't have much pride in his heart. After all, his understanding of thrusting came entirely from basic swordsmanship that was enhanced by skill points. This came from the ability of a plugin. However, just like Ron's awareness of power is the same. No matter what kind of power it is, the power that can put you on top of the world is your own power. Next, You should know the move I'm going to use, right? Ron put away his sword and stood up. Chapter 67 Hawkeye's Haki. Ron. The color of knowledge and color are instantly maxed out. In basic swordsmanship, there are a total of 4 basic attack sword moves. Mihawk stepped forward with his sword and said solemnly, in addition to slashing and stabbing, the third move is cutting and slashing. Not bad. Ron held the knife horizontally in front of him, slightly bent his body, and made a charging appearance. Take my cutting move. Click, 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 click. Ron's figure flashed like thunder. A thunder flashed in the sky at the right time, as if in response to Ron's movements. Call. Mihawk's body was sent flying backwards by Ron's sword. Ron put away his knife and stood up. Cutting is a kind of swordsmanship derived from drawing swordsmanship. It is included in the basic swordsmanship by the strong swordsman in the pirate world. It is used as an ordinary swordsmanship. The actual usage is very simple. It is to rush in front of the enemy and cut it horizontally. Cut across and kill the enemy from the waist. In basic swordsmanship, this is an ordinary move that cannot be more ordinary, but in the hands of Ron, in the hands of a strong man who has reached level 100 in basic swordsmanship, and in the hands of a strong man whose 4-dimensional attributes are close to 200 points. In his hand, it became an extremely sharp and terrifying move. With one strike, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye, was sent flying. If it weren't for the big black sword that blocked him, Mihawk would have been killed in the middle. Ahem. Miho 13 grams narrowly stopped his retreating figure and almost fell into the rushing retrograde current. His eyes were looking at Ron, full of surprise. Yes, surprise. What a powerful cutting slash. Mihawk said. You actually used this ordinary move to this level. It's really, really unimaginable. What level of understanding of swordsmanship have you reached? Ron looked at Mihawk indifferently and said nothing. He just raised the sharp knife Yumeng in his hand and pointed it at Mihawk. Ha ha ha. Mihawk smiled lowly. It seems that ordinary tricks can't defeat you at all. Really, you are worthy of being a monster-level swordsman genius. Next, you must pay attention. I will use my full strength. Advertisement. With all your strength. Ron's eyes narrowed. Is it Haki? Yes, as the world's #1 swordsman, there is no way Mihawk can defeat Haki. Ron's thoughts were spinning in his mind, and he recalled a scene from the original plot. Mihawk did have Haki, and he definitely had Haki's knowledge and weapons. As for Conquerors, it was not stated in the original plot, but now Ron faces Mihawk in person. I'm not sure whether Mihawk will have it or not, but I still have to be prepared for Mihawk to have Conqueror's Haki. So soon, we are going to fight the Haki. It's really exciting. The corners of Ron's mouth cracked, and there was a hint of excitement on his face, without any fear in his eyes. He is a boy from the real world of Earth. How many pursuits have he suffered in the 2 years since he came to the world of pirates? During those 2 years, he didn't have any cheats. He only relied on his own abilities to survive Marine's pursuit and the pirate group's firefight. He relied on half-assed basic swordsmanship and evil wolf boxing skills to save his life. His tenacity, it's undeniable. Even though he seemed to have smooth sailing after getting cheat, in fact, he has overcome no matter how difficult the desperate situations and difficulties are. Now that he has the blessing of cheat, how can he be afraid? Ding! A layer of black light appeared on the big black knife in Mihawk's hand, and its sharpness instantly reached a dazzling level. It was not the dazzling light, but the kind of sharpness that could pierce and cut through everything. The aura allows one to clearly feel the killing aura on it. Ha ha ha, Mihawk, Ron exclaimed happily. As this Haki. Armament Haki. Great. It's really amazing. Mihawk also laughed. You haven't even stepped out of the Grand Line, and you know the existence of Haki. So, do you want to try Haki's power? Come on, Ron said happily. Haki, I'm worried that I have no place to learn. Ha ha ha, it's really good, it's really good. Let's take action. So eager. Mihawk smiled slightly, with a terrifying edge in his eyes. His figure was like an unsealed sword. He jumped out with a big black knife, came to the top of Ron's head, and struck down with one blow. This knife was not fast, but it carried the overwhelming force of a mountain. It actually made Ron feel that he could not dodge, As this, observation Haki. Ron's eyes widened. Observation Haki can predict the opponent's movements in the next second or even the next few seconds. Mihawk can not only arm Haki, but also observation Haki, completely blocking himself. I can't dodge all the next movements. I didn't want to dodge. Ron shouted with a smile. You know the 4th move of basic swordsmanship, right? The 4th move. Mihawk was startled, thinking of that terrifying move. Rising Dragon Slash. Oops, I am now above Ron's head. It is the position where Rising Dragon Slash can exert its peak power, but Rising Dragon Slash can exert its peak power. Dragon Slash is the most difficult move to practice. Even if it is a basic swordsmanship move, the only one in the world who has successfully practiced it is the red-haired guy. Is this guy the same? Advertisement. Rising Dragon Slash. Ron held the knife with both hands for the first time, holding Yumeng in his hand, and struck out into the sky with the knife. The blade swept through the space around him, sweeping up countless rainwater and all materials that could be swept up, and rushed toward the sky. A dragon-like dragon sword into the sky. Exclamation mark, exclamation mark, exclamation mark. Clang. Ron's lightning-like figure soaring to the sky slowly fell, and the long sword in his hand slowly cracked. Although it was not completely broken, the sword body was shattered by the big black sword of the supreme sharp sword level. However, he lowered his head and closed his eyes in deep thought, frowning. Not far away, a man in a cloak landed on the upside-down mountain with a frightened expression, panting violently as he watched this peak kendo battle. What terrible swordsmanship, these two guys. Monkey D. Dragon whispered in a deep voice, his tone full of solemnity. Opposite Ron, hundreds of meters away, a figure fell from the sky and fell into the rushing seawater with a thud. He was about to be washed away by the seawater, but he saw the figure suddenly slap the water and rose up, landed on the mountain peak opposite the sea. What a terrible rising dragon slash. Mihawk took a deep breath, couldn't help coughing 607, and a trace of bloodline flowed out from the corner of his mouth. Am I injured? When I used both the wisdom color and the armed color, I was injured. What a terrifying swordsman genius, truly a monster. Ron slowly opened his eyes, a flash of light flashed out of his eyes, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. Mihawk, you lose. Mihawk was stunned for a moment, then shook his head and said, boy, I admit that you are very strong, very strong, very strong. But you are still not good enough to defeat me. Far. Yes, Ron actually nodded. I defeated you half a move with the dragon slash and injured you, but this is also the strongest move in basic swordsmanship. My other moves, even the sword drawing technique, I can't cause any harm to you, because you have an armed color, and both your attack power and defense power are unstoppable. Haha, what do you mean? Mihawk shook his head. Not only Mihawk, but also Luffy's father, Monkey D. Dragon, is a little confused. Hawkeye has two colors of Haki, and your strongest move can only barely win half a move. If you use Shoryu slash again, you will be on guard. How could the Mihawk still rush to your head and allow you to exert the strongest power of Shenglongzon? Because. Ron smiled slightly, stretched out his hand and tapped in the air in front of him. Because I can also Haki, the armed color, and the informed color. Thank you, Mihawk, for teaching me the two colors of Haki. Observation Haki adds points, +1+1+1+1. Observation Haki is maxed out. Armament Haki adds points, +1+1+1+1. Two-color Haki, fully maxed out. Chapter 68 Victory. The new world's greatest swordsman. Ron. Please customize. Are you kidding? Mihawk frowned and looked at Ron. Haki. Learned it in just a moment Haki. I'm not surprised that a genius like you can learn Haki, but I can clearly feel that you didn't know how to Haki during the battle with me. Now you say that you learned Haki when you fought with me. Mihawk is kind of ridiculous. I feel like I even want to laugh a little bit. Haha. Came a laugh. This is not Mihawk laughing, nor is Ron laughing, but Monkey D. Dragon is laughing. Such an indifferent person laughs out loud. You can imagine how funny Father Luffy is. 0. Two-color Haki, even the weapon color and the knowledge color, are not something you can just learn. It requires countless hours of training and practice. You little guy, you didn't seem to know a thing just now, but now you say you have learned it. Two-color Haki. What a ghost. Even if you take a step back, you are heaven-defying and can learn two-color Haki in this moment of fighting. But you, a person who has just learned two-color Haki, will be Mihawk, a master who has used two-color Haki for many years. Opponent. Isn't this a big joke? Monkey D. Dragon doesn't believe it. Mihawk himself doesn't believe it. It should be said that there is no such possibility in this world, and Ron is just the exception. Putting his hands down, Ron looked at his data panel and couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. If he couldn't learn the two-color Haki from Mihawk's attack that almost endangered his life just now, in today's battle, even if he could escape unscathed, really couldn't fulfill the bet with Tashigi, he couldn't defeat Mihawk with two colors of Haki. Observation Haki is too buggy and can predict his attack movements. The weapon color can greatly increase Mihawk's attack power and defense. Even if Ron uses abilities other than swordsmanship, such as the full-level Wolf Fist, his movement speed is extremely powerful. The Wind Step, as well as the Teishu Gong, a physical technique that enhances one's own physique, or passerby techniques such as the Blazing Sword technique and Sky-Breaking Palm, cannot defeat Mihawk. Again, Ron can't defeat Mihawk, he can only ensure that he escapes unscathed. I have to say that Mihawk is the world's greatest swordsman, a great swordsman who can even fight with the red-haired Shanks. His true strength lies in this battle with him. Ron is absolutely certain that this guy is definitely the best swordsman in the world. An existence comparable to 4 emperors. System, bring up the data panel backquote. Ding. Host. Ron. Age. 19 years old. Constitution. 205. 197. Agile. 201. Asterisk 184. Advertisement. Skill point balance. 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level. Basic swordsmanship. 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu. 1 plus 99, full level. Air Breaking Palm. 1 plus 99, full level. Fiery Sword Technique. 1 plus 99, full level. Wind Step. 1 plus 99, full level. Spearmanship. 2 plus 98, full level. Cooking Skills. 1 plus 99, full level. Medical Skill. 1 plus 99, full level. Drawing the Sword. 1 plus 99, full level. 2 Sword Style. 1 plus 99, full level. Swordsmithing. 1+99, full level. Armament Haki. 1+99, full level. Haki Awakening. Not enabled. Observation Haki. 1+99, full level. Haki Awakening. Not enabled. Two-color Haki is at full level. Two four-dimensional attributes reached 200. Ron looked at his data panel and saw the two-color Haki that he had instantly reached full level. His mind was filled with the use of Haki and various insights in an instant. It only took a 10,000th of a second to complete it. Understood the usage of these two Haki. The strength is only 3 points short of reaching 200, the spirit is only 16 points short of reaching the full level, and the four-dimensional attributes are almost all 200 points away. How strong are you at this time? Ron recalled the experience of understanding the two-color Haki in his mind, as well as the physical enhancement, physical fitness and strength, as well as the increase in agility and mental strength. It was simply terrifying. Advertisement. You must know that the later the stage, the more terrifying the increase in his four-dimensional attributes will be to his own strength. It's such a pervert plugin. Ron couldn't help but shook his head and sighed. This kind of instant level up point bonus is really an unsolvable ability. It reaches level up instantly, and all kinds of Haki's abilities are fully understood instantly. It's amazing. And this, what the hell is this Haki's Awakening? Ron glanced at the prompts after Haki reached full level, but now is not the time to study this thing. It is better to defeat Mihawk first and then talk about other things. Mihawk, let's decide the outcome with one move, shall we? Ron said calmly. His current strength is no longer at the same level as before. If before, he only had the strength to match the four emperors, then now, he has a feeling that he can fight Whitebeard, the strongest among the four emperors. With his current full level 2-color Haki and the terrifying four-dimensional attribute increase on his body, he is sure that he can fight Whitebeard and whether he can win. He didn't dare to say 100%, but he was 90% sure. After all, he had never fought before. The most important thing was that he had not eaten devil fruit yet, so the 10% probability left room for devil fruit's ability. Aren't you going to give up yet? Mihawk didn't think Ron could defeat him, but since the other party was confident, he would take action again to let Ron know the huge gap between him and himself. Monkey D. Dragon also shook his head, feeling that Ron was just showing off and refusing to admit defeat. But Ron raised his hand slightly, and a thick black pattern circled the cracked Yumeng sword body, and 10 long knives with strange colors appeared in Ron's hands. What? Mihawk gasped. He could clearly feel the black lines on the long knife in Ron's hand. Isn't that armament Haki? Quote. This. Monkey D. Dragon almost stared out of his eyes. What did he see? This is really armament Haki. This, how is this possible? He clearly didn't know it before. Can you know armament Haki? But now this use of armament Haki has actually reached such a terrifying state. How is it possible? How is it possible? Monkey D. Dragon almost lost his mind. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't figure out what was going on. Mihawk couldn't imagine what was going on, but now that he was in the middle of a battle, there was no extra time for him to think about it, because Ron had already attacked. Take the move and hit. Yes, Ron just made an ordinary move, the most common slashing move among basic swordsmanship. He rushed towards Mihawk neither fast nor slow, and slashed past him with just an ordinary sword. Mihawk's pupils shrank, and he had an unavoidable feeling. This is the observation color. He predicted and blocked all my other movements. I can only take over forcefully. Mihawk released the observation color. Monos found that his observation Haki was unable to judge under the prediction even without Ron's flaw. It was impossible to predict Ron's next moves. On the contrary, all his own moves were seen through by the opponent. This is because the other party's knowledge is far stronger than your own performance. How can it be? Mihawk's heart was full of horror, but he had to accept Ron's sword army. Click. Brush. After a clicking sound, Ron's long knife was pressed against Mihawk's neck. The cold blade touched Mihawk's neck, letting him know that he was really defeated. I was defeated like this. Mihawk frowned. The moment his big black sword came into contact with Ron's long sword Yumeng, the opponent's blade turned and smoothly touched his neck. How scary. Mihawk slowly put down the big black knife in his hand, looked up at Ron, and there was a strange look in his eyes, which was mixed with happiness, loss, and more importantly, relief. You win, Ron. Quote. From now on, you will be the world's greatest swordsman. Chapter 69 Monkey Dragon. Invite Ron to join the Revolutionary Army. Open black lens bracket chapter 6. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. This, he actually won. Monkey D. Dragon's mouth twitched. He couldn't imagine that right in front of his eyes, the former world's greatest swordsman and one of the Shichibukai, Mihawk, was defeated by a pirate who had not officially entered the Grand Line. Newcomer. This is just a boy who hasn't stepped into the Grand Line yet. This young man named Ron, just today, at the top of the world, the highest peak in the Upside Down Mountain, defeated the current world's #1 swordsman, and officially reached the position of the world's strongest swordsman. Such a young man. How outstanding do you have to be to do such a thing? Monkey D. Dragon was shocked and speechless. The face shrouded in a cloak was full of shock. Is this really a boy under 20 years old? He couldn't believe it, and the old man who was at the lighthouse and watching the battle from a distance couldn't believe it either. His old hands even trembled slightly, the corners of his mouth twitched, and his cloudy eyes were full of shock. Not one of them stepped on it. A boy who entered the Grand Line defeated the world's greatest swordsman. Could it be that I have Alzheimer's disease? Goo goo. Even the news birds in the sky were stunned. The IQ of news birds is not low. Several birds looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Now that the battle was decided, the birds immediately flapped their wings and flew away. Go, flap your wings desperately, and fly towards the nearest newspaper branch. This is big news. The world's greatest swordsman has been replaced by 360. Is there any more breaking news than this? There is none left. A 19-year-old boy defeated the 41-year-old Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, and became the world's greatest swordsman. This news will detonate the whole world. Such news must be reported to Lord Morgans immediately. Must. Ron took back the long sword Yumeng in his hand. The black lines on Yumeng slowly retracted, and a clicking sound came from the blade. At this time, the blade that had been destroyed in the previous collision with the supreme sword, Yi finally couldn't bear it anymore. Live, broken into pieces. What a pity. Mihawk put his big black knife back on his back, and watched Yumeng shatter in Ron's hand, and couldn't help but sigh. It's rare for a big sharp knife to break like that. Ron couldn't help but feel happy when he heard this. Advertisement. Mihawk is indeed a master of swordsmanship. At this time, he has just been defeated by him, and now he is still in the mood to regret the fact that his sword was broken. It's okay. I'll just cast another one if I get a chance in the future. Ron smiled slightly. This is a big and sharp sword. How can it be so easy to make? Mihawk shook his head. When the two swords collided just now, you didn't know how to arm yourself. Of course your Yumeng can't withstand the fact that I covered armament Haki's sword. The black sword attack, coupled with the power of your dragon slash, impacted each other. It's lucky that the Yumeng didn't shatter on the spot. Alas, it's a pity that it's still shattered now. Don't talk about this. Ron really didn't care. This Yumeng was just a random one he made in Logue Town. He will just wait for a chance to make a better one in a few days. Then he will continue to name Yumeng. It can be regarded as inheriting the legacy of the current shattering sword. Mihawk, is our duel over this time? Ron asked. Yes. Mihawk nodded and said solemnly. You defeated me, very. Hawkeye grinned, paused and said, very evil. He has no other adjectives and can only use Yao Chan to describe Ron. Haha, if that's the case, then I have to say goodbye. My boat is still waiting for me down there. Ron said and was about to leave. At this time, Hawkeye stopped Ron. Wait, Ron, although I know you should have defeated me, your strength is now stronger than mine. Whether it is swordsmanship or two-color hockey, with your qualifications, you can master swordsmanship. If you do, you might be able to surpass all the swordsman masters in the past and present. If possible, I still hope you can. No need. Ron waved his hand and said seriously. Mihawk, everyone has their own dreams, and everyone also has different paths they want to choose. Just like your persistence in kendo, my mind won't change. What a pity. Mihawk shook his head, knowing that Ron must be a strong-willed person, so he stopped trying to persuade him. Well, let's just say goodbye. Let's meet again if we have a chance. Then we can continue to learn swordsmanship. Next time we meet, I will become stronger and must take back the title of the world's greatest swordsman from you. I'm waiting for you. Ron smiled lightly. It's a pity. Maybe you will indeed become stronger next time we meet, but unfortunately you will become much stronger than you are now. How can Mihawk, who has practiced a little bit like this, compare to a cheater like Ron? Mihawk nodded, turned around and left without any hesitation. He jumped down and landed in the direction of East Blue. He didn't know what he was doing in East Blue. BDBI. Ron looked at Mihawk's leaving figure and smiled slightly. At this point, his battle with the world's greatest swordsman, Hawkeye Mihawk, was over. However, how did this guy appear here? Ron turned to look at a cloaked figure not far away. What a terrible young man. After a moment of silence, Monkey D. Dragon said, let me introduce myself. I am the leader of the Revolutionary Army, Monkey D. Dragon. Nice to meet you, Luo. Advertisement. Leader of the Revolutionary Army, Long. Ron looked at Long's dress and recognized him before. Now hearing him speak, he smiled and asked, the battle is over. Do you still have anything to do with me? What did you say? Not bad. Long Jung said. You are very strong, and your talent is extremely evil. You actually learned the two colors of Haki in the battle with Mihawk, and you mastered it in a short period of time and performed to a very high level. This is really terrible. Long could no longer use the words he could think of to describe Ron, and could only use two words, monster and terrifying. Then what? Ron asked. If you are willing, can you join the Revolutionary Army? Long said with a solemn promise. If you are willing to join, the position of deputy leader is yours. Join the Revolutionary Army. Ron was slightly stunned. He really didn't expect that Luffy's father would invite him to join the Revolutionary Army. This was really beyond his expectation. Ron immediately shook his head, joking, joining the Revolutionary Army and following you around hiding and seeking. Thanks to Mr. Long for your kind invitation, just join the Revolutionary Army. Ron shook his head and said, I still like a free life, and I also want to go to the Grand Line, so I'm sorry, Mr. Long. Monkey D. Dragon couldn't help but show a hint of disappointment when he heard this. Although he knew that it would be difficult to win over a super genius of this level, he didn't expect that Ron would refuse without even thinking about it. Freedom. If you are willing, I will not restrict any of your freedom of movement. Can you think about it again? Long continued to persuade. No need to say more. Ron shook his head firmly and said, I will not join the Revolutionary Army. Seeing the disappointment on Long's face, Ron couldn't help but smile and said, but we can still cooperate. Cooperation. Long paused slightly and looked at Ron. Yes, your goal is to overthrow the world government and the rule of the celestial dragons. And I am a pirate now. Pirates and marine are natural enemies. We are also natural enemies with the world government and the celestial dragons, so the relationship between us is natural allies. If there is a chance in the future, it is not impossible to join forces to deal with the world government, but this matter has to be discussed later. It is still early. Of course it's very early, and he hasn't gone to the Grand Line yet. After he's had enough fun, he might be interested in overthrowing the rule of the celestial dragons with Monkey D. Dragon. To be honest, when he was watching the One Piece anime in the real world, he was disgusted to death by celestial dragons. Such disgusting things should not exist, and he must be killed if there is a chance. Cooperate. Long thought for a moment, then looked at Ron, nodded and said, okay, we will have the opportunity to cooperate in the future. After the words fell, Long stopped talking nonsense. Since he couldn't win over Ron to join the gang, he also knew that such a person's will was as strong as iron, and it couldn't be persuaded to change his mind in a few words, so he turned and left. Watching the dragon leave, of course Ron no longer missed the top of the upside-down mountain. This was the top of the world where he became the world's greatest swordsman. Ron left him behind and jumped towards the top of the world. Falling in the direction of East Blue, the heavy rain falling in the sky could not stop him for a moment. Chapter 70 Girls' Worries. Haki's awakening ability is activated. He will be fine, right? Nami murmured to himself, staring blankly in the direction of upside-down mountain. Don't worry, Captain Ron, he will be fine. Makino clenched her hands, her knuckles turning white from the exertion. She bit her lip slightly and said, he is so strong, how can anything happen? Right, Kaya. Yeah, Kaya stood on the side of the ship wearing a white dress. Her beautiful big eyes were full of trust in Ron. Even though she was worried, she still said firmly, Brother Ron will never do it. If something goes wrong, we have to believe him. But, Nokigao said hesitantly, the person who left just now was the Shichibukai, right? He left safely. And Captain Ron. Nogi. Nami suddenly turned to look at Nogi. Ron will be fine. Yeah, looking at Nami's tearful eyes, Nokigao nodded, turned away slightly, pursed her lips and stopped talking. Tashigi on the side bit his lip tightly, looking at upside-down mountain with an ugly face, without saying a word. Abyss held Xiaolong in her arms and looked at the upside-down mountain quietly without speaking. However, her slightly twitching shoulders and suppressed sobs made it known that she was holding back her cries. Brush. Just when several girls were worried and sad, a figure fell from the mountain in front, and the figure in white clothes floated on the waves. Huh. When Kaya saw this, she shouted in surprise. The tears in the corners of her eyes couldn't help but flow out. Brother Ron, it's Brother Ron. Look, it's Brother Ron. He's okay. He's really okay. It's okay. Makino breathed a long sigh of relief, then wiped the corners of his eyes. That's great, that's great. Well, it's okay. It's really okay. It's really great. Nami and Nokigao laughed one after another. Wow. At this time, Abyss burst into tears. Hey, what's wrong with you? Ron came to the Mary and jumped up to the deck. When he saw the girls looking so happy, he couldn't help scratching his head and asked, why are you crying? Like this? Well, Brother Ron, it's great that you're okay. Kaya rushed over and hugged Ron tightly. Her little head was buried in his arms and pressed tightly against Ron's chest. Okay, stop crying. I'm fine. After Ron thought for a moment, he knew why they were so worried. They must have seen Mihawk come down safely, but he didn't show up, so he thought he was killed by Mihawk. Ron carried Kaya and came to Abyss who was standing there crying. With his free right hand, he held Abyss in his arms. Little girl, stop crying, I'm not back. What? Ooh, Brother Ron, why did you come back? Abyss thought you. Abyss was comforted by Ron and stopped crying, but she still sobbed and shed tears. Thought I was dead? Ron asked with a smile. Advertisement. Not only Abyss, but other girls also nodded. How is it possible? Ron couldn't help but raised his head and said, your captain is the strongest man in the world, how could he be killed? You have to believe me, I will never fail, and I will never be killed. Killed, you know. Yeah, Abyss and Kaya nodded. Brother Ron is the best. Nami, Makino and other girls couldn't help but laugh out loud at Ron when they saw Ron's stinking fart. This guy really made me and others worried. Tashigi looked at Ron with a complicated expression. What he wanted to say didn't come out. Instead, he asked another question. Did you win the battle with Mihawk? Of course I won. Hee. Don't forget our bet. Ron raised his eyebrows at Tashigi, then hugged the two girls and led the others towards the cabin. This guy still has the heart to talk about this now. Tashigi gritted his silver teeth. In the cabin, after comforting the girls, Ron told the story of his battle with Mihawk, which immediately caused the girls to exclaim. In other words, you are now truly the world's greatest swordsman. Tashigi stared at Ron in shock. The boy in front of her was about the same age as her. At 19 years old, he was the world's greatest swordsman. The greatest swordsman. This is really incredible. And, you mean, you have learned armament Haki and observation Haki? Tashigi asked again. Yeah, Ron shrugged and said with a chuckle, it's quite simple. I learned it after I saw Mihawk use it once. It's quite simple. You'll learn it after watching it once. Tashigi couldn't help but turn around, ran to the corner of the cabin and squatted down, lowering his head and remaining silent. What's wrong with Sister Tashigi? Abyss was nestled in Ron's arms, looking at Tashigi squatting in the corner, and asked in confusion. Well, maybe she needs to calm down. Ron thought for a moment and said. Nami, Nokigao and Kaya Abyss didn't know what two-color Haki was, but Tashigi, as a marine sergeant, must know it, so I was hit hard by Ron once, and I guess my heart was already dark at that moment. Two-color Haki, you can learn it after just one look. Makino whispered. Among the girls, she should be the one who knows the existence of Haki as well as Tashigi. After all, she is from Windmill Village and knows Garp and the red-haired one. Of course, she knew about the existence of Haki, and she also knew how powerful the two Hakis were. She could not express her feelings that Ron actually learned this thing after watching Mihawk use it once. She gently rubbed her forehead and shook her head in silence. Shocked. After a while, Nami, who was chatting, suddenly asked, Ron, do we still move on now? Of course, even though it's been delayed for so long, we still have to go to the Grand Line. Ron stood up and pulled Abyss and Kaya towards the deck. With him, no matter how big the wind or waves are, they can't hurt them. Girls. Please give me flowers. The melee set off again, heading towards Upside Down Mountain, rushing up to infinity along the countercurrent of the water. Wow, that's amazing. Under Ron's protection, Kaya couldn't help but exclaimed when she saw this shocking scene. Advertisement. What a spectacular view. Nami was also shocked by this scene. The huge waves rushed along the countercurrent channel to the top of Upside Down Mountain, then turned a corner and rushed along another channel towards the sea where the Grand Line is located. This scene is very spectacular. Wow, ha ha ha, it's so fun. Abyss laughed while hugging the little flying dragon. Scenes like this can only be found in Upside Down Mountain, right? Makino also smiled. She had never been here before, and this was the first time she saw such a weird place. The water can flow backwards, which is really strange. Following the passage, the melee rushed out. At this time, the giant whale from the original plot did not appear, and he did not know where he was sleeping. 0. Ron took the girls and drove the Mary away. Before leaving, he took a look at the Twin Gorges lighthouse. There was an old man with his hands behind his back, watching him and others leave. We finally arrived at the Grand Line. Nami cheered and laughed. This is the Grand Line, are we going to start a real adventure? Adventure. Abyss waved her little hand. Chirp chirp. The little flying dragon also called out. Hee hee. Kaya couldn't help covering her mouth and laughing when she saw the cute looks of Abyss and Xiao Feilong. Next, the navigation issues will be left to you, Nami. Ron put down Abyss and Kaya, who were holding his hands, stretched, moved the deck chair out of the cabin, and transformed into a wealthy landlord again. Lying on the chair and looking at the sky leisurely. He didn't really want to be lazy, but wanted to figure out something he hadn't figured out before. System, what the hell is this Haki awakening for? Ron asked in his mind. Host, Haki's awakening is an ability that appears after Haki reaches full level. Just like Devil Fruit's awakening, it is an ability that only appears after this ability is exerted to ultimate. The system replied. Oh, Ron's eyes lit up slightly. It says it's not turned on. Does it mean it can't be turned on yet? Or do I need to take the initiative to turn it on? The host needs to be actively turned on, and no other conditions are required. The system said. Haha, I just like how neat and tidy you are about the system. His system is a no-nonsense system and will never set any restrictions for himself. This is something that Ron really likes. His system is not like other systems. The system of the coquettish thing is simple in doing things. Then, let's activate these two awakening abilities. Ron said. Okay host. The awakening ability of the two-color Haki has been turned on. Please open the data panel and check it yourself. The system replied. Open the data panel. After Ron said this, he looked in front of him. Chapter 71 Terrifying Abilities. Predict the future and be absolutely armed. Ask for automatic subscription. Ding. Host. Ron. Age. 19 years old. Constitution. 205. J. 197. Agile. 201. Spirit. 184. Skill point balance. 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level. Basic swordsmanship. 3 plus 97, full level. Iron Tree Kung Fu. 1 plus 99, full level. Air Breaking Palm. 1 plus 99, full level. Fiery Sword Technique. 1 plus 99, full level. Wind Step. 1 plus 99, full level. Spearmanship. 2 plus 98, full level. Cooking Skills. 1 plus 99, full level. Medical Skill. 1 plus 99, full level. Drawing the Sword. 1 plus 99, full level. 2 Sword Style. 1 plus 99, full level. Swordsmithing. 1 plus 99, full level. Armament Haki. 1+99, full level. Armed color awakening ability. Absolute armament. Advertisement. Observation Haki. 1+99, full level. Ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. I'm going to go. Seeing these two awakening abilities, even Ron couldn't help but widen his eyes. Predict the future. Is this true? Can you predict the future? 1, 2, 7. Nima, do you want to be so pervert? Observation after Haki awakens, can he predict the future? This ability. No, damn, this kind of ability seems a bit useless to me. Ron, who had been shocked just now, suddenly thought. He is a time traveler and is familiar with the plot of the pirate world. How can he predict the future like this? Use wool. Host, although you are familiar with the plot, the ability to predict the future is still very useful. After seeing Ron's shock, the system looked disgusted and couldn't help but explain. Do you think the plot of this world is still good? Will you move in the direction you want? If nothing else, the fate of the girls on your boat has been disrupted by you, and the butterfly effect caused by this will affect the normal development of the plot. Quote. That's right. Ron slapped his forehead. I was stupid. It should be said that from the moment I appeared in this world, the original development trajectory of this world has been disrupted. It seems that there is no change in the general direction. The actual subtleties have changed. Well, this ability is still somewhat useful. The methods of using these two abilities have been passed to the host's mind. The host will know how to use them after looking it up. After saying that, the system stopped talking and fell silent. After Ron thought for a moment, he understood how to use these two abilities. Predicting the future is the ability of observation Haki after awakening. He can view the most likely fragments of what will happen from the long river of time in the future and pass it to Ron's mind. Absolute armament is the ability after armament Haki awakens. It is an extremely powerful ability. If it is a powerful auxiliary ability to predict the future, then absolute armament is a powerful combat ability that can directly enhance Ron's combat effectiveness. This absolute armament actually covers the whole body and weapons. It covers the area more thoroughly than the previous armament Haki, greatly improves the toughness, and can also greatly improve the sharpness of the weapons and the sturdiness of the armor. Quote. Ron smiled. This thing is easy to use. If it were in the real world, with absolute armament activated, I guess the explosion of a small-yield nuclear bomb wouldn't kill me, right? Of course, the details of these two abilities need to be tested personally. Ron got up and walked to the slightly empty deck. Amidst the strange looks in the eyes of several girls, Ron began to test his awakening ability. The first thing is to predict the future. Ron's hands naturally dropped, and his head slowly raised. Observation Haki's ability surged in his mind. Then Ron's eyes began to become blank, and a hazy picture appeared in his mind. This picture was just like when a person is sleeping. The dreams I had were ordinary and the clarity was very low. I could only barely make out the general situation. Ron looked at it carefully and saw that it was the melee in the picture. The melee in the picture was leaning on the shore of an island. There was no one on it. Looking along the picture, there were not many people on the island. Soon, the camera kept moving, and finally came to a tavern. Ron's eyes penetrated into the tavern, and he saw his own figure in the tavern. Of course, other girls who were traveling with him were also there, but among them, there seemed to be many a figure appeared. This figure was somewhat familiar. Snapped. There was a crisp sound, and the entire picture shattered like a broken mirror, and then disappeared. Ron slowly opened his eyes, scratching his head a little. The future scene he just saw was only a few minutes long, and even this scene, he couldn't tell if it was a few days later. Moreover, he was a little depressed now, and he couldn't tell. It's perfect for continuing to unlock the ability to predict the future. Advertisement. Hey, it's really a bit useless. I can only predict such a simple time, but I don't know what will happen in a few days. Moreover, my spirit has become so depressed now. It seems that using this ability to predict the future consumes me. The mental value in the four-dimensional attribute, predicting the future once, makes me a little depressed. If I forcefully predict the future several times now, it may make me fall into a period of weakness and affect the performance of my strength. Ron thought to himself. Among the four-dimensional attributes, those directly related to the body and combat effectiveness are of course physique and strength, as well as agility. As for spirit, Ron was not very clear about the function of this thing before, but now he knows that it is similar to a spell to predict the future. Ability requires the attribute of spirit. Even Ron felt that even using two-color Haki requires the use of mental attributes to promote. It's really useless. Ron shook his head. If other people knew what Ron was thinking, they would probably crush him to death. The ability to predict the future, let alone using it once a day, would be heaven-defying even if it was used once a month. And with Ron's current mental level, he can use it many times a day, and nothing serious will happen to him. At most, he will be depressed for a while, and it will be fine after a day. He is still not satisfied, and feels that it is useless, which is what he is familiar with. Only people who love plot would feel this way. The next step is to be absolutely armed. Ron gave a soft drink, and his black aura condensed, and his whole body turned into black. No, he found that the color of his armament Haki changed again, from black to purple. Yes, Ron suddenly realized that in the previous battle with Mahawk, his armament Haki awakening ability had not been activated. Although it was at full level, it was still black. It was only concentrated on the long knife, with a black-purple appearance. And now, the armament Haki all over his body has completely turned purple, even a little purple. This is a bit dazzling. Looking at the purple-red Haki covering his body, Ron raised his head slightly and felt the strength of his body. It had really increased his body strength many times. The color has changed to purple-red, and the increase is stronger than the black one before. But something is wrong. This absolute armed ability should be more than that. If it is just that, it is unlikely to belong to the awakened armament Haki. Ron continued experimenting. He clearly read the various methods of using absolute arms in his mind. Well, you can also carry out Haki external release and carry out long-distance attacks. This is possible. If it is attached to the bullet, it can even carry out super long-distance attacks. Attack. Attached to the sword, the increased power is also terrifying. In general, the ability of absolute armament is stronger than that of ordinary armament Haki. It is stronger in the amplitude of increase, the distance of release, and finally the duration. Ron nodded, and the application methods and experience were all in his mind. The thing is, you can truly become familiar with the use of this ability after testing it yourself. After finally completing the test of these two abilities, Ron lost his armor and returned to his original appearance. As this Haki, Nami walked over curiously and asked. Yes, the sight color is invisible. The armed color is what you just saw, the purple-red aura that covers the whole body. It can greatly enhance the physical strength, defense power, and attack power. Ron laughed. He said, as long as you work hard in the future, you can also have this kind of power. Really? Kaya asked with her eyes widened. We don't have any combat abilities now, can we have this ability in the future? Of course, as long as I'm here, I will definitely find a way for you to learn this ability in the future. Ron said, stroking Kaya's little head. Brother Ron, I want it too, I want it too. Abyss pulled Ron's trouser leg and shouted reluctantly. 4.4 inches, they are all available, you can learn them all. Ron smiled slightly and picked up Abyss. In the future, not only this kind of Haki, I will also help you get some devil fruit. All kinds of devil fruit can be used to enhance your strength. Although I am here, no one can harm you, but just in case, with these abilities, even if I am not with you at certain times, you can protect yourselves. It's a pity that devil fruit's ability is too weak. Abyss pouted and said, it can only talk to those animals, but it can't increase its combat ability. Haha, Abyss, just concentrate on cultivating the little flying dragon. When it grows up, it can fight with you. Ron said with a smile. And if your whisper fruit is developed to ultimate, it may have other abilities. Show up. Really? That's really great. Abyss suddenly became happy when Ron praised her. What Ron said is not wrong. His 4-dimensional attributes are almost 200 now. As long as he reaches the full 200, he can upgrade the system. After the system is upgraded, he can fully increase Abyss whisper fruit to the full level. Then awaken the devil fruit ability, and then the ability of the whispering fruit will definitely increase significantly. Chapter 72, Shocking the World. Ron's bounty has increased again. Open black lens bracket, please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. No, what the hell is this weather? Nami looked angrily at the dark sky that suddenly changed color, and a thunderstorm was about to come. Everyone hid in the cabin to take shelter from the rain, while looking at the sky and sea outside. Sure enough, the weather on the Grand Line is changeable. Tashigi said. I heard that sailing here is more difficult. Yes, Nami said, distress-edly. I have been checking the currents and weather just now, but the climate in this place has changed so much that I can't figure out the direction at all. A permanent pointer is needed here to enable navigation. Ron nodded and said, we need to find a place to get this thing. Permanent pointer. We can't find the island now, where can we get this thing? Makino frowned. There is no other way. Let's just find a random direction to sail. We will get there wherever we go. Ron had no choice. The weather and sense of direction on the Grand Line were very bad. There was no permanent pointer to guide the way. It was difficult to find the island in front of him correctly. Time will still go backwards, but at the end of the voyage, you will find that you are back to the starting point. So the permanent pointer is very important on the Grand Line. Choose any direction. Then we won't go to any dangerous place, right? The girls were worried. Danger. What are you afraid of? As long as I'm here, it won't matter no matter how big the danger is. Ron patted his chest, giving the girls a great sense of security. Ever since, the Melee chose a random direction and started moving forward in this bad weather. In New World, the mansion of the great journalist Morgans is located. Listening to the call of the news bird coming from the phone in front of him, his expression suddenly changed. Of course, Morgans could understand the call of the news bird, but the information contained in the sound shocked him for a long time and he didn't recover. The world's greatest swordsman, Haki Mahawk was defeated. Morgans said blankly. You mean, he was defeated by that Ron? Another news bird call came through the phone bug. Morgans was stunned for a while, then stood up suddenly and walked towards the newspaper office. In less than half a day, the urgently printed newspapers were carried by the news bird and flew to the Four Oceans, the New World, and the first half of the Grand Line, which is known as the Paradise. The news brought by Newsbird was shocking. In less than a day, it shocked the whole world. What? How is it possible? Mahawk, one of the Shichibukai, was defeated. Could it be that today's news was misprinted? Advertisement. Is this a lie? The world's greatest swordsman was defeated by someone. He was still a 19-year-old boy. Ha ha ha, this joke successfully made me laugh. When did Morgan start learning from those tabloids and start making false news to deceive people? One of the Shichibukai, Mihawk, the world's greatest swordsman, lost in a competition. I don't believe it. Whether it was Seahai or Grand Line, 90% of the people who just saw the title of this news looked like they didn't believe it. However, after continuing to see the following content, everyone was stunned. Whether it was the powerful pirates, the weak people, or the marine soldiers, as well as the senior officials of the major island countries, they were all stunned. Because the detailed contents of the newspaper told about Ron's strength and Ron's bounty, Ron may have been famous before, but compared with the news that he defeated the world's greatest swordsman now, it pales into insignificance. In the past, his worth soared to 200 million, and those achievements were just a small fight against East Blue, but now it is different. He defeated no one else, but one of the Shichibukai, the world recognized as the world's greatest swordsman. The strongest person in the world of swordsmanship. Therefore, after this news spread all over the world, Ron's fame instantly increased hundreds of times. 19 years old, a boy who was only 19 years old, just arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line, and he dueled with the world's best swordsman on the top of Upside Down Mountain, and won the battle. This. Someone's hand holding the newspaper was trembling slightly. The Sword and Rose Pirates. Ron, the 19-year-old captain, defeated the world's greatest swordsman, successfully replaced Mihawk, and was promoted to the new world's greatest swordsman. What a scary young man. An old swordsman said with trembling lips, and then angrily threw the famous sword beside him to the ground, and said with a blushing face, I have spent the past 50 years practicing swordsmanship on dogs. What a big name, this guy has made a lot of money. A young man looked at Ron's current fame with envy on his face. I wish I were that powerful, the world's greatest swordsman, my god nah. And in the office of Marineford, Naval Headquarters, Sengoku. Boom. Sengoku smashed the table angrily, and a circle of cracks appeared on the table, making people wonder if the table would crack if he punched it again. Mihawk, is this guy sick? Sengoku said angrily. Why are you going to duel with a newcomer? Sengoku, what's wrong with you? An old man wearing a dog head hat walked in leisurely, eating senbei as he walked, making a clicking sound in his mouth, which made Sengoku feel irritable, but he didn't. Some ideas. Garp, do you not care about the news so much? Sengoku said angrily. Another evil boy has appeared in your hometown. If you don't control yourself, I suspect he will become a disaster for our marine. Garp was stunned for a moment and asked, what's going on? I don't know. Seeing Garp's confused look, Sengoku rubbed his forehead. You know about that Ron, right? The leader of East Blue's Sword and Rose Pirates. Damn it, what a stupid name is that? Advertisement. You don't care what the name is. Garp snorted, walked to the sofa and sat down, leaning against the sofa and eating, looking comfortable. That pirate leader is Ron. This kid caused a big trouble for me in East Blue. Now I just went to the Grand Line and met Mihawk at Upside Down Mountain. The two had a duel. Mihawk, this guy, was defeated. Yes, Sengoku said in disbelief. Yes, even he is in disbelief now. Who is Mihawk? He was the top expert among the Shichibukai, and he was also the top expert among the 7 Shichibukai people. But such a person actually lost in a one-on-one duel with Ron. Lost. Garp was also stunned. Mihawk, as one of the Shichibukai, this represents the face of the government. Garp sighed, put down the snacks in his hands, and said with a frown, his failure not only means the loss of the world's largest, the title of swordsman also represents the loss of honor of the world government. No, you have to handle this matter properly. Sengoku scratched his head vigorously, looking uncomfortable, as if he was constipated. Yes, ever since this little guy named Ron was born, he has not had a good life. During this period, news about Ron would come every few days, but it was very frustrating for him. I originally thought that this guy would go to the Grand Line and kill each other with the pirates, but he didn't know that he had just arrived at the entrance of the Grand Line and had done such a big thing. Has it been confirmed by Mihawk? Garp asked after a moment of silence. This kind of thing still needs to be confirmed with the person involved. I have confirmed before that this matter is true, and it is impossible for Morgans to be hot-headed and come up with such fake news. He has also confirmed it. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Now, what is our best option at the moment? The most important thing is how to deal with Ron's rise. This guy's strength has grown too fast. He has defeated Mihawk and fully possesses Shichibukai level strength. If he continues to grow, the 3 admirals may not be his opponents. What do you want to do? Garp asked. Although his honorary status is vaguely the highest among Marines, in terms of actual power, Sengoku is the marshal. This kind of thing requires Sengoku to make his own decisions and control the team. I want one of the 3 admirals to lead a team to destroy him. Sengoku said in a deep voice. Garp raised his brows. The 3 big ones, Wang Laohao, will lead people to destroy it personally. Isn't it too much to make a fuss? It's just a small pirate group. Yes, Sengoku laughed at himself. A small pirate group that has just stepped into the Grand Line, and the captain is only a 19-year-old boy. But such a boy has become the world's greatest swordsman. Is it possible? Isn't this enough to send Admiral to destroy it? Garp nodded. That makes sense, but I remember you had sent someone to intercept and kill him before, right? What should we do over there? Send Admiral directly to respond. No, I'm going to inform them now to cancel the interception mission. Sengoku looked shocked and heard about this. It will take some time for the Marine Admiral to rush over. If the interception fleet meets that guy at this time, I guess it won't be a good time. Also, Sengoku stood up and walked towards the door, saying as he walked, that guy's bounty also needs to be increased, 200 million, it is too low. Garp looked at Sengoku's leaving figure and shook his head secretly. You have decided to send Admiral to destroy him, but now you still care about what the other party's bounty will do. You probably feel in your heart that even if Admiral takes action, he will not be able to destroy him, right? Unless the three admirals take action together. Garp came to a conclusion and then left the office. Chapter 73 Explosive. 500 million Bailey Bounty. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe close black lens bracket. As a result, a fleet that had already headed towards Upside Down Mountain from Eni's lobby was intercepted by Sengoku in time, and was led by a vice admiral from the headquarters. He broke into a cold sweat when he received the news about the phone bug, because he also saw the information in the newspaper, and based on Marshal Sengoku's solemn words, if he really met the other party, it might be worse. You will be stationed in Eni's lobby first and wait for further notice. I will send an admiral from the headquarters to support you. Then he will lead you to encircle and suppress that guy. Sengoku's voice came from the other end of the phone bug. Understood, Your Majesty Marshal. The Vice Admiral of the headquarters replied respectfully. After the caller hung up, the Vice Admiral of the headquarters breathed a sigh of relief, and then said to his messenger, give me the order to stop all warships and return to Eni's lobby to station. 1 day later, the news that Ron had defeated Mihawk and became the world's greatest swordsman hadn't stopped yet. His latest bounty followed and was taken to all over the world by Newsbird. Hawkeye's residence. Hawkeye Mihawk looked at the newspaper in his hand. His expression did not change much, but he put down the newspaper casually, walked to an open space with his sword, and began to practice. In Doflamingo's palace, this time, Doflamingo looked at the newspaper in his hand and Ron's reward notice but did not continue to laugh. Instead, he looked at Ron's photo on the wanted notice with a low expression, not knowing what he was thinking. Calm belt. On the Empress's ship. Sister, this is the latest 597 newspapers. Sandersonia handed the latest newspaper to the Empress. Is there any new news recently? The Empress lazily took the newspaper, and when she looked at it, her eyes suddenly narrowed and her expression became serious. Sister, Marigold said from the side. What's wrong? Did something big happen? The Empress read the newspaper in silence. After reading it, she handed the newspaper to the two of them. Read it for yourselves, that boy. It's really not simple. The I family suddenly became interested in him. The two sisters looked at the newspaper, looked at each other in surprise, and then said, Sister, is this boy really only 19 years old? He can defeat Hawkeye, one of the Shichibukai. Doesn't this mean that his strength is not much worse than my sister's? Advertisement. Compared with the I family. The Empress said with an indifferent expression. He can defeat Hawkeye, but he may not be able to defeat me. The I family's devil fruit ability can definitely restrain these men. He can't beat me. Haha, that's right. Sandersonia and Marigold laughed, and then saw Ron's new bounty, but this guy's bounty has increased a lot. 500 million Baileys. The Empress looked at Ron's bounty, tapped her seductive lips with her slender white hands, BDBD, and said thoughtfully, should we kill him? After all, there is such a high bounty. Quote. Sister, why don't we just concentrate on hunting sea kings? The two sisters suddenly panicked and quickly advised, let Marine deal with this dangerous newcomer. Let's take care of our own sea area. Alright. Although the New World and four emperors were a little surprised by Ron's bounty soaring, what made them pay more attention was Ron's defeat of Mihawk. Hoo ho ho ho. Whitebeard looked at the newspaper with a smile and said to Josie in front of him, this little guy is really amazing. I didn't think he was so powerful before. I didn't expect how long it had just passed. We have such amazing news. Haha, Dad, the newcomers nowadays are very strong. Josie said with a smile. Before, we had Ace sweeping the Grand Line, and now we have this Ron. He made such a big noise just after entering the Grand Line. It's really not to be underestimated. Look. Yeah, Whitebeard nodded, then put down the newspaper in his hand and said, how is Ace doing lately? Ace. Josie looked startled and said softly, still chasing Teach, there is no good news yet. Well, Whitebeard paused and said, send a message to him. If you really can't catch him, come back early. Dad, it's not like you don't know Ace's character. Josie said with a wry smile, what he decides will never be abandoned halfway. If this guy can't hunt down Teach, he won't come back. Ha ha ha, this guy has the same temperament as Roger. Whitebeard laughed. Kaido and Big Mom territory, although the two major forces took Ron's news more seriously than before, there was no big change. In the red-haired territory, something happened. On the red-haired pirate ship, the red-haired Shanks looked a little gloomy. Captain, we are all ready and ready to go. Baker came over and said. Advertisement. Beckman. Shanks handed the newspaper in his hand to Beckman. How strong do you think this Ron is? If he can defeat Hawkeye, his strength will not be bad. Beckman glanced at the newspaper in his hand, looked at Ron's photo on it, thought for a moment and said, maybe he is already as strong as the four emperors. I think so too. Shanks thought for a moment and said, but I have to go see him. Because of that letter. Beckman's eyes moved. Shanks had received a letter from East Blue before, and while he was drinking happily, his expression immediately changed. Yes. Shanks' lips moved, but finally he shook his head. Makino was kidnapped by this guy. What? Beckman was surprised. He knew that the girl named Makino in Windmill Village had some relationship with the captain of his family, but for some reason, the two could not get together. Now that Makino was kidnapped by Ron. Then you plan to fight Ron? Beckman asked. Of course there should be a fight. Shanks stared at the ocean in the distance. I want to see how strong he is, and Makino. If Makino is hurt at all, I will never spare him. Beckman shook his head with some laughter and tears. He knew something about the two of them. Now it seemed that although the red-haired man could not get together with Makino, he still cared about each other in his heart. Shanks chose to leave Windmill Village and break up with Makino because of the bond of red-hair pirates and the life of advocating pirates. But now that he heard that Makino was in danger, he decided to go to Ron to inquire about it. There must be a battle between the two. As a result, the red-hair pirates began to move towards the first half of the Grand Line. Seeing this, the other forces in the New World were immediately ready to move, but they did not choose to move the Red Hair's territory immediately, but chose to wait and see. In the first half of the Grand Line, Ron's Melly finally arrived at an island after several days of sailing. Wow, Nami exhaled. It's really not easy. We finally arrived at an island. The voyage these days has been really tiring. Yeah, I have to buy a permanent pointer quickly. Tashigi nodded with deep understanding. Let's go to the island and find a place to rest. Ron waved his hand and took the girls to the island and walked towards the island. In the original plot, Shanks and Makino were not seen together, so I set the two to break up. Don't worry, there will be no cuckold plot. Makino is also a virgin. After Ron defeats Shanks, everything will naturally end. When the time comes, Makino will truly focus on Ron. Chapter 74 The Tavern in the Future Scene. Princess Vivi appears. Open black lens bracket Chapter 11 Please subscribe close black lens bracket. After walking to the island, Ron led the girls out towards the center of the island, where there was obviously a village. There are also some people dressed as pirates walking above the village. Although the village is not big, there are many goods for sale on both sides of the street. When several girls saw this, their eyes suddenly lit up and they all ran over and started shopping. The street is not long, but this short stretch of road feels extremely long to Ron. Watching the girls commenting around a stall, Ron can't help but cover his forehead. It seems that girls from all over the world like to go shopping. Girls, we should find a place to eat. After shopping for a while, Ron couldn't help but said when he saw that the girls were still selecting products, but not buying much. Oh, yes, we have to go to eat. Nami casually threw away the goods that he had bargained with the stall owner for half a sky-high price. In the stall owner's somewhat speechless eyes, Nami pulled Nogo and Kaya away. Ron was like a star surrounded by girls. Kaya held Nami's hand and held Ron's hand at the same time. Brother Ron, what are we eating today? Of course it's the local specialty of this island. Ron said decisively. Let's find a place to eat first. That's a restaurant in front, let's go there to eat. Makino said, pointing to a seafood restaurant in front. Well, we've been eating seafood for several days, so we don't need to eat these anymore, right? Ron had a black line on his face. That's right. Makino nodded suddenly. There is a tavern over there, let's eat there. Nami said, pointing to a tavern. Tavern. Ron looked intently, his expression suddenly moved slightly, and then he looked back at the street, thinking to himself, isn't this the place I saw when I had the ability to predict the future? I can really predict the future. No, there was a strange yet familiar figure in the picture of the future I predicted at that time. Well, did they meet in this tavern? Ron led the girls into the tavern with some expectation. Advertisement. There were quite a few guests in the tavern, sitting at the dining table eating and drinking. After Ron and the others sat down, they started ordering food. Ron didn't need to care about this and let Kaya, Nami and Abis take charge of ordering food. He himself looked around for a week, but didn't find the figure. The picture was a bit blurry at the time. I didn't see clearly who that figure was. But since we are here, something should happen later, because in the scene at that time, there were only a group of us and that figure in the tavern, and there were no other guests. How many dishes did you order? By the time Ron came to his senses, the table in front of him was already filled with all kinds of dishes, including seafood, other animal meats, vegetarian dishes, etc. Brother Ron, you are very good at eating, so we ordered more. Kaya said, sticking out her tongue. Kaya, I ordered this all for you. Nami rolled her eyes at Ron and said. Thank you, Sister Kaya. Ron smiled and touched Kaya's little head. I ordered it too, I ordered it too. Abis quickly raised her hand and said. Thank you too, Abis. As a pub, of course, it is impossible not to have alcohol. Ron drank beer and ate while drinking, while the girls drank juice and ate while drinking. The girls didn't eat much, but Ron ate a lot, most of them. All the food went into his stomach. Because of their strong physiques and energy consumption issues, most strong men have a lot of food requirements. Fortunately, there is no shortage of food in this world. There are various large sea beasts, and there are also a large number of large beasts on the islands as food. There is still no problem with eating and drinking. While Ron and others were eating and drinking, 10 slender women wearing cloaks walked into the tavern. After entering the tavern, she looked around at the many guests, then shook her head and sighed. She originally planned to turn around and leave immediately, but after seeing Ron and his party who were eating and drinking, she stopped immediately. After a pause, the woman actually walked towards Ron and his party, but just as she was about to get closer, she stopped again and sat at another table. Advertisement. The woman reached out and took off the hood of her hair, revealing a head of blue hair. The beautiful blue hair was tied back, and her fair face had a pair of beautiful big eyes, a straight nose, and a small lips. Ron's expression changed, and he turned around and looked over. It's her. Asterisk. Ron's eyes widened. The girl's figure was exactly the same as the figure in the future picture. Now that he saw it with his own eyes, he immediately confirmed that this extremely beautiful girl was Princess Vivi. It turns out to be Princess Vivi. Ron suddenly realized, and he immediately thought without thinking, how could he drag this girl onto the pirate ship? Hey, you big pervert. Nami couldn't help gritting her teeth and looking at Ron, angrily saying, how come you can't walk when you see a pretty girl? I am sitting here now, where am I walking? Ron immediately turned his head and said with a righteous expression, I just saw that the girl was a little strange, there must be some secret in her body, that's why take a few more glances. 0. I believed what you said. Nami threw a big piece of meat into the plate in front of Ron, hurry up and eat. Hee. Kaya laughed immediately when she saw this, but she also turned to look at the blue-haired girl, and her heart moved, she is really beautiful. Brother Ron just stared at her for a long time, and he must be thinking about something. Bring her to the boat. Kaya rolled her eyes and made up her mind. I will help Brother Ron complete this task and bring this girl into our team. In that case, Brother Ron will definitely like me even more. Princess Vivi was eating in a low-key manner, while frowning and thinking about things. She didn't know what she was thinking, but she was not in a good mood. Ron turned his eyes and thought that there should have been a large-scale drought in Alabasta during this time period. After Princess Vivi investigated, she learned of Crocodile's plan, so she sneaked in with the guard leader Ikaram. The Baroque working group wants to obtain information about Crokelda's plan. Princess Vivi's boss in the Baroque work club is Miss Wednesday. Although her combat effectiveness is not too high, her intelligence makes up for those shortcomings. But why aren't his partner and the fast-running duck Karu? Ron thought for a moment, shook his head, and didn't think more about it. We'll see later. We can know from the future scene what will happen in this tavern later. Something must happen. Advertisement Chapter 75 The Hunted Princess Vivi. Open black lens bracket please subscribe close black lens bracket. After taking a bite of food, Vivi sighed and lost her mood to eat again. She couldn't imagine why Crocodile would find out her identity even though she had done a very good job of keeping it secret, and send people to hunt her down. Now I don't know what happened to Ikaram, Vivi glanced at the young man in white at the next table from the corner of her eye, and thought to herself, this guy should be the Ron who became famous in the world during this period. The Sword and Rose pirates are indeed the same as what was said in the news, except for Ron. Besides, the others are all pretty girls. Ron is powerful and represents the sword, while the girls are beautiful and represent the rose. I heard that this is how the Sword and Rose pirates got their name. She was currently on the run. She was so hungry just now that she found this inconspicuous tavern. She was ready to leave when she saw so many customers, but after seeing 280, and seeing Ron, her mind suddenly moved. The idea of relying on the other party to block the chase. I'm sorry, Ron, and these young ladies. Once I escape this wave of pursuit, I will definitely make it up to you in the future. Vivi said apologetically in her heart. Ron didn't know what Vivi was thinking. If he knew, he would definitely be shocked. Logically speaking, Vivi's identity should not have been revealed in the plot at this time, but the real situation now is that Luffy is still hanging around East Blue, and Princess Vivi's identity here has been exposed. The result is obviously that the storm caused by Ron, the time traveler's little wings, has begun to affect the normal development of the plot in this world. At this moment, Vivi's expression changed and she looked outside the door in panic because she heard a strange sound like a frog. Quack quack. The unlucky duo. Damn it, they caught up so quickly. Vivi quickly stood up. Hello. Kaya came to Vivi, looked at Vivi with a gentle smile, and said, my name is Kaya, what's yours? Vivi opened her mouth. She originally wanted to tell her code name in Baroque Studio, but she thought that her identity had been exposed at this moment, and the code name was useless, so she said, my name is Vivi, hello Kaya. Are you alone? Although Kaya looked like a cute girl at the moment, she looked like a pervert who was chatting up beautiful women in a pub. She even carefully looked at Vivi's figure and raised the corner of her mouth. She had a good figure. The type Ron likes. Yes. Vivi smiled reluctantly. She was being hunted now, and the pursuer outside the door was about to arrive. She was not in the mood to chat with Kaya. If you are alone, why not come and sit with us? There are still seats there. Kaya reached out and pulled Vivi towards where Ron and others were. Advertisement. Vivi was overjoyed. Now, sitting next to the boy, there should be no problem with safety. After all, this is a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. The people responsible for hunting him down in the studio are Mr. Five and Miss Valentine. Although these two guys have demon fruit power and their fighting ability is much stronger than themselves, they are definitely no match against a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million belly. Vivi felt at ease and followed Kaya to the table in front of Ron and sat down. Let me introduce to you, this is my new best friend. Kaya took Vivi's hand affectionately and said, her name is Vivi. Hello. Ron's face showed an angelic and kind smile, and he said gently, I'm Ron. Hello, Mr. Ron. Vivi looked at Ron with a smile on her face, her eyes were like looking at a bright and righteous night. Nami on the side pursed her lips, glared at Ron, and then looked at Vivi. She did not look evil at Vivi, but said with a smile, hello Vivi, I'm Nami. Nice to meet you. Quote. Hello Nami. Vivi raised her hand in greeting. My name is Abyss. Hello, blue-haired sister. Abyss held the baby dragon in one hand and waved towards Vivi with the other. Hello Abyss. Vivi looked at the lovely Abyss and responded with a smile. My name is Nokigao. I'm Makino. I'm Tashigi. After being introduced one by one, the girls happily chatted together, leaving Ron alone. But Ron is not angry either. He is here now, waiting for what will happen next. Now that Vivi is here, if you think about the situation in the future picture, it is obvious that what is going to happen next has something to do with Vivi. But so what? With Ron's current strength, he can hold on to anything that happens. Advertisement. Even if Marine Admiral calls now, he can fight back without changing his expression. Quack. Another strange sound came. Ron felt Vivi tremble slightly and his heart moved. Could this strange sound have something to do with Vivi? There was a loud bang at the door of the tavern, and the wooden door was kicked open from the outside with electricity. The guests in the tavern turned around to look, and saw two people standing outside the door, a man and a woman. The man had an afro, and the girl was a cute girl, wearing a round hat and holding a small wave umbrella, face full of smiles. Isn't this Miss Valentine? Ron was stunned. As for who the man was, he really didn't remember him. He vaguely remembered that he was a guy who used booger attacks. Just as Ron was looking over, Vivi beside her couldn't help lowering her head, trying to avoid the visitor's attention. But it was obvious that the two visitors had recognized her, and the booger man said coldly, Princess Vivi, I finally found you. Princess Vivi, you are so hard to find. Miss Valentine said with a murderous smile. Other irrelevant people, get out of here. The booger man said arrogantly as he looked at the other guests in the tavern. Hearing this, all the guests were angry, but the tavern owner hid in fear and did not dare to speak. Boy, who do you think you are? 4.1 burly guests stood up angrily and glared at the booger man. Look. The booger man looked at the man with disdain, reached out and pulled out a black booger from his nostrils, flicked his fingers, and the booger ball hit the guest, and the booger ball was on the guest's body. The man's body exploded, and the huge force sent his body flying backwards, smashing a huge hole in the wall of the tavern. Wow. Seeing this situation, the other guests no longer dared to make any mistakes. They were all frightened and panicked, and quickly got up and ran away. Ron couldn't help but smile when he saw this situation. What he smiled at was not how powerful the booger man was, but the scene at this moment. Isn't it exactly the same as the scene of predicting the future? The ability to predict the future is really good, you can predict this. Ron thought to himself. Chapter 76. The Cowardly Booger Man and Miss Valentine. Open black lens bracket, please subscribe close black lens bracket. Princess Vivi, why don't you run away? The booger man raised his head, pointed his nostrils at Ron's table, and said with a sneer, the boss has issued a killing order, and you still want to escape from us. Yes, yes. Miss Valentine looked at Vivi with a sweet smile. What are you doing, princess, by running so fast? You can't run away anyway, so why bother? You. Vivi knew that she could no longer hide, so she stood up slowly, turned around and looked at the two people, her face turned pale. What? Miss Valentine walked around holding a small umbrella and said, do you think those people around you can protect you? HMPH, if you are an enemy of our Baroque work society, you are seeking death. The booger man did not take Ron and the others seriously, and did not take these, little minions, seriously. Also, in his opinion, the two of them are demon fruit power. How can ordinary pirates be their opponents? At this time, Ron still had his back to the two of them. They only saw the faces of Makino and other girls, but it was normal for them not to recognize Ron. Seeing the two people across from each other being understated and arrogant, Vivi was a little angry, but there was nothing she could do. She fled all the way and was chased to several islands. The accompanying 13th Guard, Ikaram, was also separated, and the ship was even more complicated. It was already destroyed. If she hadn't met Ron and his party, this island would have been the place where she was captured. Who are you guys? Ron sat there and didn't move, but Kaya had already stood up, walked to Vivi, grabbed her hand, and said with the same hatred, Vivi is our friend, what do you want to do to her? Sample. Hey. The booger man raised his brows. Does anyone really dare to come forward? I don't see. Princess Vivi, you have someone to support you here. Are they from Alabasta?
Miss Valentine looked on with a smile but did not speak. Princess. The girls around Ron heard clearly this time and couldn't help but look at Vivi carefully, with surprise in their eyes. They didn't expect that the blue-haired girl they met by chance turned out to be a princess of a country. Wow, Vivi, are you really a princess? Kaya looked at Vivi with her eyes wide open and asked. Yeah. Vivi forced a smile. I am the palace master of Alabasta, but unfortunately I am being chased around now, making you laugh. Advertisement, it's okay, but why are you being hunted by them? Kaya asked. Because. Vivi glanced at the two people across from her angrily, because our country was almost collapsed by the boss of this Baroque work company. I just sneaked into this work company to find out information. As a result, I didn't expect to be discovered so soon. Vivi looked at Kaya, Ron and others apologetically. I'm sorry, it's me who has caused trouble to you. You guys, please run away. Vivi wanted to rely on Ron to repel the enemies, but was embarrassed to involve them. At this moment, her heart was full of tangles. Don't be afraid, Vivi. Kaya took Vivi's hand and said, Brother Ron is here, these two people won't do anything to you. Really? Vivi was delighted and turned to look at Ron. Ron slowly put down the chopsticks in his hand, drank all the rum in the glass in one gulp, then stood up and slowly turned around. I'm here to see who dares to touch you. The booger man sneered and said, You stupid young man who came out of nowhere, since you want to die, then I will help you. Mr. 5. Miss Valentine, who was next to the booger man, suddenly changed her expression. She saw Ron's face and suddenly felt that this man looked familiar, as if she had seen him somewhere before. After thinking about it carefully, a light came into her mind. For a moment, he looked at Ron with some horror. Luo, Ron, he is Ron. What's Ron? The booger man frowned and looked over. At first glance, he also felt that Ron's face was familiar, but he couldn't remember who it was. Ron, that big pirate with 500 million belly. Miss Valentine said with a somewhat solemn expression. We have seen it in the newspaper before, have you forgotten? The one who defeated Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai, a young man. What? The booger man's whole body was shocked, his eyes widened, and he looked at Ron's indifferent face. At this glance, he suddenly panicked. It's really him. Damn it. How? Ron put his hands behind his back and walked to Vivi's side with a leisurely look, and said softly, Weren't you just saying that we are just some little gangsters looking for death? What about now? Advertisement. We. The booger man's face turned green and white, changing colors several times in an instant, and he was speechless. He. Miss Valentine laughed reluctantly, and slowly stepped back a few steps, and said, Well. Mr. Ron, I didn't expect you to be here too. What a coincidence. Ron looked at Miss Valentine with a gentle smile. Would you like to come and have a meal together? How about I treat you? When Ron said this, the two of them became even more panicked. They were not afraid if the other party showed a vicious look when he first came up. The more plain he looked, the more terrifying he looked. When Ron saw the appearance of the two of them, he immediately wanted to laugh. These two were so arrogant when they first came in. Now when he saw him turning around, he immediately became scared. It was really so simple. Am I that scary? Ron thought, rubbing his chin. Miss Valentine and the booger man looked at each other, and both of them saw fear in each other's eyes. This is a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million. You must know that their boss, Klo 133 Kidar, one of the Shichibukai, is becoming before Shichibukai, there was only a bounty of 80 million Baileys. Although Crocodile at that time was far less powerful than it is now, and the bounty stopped rising after becoming Shichibukai, but the figure of 500 million is placed here, which is terrifying. Power. Miss Valentine, what should we do now? The booger man asked hesitantly. He felt a kind of embarrassment of riding a tiger, neither leaving nor leaving. After all, the mission assigned by Crocodile hadn't been completed yet, and Princess Vivi was there. Right now, if we retreat, we probably won't be able to complete the mission. But if we don't retreat, are we going to confront the Sword and Rose pirates? MR5, think of a way. This guy is Ron. He has a bounty of 500 million Baileys. No matter how weak his strength is, it won't be any worse. He defeated Mihawk. Miss Valentine said with a cold sweat. Here, when Kaya saw Ron coming forward, she was so frightened that she dared not move. She immediately smiled and said to Vivi, Look Vivi, once brother Ron takes action, no one can do anything to you. Indeed, it's really amazing. Vivi looked at Ron beside her with a strange look in her eyes. Looking at his handsome Haki in white, a strange emotion emerged in her heart. I was too tired to update yesterday. I just got up and started typing now, at least 5 chapters or more. Thank you for your support. Chapter 77 Miss Valentine is captured. Send a message to Crocodile. Not only Princess Vivi was surprised by Ron's powerful name, but also the girls who had been following Ron to the Grand Line were a little surprised. Ron, is Captain Ron's name already so famous now? Nuo Chigao said in surprise. Yeah, I didn't expect this guy to be so famous now. Nami also sighed. Brother Ron is indeed the best. Abis exclaimed excitedly. Although Tashigi and Makino did not speak, their eyes flickered, and they both looked at Ron with a hint of strangeness. Ron shook his head and smiled. We're here now, don't think about running away, I'll let you take action first, hurry up, we haven't finished our meal yet. Hearing Ron's words, Vivi also breathed a sigh of relief. Sure enough, this man really has a sense of security that people can rely on. After hearing this,
Kaya and the other girls also smiled and looked at the two people opposite with some interest, wanting to see what the other person would choose. Miss Valentine twitched the corner of her mouth and said nothing, but the booger man became a little angry. Ron, although you are a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million, don't forget that you don't have the power of devil fruit. We both have demon fruit power. If we really want to fight, we are not afraid of you. The shitty man yelled with anger. Yeah, I haven't eaten devil fruit yet, so do you want to try it? Ron said, already walking towards the two of them, his hands still behind his back, looking relaxed and comfortable. Arrogant. The booger man couldn't stand Ron's ridicule, and his heart was filled with anger. He no longer cared about Ron's 500 million belly pirate and the world's greatest swordsman. Miss Valentine, take action. Maybe this guy is just a bluffing loser. I don't believe that a newcomer who has just stepped into the Grand Line is really as scary as the news says. Okay. Miss Valentine's eyes turned, and she felt that what Mr. Five said made sense. Ron's strength came entirely from what was said in the news. We have to fight to find out how strong he is. Maybe he is not as powerful as the legend says. How powerful is it? Ron, if you want to stop us from completing our mission, then you will die. The booger man roared angrily, stretched out his hand, and a black booger flew towards Ron. Go to hell. Nose is empty. Gun. Nausea. Ron stretched out his hand a little and exploded the booger egg that flew in front of him with a finger covered with a hint of armed color. A huge explosion sounded, but it failed to hurt Ron at all. Even the aftermath of the explosion failed to affect Vivi and Kaya, let alone let's talk about Nami and others at the rear. Ron's armament Haki is at full level, and the use of Haki has almost reached its limit. Not to mention explosions of this level, not even the Red Dog's fist can break through Ron's armament Haki protection. How could this happen? The booger man couldn't help but be stunned when he saw that one of his moves was blocked so easily by Ron. Let me do it. Miss Valentine took a deep breath, kicked the ground with her hands and feet, and rushed towards Ron quickly. When she rushed as fast as she could, she shouted in her mouth, the weight has changed. 10,000 pounds. Advertisement. Her knees were slightly bent and she hit Ron's body. Under normal circumstances, the 10,000 kilogram weight would definitely flatten the opponent. It's a pity that she is meeting Ron now. Ever since. Boom. Oops. Miss Valentine gave a sweet cry, and her knees were firmly blocked in the air by Ron's hand. Under the weight of 10,000 kilograms, she fell to the ground with a thud, creating a huge deep pit in the ground. The pit turned out to be a semicircle, and all the power in front of Ron was blocked by the armament Haki under Ron's feet, and the ground was not broken. You weigh 10,000 kilograms, but you are so light, lion fruit is not that good. Ron knelt down slightly, looked at the embarrassed Miss Valentine, and said with a smile, how about you give it a try again? Miss Valentine looked at Ron angrily. Her strongest move was easily resolved by the other party. She could feel that the other party didn't use all his strength at all, and what was that purple-red one? Something. She has no idea what a Haki is. Also, at this time, they, let alone Miss Valentine, even Crocodile can't Haki. Of course, this is the situation in the original plot. I wonder if Crocodile can Haki in the pirate world I am in. Haki is something that almost everyone knows a little bit about in the later stages of the One Piece plot, but not many people know how to use it in the early stages. Ron was curious if Crocodile would now Haki. Let go of Miss Valentine. The booger man over there roared, rushed over quickly, and punched Ron on the head. Roll. Ron waved his hand, and the booger man flew backwards. Not only did he smash the wall of the tavern, but he even hit the wall of the building across the street. He didn't know where he went because of Ron's casual slap. Ron didn't even look at the booger man, but continued to look down at Miss Valentine on the ground. You have failed in your mission, right? Why don't you stay and have dinner together? Come on, you're welcome. Ron reached out, pulled up Miss Valentine, and dragged her to the table to sit down. What do you want? Miss Valentine was a little annoyed when she saw this, but she had no idea at all. Advertisement. Haha. Ron ignored her angry look and stretched out his hand to greet Vivi and Kaya beside him to continue sitting down to eat. At the same time, he shouted to the boss who was hiding behind the bar. Boss, please order more food. Don't worry, it's damaged. We will pay for it later. Hey, good. When the boss heard this, he didn't dare to delay and hurriedly ran towards the kitchen. When Nami saw Ron's actions, she couldn't help but grit her teeth secretly, as this guy looking at someone's beauty and wanting to get involved in a pirate ship. How shameless. Vivi couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief when she saw Ron defeating Miss Valentine and Mr. Five. She sat at the table with Kaya and the group continued to eat, regardless of the mess the entire tavern looked like. Damn it, what does this guy want? Miss Valentine saw Ron's domineering appearance and secretly hated her. However, she found depressingly that she couldn't do anything to him now. He couldn't run, he couldn't escape, he couldn't fight. What can she do? Eat. Why don't you eat? Ron looked at Miss Valentine. If you don't eat, don't blame me when you get hungry later. I won't eat it. Miss Valentine turned her head and ignored Ron. She looked at Princess Vivi and regretted in her heart. If she had captured her earlier, she would not have to encounter such an enemy, and she would not be caught by this guy. Outside the hotel, the booger man coughed and stood up from the ruins of the opposite building, staggering to the door of the hotel. In the sky, a strange bird carrying a gopher-like guy fell down. Unlucky duo. The booger man looked at these two guys and quickly ordered, "Go back quickly, notify the boss, and tell him what's going on here." Quack quack. The unlucky duo nodded quickly and flew towards the sky without looking back. "Are you coming?" Ron frowned and looked at the booger man walking towards the door. "Qianuos, do you really want to die? Do you think I dare not kill you, Xian? HMPH, I'll leave in a moment, but before I leave, I have to warn you, don't hurt Miss Valentine. Our boss is very strong. Even if you are a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million, you will never be our boss." "Opponent," the booger man said loudly. In his mind, Crocodile is an invincible existence, and he does not believe that Ron will be Crocodile's opponent. "Don't worry, I won't kill girls randomly." Ron glanced at the booger man. "If you don't get out, I'm really going to kill someone." "Let's go, I'm going." The booger man, who had just gained some momentum, saw the murderous intent in Ron's eyes and immediately became frightened to the point where his legs weakened, and he turned around and ran away. Ron's expression changed. "Wait. Huh." The booger man paused. Ron would regret killing him in the future, and he froze there. "Give Crocodile a message. I will go to him to settle the accounts in a while." Ron said calmly. "I'll take care of Princess Vivi's affairs. Let him wash my neck and wait." Chapter 78. Valentine is not convinced. "There are so many ways I can crush Crocodile." Looking at the booger man's fleeing back, the girls giggled. Kaya said to Vivi, "Vivi, you can feel at ease now. The bad guy has been beaten away by Brother Ron." Thank you very much, thank you Captain Ron." Vivi said gratefully. "It's just a piece of cake." Ron waved his hand calmly. HMPH, don't be proud. Miss Valentine snorted and said, "Since you know that our boss is Crocodile, you should know that he is Shichibukai. His strength is very strong. You are definitely no match for him because you don't have devil fruit ability." "Oh," Ron smiled and looked at Miss Valentine. "Are you so confident that I can't beat Crocodile?" "You are definitely no match for him," Miss Valentine said categorically. She had seen Crocodile's power, the ability of the fruit to turn into sand. It was simply incomprehensible and there was no way anyone could kill him. "Impossible," Kaya said angrily. "How can Crocodile be Brother Ron's opponent? Brother Ron has never failed along the way." Yes. Abis also said, "Brother Ron is so awesome. He even defeated Mahawk." Eagle Eye. Upon hearing this name, Miss Valentine paused, and felt a little uncertain. Ron could defeat Hawkeye, and his strength was absolutely unrivaled, and from the experience of fighting him just now, judging from the situation, he is indeed very powerful. As for who is stronger between Crocodile and Ron, she is a little confused now. "Why are you silent?" Kaya snorted and said, "Brother Ron just defeated you without using all his strength. Don't underestimate Brother Ron." Miss Valentine was speechless. Seeing this, Tashigi said calmly, "If the boss of Baroque Works is really Crocodile, there will indeed be some trouble." "What should I say?" Ron turned to look at Tashigi. "Yes, Sister Tashigi, how could Brother Ron not be able to defeat that darling guy?" Kaya asked unconvinced. "Advertisement. Because Crocodile's devil fruit is sand fruit." Tashigi said seriously. "He became a Shichibukai a long time ago. Before becoming a Shichibukai, although the bounty was only 80 million belly, over the years, his strength must have become stronger. The ability of sand fruit allows him to control sand, and it is said that he has controlled the ability of this Logia devil fruit to the elemental state. His body can turn into sand at will, with almost no people can kill him." "Can the body turn into sand?" When the girls heard this, they were immediately horrified. Who could kill him if his body could turn into sand? "Hey, are you scared now?" Miss Valentine saw the worried looks on the other girls at the table after Tashigi explained, and she immediately laughed and said with some pride, "The boss is very powerful. Yes, body elementalization is only one of his abilities, and his attack power is also very strong. Stop bragging about your boss." Seeing the girls looking at him worriedly, Ron still looked calm. "First of all, Crocodile does have the ability to turn into sand, but this ability is not as invincible as you think. There are many ways to kill him." Bragging. Miss Valentine looked unbelieving. She felt that the boy in front of her was definitely bragging. Crocodile's body turned into sand. How could there be many ways to kill Crocodile if he was invincible? "Brother Ron, is there any way to defeat that Dar?" Kaya asked quickly. "It's very simple," Ron said with a smile. "You should know that I own armament Haki. This Haki can completely defeat the elemental form of Logia devil fruit. I can crush Crocodile to death without any effort." "Wow, is it true?" Kaya suddenly laughed happily and looked at Miss Valentine proudly. "How about, let me just say that Brother Ron can defeat Dar." "It's Crocodile." Miss Valentine corrected it, and then said, "What's Haki? I've never heard of it. Stop making it up." The minions at her level have really never heard of the existence of Haki, so they have no idea how powerful armament Haki is. BDCD. It's no wonder she hasn't heard of it. Among the girls around Ron before, only Tashigi and Makino knew of Haki's existence. The other girls, even Nami, who had been in East Blue for many years, had never heard of it. "Okay." Ron shook his head helplessly. "Since you are so ignorant, I won't talk about Haki. Then you always know about Seastone, right? If I use Seastone to suppress Crocodile's devil fruit ability, do you think I can defeat it?" See, Sea stone. Miss Valentine's expression changed drastically. This kind of thing is the natural enemy of all devil fruit powers. This kind of thing is extremely strong. If it is suppressed by it, all demon fruit powers will come from devil. Fruit's ability will be suppressed to death in an instant, and it will become as weak as if it were plunged into sea water, allowing others to slaughter it. Advertisement. If a strong man like Ron really used sea stone as an attack method, Crocodile would really be in danger of dying. Seeing Miss Valentine's expression change, Ron smiled and said, in addition to sea stone, Crocodile's ability to dissolve sand has another flaw. Once his body is soaked in water, he will not be able to dissolve sand. This is the biggest drawback of sand fruit. How could there be such a flaw? Miss Valentine muttered to herself. How could he be stupid enough to tell you this fatal flaw? Ron shook his head. Wow, brother Ron is so awesome. Kaya said with a smile. I found 3 ways to defeat the enemy at once, and the opponent was a big shot like Shichibukai. Sure enough, no matter how powerful the person is, there is no one as powerful as brother Ron. Quote. Ron smiled and said, you know how to praise me every day. They are telling the truth. Kaya pouted. Nami and the other girls looked at each other and sighed. Although their captain was not very good, he was really powerful. It seemed that this crocodile was really no match for him. Princess Vivi's eyes sparkled as she listened. It turned out that Crocodile, who was so powerful in her mind, still had so many weaknesses. This Ron was really powerful. Princess Vivi's heart suddenly moved, and she remembered what Ron had said to the booger man before. He said that he would take care of Vivi's affairs and let Crocodile wash her neck and wait. Is he ready to help himself? Princess Vivi hesitated for a moment, but was about to ask. Well, Captain Ron, what you just said, you are in charge of my affairs. Are you going to help me? Looking at Princess Vivi's cautious eyes, Ron said seriously, yes, the mission to kill you failed this time. Crocodile will definitely not give up. If I don't help you, I guess you won't be able to return to Alabasta. Since I took action today, I will help you to the end and help you solve the problem completely. That's great. Vivi laughed happily, her beautiful and delicate face blooming into a flower-like smile. Thank you so much, Captain Ron, thank you very much. After reading the book reviews, many people think it is better not to accept Alvida. Since it is your decision, then let it be your decision. Alvida will not accept it. Chapter 79. Ron was speechless. The girls were in tears. Since you're so grateful to me, why don't you pledge yourself to me? Ron thought. Of course Ron wouldn't say that. How could his positive image as a gentleman be ruined in this way? Of course, Ron said with an upright face. By the way, what happened to you Alabasta? Ron was familiar with the plot, but in order to avoid leaks later, he still had to let Vivi explain the national conditions of Alabasta first. Alabasta. Our country was originally a powerful kingdom, but recently, due to some reasons, domestic dissatisfaction has risen, and there has been a surge in revolutionaries. The main reason is the lack of water in major cities, which has led to a large number of deaths. But I checked, I understood that behind all this, whether it was water shortage or people's riots, there was a mysterious force behind it. This force was the Baroque Working Society, so I took Ikaram and sneaked into this working society to find out. Explore the purpose of this working club, leader. Wei Wei said angrily. I had already found out a lot of information, but unexpectedly my identity was discovered. If I hadn't happened to meet you, I would have been dead. Great, Kaya said. Fortunately you met us, otherwise it would have been dangerous. Seeing the worried expressions on the faces of Kaya and the other girls at the table, Wei Wei couldn't help but shed tears and said, actually, I have recognized your identities a long time ago. I just promised Kaya to come here and sit down. I just wanted to use your identities, especially the identity of Captain Ron, to avoid being hunted. I'm sorry, I really. The girls were silent for a while after hearing this. This girl is not ignorant and stupid, but wants to use their strength to deal with the enemy. This is use, naked use. Ron looked at the girls' changed expressions and suddenly smiled. Is there any problem with this? He raised his head slightly and looked at Ron with some confusion. When there is a life-threatening danger, do everything you can to save your life. Is there any problem? Ron smiled and said, this is human nature, right? Besides. Ron looked at Wei Wei and said, you also want to save your life and return to the country to stop the riots in the country. Is this normal? In other words, your sentiment is very just and bright. Do we think we will despise you? Yes. Kaya, can you? Kaya smiled slightly, looked at Ron's eyes, then pulled Vivi and said, this is the first time I have seen such a great princess. Wei Wei, you are so amazing. Advertisement. Nami was eating on the side, but her ears were straight up. When she heard this, she immediately put down her chopsticks. I won't comment for now. Princess Vivi, if you want to hire us, you have to pay some money. Yeah, what do you think of a billion Baileys? 1 billion Baileys. Vivi was suddenly shocked. Our country is in riots, how can we afford this price? Nuauchi pushed Nami high, smiled and said to Vivi, Vivi, don't listen to her, she is just a little money addict, that's just teasing you, we will definitely help you. Yes. Abis put a piece of pastry in front of Vivi. Sister Vivi, you eat first. It's uncomfortable to be hungry. Don't worry. Brother Ron is fine. He will definitely help you. Yes. Looking at Abisi's pure eyes, Vivi had the urge to cry. Everyone is so good. Vivi bit her lip lightly and ate with tears in her eyes. Ron smiled and said, "Don't worry, we'll set off in a minute. Crocodile doesn't matter." "That's right." Ron looked at Nami. "Did you buy our permanent pointer? When are you free to buy it?" Nami glared at Ron. "I was just about to buy it on the street, and you dragged me here." "Yong, permanent pointer." Vivi's eyes widened. "Do you know how to get to Alabasta?" "I don't know." Everyone, including Ron, looked at Vivi and shook their heads together. The corner of Vivi's mouth twitched sharply. "Then, what do you say about the permanent pointer? Don't they all use this kind of permanent pointer on the Grand Line?" Ron took the lead, and everyone had the same expression. Who told you?" Vivi had a black line on her face. Ron and the girls looked at each other with blank eyes. Vivi covered her forehead and said feebly, "Oh my god, I finally believe that this is really the first time for you to come to the Grand Line. Please give me flowers." "What's going on?" Seeing that the girls didn't want to speak, Ron, as a great captain, had to speak up. "Advertisement." Vivi sighed, shook her head and said, "The permanent pointer is on the Grand Line. It represents a compass that points directly and permanently to an island. The record pointer is the compass that the Grand Line really uses. It is used every time. When you pass an island, you can record the magnetism and mark the pointer of the location of the next nearby island." Wei Wei looked at everyone and asked, "Do you understand now?" "Understood." The girls nodded, and then looked at Ron with contempt on their faces. "Oh." Ron's mouth twitched and he pretended to be nonchalant and said, "What are you doing, looking at me?" "Ha ha ha." Kaya smiled sweetly, looked at Ron and said, "I remember you said at the beginning that the Grand Line uses permanent pointers. This kind of compass is the only thing in the Grand Line that can point out the direction. Isn't that the case?" "Did I say that?" Ron's eyes flickered, looking like I couldn't remember clearly. "Brother Ron, you said it, and Abis remembers it very clearly." Abis stood on the stool, holding a crab in her hand, and shouted against Ron's nostrils. "Ah, Abis, you are a little kid, do you know how to be polite?" Ron's cheeks turned red, he coughed lightly, hugged Abis and said, "A girl should have a girl. Do you want a lady to know your appearance? Lady." "Oh, Abis knows." Abis said obediently, nestled in Ron's arms, and laughed happily. Nami on the side gritted his teeth. Makino stroked his forehead, shook his head and was speechless. Tashigi's face was expressionless, his eyes full of mockery. Nuo Chigao twitched the corner of her mouth, coughed slightly, but said nothing. Princess Vivi, being as smart as she is, she guessed what was going on right away. "My captain, it turns out that it was you who caused such a big mess." Chapter 80 Crocodiles Counterattack. Little Garden. Going merry, above deck. Start sailing, Nami shouted, and Tashigi lowered the sails from the mast above. "Vivi, is your permanent pointer pointing to the island where Alabasta is located?" "That's great," Nami said, looking at the pointer in her hand. "Yes, this is a permanent pointer. It only points to the island where Alabasta is located." Vivi held up another pointer and said, "This is a record pointer. It points to the next island. As for whether to go to that island, it is up to you. You decide." "This Ron guy has to decide." Nami grinned and said, "But we don't have to worry about him, he is the boss, you see." Nami pointed her hand, Vivi looked at it and laughed immediately. Ron was lying on the deck chair at the moment, looking like a gentleman and not caring about anything. 740, I'll take a rest first. Call me when you get there. Ron lay on the chair and pretended to sleep. What a shame. On the Grand Line, the permanent pointer only points to an island, and the recording pointer is the compass that really needs to be used. It has been too long that I have forgotten the plot, and I have simply forgotten such a thing. But it doesn't matter, I'm the captain, whatever mistakes I make are not my fault, that's it. The Melly sailed away from this island, which is a small island located between the Whiskey Mountains and Little Garden. It was not well known. The destination of the trip at this moment was towards the island where Alabasta is located. The island where Alabasta is located is very large. It is one of the few large countries in the entire Grand Line sailing route. It was originally a powerful country and one of the famous countries in the world government. However, after being targeted by Crocodile, the situation is getting worse day by day. Recently, large-scale popular riots have occurred, and there are even revolutionary uprisings that want to overthrow the rule of the kingdom. This weather is really chaotic. Nami sighed looking at the chaotic weather. Vivi smiled and said, "It's like this on the Grand Line, just get used to it, so the record pointer and permanent pointer are very precious." Fortunately, Vivi is here. Nami smiled and said, "Now we finally don't have to get lost. It's great to be able to help you." Vivi said, "But don't forget our reward." Nami said with a wink. Vivi was stunned for a moment, then hesitated. "With so much money, I really can't do anything." "Don't worry yet," Nami smiled and said, "We'll talk about it after we help you solve the domestic issues." "Okay." Vivi nodded. Advertisement. The most urgent thing for her now is to return home, and then she is worried about Ikaram and Karu. I wonder how Ikaram and Karu are doing now. Alas. Vivi sighed. The Melee drifted with the current and sailed into the distance. And in Alabasta, in the palace where Crocodile is located. What? Clark Doll looked at the message from the unlucky duo in front of him, with a look of anger on his face. Did that Ron really say that? The ominous duo immediately wrote down the images in their hands and the words Ron said. Damn it. Crocodile slapped the table angrily. Does that guy really think he is invincible? Seeing the appearance of the unlucky duo in front of him, Crocodile felt annoyed and waved them away. Ron, Crocodile snorted. I didn't want to go against you. Since you are seeking your own death, you can't blame me. Come here, Crocodile ordered, and two people came out of the door, a man with a 3 on his head, and a little girl carrying a drawing board. Mr. 3, Miss Golden Week, go and kill the man from the Sword and Rose Pirates, can you complete the mission? Crocodile shouted in a low voice. Promise to complete the mission. The man with 3 on his head shouted loudly. On the contrary, the little girl glanced and curled her lips, looking indifferent. After watching the two people leave, Crocodile was relieved. Although that guy is powerful, he was able to defeat Miss Valentine and Mr. 5, but if Mr. 3 and Miss go to Golden Week, it should be no problem. Crocodile's eyes flashed coldly. If you can't even overcome such an obstacle, then there's no need for me to take action myself. The melee finally arrived at an island under the beating of waves. Are we here yet? Nami looked at the island in front of her and asked Princess Vivi with some doubts. Not here. Vivi shook her head. How could she not recognize the island where Alabasta is located? This island is too small and cannot be the big island where Alabasta is located. Should we go up? Nochigao asked. Well, let me ask that idiot captain. Nami walked to the side and came under the sun umbrella. What's wrong? Of course Ron couldn't really sleep to death. After all, he was a top expert, so he still had some vigilance. We arrived at an island, but it's not the island where Alabasta is. What if we don't go up there? Nami asked. Advertisement. Do we still have enough supplies on the ship? Ron asked. Some of them are not enough. Nami thought for a moment and said. Then let's go to the island to supplement it. Ron said. He also stood up and stretched, and then asked, what island is this? Nami's mouth twitched. You don't know anything about feelings, so you made such a rash decision. Go to the island. Ron didn't look at the strange expressions on Nami and the other girls beside him. He jumped up and rushed to the island. Hey, you just left like this. Nami shouted angrily. What should we do here? Who is watching the ship? ? I didn't run away. Ron stood on the island, looking at the surrounding scenery. When he heard Nami's shout, he turned back and said, come down quickly, let's go together, how could I leave you behind? I'm that kind of person. What? Yes, Nami said one word harshly. Ron immediately rubbed his nose. How could he, who loves and protects girls so much, leave you alone? By the way, something is wrong with Nami these days. Why is she always targeting herself? Could it be jealousy? Ron turned his head and looked at Nami, who was talking and laughing with Vivi. He couldn't help but shake his head. No, if you were really jealous, how could you be talking and laughing with Vivi like this? Could it be that I thought wrong? Impossible. There must be something I haven't discovered. Brother Ron, let's go together. Kaya ran over, hugged Ron's arm and said with a smile. There's me. Abyss ran over with the baby dragon in her arms, holding Ron's arm and shouted. I will never forget you. Ron smiled and said, no one can forget Abyss. Brother Ron is the best. Abyss said with a smile. Chapter 81 Golden Week and Mr. 3. Defeat giants with one finger. Let's all go. If you all leave, I can sail the boat and escape. Miss Valentine in the corner of the deck seemed to have forgotten herself when she saw Ron and others, and immediately retreated towards the corner, trying to hide. You can't see me. Miss Valentine hid in the corner, covering her eyes, still muttering something about not being able to see her. Boom. Nami came over and punched Miss Valentine on the head. She would not be polite to this prisoner. Oops. Miss Valentine held her head and cried. Don't think about not doing anything. If you want to eat, you have to work. Nami pulled Miss Valentine off the boat, followed by Vivi, who was dumbfounded. This woman is so powerful. Tashigi fixed the boat on the shore and got off the boat. All the crew members were standing on the island, and the girls were looking around curiously at the surrounding scenery. Here, there are so many trees, it seems like an uninhabited island. Makino said softly. The uninhabited island, will it be dangerous? Nuo Chigao asked. Let an uninhabited island be an uninhabited island. This way of exploring is more interesting. Ron waved. Let's go to the island together. Oh, let's go on an adventure. Abyss cheered, and the little dragon in her hand also screamed happily. Don't stay too far away from me. Ron glanced at the girls behind him. I know. Nami pulled Valentine and Princess Vivi to follow Ron. We need to replenish food and fresh water. There are a lot of people on the ship. The food and water previously stored only lasted a few days, especially you're such a big eater, you can eat more by yourself than the rest of us can eat together. Ah ha ha ha, Ron smiled. Then I will be responsible for catching more beasts later. Set off. Ron took the girls on an adventure. On the other side, Mr. 3 also brought Miss Golden Week to the vicinity of Little Garden. Ha, this is their ship, very good, it seems they are on the island, Miss Golden Week, let's go to the island. Mr. 3 waved his hand and said energetically. Oh, the little girl carrying a drawing board and a small school bag followed, not looking very happy. A child has to travel such a long distance and still have to fight with others. It really didn't interest her at all. Just when Mr. 3 and Miss came to the island during Golden Week, Ron also encountered a situation. Roar. A monster like a Tyrannosaurus Rex ran rampant, knocked down a tree, and rushed towards where Ron and his group were. Not good, Nami exclaimed. Advertisement. Be careful, Vivi also shouted in surprise. Miss Valentine's eyes lit up and she looked at the monster expectantly. If she could entangle that Ron, she would have a chance to run away. Wow, what a scary monster. Abyss closed her eyes tightly and held on to Ron's clothes. Kaya also held Ron's arm, trembling with fright and shrinking her little head. Tashigi also drew out Shiger and got ready for battle. Ron, on the other hand, looked calmly at the monster rushing towards him like a chariot, and thought to himself, if he had Conqueror's Haki, he could kill such a beast in an instant. Unfortunately, he hasn't learned it yet, but it's fine without Haki. At most, he can do it. Just hands and feet. Brush. Ron's body remained unchanged, he just stretched out a hand and punched out. A punch with the shadow of a wolf head penetrated his body and hit the monster on the head. With a bang, the monster fell to the ground. Looking at the deflated head, it was obvious that he would not survive. It's so simple. Miss Valentine looked at this scene blankly, sighing in her heart, feeling that her dark days would really last for a long time. Hey, is this solved? Abyss opened her big eyes when she heard the noise, and when she saw the monster lying on the ground, she suddenly laughed happily. Brother Ron is really awesome. Brother Ron is the best. Kaya also nodded. Ron smiled indifferently, and walked to the monster with the two little fans beside him. You guys step back first, and I will deal with this monster. Okay. The two girls stepped aside. Ron pulled out the third-generation Kitetsu and stabbed it a few times, and the huge monster was cut into a pile of large pieces of meat. Girls, start moving things. Ron greeted. First he grabbed a few of the largest pieces of meat and walked towards where the melee was. Start working. Seeing this, Nami immediately ordered Miss Valentine to work. Alas, Miss Valentine sighed and had to start working. After some actions, a pile of meat slices were stored. The next step is to find fresh water. Come along. Ron took the girls on the road again to find clean fresh water on the island. After walking for several kilometers, I finally saw a clear stream. Fill the water. Nami and others started filling the water with wooden buckets in their hands, while Ron was responsible for stacking the buckets together, carrying them and preparing to leave. Boom boom boom. As the earth shook, a leaf fell from the surrounding trees. Hey, what's wrong? Was there an earthquake? The girls asked nervously. Advertisement. Don't be afraid. Ron put down the bucket, beckoning the girls to come closer. Then everyone looked up and stared at a huge giant walking over with wide eyes. Okay, what a big giant. Oh my god, this is the first time I've seen such a big person. Here, how can there be such a big person here? What should I do, Ron? Nami looked at Ron anxiously. Yeah, brother Ron, this giant is so scary. Kaya also said anxiously. Ron said calmly. It's just a giant, don't be afraid. Ron took 2 steps forward and stood in front of the girls. He put his hands behind his back and looked at the approaching giant. This giant looks familiar, so this should be the little garden where the 2 giant warriors are. The giant in front of you should be Brigitte. Huh, stranger. The giant seemed to have just discovered the slightly different Ron and his party. Suddenly he lowered his body curiously and looked at Ron and the others. You guys. Brigitte suddenly saw several buckets behind Ron. He was confused for a moment, and then became angry. Are you here to steal things? You must be. How dare you come to steal my wine? What? The girls behind Ron looked confused. Ron didn't say anything, he just looked at the giant Brigitte playfully. Did this guy think that he and others had stolen his wine when he saw these buckets? What a simple mind with well-developed limbs. Ha! Without saying a word, the giant Brigitte slashed down with the big axe in his hand. Ah, run. Seeing the super large axe that covered the entire sky, Nami and the others were so scared that their eyes almost popped out. Such a huge weapon was too exaggerated. Crush it for me. Ron didn't even pull out the ghost to deal with it, he just pointed it out with a finger, which was covered with a purple-red armament Haki. As soon as he pointed out, the purple-red light flashed and collided with the huge axe. Boom. Not to mention the giant axe, the huge impact caused Brigitte to be knocked over. Hiss. The girls behind Ron took a breath of air, especially Miss Valentine, who looked at Ron dumbfounded. With just one finger, I defeated such a terrifying giant. Miss Valentine felt a little weak all over. She really knew now that this guy didn't care about her at all when he dealt with her before. I guess half of the strength is useless. Chapter 82 The Giant in Rage. Ron takes action. Well, Brigitte groaned in pain, looking at the shattered axe in his hand, feeling shocked. What a powerful human being. Brigitte stood up slowly. Most of the power of Ron's blow was used to crush the giant axe. The aftermath of the shock to him did not cause much damage. Of course, this is also related to Ron not wanting to kill him. Who are you? Although Brigitte lost his axe, he still looked at Ron and others fiercely. Big guy. Ron walked up to Brigitte and said, it's not good for you to start fighting people without asking any questions. If I hadn't been merciful, you would be dead now. How can you still be justified in stealing my wine? Brigitte said angrily. Stealing your wine? Ron raised his eyebrows and said, which I did you see? Aren't those wine barrels? Brigitte said, pointing to the wine barrel next to Ron. These. Ron picked up a wine barrel, opened it and said, this is filled with fresh water. We are passing pirates who came to the island to replenish supplies. Ah, Brigitte was stunned and scratched his head in embarrassment. That's it, that's embarrassing. Ron put the bucket down and said speechlessly, and how big is our bucket? You are a giant, so the bucket for wine can't be so small, right? It seems like it's true. Brigitte's eyes widened and he realized that these wine barrels were too small. He immediately apologized even more embarrassedly. I'm really sorry. I saw it wrong. This stupid guy. Kaya covered her mouth and laughed. The other girls also discovered that this giant was not bad, just a little silly, so they were no longer nervous. Instead, they gathered around one by one, curiously looking at the giant's huge body. Such a giant, they had never seen before. But I haven't seen it. At this time, the volcano on the island erupted, and thick smoke rushed into the sky. The giant Brigitte looked up and then said, it's begun. What started? Kaya asked curiously. The battle is about to begin. Brigitte turned around and walked away, causing the ground to rumble. What's going on? Kaya asked strangely. Shall we follow along and take a look? Ron said. Advertisement. Let's put the water back on the boat first. Nami said. Yes, let's send the water back first. Ron nodded, and then led the girls to send the water back. In the middle of Little Garden Island, Mr. 3 and Miss Goldenweek are looking at the two giants fighting in front. There are actually two giants fighting here. Mr. 3 said in surprise. What are you going to do? Miss Goldenweek asked. Hey. Mr. 3 said with a gloomy smile. That Ron is very strong, we might as well do this. Miss Goldenweek looked at Mr. 3 with contempt. You are so insidious. How can you say it's sinister? Mr. 3 said righteously. I'm here to deal with that Ron. Take action quickly. The battle between the two giants did not last long because Brigitte's axe was damaged, so in this century-old battle, the giant Dory finally gained the upper hand and defeated Brigitte. Ha, Brigitte, you lost, I finally defeated you. Dory raised his head and laughed. Yeah, you won. Brigitte sighed. If his axe hadn't been destroyed, he wouldn't have lost so easily. Brgy, where are your weapons? Dory asked curiously. I just met some pirates. One of them was very strong. He destroyed my axe with one blow and defeated me in one blow. Brigitte said. Defeat you in one go. Dory's eyes lit up, and he was full of fighting spirit. Then I want to see if he is really that powerful. Dory, you are definitely no match for him. Brigitte shook his head and said, he is too powerful. Impossible, Brigitte, have you forgotten the glory of our giant family? Dory snorted and said, I'm going to find the person you mentioned right now. I'm going to defeat him. If you want to go, just go. Brigitte was slightly injured due to the battle with Dory, and he didn't want to move at the moment, so he lay down on the ground. I will definitely defeat him. Dory carried the big sword, turned around and walked towards the shore. At this time, Mr. 3 came over with Miss Goldenweek and came to where Brigitte was. Mr. 3 chuckled and lit the hair with the word, 3, on his head. The hair actually started to burn. Mr. 3 roared. Burn it, candle, steel shackles. An extremely hard candle covered Brigitte and turned into extremely hard shackles to fix Brigitte's hands and feet to the ground. Advertisement. Who are you? Unexpectedly, Brigitte was also imprisoned by Mr. 3's devil fruit ability, and he suddenly shouted in surprise, let me go. Do you still want to escape? Mr. 3 smiled gloomily. I also plan to let you become my secret weapon. Mr. 3 took out several medicine bottles from his body, selected one, came to Brigitte's head, and poured all the medicine in the bottle into Brigitte's mouth. Brigitte's face changed for a while, then his whole body turned red, his aura surged, and his strength increased many times. The shackles holding his hands and feet were suddenly broken free by him. Go ahead and kill Ron and everyone in his pirate group. Miss Goldenweek drew a picture on Brigitte and gave him some psychological hints. Brigitte stood up and raised his head fiercely to the sky. Roaring, he has now fallen into a rage. He was already in a state of mental confusion stimulated by the potion, and was psychologically suggested by Mrs. Painting of Goldenweek. His hatred for Ron was immediately channeled out, and he stood up and walked directly towards he ran away into the distance. Ha, now I think Ron is still alive. Mr. 3 said happily. Maybe. These two giants are no match for him. Miss Goldenweek couldn't help but said. You have to know, he is the man who defeated Haki. Even so, it can still cause him some trouble, right? Mr. 3 chuckled. Let's go, let's follow him. Once Ron is injured, we can sneak attack him. Ron was taking the girls to play on the island and headed towards the battle. Not long after walking, he saw a giant holding a big sword walking over. The giant Dory also saw Ron and his party. Just as he was about to speak, he heard a rumble from behind. He turned around and saw Brigitte coming towards him with red eyes. Brigitte, why don't you admit defeat? Dory thought Brigitte was targeting him, and raised his weapon to prepare for a fight, but saw Brigitte pass him and charge directly towards Ron. Go to hell. Brigitte jumped on top of Ron and punched Ron. Hey, how Zhao, Ron and the girls were a little strange. This giant was not like this just now. Why did he suddenly treat himself and others as life and death enemies? Weird. Ron also felt that there must be something weird in this. His eyes moved and he saw a pattern on Brigitte's clothes, and he suddenly thought, it turns out to be her. Crocodile hasn't given up yet, haha. Ron's expression remained unchanged as he looked at the huge fist falling from the sky, coupled with Brigitte's huge body, covering the entire sky. In the shocked eyes of the girls, Ron stretched out his right hand. The purple-red armament Haki on his fist was condensed and covered, and he slowly punched it towards the sky. He whispered, Evil wolf fist, punch. Ouch. A wolf howled. Boom. Brigitte's huge body was knocked away by Ron's terrifying fist. With Ron's strength, it is too easy to beat Brigitte. One punch is enough to defeat Brigitte. Even though Brigitte at this time has been greatly enhanced by the psychological suggestion of Miss Golden Week and the drugs poured into him by Mr. 3, he is still no match for Ron. Chapter 83. Capture Miss Golden Week Little Loli. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. 1. One blow. Seeing Ron knocking Brigitte away with one blow, the giant Dory immediately widened his eyes, stretched his neck and shouted, How is it possible, really defeated Brigitte with one blow. Not far away, Mr. 3 was hiding in the dark and wanted to watch the giant cause trouble for Ron. When he saw Ron knocking Brigitte away with one blow, he suddenly trembled and said in disbelief, This guy is so strong. What? Knock that giant away with one blow, my god. So, Miss Golden Week glanced at him. These plots and tricks of yours are of no use at all. What a scary guy. Mr. 3 took a deep breath. It seems that it is really difficult to defeat him. After all, he is someone who can defeat Hawkeye. Miss Golden Week nodded. I really don't know what the leader is thinking. How can such a terrible person be an enemy? Mr. 3 smiled bitterly. He also sent us to hunt down Vivi. Now Princess Vivi is protected by him, just the two of us. Can anyone deal with this Ron? Stop joking. I originally thought that the giant whose strength increased greatly under the rage could cause some trouble for Ron, but it turned out. In the end, it gave him a heavy blow. Ron was too strong and defeated Brigitte with one punch. With such a powerful force, how could he be Ron's opponent? Are you planning to run away? Little lowly Miss Golden Week glanced at Mr. 3 calmly. Are you kidding me? How could I possibly think about escaping? Mr. 3 shouted with a guilty conscience. It's so pitiful that he was really thinking about how to escape just now, but how could he say such a thing openly? You were just thinking about escaping. Miss Golden Week said with certainty. You know my ability. Although I don't have Devil Fruit's ability, I can know what you are thinking through my emotions. Hearing this, Mr. 3 suddenly twitched the corner of his mouth, and then said, Okay, that's what I thought just now, but if we just escape like this, the leader won't let us go. Forget it, let's look again, it's not as there another giant. Maybe it can bring some trouble to that Ron. Aren't you going to give up? Miss Golden Week sat on the ground, took out a cup of tea from somewhere, and drank it leisurely. Hey, now is not the time for tea. Mr. 3 said angrily. He felt a little broken in his heart. He felt that his partner was simply taking care of the children. In the middle of the field, Ron slowly withdrew his hand and lightly patted his clothes to remove the non-existent dust. Well, although there was no dust, Ron did it because this action was more handsome. Wow, sure enough, seeing Ron's actions, Kaya behind her immediately shouted, Brother Ron is so handsome. He defeated this terrifying giant in 10 seconds. Brother Ron is the best. Abis shouted. Hey, aren't you? Nami said with a black line. There is also a BDCB giant here. So what? Kaya said confidently. As long as Brother Ron is here, the next few giants will be no match for us. Advertisement. You are so confident. Nami covered her forehead and said, You are more confident than Ron. This guy. Miss Valentine looked at Ron's back speechlessly. Could it be that no one can defeat him? Has the leader given up on me? 1. Opposite Ron, Blue Ogre Dory frowned and looked at Ron with a big sword in his hand. You are very strong, but I still want to fight you. Take the fight. Come on. Ron stepped forward. If I can't defeat you with one move, I lose. Arrogant, extremely arrogant, Dory said angrily. Watch your move. Boom. Under the roar of the wind, the big sword in Dory's hand suddenly slashed down. Ron's expression remained unchanged, and he gently pulled out the third-generation ghost from his waist. The sword light flashed, and with a click, the big sword in Dory's hand broke. Ron's body had already arrived in front of Dory, and before he had time to react, Ron was already standing on his shoulders, with a sharp sword on his neck. You lose. Okay, so powerful, Dory murmured to himself, then sighed. You win. Very good. Ron smiled slightly. Then I want to ask, why did the giant become like this? There is something wrong with him. Brigitte. Dory thought for a while and felt that something was wrong with Brigitte's state just now, but he couldn't figure out in his simple mind why Brigitte became like this. It seems you don't know either. Ron shook his head, took back the ghost in his hand, and asked, Did you win the battle just now? Yeah, ha ha ha, I finally won the duel that lasted for 100 years. Dory laughed, and then stopped laughing, but the reason why I won was that he lost his weapon. Brigitte said, it's you destroyed his weapon, now it seems that you are really strong. This has nothing to do with his change in state. Ron thought for a moment. There should be other people on this island, and his change is related to it. Oh, is that so? Dory was stunned. In the woods not far away, Mr. 3 was suddenly startled and frightened. No way, he can guess this. Nonsense, not even a fool can guess it. There must be something wrong. Miss Golden Week glanced at Mr. 3 and took a sip of tea. Hey, which side are you on? Mr. 3 shouted towards Miss Golden Week. Advertisement. Observation Haki. Turn on. Ron's expression changed, and Haki was turned on. In an instant, his senses became extremely sharp, and he could even detect any movement within dozens of kilometers around him. Oh, it turns out it's you. Ron's eyes turned around to see where the M3 was. No, he found us. Mr. 3 was shocked. Run. Still want to run. Ron stepped on the ground and the person disappeared from the place and came to where Mr. 3 was. You, what do you want? Mr. 3 said in fear. I can tell you, I am very strong, don't force me. I get angry, but even I can't scared. Ron glanced at him and ignored him. Instead, he looked at the little girl aside. She was a little Lolita wearing a hat, carrying a drawing board and a small school bag. She had 2 blushes on her cheeks, but her expression was very calm. Even when she came in front of her, she didn't change her color at all. Miss Golden Week, Ron said with a smile. And Mr., you are Crocodile's subordinate. Ah, Mr. 3 was shocked. How do you know the name of our leader? He has always been codenamed Mr. Zero. One of the Shichibukai, Crocodile, who doesn't know him yet? Ron shook his head. It's just a Shichibukai at the end of the crane. To me, it's just a guy who can be killed instantly. How is that possible? Mr. 3 disagreed and said, the crocodile leader is very powerful. Even you are definitely no match for him. Ignorance. Ron shook his head and decided not to talk nonsense with the other party. He flashed and came to M3. He knocked Mr. 3 to the ground with a casual punch. But just when he was about to kill Mr. 3, his expression changed slightly. A change. You were already standing in my painting. Miss Golden Week looked at Ron and said calmly, you probably have no fighting spirit now, right? Come and have tea together. Ron looked at his feet and saw a green pattern on the ground beneath his feet. Leisurely green. Ron looked up at the little girl and smiled slightly. Although your power does not come from devil fruit, it is still an amazing ability. It actually has the slightest effect on me, and my psychic power, it is indeed a very powerful force. You. Miss Golden Week looked at Ron with some surprise, obviously surprised that Ron was not defeated by her powerful psychological hypnosis ability. This was the first time she encountered it. Little girl. Ron looked at Miss Golden Week with a kind and angelic face. There is no future in following Crocodile, why not come with us for travel and adventure in the future? What are you talking about? Miss Golden Week frowned a little. That's it. Ron moved and came to her side, holding her clothes and holding her in his arms. From now on, you will be a member of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Huh. Miss Golden Monday looked at Ron blankly. Chapter 84 Tashigi. Is it time to fulfill the bet? You. Let her go. When Mr. 3 saw Miss Golden Week being arrested, he immediately rose up to resist. Ron's casual punch in his body had already left him seriously injured, but he still wanted to get up at this moment. Your body can't withstand the punch I just punched. Ron looked at Mr. 3 calmly and said, if you want to die, then I will help you. Ron stepped in front of Mr. 3, raised his foot and stepped on it. Wait, Miss Golden Week shouted. What's wrong? Ron looked at Miss Golden Week. He still had a gentle attitude towards such a little loli. You, please don't hurt him, okay? The little Lolita looked at Ron. I promise to be a member of your pirate group, can you let him go? This. Ron lowered his head in thought. Miss Golden Week, you can't promise him. Mr. 3 raised his head and shouted, bloodline flowing out of the corner of his mouth. How's it going? Miss Golden Week looked at Ron, waiting for his answer. Okay, since this is your condition for joining, then I agree to it. Ron smiled slightly, then glanced at Mr. 3, turned around and left with the little loli. Miss Golden Week, Mr. 3 shouted behind him, but Luo Enchufu ignored him. Let's go. Ron came to the girls and put down Miss Golden Week. This is one of the people sent by Crocodile to hunt down Vivi, and now he is -3 of our crew. Oh my god, you don't even let a little girl like this go. Nami whispered, covering her head. Wow, I have a playmate. Abis looked at Miss Golden Week, her eyes lit up and shouted, hello, I am Abis. I'm Miss Golden Week. The little loli tilted her head and glanced at the girls. When she saw Abis greeting her, she also extended her hand to say hello. Have you also become Brother Ron's crew? That's great. Abis ran over, took Miss Golden Week's hand and said, we will definitely become good friends. Are you willing to worry? It should be. Miss Golden Week looked at the happy Abis and said in a daze. Advertisement. Let's go. The water and food have been replenished. It's time to go to Alabasta. Ron looked at Vivi. Alabasta is currently in chaos in the country. We have to go there early. Well, thank you Captain Ron. Vivi nodded happily. She was very worried about the situation at home. It would be best to return home as soon as possible. The group of people just left. The giant Dory was left scratching his head in confusion. Then he remembered the injured red ghost Brigitte and hurriedly ran to check Brigitte's injury. Fortunately, Ron had been more merciful. Brigitte's injuries were not serious and he was just unconscious for a while. And Mr. 3, after being angry for a long time, also left with his seriously injured body. He wanted to go back and report to Crocodile. This Ron is too powerful and must not be his enemy. On the melee, Miss Valentine looked speechlessly at Miss Golden Week, who was chatting with Abyss in front of her. You were arrested too. Yeah, Miss Golden Week nodded calmly. He is too powerful. My ability has no effect on him. Alas, Miss Valentine sighed. I don't know if the leader can defeat him. Stop dreaming, Abyss said proudly. Brother Ron is invincible, how could that Darl defeat Brother Ron? Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week looked at each other. Although they didn't want to admit it, it seemed to be the case. The boy in white was too powerful. The Melee left the prehistoric island known as Little Garden and sailed towards the sea. Regarding navigation issues, Ron left it to Nami to control the course, and he didn't care about that much. He has very important things to do now. In the cabin, in Tashigi's room, Ron walked in. Why are you here? Tashigi looked at Ron in surprise. That, you won't forget it, right? Ron looked at Tashigi speechlessly. Forgot, what? Tashigi's eyes narrowed, then he shifted his gaze, looking around and said, I don't know what you are talking about. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. 200 words deleted. A bet. What kind of bet? I don't know. Tashigi shook his head quickly, planning not to admit the bet. Do you want to deny it? Ron looked at Tashigi speechlessly. This is not good for you, a manly man. I'm a girl, Tashigi said seriously. Okay. Ron rolled his eyes. What a strong reason. Huh, why don't you leave quickly? Tashigi smiled, feeling that he was the winner. What a pity, I don't plan to let you go like this. Ron smiled and leaned forward. 500 words deleted. After a long while, Ron let go of Tashigi. Arriving on the deck, Ron suddenly felt a chill in his body and couldn't help but wonder, what's wrong? Could it be that he foresaw something dangerous through his experience? Ron shook his head and didn't think too much about it. With his strength, he was not afraid of any danger, no matter how big the danger was. No kidding, even if he went to naval headquarters now, he was not afraid. What kind of danger could harm him? Impossible. Nami, haven't you arrived at Alabasta yet? Ron asked, looking at Nami who was looking at the chart. We're almost there. After passing the previous island, the next island is Alabasta. Nami looked up and said. Oh, Ron nodded, and then asked curiously, what island is the next island? It seems to be Drum Island. Nami said after looking at the chart. Drum Island. Ron's eyes lit up. Isn't that the island where Chopper is? But Chopper is not the key. The key is that the king of Drum Island who owns the Munch Munch fruit is also there. He had asked the system before. The potential of Munch Munch fruit is extremely powerful. After the full value of Munch Munch fruit, it can swallow other devil fruits, giving him the ability to have a total of 3 devil fruits. This thing must not be missed. Chapter 85 Target Munch Munch fruit. The pirate gang outside the Drum Island. It's decided, let's sail towards Drum Island. Ron gave the order. Huh, Nami asked strangely. We have enough supplies to go directly to Alabasta. Yes, Captain Ron. Vivi on the side said anxiously. There is an emergency in Alabasta right now. Can we get there quickly? Vivi was very worried about the situation in the country and wished to go back as soon as possible. When she heard that Ron was planning to stop at Drum Island, she couldn't help but become a little anxious. Don't worry Vivi, Ron can't give up Munch Munch fruit. Even if Vivi is anxious, he won't give up such a big opportunity for Vivi. Ron likes these girls, but he will never give up his own development for the girls. Only when he is strong can he guarantee everything he has now. If he did not have strong strength, the girls on the ship would leave, and if they were in danger, he would not be able to guarantee the safety of their 210. This is not possible. Okay. Vivi bit her lip and said helplessly, since it is your decision, I can only listen to you. You are the captain, everything you say is right. Nami glanced at Vivi and then at Ron. Although she felt a little strange in her heart, since this was the captain's decision, she still had to listen. What is that guy thinking about? In the corner of the deck, Miss Valentine and Miss Golden Week looked at each other, and they had no idea what Ron was thinking in his heart. Hey, hurry up and work, don't you want to eat? Tashigi walked over and looked at Miss Valentine with his hands on his hips. Go and adjust the sail over there. Why me again? Miss Valentine said angrily. Because you are a prisoner. Tashigi glanced at her, then glanced at Miss Golden Week. You go clean the kitchen. Oh, Miss glanced at Miss Valentine sympathetically, then turned around and walked towards the cabin. Why can she clean the kitchen and I have to work outside? Miss Valentine asked unconvinced. She's a child, but you're an adult. Tashigi ignored Valentine's excuse. She had been doing all this work before, so it would be best to have someone to help her now. On the whole ship, except for Ron, they are all girls. Makino and Nokigao are responsible for the kitchen and have to cook for everyone every day. Nami is responsible for the navigation work and is also very busy. Kaya and Abyss are responsible for being cute, let alone talking about it, and Princess Vivi is a guest, so it's hard to ask her to do anything. After all, she hasn't joined the pirate group yet. Advertisement. But she has to be responsible for the work of the sailor, adjusting the sails, stretching the cables and other tasks, which is simply terrible. As for Ron, the only man. Forget it, that guy is just a master. Tashigi gritted his teeth and looked at Ron, who was looking at the sea leisurely, and his teeth itched with hatred. Everyone, please be careful, there will be a storm coming soon, please take shelter. Nami shouted from a distance. Got it, Tashigi responded. 2 days later, the melee arrived in the waters where the Drum Island is located. Ron stood on the deck in a rare sight, looking at the ocean with a serious face. Why don't you go lie down? Even Nami asked curiously. Does this guy care about navigation? It's so strange. Ahem. Ron coughed, covering up his embarrassment, and then said seriously, how long until we get to Drum Island? Come on, we are already in the waters of Sugu Island now. Nami looked at the chart and then at the permanent pointer on his wrist. We are heading directly towards Alabasta, and Sugu Island is the only way to pass by. Road, this is the Sugu Island sea area, the location of the island should be in front. Hey, look, it is that island. Nami pointed towards the sea ahead, and Ron turned around to look. Sure enough, there was a small black spot emerging on the sea. Lean over there, Ron said with a smile, munch munch fruit, here I come. Have you arrived at Alabasta? Kaya walked over happily, followed by 2 little girls, one was Abyss of course, and the other was Miss Golden Week. She was still holding a rag in her hand. She must be cleaning the kitchen. He was dragged along by Abyss to play with her. Abyss took Miss Golden Week, talking and laughing at the same time. This girl is very happy to have an extra playmate of the same age. No, why are you in a hurry? Ron flicked Kaya's little head with his finger. I'm not in a hurry. Kaya hugged Ron's arm reluctantly. As the only girl who has had a relationship with Ron so far, she is indeed Ron's favorite girl at the moment. Kaya also knows in her heart that she is a student. The doctor, who has already started to practice medicine and has become more and more knowledgeable, can see that the other girls are all virgins, and she is the only one who has become Ron's woman, which is very sweet in her heart. Ron shook his head helplessly. This girl. How are you learning your medical skills? Ron asked. Have you finished reading the medical book I asked you to read yesterday? Advertisement. I've finished reading it. Kaya laughed, her beautiful eyes as beautiful as a pair of dazzling stars. I'm going to test you later. Ron said with a smile. No matter how you take the exam, I have learned it. Kaya said proudly. She is indeed a medical genius. As long as it is medical-related information, she can absorb it very quickly. It is just a medical book, which is not important to her. Difficulty. Ron was about to talk to Kaya, but his expression changed and he looked at the sea in the distance, where a smaller black spot slowly appeared. What's wrong? Nami and Kaya looked at Ron strangely. That place. Ron pointed to the sea. There's something. Nami looked over and immediately realized that there should be something there. There's a boat. Kaya shouted as the black spot got closer. It looks like a pirate ship. Nami said solemnly. Haha, come closer. Ron smiled slightly, feeling very excited. What a coincidence. Aren't we going to Drum Island? Nami asked strangely. No need, my goal is not Drum Island, but. Ron pointed at the pirate ship and said, my goal is that pirate ship. Do you know the people on that pirate ship? Nami was very surprised. Does this guy still have friends in the Grand Line? No, just obey the order and go over there. Ron shook his head and ordered. Okay, you are the captain, I listen to you. Nami pouted, then controlled the 4.6 rudder, changed the sailing direction of the melee, and moved directly towards the pirate ship. Not far away, on a pirate ship on the sea, a man with sky-high hair said to the short man on the side, Your Majesty the King, a pirate ship is approaching. The man who was called His Majesty the King looked stunned and stopped eating frantically. He dropped the piece of wood in his hand and walked over. Yes, what he ate turned out to be a piece of wood. It's actually a pirate ship. His Majesty the King's eyes lit up, and then he laughed loudly and ordered, Get over here, I want to eat this ship. Yes, Your Majesty the King. His subordinates immediately controlled the ship to speed up and headed towards the melee quickly. There is delicious food again. This king is none other than Wapple, the former king of Drum Island. Chapter 86 Capture Wapple. The sword energy is everywhere. Open black lens bracket ask for support close black lens bracket. Hey, that pirate ship is coming. Nami said anxiously, looking at Ron. Don't be afraid. Ron waved his hand. It's just a pirate group, what are you afraid of when I'm here? Yes, you are scarier than anyone else. Nami nodded. Hearing this, the corner of Ron's mouth twitched. What's going on with you? Am I scarier than anyone else? I'm not a monster. Hey. Brother Ron is the most powerful. Kaya said with a smile. Everyone on this pirate ship will be scared to death when they see Brother Ron. Yes. Abyss nodded and said, then looked at Miss Golden Week who was stunned at the side, couldn't help but pulled her and said, Speak up, Brother Ron is very powerful, isn't he? Awesome. The little girl looked at Kaya and Abyss as if they were fools. The two pirate ships kept getting closer and were about to collide. How dare the beauties on this ship go to sea? They are really looking for death. On the Wapple ship, The ordinary sailors and soldiers laughed and laughed at the girls on the Ron pirate ship. 13 inches UB asterisk 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 D, you dare to laugh at us. Tashigi gritted his teeth. These guys need to be taught a lesson. Nami also said angrily. Brother Ron, they are really hateful. Kaya said, holding Ron's arm. Don't worry, these are just minions. Ron waved his hand. Captain Ron, these people's equipment is not bad. Look, they have a lot of artillery. Princess Vivi pointed at Wapple's pirate ship and said. So what? Ron said dismissively. After Ron finished speaking, the pirate ship on the opposite side suddenly roared, and more than a dozen cannons fired towards the melee. You're really looking for death. Ron snorted and moved, flickering like a phantom. All the incoming shells were swept away by him. If he wasn't afraid of Wapple's death, he could have kicked all the shells back to the opponent. On board. Advertisement. What? On the Wapple ship opposite, a group of sailors and soldiers stared wide-eyed and shouted in disbelief. That person, he actually kicked the cannonball away with his feet. It's so terrible. Too horrible. B asterisk 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 D. Wapple couldn't help but get angry when he saw that his men were so cowardly. Everyone, cheer up, grab your weapons, rush over to me, kill them all. Yes, Your Majesty the King. A group of soldiers were ordered. They had to suppress their fear of Ron and picked up their weapons to kill the melee. Oh, all we need is Conqueror's Haki. If there is Conqueror's Haki, these soldiers will be killed in an instant. Ron shook his head and said as he looked at a group of soldiers swarming over. Brush. The sword shines brightly, and third-generation ghost comes out of its sheath. Under the sword energy, all the soldiers who rushed out were covered with blood. One by one, they fell on the deck or fell into the ocean. Anyway, none of them rushed to the melee. It's so strong. Miss Golden Week looked at Ron's back, and couldn't help but feel awestruck. She didn't realize it when she heard Kaya and Abis brag about it before, but now she actually sees Ron take action. It's really scary. What? When Wapple saw this situation, his eyes widened immediately. He couldn't believe what he saw. This young man is not very old. Why is he so powerful? With just one swing of his sword, he has so many subordinates. All dead. Your Majesty, what should we do now? The two men next to Wapple asked nervously. Idiot, of course we attack together. Wapple cursed angrily. The opponent must have attacked with all his strength, and now he has no strength to continue attacking. We attack together now, and we will definitely kill him. Okay, His Majesty the King. The two men did not dare to refute and could only obey the orders. Charge. Wapple led two of his men and rushed towards the melee. Advertisement. Alas, Ron shook his head in disappointment. It was really overkill for a master like himself to deal with such a little guy. But there was no other way. Although this Wapple was rubbish, the devil fruit on him was actually a good thing. Ron looked at the Wapple people who had been killed. Haki was useless, and even the full-level skills on him were useless. He just wielded the third-generation Kidetsu sword and swung it. Under the flash of the sword, everyone except Wapple was killed. Everyone died. Wapple paused, turned his stiff neck, and looked at all the dead men around him. He discovered that he was the only living person in his pirate group. Tashigi, tie him up. Ron glanced at Wapple and ordered Tashigi next to him. You're the one who orders me to do things. Tashigi muttered, but obeyed, took a rope and walked over. Who are you? Wapple asked in horror. You don't know who I am. Ron shook his head indifferently. His information should have spread all over the world. The Wapple in front of him didn't even know him. What this pirate did was really a failure, but think about the other party. He is the king of Sugu Island, but it is understandable that the king was driven away by pirates and did not know his own name. You. Wapple looked ugly. After thinking about it, he couldn't help but said with a drooping face, spare me, please, spare me. Although he said this, Wapple was looking at something else deep in his eyes. Thinking of it, his devil fruit ability has not been used yet. When he gets close, he can swallow this guy just by getting a little closer. Wapple looked at Tashigi who was getting closer and closer, and then at Ron who was not far away. He felt hard in his heart, stamped his feet, and rushed towards Ron's location. During the sprint, he opened his big mouth ferociously, he bit Ron fiercely. Ha, damn guy, watch me swallow you. Wapple thought proudly. Is this the power of munch fruit? Ron looked at Wapple who opened his mouth to bite it, his expression unchanged at all. Under observation Haki, he had already predicted what the other party was going to do before he did it. Brother Ron, be careful. Seeing this sudden change, Kaya on the side exclaimed. Be careful, get out of the way. Nami exclaimed. Captain Ron. Vivi also exclaimed. The other girls looked at this scene in horror, but they were unable to stop this dangerous scene. Miss Golden Week looked shocked and wanted to shout but it was too late. When Miss Valentine saw this, she was overjoyed. Great, this guy is finally in danger. As long as he can be seriously injured, he can join forces with Miss Golden Week to control the ship. Apart from Ron, he can. They are just girls with no fighting ability. He. Won't they be captured by then? Chapter 87 Search for Treasure. Arriving at Alabasta. Clang. Third generation ghost flashed out of Ron's hand, and with Ron's calm eyes and the girl's shocked eyes, it stabbed into Wapple's chest. Puff. Wapple's boss suddenly vomited a large mouthful of blood from his big mouth, and looked at Ron with a pale face. How could you know that I was going to attack you? It's just a minion. Ron shook his head indifferently. It's amazing that a minion can use observation Haki on his own, even if he doesn't use it, he can kill him instantly. I'm so angry. Wapple was angry. If he had known he would not come here, now his life is in danger. How angry? Tashigi, tie him up and throw him into the warehouse. Ron ordered. Okay. Tashigi came over and tied Wapple up with ropes. Seeing the twinkling look in Wapple's eyes, Ron said calmly, Wapple, if you dare to bite off the rope and escape, I will kill you. Hey, how do you know my name? Wapple was stunned. I also know that you are the king of Drum Island. Ron waved his hand and motioned for Tashigi to take him away, ignoring Wapple's curious eyes. Nami, you and Nochigao go to the opposite ship to search to see if there is any treasure or anything like that. Search them all. Then, we will continue sailing to the destination Alabasta. Ron looked at Nami and ordered. Searching for treasure. I like this. Nami shouted with bright eyes after hearing this, and then immediately called Nokigao to jump to the opposite boat and started the search operation. After a while, she moved out happily. Several large boxes of gold and silver treasures came over. Oh my god, there are so many treasures, I'm getting rich. Nami carried the treasures over and smiled from ear to ear. Okay, you little money maniac, hurry up and sail the ship. Ron rubbed his forehead and was speechless to Nami, a little money maniac. The financial power of his ship has been handed over to this girl. Under normal circumstances, even Ron, if you want to buy anything, you have to get this guy's approval. With these treasures falling into her hands, it is conceivable that if she wants to use them in the future, we still have to find a way to get Nami to approve it. Let's keep going. Target, Alabasta. Nami shouted while standing in front of the rudder. Great. Vivi on the side laughed happily. The next step is the island where Alabasta is located. She will be able to return home soon. I wonder if Ikaram and Karu have returned home. They should have gone back. Advertisement. I don't know how my father is doing now, and I don't know if the situation in the country can still be controlled. Alas, I hope everything is fine. Vivi looked at the sea with mixed feelings. I am happy that I will be able to return to Daxia soon, but I am worried about the situation at home. I don't know what is going on in Daxia now. The melee moved forward again, this time without any pause, heading directly towards Alabasta. A few days later, the melee finally arrived at the seaport city of Alabasta, Narohara. Wow, we finally arrived at our destination. On the side of the ship, a group of beautiful girls stood next to Ron. Kaya sighed as she looked at the port city. Yes, we have almost used up the supplies on the ship, and we are finally here. Nami also said with a smile. There were a few more people on the ship, and the supplies were used up faster. Fortunately, we are now in Alabasta, otherwise everyone would have to rely on food. The fish get by. Get off the boat, Ron said with a smile. Let's go down and find a place to eat first. Then, Vivi, you are the landlord here. You have to lead the way when the time comes. We don't know how to go next. Don't worry. Vivi was still very happy after finally returning to Alabasta. After finishing the food, I will take you to the capital, and when we get to the capital, I will treat you to Meshung's feast. Well, let's have a big dinner. Abis shouted with drooling eyes. I just know how to eat. Miss Golden Week next to Abis said with a white look at her. What? Why are you talking about me? Then don't compete with me to eat. Abis said dissatisfied. I don't know how. Miss Golden Week said calmly. Seeing this, Ron's mouth twitched. These two girls seemed to be good friends before. Why do they seem to be in conflict now? Get off the boat. Ron waved his hand and took the girls off the boat. At the end of the crowd was Tashigi, who was holding Wapple, who was tied up with a rope. This guy's mouth was sealed with an iron sheet because he was everywhere on the boat. Chewing randomly, I almost gnawed through the melee number. Wow, it's so prosperous. Kaya said looking at the prosperous scenes on both sides of the street. This is because of domestic riots. Vivi said with a smile. If this place was more prosperous before, there would be many more people than now. Really? Kaya said. Then we have to solve the trouble here as soon as possible. Advertisement. Captain Ron. Vivi looked at Ron and said with some embarrassment. I'm really sorry for troubling you. Thank you for helping me deal with Crocodile. What are you talking about? Ron waved his hand and said. That guy actually wants to subvert a country and cause such chaos in Alabasta. Don't worry, I am still confident in dealing with Crocodile. Sister Vivi, don't worry. Abis said with a smile. With brother Ron here, there will definitely be no problem. Yeah, Vivi nodded with a smile, and her heart settled down. Then she looked at everyone and said, shall I take everyone to a place to eat? Okay. Kaya clapped her hands and said, I've been hungry for a long time. Then everyone, come with me. Vivi kindly took Kaya's hand and walked in front towards the street, followed by Ron and the other girls, looking at the scenery on both sides of the street and walking toward to the front. Vivi took everyone to a restaurant with good business and said, this is a century-old restaurant in Naluahala, and the food it makes has always been very popular. Then let's go to this restaurant. Ron decided on the spot and entered the restaurant with the girls, found a seat and started ordering. After the big fish and meat were served, everyone cheered and started eating. Just now I told Abyss that I wouldn't rush to eat Miss Golden Week. Now that I saw the delicious food, I have forgotten what I said before. I immediately moved my hands together and grabbed it with Abyss. Wapple, who was sitting on the ground at the table, watched everyone eating with greedy eyes. The delicious taste almost made him greedy to death. Unfortunately, Ron did not let him eat as long as he ensured that he would not die. After a long while, the delicious meal was finally finished, and after the financial housekeeper Nami paid, everyone walked out of the restaurant. It's so delicious. Kaya touched her full belly and exclaimed, the food in this store is so delicious. Yeah, right, Vivi said happily. I'm not lying to you, but the food in the palace is even more delicious. When we get to the capital, I will ask the royal chef to cook a more delicious meal for everyone. It's really exciting. Walking on the street, Ron had a smile on his lips. He looked at the girls beside him chatting excitedly, and he couldn't help but feel happy. While walking, Ron's expression suddenly changed. He turned around and saw a figure appearing at the end of the street. That's Ace. Advertisement Chapter 88 Fire Fist Ace. War. 3 moves to win. Open black lens bracket. Please subscribe. Close black lens bracket. Yes, that figure was very familiar to him. Even though he had only seen it in anime before, but now that he met it here, he still felt a familiar aura. As that's so, with a smile on his face, Ron and the girls walked down the street. As soon as he got closer, the uninhibited prodigal aura of Ace's body made Ron recognize him without a doubt. Although he couldn't see the Whitebeard logo on the back of the vest, he could see the letters on his arms and the orange logo on his head. Cowboy hat. Ron was very sure he was Ace. Ron didn't stop Ace or talk to him, but just passed Ace. However, what he didn't expect was that among the girls around him, Makino knew Ace. So Makino saw Ace and immediately exclaimed. Ace. Ace was walking leisurely on the street with his trouser pockets inserted. He had been chasing Blackbeard all the way, and he was just passing by this city. Unexpectedly, he heard a familiar voice. That was Makino. Why is Makino here? Isn't she in Windmill Village? Ace turned around in surprise and immediately recognized Makino among the beautiful girls. Sister Makino. Why are you here? Is it really you, Ace? Makino ran over happily and looked at Ace in surprise. Sister Makino, long time no see. Ace laughed, looked at Makino happily, and then asked curiously, don't you live in Windmill Village? Why are you here? Oh, Makino paused and saw the girls beside him looking over with curious eyes, while Ron stood there with a calm expression and said nothing. I joined a pirate group and am going on adventures with everyone. Makino originally wanted to say that he was kidnapped by Ron, but after looking at Ron, he realized that this period of time was not so bad, and his companions also they all got along well, so they didn't say much. How is that possible? Ace said in surprise. Don't you like a stable life? I remember when Shanks invited you to go to New World with him and you refused. Oh, let's not talk about me. Let's talk about you. Aren't you at New World, Whitebeard? How come you are here? Makino shook his head and changed the subject to ask Ace. Me. Ace's face darkened and he said seriously, I'm chasing someone. Advertisement. Pursuit. Makino was surprised. Yes, we are hunting down a traitor. His name is Teach, a traitor who killed his companions and then robbed the devil fruit and escaped. Ace solemnly said. He turned out to be my subordinate, and I am absolutely responsible for doing such a thing. I won't let him go. Okay, although I don't know what that person's strength is, you still have to be careful. Makino spoke with concern. When Ace and Luffy were young, Makino took great care of them and treated them as younger brothers. Don't worry, Sister Makino. Ace smiled confidently, and then asked. By the way, how is Luffy? He should be 17 years old now. Has he already gone to sea? Luffy, he should have gone to sea by now. He was still in Windmill Village when I was great. Makino shook his head and said. Ace frowned slightly. He was not a fool. On the contrary, Ace had the highest IQ among the 3 brothers. He looked at Makino and then at the beautiful girls behind Makino, and immediately felt that there must be some secret in this. Ace's eyes narrowed and he looked at the only man in the group, Ron. As for the Tide Wapple, he just glanced at it and ignored it. You are Ron. Ace raised his brows, obviously recognizing Ron. After all, Ron's reputation is as good as his, or even better. As a top swordsman who defeated Haki, he is currently the world's top swordsman. The most powerful great swordsman, Ron's reputation is definitely top-notch. In the world, it can be said that he is second only to the 4 emperors and Shichibukai, as well as the Marine 3 admirals. This is just fame. In terms of strength, Ron's strength is definitely at the Shichibukai level. Well, this is what the world thinks. After all, Ron defeated Haki, one of the Shichibukai. Hello Ace. Ron smiled slightly and nodded towards Ace. He made no other moves, neither tried to get close to him nor rejected him thousands of miles away. Sword Captain Ron of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Ace gathered his momentum and glanced at the other girls solemnly, beautiful girls who represent the Rose. You have already come to this place. I remember I just saw your news in the newspaper a few days ago. It's an honor. Ron said with a smile. Those are just some false names, not worth mentioning. Ron felt a little relieved when he was showing off in front of Ace. Of course, the truth was exactly what he said. It was just a little false reputation. Ron didn't take it seriously, waiting for him to defeat 4 emperors and Marine in the future. When he was 3 years old, that was when he truly became famous in the world. I want to know why Sister Makino joined the Sword and Rose Pirates. Ace looked at Ron solemnly, with sparks even appearing on his body. I know Sister Makino's dream, she is not the kind of active girl. My child, the life of wandering at sea is not suitable for her. There must be other reasons why she joined your pirate group. Makino pursed his lips slightly and frowned. Nami and Kaya opened their mouths, but Ron raised his hand to stop them. Miss Valentine over there has bright eyes. Ace, Fire Fist Ace, this is the rookie king of last year, BDDB, the leader of the Supernovas. He is definitely the top newcomer in the Grand Line. If he hadn't been defeated by Whitebeard in the end, I guess this guy would be able to puncture the Grand Line. Ace should be working under Whitebeard now. According to what he just said, he is here to chase traitors, but now that he meets Ron, it seems that he has some grudges to resolve. Advertisement. Miss Valentine's eyes showed a glimmer of excitement. Fight, 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 I will have a chance to escape. Miss Golden Week glanced at Miss Valentine sympathetically. Poor person, you have no idea how powerful that guy is, and you still think about escaping every day. You have no hope in this life. Wapple, who was being led by Tashigi like a dog, had his eyes widened at this moment and his whole body was shaking with excitement. Finally, something happened. Maybe this was his only chance to escape. Miss Valentine seemed to sense Wapple's thoughts, and turned around and looked at each other. The two people who were thinking about escape, for the first time felt a strange thought. I am not alone. Makino. Ron glanced at Makino, who lowered his head and said nothing, and sighed in his heart. He also felt that what he did at the beginning was inappropriate, but he did not regret it. A man must be brave enough to bear whatever he does. He is not afraid of any consequences, whether it is Ace now, Shanks or Luffy he will encounter in the future. I forced Makino to join our pirate group. Ron looked at Ace calmly and said, what, do you want her to quit Sword and Roses? Ron. Makino looked up at Ron. She really didn't expect, that Ron would admit directly. She had already thought about it. If Ron didn't say anything, she would admit that she took the initiative to get on the ship. Brother Ron. Kaya also looked at Ron. Beside her, Nami, Tashigi, Nogi, and others all looked at Ron with strange eyes. This guy actually admitted that he forced Makino to board the ship. Really? You guy. Ace grinned. Although he was smiling, his eyes were full of anger. His beloved sister Makino was actually forced to get on the boat by this guy. He didn't know what happened after getting on the boat. It's not that he has been bullied before, but now that he has met him, he can't watch Makino's sister-in-law follow this guy. What, are you going to fight me? Ron put his hands behind his back, took 2 steps forward, and stood opposite Ace. He looked at Ace, who was about the same size as him. Well, if you really think about it, Ace is bigger than Ron. 1 year old, but that doesn't matter. The important thing is that Ron knows that if they fight, Ace will lose. That's right, I won't let Sister Makino continue to follow you. Ace said solemnly, and then, 2 flames appeared on his hands, and his arms were enveloped in the blazing flames, which looked very attractive. Since you want to fight, then come on. Ron shook his head calmly. I will give you 2 moves, 3 moves will determine the outcome. If I can't defeat you with the 3rd move, Makino's decision to stay or go is up to her. If I win, you will have no right to decide whether Makino will stay or go, she will continue to follow my pirate group on adventures in the Grand Line. Okay, Ace shouted. You dare to tell me that you will win or lose with 3 moves. How arrogant. Humph, you dare to ask me to do 2 moves. You will definitely lose. Take the move. Boom. A flame rose into the sky. Pedestrians on the street looked at this in horror, and then ran away one by one. You guys should step back too. Ron waved his hand towards the girls behind him, telling them to step back. Drink. Flame ring. Fire pillar. Ace knew that Ron's strength was definitely not low. After all, he was the one who defeated Shichibukai Hawkeye. As soon as he made a move, he launched a powerful attack. Kill. The pillar of fire rushed out from Ace and slammed into Ron's body, intending to burn Ron's body to ashes. Chapter 89. Great Flame Ring. Emperor Yan. A fireball as hot as the sun. Ron's face was calm, and his water-like eyes reflected the brilliance of the flames falling from the sky. His eyes were calm, and his whole person was as calm as a mountain. Facing this terrifying blow, Ron simply stretched out his hand, purple-red light condensed on his hand, and his flat outstretched palm blocked the oncoming pillar of fire. Ron said he would give Ace 2 moves, but for the first 2 moves, he would only receive them and not fight back. Only with the 3rd move will he counterattack and defeat IC with 1 blow. Boom. The flames exploded on Ron's body. After a loud bang, a burst of smoke and dust floated where Ron was standing. As a gust of wind swept past, Ron's figure stood there unscathed. The ground around him had even been covered in dust. The fire pillar cracked, but Ron's body was not injured at all, and even the white clothes on his body were spotless. Quote exclamation mark quote. When Ace saw this, his breathing suddenly stagnated, and he looked at Ron in disbelief. Surprisingly, he wasn't injured at all. Not far behind Ron, Nami, Kaya and other girls had seen Ace's attack as powerful and ferocious, and they were worried about whether Ron would be injured. But now they saw that Ron was not injured at all. Appearing harmlessly in the smoke, everyone immediately breathed a sigh of relief. Makino looked at the two people with complicated eyes. Regarding the two people who were fighting, she didn't want either of them to get hurt. One was Ace, whom she had regarded as her biological brother since childhood, and the other was a young man who had been adventuring together for so long. And, whether she admits it or not, she has a hint of affection for Ron in her heart. This guy, can't you defeat him with such power? Miss Valentine's eyes widened. No, you can't even get him injured. He is such a desperate guy. Woo. Wapple stared at Ron's back with some fear. I didn't expect you to be so strong. No wonder you can defeat Mihawk. Ace looked at Ron solemnly, but said, but you have to be careful with the next move, this is my most powerful, this is my move. I can definitely defeat you. Come on. Ron put his hands behind his back and looked at Ace calmly, his expression not wavering at all. Take the move. Ace's whole body was shocked. He held the wrist of his right hand tightly with his left hand, and the fire continued to converge towards his right arm. When the power was concentrated to ultimate, Ace shouted loudly, Fire Fist. A huge flaming fist extended from his arm. The huge fist was as terrifying as covering the sky. This is Ace's method of becoming famous and the origin of his Fire Fist Ace name. His attack power is extremely powerful. Once destroyed 5 warships with one punch, its power is needless to say. What a powerful force. Miss Valentine murmured to herself, looking closely at the field. This attack is stronger than before, can I defeat you, Ron? Advertisement. Nami, Kaya, Tashigi and others became worried again. They felt really bad in their hearts. They just saw Ron taking Ace's move, and now they are about to take a more powerful move. Can Ron take it? In the eyes of the girls, Ron showed a smile and whispered, Fire Fist, is this your way of becoming famous? Just let me feel the power of this move. Ron didn't even stretch out his fist to take the attack this time, but was covered in purple armament Haki. He actually used his own body to resist this attack. When Ace saw this, a cold light suddenly shot out from his eyes. How arrogant. Ha. With a roar, the light on the flaming fist became even hotter, and the temperature of the flames increased a lot again. It hit Ron's body 10 times with a bang. Boom. Bang bang bang. With a loud rumbling sound, the ground within 100 meters of where Ron was standing looked as if it had been blasted by dozens of missiles. The entire ground was shattered, and no intact part could be seen. Ground. No. The only intact ground finally appeared. When the smoke and dust dispersed, the purple-red light on Ron's body converged, and the place where he stood was actually intact. Is this your strongest move? Ron shook his head. 2 moves have passed, now it's my turn to attack. Are you ready? How is it possible? Ace was shocked, looking at Ron's intact body and taking a breath of air, then carefully thinking about the purple-red light flashing on Ron's body, he couldn't help blurting out, that's armament Haki, you know how. Armament Haki. Yes. Ron nodded. Speaking of Haki, you should know it too, right? Haki. Ace smiled bitterly. I know a little bit, but it's just a superficial knowledge. I'm just getting started with Conquerors. I should be a little more familiar with it. I really didn't expect that your armament Haki would be so powerful. Armament Haki is the strongest ability to restrain his Logia Devil Fruit elementalization. Although this restraint ability cannot be said to be a complete restraint, it is also very powerful. Unless you use powerful force to crush it, otherwise you want to defeat Possessor. Armament Haki people, it's very difficult. Please give me flowers. Advertisement. Ace was a little helpless. Third move, are you ready? Ron shook his head calmly and said. He knew that Armament Haki had some restraint on Logia fruit abilities like Ace, and was even more restrained on elementalization. However, this was normal. Logia's Devil Fruit was the strongest among the 3 series of Devil Fruits. Its ability was very scary ones, such as Ace's Mera Mera Fruit, Enel's Thunder Fruit, Red Dog's Lava Fruit, Aokiji's Frozen Fruit, etc. Among the other 2 types of fruits, the only one that is stronger than the Logia fruit is Whitebeard's Shock Fruit, right? Come on. Ace took a deep breath, glanced at Makino in the distance, and then turned to look at Ron. The third move, 1 move determines the outcome. This will be my most powerful attack. Do you want to be careful? I haven't fully mastered this move yet, it's too powerful, if you can't catch it, you will die. Death. Ron raised his brows and smiled. No one in this world can kill me, not even the 4 emperors. So arrogant. Ace shook his head. Are all newcomers so arrogant nowadays? But yes, your strength has the capital to be arrogant. But I still want to tell you, there are countless strong people in this world, and I was just like you back then. I was conceited until I went to New World. Haha, take the move. Ron slowly lowered his hands behind his back, his feet left the spot, and walked towards Ace step by step. Great Flame Ring. Emperor Yan. Ace raised his hands high, and the flame power all over his body gathered towards the sky like crazy, and a terrifying fireball like the sun appeared in the sky. It's so hot. 100 meters behind Ron, the girls looked at the fireball in horror. They felt the terrifying heat that was almost burning in the air, and immediately continued to retreat into the distance. They couldn't stay here any longer. Wow, it's so scary. The two people fighting are as scary as gods and demons. Not only were the girls horrified, but the citizens of the seaport city of Alabasta were looking up at the sky, looking at the huge great fireball rising in the sky in the distance, a fireball as terrifying as the sun. Run quickly. Help. It's so hot, so terrible. Horrible. As long as the people who were slightly close to the battlefield were all running madly towards the distance, looking at the terrifying sun-like fireball in the sky, they knew that if this thing exploded, they would definitely be killed. Chapter 90. Defeat Emperor Yan with one finger. Ace, I welcome your challenge again. Very powerful. Ron looked at the giant great fireball above Ace's head. The power of flames condensed in this fireball was indeed very terrifying. The attack power of this move in a single round had already reached the mid to upper level of Shichibukai. No wonder he is called the Rookie King of Pirates, the strongest supernova in the Grand Line. But what does it matter? Ron continued to walk towards Ace, his expression unchanged. With my strength, let alone Shichibukai, even if the four emperors come here, they are no match for me. Go, my lord. Ace shook his hands vigorously, controlled the giant great fireball above his head, and dropped it in the direction of Ron. The huge and terrifying fireball, which was comparable to a small artificial sun, suddenly fell down. Its terrifying power was as terrifying as a burning meteorite, 890, falling down. Ron raised his head slightly, his stern face shimmering in the firelight, and stretched out a finger to point at the giant great fireball falling in the air. On his finger, the purple-red armament Haki condensed, and he shouted softly, break it. Quote. Ding. The armament Haki on Ron's finger, a Haki spear extending out, actually pierced the terrifying heart. Boom. The fireball exploded, and the terrifying flame power swept across. Ace on the opposite side controlled the flames and would not be harmed by the aftermath of the fireball explosion. The surrounding buildings collapsed one by one and were completely destroyed. Behind Ron, even if the girls hid far away, the terrifying great fireball would definitely hurt them when it exploded. However, with Ron in front, the power of the flames was blocked by Ron's power. After it was affected, it was completely gone. How much power? How is that possible? Ace looked at Ron in shock. His strongest power and most powerful attack power, the Great Flame Ring, Emperor Yan, was broken just like that. Ron's eyes moved slightly, and he had already arrived in front of Ace, placing a finger on Ace's forehead. Ace wanted to dodge, but unfortunately, Ron's cognition was turned on, and Ace had nowhere to hide. All his movements were seen by Ron, and no matter how he moved, Ron blocked any place where he could hide. Advertisement. Observation Haki. Your observation Haki has actually reached such a level. Ace said with an ugly face as sweat dropped from his forehead. So. Ron glanced at Ace and smiled. You lost. Yes. Ace sighed. I lost. I didn't expect it. I really didn't expect that Captain Ron of the Sword and Rose Pirates would be so powerful. I underestimated you before. Ron retracted his finger and said calmly. You are also very powerful, but unfortunately, I am stronger. Ace nodded. Yes, you are really strong. Very, very strong. Ace thought carefully and said. Your power should far exceed the supernova level. I think even among the Shichibukai, there are not many who can be your opponent, right? I have only fought with Mihawk. I haven't had the chance to meet the others yet. Once we meet them, we will know after a try. Ron said calmly. What a terrible man. Ace sighed. I lost, Sister Makino. As you can see, I didn't do anything to Makino. Ron said calmly. Although I did force her to come to the ship at first, we get along very well now. Get fat. You. Ace gritted his teeth and said, I will come to challenge you again in the future. I will definitely defeat you. Ace, I welcome you to challenge me at any time. Ron laughed. Anytime, you can. Okay. I remember. Ace stretched out his hand to hold the hat on his head and took a deep breath. Since Sister Makino is fine, I won't bother you anymore, but if Shanks knows, she will definitely come to find her. I'll wait for him. Ron nodded. Ace was silent for a moment, glanced at Makino in the distance, then turned around and left. He lost. He was no match for Ron. He could even feel that the opponent didn't use all his strength at all, not even 70% of his strength. Even so, he still defeated him easily. This person was too strong. To defeat him, you still need to continue to become stronger. Looking at Ace's leaving figure, Ron's eyes were deep. Advertisement. Not far behind, the girls ran over quickly and looked at Ron worriedly. Brother Ron, are you okay? Kaya asked worriedly. Brother Ron. Abis also looked at Ron worriedly. I'm fine. Ron turned around and said with a smile. Do you think I look like something's wrong now? Don't worry at all, okay. Okay. Nami breathed a sigh of relief, but said stubbornly, I knew you would be fine. They say good people don't live long and disasters live for thousands of years. You guys can definitely live for a long time. Hey, Nami-chan, that's not a good thing to say, right? Ron said helplessly. Haha. Vivi covered her mouth and laughed. Shall we continue on our way? Nuo Chigao looked at the surrounding scene and said to Vivi, Princess Vivi, isn't it bad that this place is like this? It's okay. Let the city lord here be responsible for these matters. We still have to go to the capital as soon as possible. Vivi said. Let's start. Nami looked at Ron and asked. Wait a minute. Ron lowered his head and thought for a moment, then said, wait a minute. What's wrong? The girls asked curiously. Is there anything else? Yeah, Ron nodded. There is one more thing that needs to be done. Oh, the girls had no idea what Ron was going to do. Too, but he was the captain, so he could do whatever he wanted to do and no one could stop him. Predict the future. Ron's eyes narrowed and he activated observation Haki's awakening ability. Predict the future. Predict Blackbeard's location. A blurry picture immediately appeared in Ron's mind. In a tavern, a fat man was drinking. In the picture, a group of people appeared at the door of the tavern. This group of people, it was none other than himself and his party. The man who was drinking suddenly turned around and looked over with a solemn expression. Ron immediately turned the screen around and looked at the environment outside the tavern. In an instant, he saw the entire city in his eyes. This city is exactly the seaport city. Good guy, we are actually in this city. Blackbeard, you can't run away.
3 SP Chapter 91 Blackbeard, do you want to die or live? Open black lens bracket, kneel down and ask for support, close black lens bracket. Ron opened his eyes, with a hint of excitement in his eyes. Blackbeard, of course his target was not Blackbeard, but something in his hand. That's right, it was the black cloth that was able to capture the Whitebeard shock fruit in the original plot. I don't know where this guy got the secret method, but it was able to imprison the devil fruit's power and leave. Under normal circumstances, after the owner of the devil fruit dies, the power of the fruit in the body will disappear and appear randomly around the world, turning into a fruit again, waiting for the next person to eat it. Blackbeard suddenly appeared at the end of Summit War, covering Whitebeard with a piece of black cloth, and then cut off Whitebeard's last breath. As Whitebeard died completely, the shock fruit ability in his body escaped from his body, and he should have left randomly. The fruit's ability was blocked by Blackbeard's piece of black cloth and absorbed by him. This thing is a good thing. Ron will need this thing the most when he gets other fruits in the future. Not to mention anything else, there is one essential thing for all Pirate World Travelers 13, and that is Enel's Thunder Fruit. Although this guy is not very good, the fruit is indeed a very good, very powerful Logia fruit. Ron prepared to get this fruit. Whether you eat it yourself or give it to the girls around you, it will greatly enhance the strength of the sword and rose pirates. Therefore, Ron is bound to get this piece of black cloth. Follow me. Ron looked at the girls beside him and motioned for them to follow him. Then under his leadership, he passed through many alleys and headed straight in one direction. Hey, Sister Nami, where brother Ron going? Kaya asked curiously. I don't know, who knows what he is thinking? Nami shook his head. My legs are sore, Abyss said with a pout while holding the baby dragon. Ron paused, smiled and picked up Abyss. Seeing this, Miss Golden Week behind her could not help biting her lower lip, but she remained strong and did not speak, but continued to follow the team. After walking for a few more miles, the group finally exited the long alley and came to a slightly empty place. Hey, this is the center of the old town of Nalahara. Vivi looked at this place in surprise and said, when this was not a port before, it was just a small town. Later, when Alabasta developed and grew, this small town became a prosperous seaport city. Is that so? Nami looked around, seeing the crowds of people around and seeing many shops around. He couldn't help but become interested and wanted to go shopping. Stop running around now, come with me. Ron waved his hand. Now is not the time for the girls to run around. The most important thing is the black cloth. Advertisement. Ron's eyes turned to a small tavern in front of him. This tavern was not big and far less luxurious than the place where they ate just now. Ron came over, opened the door and walked in. There were not many guests in the tavern. In front of the bar, a fat and muscular man was drinking heavily. When he heard the sound at the door, he didn't want to pay attention to it, but his mind moved and he felt a terrifying pressure coming from the door. The man grinned and turned to look. Marshal Teach. Ron looked at the other party calmly. Finally found you. Blackbeard paused for a moment, then narrowed his eyes slightly and looked at Ron carefully, with a ferocious light like a hungry wolf in his eyes. Blackbeard was chased all the way by Ace. His strength is actually no worse than Ace. He is just worried that there are others behind Ace. He is not afraid if it is just some captains who follow him. What he is afraid of is Whitebeard. What if Whitebeard follows? He became cold. So he escaped all the way from New World and barely had any fight with Ace. And now, Blackbeard grinned, stood up from the stool, looked at Ron and said, little guy, you look familiar. Do you have something to do with me? Or do you mean you don't want to live anymore, huh? When Ron heard this, he laughed happily. Blackbeard is worthy of being the late overlord of the pirate world and one of the new 4 emperors after the death of Whitebeard. Luffy has become the biggest stumbling block on the road to becoming the pirate king. His ambition and courage are indeed extraordinary. Suddenly, Ron felt that it was not good to kill Blackbeard like this. If this guy is killed like this, he will lose a lot of fun in the future, and if he kills Blackbeard now, Ace will not be caught by him and given to Marine in exchange for Shichibukai location. Ace will not be caught, and naturally there will be no exciting events like Summit War. Ron still hopes to participate in such a big event sweeping the world. When the time comes, he will learn from Buggy God Tier and do a live broadcast around the world, so that the whole world can see his majestic appearance of defeating everything. Wouldn't his name be famous in an instant? All over the world? Advertisement. Good idea. That's it. Ron coughed, put away the reverie in his heart, and his face resumed its plastic surgery. Blackbeard, I have something to do with you, come out with me. After saying that, Ron turned around and left the tavern. The girls looked strange and couldn't understand what Ron was doing. Even smart girls like Nami and Vivi looked confused. Over there, Blackbeard looked at Ron's leaving back and gave a shudder. Who is he? A former member of the 2nd Division of the Whitebeard Pirates. He is a well-known figure even in the New World. After killing Thatch, he was chased for thousands of miles by Ace. He was still confident and even ambitious, but what is going on now? Who can tell him what's going on? He was drinking and eating when a fool-like kid suddenly appeared and asked him to follow him in an extremely arrogant manner. His commanding look made him feel very angry. But what made him worried was that the other party suddenly called out his name and title, Marshal Teach. Well, he has changed his name now, Marshal Teach. But since the other party knows who he is, he still dares to talk to him like this. The meaning of this is different. Blackbeard narrowed his eyes slightly and pondered for a long time, then he chuckled, grinned and whispered, "Little guy, you must not make fun of Lousy, otherwise, you will die miserably." Blackbeard walked out of the tavern and followed Ron and his group into a small alley. Ron stopped and heard Blackbeard's footsteps. A smile appeared on his lips. He slowly turned around, looked at Blackbeard indifferently, and said, "Blackbeard, do you want to die or live?" Chapter 92 Crush Blackbeard. Got the black cloth? Ask for automatic subscription. Blackbeard's eyes burst out with a fierce light. In the history of history, apart from being bullied when he was a child, no one has ever dared to speak to him like this when he grew up. Blackbeard is angry. "Little guy, you are very arrogant," Blackbeard said with murderous intent. "Didn't your adults tell you that on the Grand Line, you will lose your life if you say the wrong thing?" "Say something wrong?" Ron asked curiously. "Really? I didn't say something wrong?" "You're really looking for death." Blackbeard grinned and walked towards Ron, ready to crush Ron to death before saying anything else, but Ron's words had made him completely angry. "Blackbeard, I'm curious." Ron looked at Blackbeard walking towards him and asked, just now, didn't you feel Ace's power?" "Ace, Blackbeard grinned. "That guy is probably trying to attract my attention. Unfortunately, I won't be fooled. Just wait, sooner or later I will catch him." "So that's it," Ron suddenly realized. He just said, before he and Ace fought so loudly, Blackbeard should have noticed the movement even half a city away. Why is he still acting like nothing is happening now? "Stop talking nonsense, kid," Blackbeard said with a ferocious smile. "Just let me try to see what kind of strength you are." Ron heard this and said helplessly, "Don't you recognize me yet?" "Huh?" Blackbeard was stunned when he heard this, and then looked at Ron's face carefully. After looking at it, he was suddenly shocked. No wonder he felt that this boy looked familiar before. "So, you were Ron." During this period of time when he was being hunted, he only read the newspapers occasionally, but did not pay close attention to Ron's situation in detail, but he still knew the general news. Ron, a newly emerged pirate and the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates, is always accompanied by a group of beautiful girls. He is so powerful that he defeated the world's greatest swordsman, Haki, and is now the world's greatest swordsman. Glancing at the group of girls surrounding Ron, Blackbeard immediately understood that the young man in front of him must be Ron himself. Ron, the captain of the Sword and Rose Pirates, I didn't expect that you actually put your idea on my head. What, do you want to exchange my head for a bounty, or do you want to please Whitebeard?" Blackbeard grinned. "None of them." Ron shook his head. He looked at Blackbeard with interest and said, "I've heard about you. You killed Saki, the captain of the 4th Division of the Whitebeard Pirates, and took his devil fruit. That's why. I'm being chased here by Ace, the captain of your 2nd Division, but that's none of my business. The reason I'm looking for you is because you stole the black cloth from Sage's devil fruit." "Huh?" Blackbeard's eyes lit up. Ha, little guy, it turns out you are also a restless person. Do you want to snatch this thing from me that can prevent devil fruit from escaping? Ha. Advertisement. Blackbeard laughed. He felt that the new pirate in front of him was very interesting. He seemed to be an ambitious little guy. "But, it's okay for you to be ambitious, but if you put your idea on my head, you've made the wrong calculation." Blackbeard's eyes showed murderous intent, and he looked at Ron ferociously. Those bloodthirsty eyes were as terrifying as a hungry beast. "Okay, so scary." Seeing this, Kaya took a trembling step back. "Don't be afraid." Nami gritted his teeth and stood still. Although he was a little scared, he did not retreat. "This is a big bad guy." Beast stared at Blackbeard and said with a pout, "Brother Ron, beat him." Vivi frowned. She really didn't know who Blackbeard was before, but after hearing what Ron said just now, she remembered who this person was. He was from the Whitebeard Pirates, the one who killed the captain of the 4th Division and escaped, the traitor. This is not a simple character. Those who can escape from the Whitebeard Pirates under such circumstances cannot do this without any strength. On the side, Miss Valentine became excited again. Although she had not succeeded several times before when she thought she was about to escape, that was because the enemies Ron encountered were too rubbish. Even the legendary invincible rookie pirate Ace was no match for him. This made her I couldn't help but feel despair from inside my heart. But it's different now. The Blackbeard in front of me is a powerful person at first glance. What kind of concept is it to be able to escape from Whitebeard? This time, I can definitely beat Ron. Miss Valentine's little face turned red with excitement, feeling that her chance to escape from the clutches was finally coming.
Unlike Miss Valentine, Wapol felt a little flustered. What did he just hear? A treasure that can take away Devil Fruit's abilities. There seems to be something wrong with this. I don't know why. Wapol really panicked. Advertisement. Ron put his hands behind his back and looked at the opposite Blackbeard. This guy really maintains his own strength and does not take himself seriously. Anyway, this guy's only role is to capture Ace and then start the Summit War. As for the last hit in the future Whitebeard, snatch shock fruit? Just kidding, since he participated in the Summit War, he has nothing to do with it, okay? Go to hell, kid. Blackbeard seized the opportunity and took advantage of Ron not paying attention. He immediately took action, opened his hands, and a stream of black smoke rushed towards Ron from above his hands. Quack, quack, you dared to attack me? Show off in front of me and see if I don't kill you. While I'm showing off, Ron lightly stretched out his right hand and pinched it toward the black mist. Just watch it, or, if you can give me a deduction of 666. Boom. The black smoke was crushed by Ron. Armament Haki's condensed right hand can crush Blackbeard's dark fruit power with ease. Fundamentally speaking, Ron himself is too strong. With his current strength, not to mention fighting Whitebeard in his heyday, there is a 90% chance that Whitebeard will not be a match for Ron now, not to mention the Blackbeard in front of him. Crushing the black mist with one hand, Ron stepped on his feet. He had already arrived in front of Blackbeard. He opened his right hand and grabbed Blackbeard. Not good. Blackbeard was shocked. He never expected that the opponent's strength was so powerful. He easily broke his own attack and moved so fast. Blackbeard quickly took action and roared. Dark Acupoint. Go to hell. Stupid rebellion. Ron's body didn't move, and he didn't even pause in extending his right hand. He just stamped one foot towards the ground. The powerful force counterattacked along the ground. The dark power in the Dark Acupoint was forcibly stomped by Ron. When he turned back, Blackbeard's face was pale, and bloodline flowed out of the corner of his mouth. It was the force of the backlash that had been forcefully broken, causing him to suffer heavy injuries in an instant. Click. Hey who? Qian Wang's son's neck was pinched by Ron. Ron asked expressionlessly. Now, do you want to live or die? Live, want to live. Blackbeard gasped hard, a little speechless, but he had to ask for mercy. He didn't want to die. That's easy. Hand over the things, Ron said calmly. Hand it over. I'll hand it over right away. Blackbeard almost peed in fear. Hearing this, he nodded quickly, then with trembling hands, he took out a piece of black cloth from his arms. This is the piece of black cloth. As long as you put this piece of black cloth shroud the person with the ability, and then kill him, and the devil fruit ability in his body will automatically fall into the living person in the black cloth. A very wise choice. A smile finally appeared on Ron's cold face. He reached out and took the black cloth, then threw it away and threw Blackbeard out. The huge force contained in it knocked Blackbeard's body through there are more than a dozen buildings. Ron didn't even look at Blackbeard, who was thrown away like trash. Instead, he turned around with the black cloth and walked towards Wapol with a strange smile. Munch munch fruit. Here I come. Chapter 93 Munch munch fruit is at full level. 200 points of 4-dimensional attributes. System upgrade, function enabled. Ron. Nami opened her mouth to ask, but Ron raised his hand to stop her. Don't ask yet, we'll talk later. Ron walked directly to Wapol. Wapol was so frightened that he trembled. When he saw the black cloth in Ron's hand, he knew something was wrong. He whimpered and struggled to escape. Unfortunately, in front of Ron, he couldn't escape at all. Ron flicked the black cloth, covering himself and Wapol, and then pointed out, ending Wapol's life. Brush. A strange force rose from Wapol's body and went straight towards the only living body in the black cloth, which was Ron's body. Is this the power of munch munch fruit? Ron thought as he felt the strange power merging within his body. This is a power different from Haki, and it is also the most distinctive power in the pirate world. It comes from devil fruit, from the legendary devil fruit tree. This is a power cursed by the sea. As long as you eat devil fruit, you will lose your ability to move in the sea. Once you fall into the water, you will be completely weak and unable to use any strength. Because of this side effect, Ron had thought about not eating devil fruit before, because even if he didn't eat it, he still had powerful power to control the world. But because of the power of munch munch fruit, Ron decided to eat it before eating. Ron stood up with the black cloth, glanced at Wapol's body, then turned around and left with the girls. The body would naturally be discovered and disposed of by others. Brother Ron, what were you doing just now? All the girls were curious, but seeing Ron's solemn expression, they didn't dare to ask questions. Only Kaya, who had the closest relationship with Ron, dared to speak up. This piece of black cloth can prevent devil fruit's ability from escaping. I just used this piece of black cloth to gain the power of devil fruit from Wapol. There was nothing to hide. Ron smiled and faced Kaya. I told the girls. What is devil fruit's ability? Not only Kaya, but other girls were also stunned. Abyss even shouted happily. Has brother Ron eaten devil fruit too? Great, now I'm not the only one who can't swim. So this is what makes you happy? Ron flicked Abyss' little head. Wapol's devil fruit seems to be a very edible ability, right? Nami frowned and asked, is this ability very powerful? What Nami was thinking was, you were so good at eating it, but now that you have devil fruit, you won't eat up all the money you saved.
What Wapol possesses is Munch Munch fruit, a fruit that can devour everything. Ron smiled. Of course it's not very useful to him, but it's different when it's in my hands. Afterwards, Ron stopped talking. Instead, under the leadership of Vivi, the group walked forward. Ron was also talking to the system in his mind, BDDH. He could feel that Munch Munch fruit's ability had been completely integrated with himself. Now, he had a desire to devour everything in his heart. He wanted to take a bite of everything he saw, even the buildings next to him and even the ground. The soil is so thick that I want to swallow it with the knife in my hand. System, can I increase the ability of Munch Munch fruit? Ron asked in his mind. Of course, host, the system said. Okay. Ron clicked on his data panel. Ding. Host. Ron age, 19 years old advertisement. Constitution. 205J, 197 agile, 201, 184 skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level, basic swordsmanship, 3 plus 97, full level. Armament Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, armed color awakening ability, absolute armament. Observation Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Devil Fruit. Munch Munch fruit. Level 1. Looking at the data panel in front of him, Ron smiled slightly and then began to add some Munch Munch fruit. Munch Munch fruit. 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. After adding it to the end, it was directly blessed to the full level. After the Munch Munch fruit reaches its full level, a fruit with the ability to awaken immediately appears below it. Munch Munch fruit. 1 plus 99, full level, fruit awakening. Swallowing, 1/3. Swallowed. Ron touched his chin and thought while extracting the relevant information given by the system from his mind. Swallowing is the ability awakened after the Munch Munch fruit reaches its full level. It has the ability to swallow other devil fruit. The quota is 3, and it itself is also counted as a quota. In other words, Ron can use the ability to swallow and then swallow the other 2 devil fruits for his own use. Seeing this, Ron laughed. With this ability, he can have 2 more devil fruits. When he has 3 devil fruits, who else in the world can be his opponent? Just as Ron was thinking this, the system prompted. Ding, congratulations host, all 4-dimensional attributes have reached 200 points. Do you want to upgrade the system immediately? Huh? My 4-dimensional attributes have all reached 200 points? Ron's eyes lit up, and he was a little surprised. After all, after the system upgrade, he can give others skill points. This ability has been something he has been looking forward to for a long time. If he has this kind of ability, he can help Kaya to increase her medical skills, Nami to increase her navigation skills, and Abyss to increase her whispering fruit ability. By then, the power of the sword and rose pirates will have increased by several levels. Yes host, all of your 4-dimensional attributes have exceeded 200 points. Do you want to upgrade the system immediately? The system asked again. Upgrade immediately, Ron said. Advertisement. Ding. Upgrade completed, the system said. What the hell, so fast? Ron was stunned. You finished upgrading just after I said this? Do you want it to be so fast? Yes, please host to check the relevant functions enabled, the system said. Check the data panel, Ron said quickly. Ding. Host, Ron. Age. 19 years old. Constitution, 223J, 214. Agility, 221. Spirit, 209. Skill point balance, 99 trillion, 99, 99. Possess skills. Wolf Fist. 2 plus 98, full level, basic swordsmanship, 3 plus 97, full level. Armament Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, armed color awakening ability, absolute armament. Observation Haki. 1 plus 99, full level, ability to awaken by seeing, hearing and color, predicting the future. Devil Fruit. Munch Munch fruit, 1 plus 99, full level, fruit awakening. Swallowing, 1/3. Ding. The system upgrade and optimization has been completed. Host can add skill points to people other than itself. Each person can only add 2 skills. There is no limit to the number of skill points that can be added. Huh? Ron asked. Why are there restrictions on the skills that can be blessed? Because this system belongs to the host and not to other people, there is such a restriction, and because this system is now a second-level system, it can only bless other people with 2 skills. However, there is no limit on the number of people. Skill points there is no limit, the system said. Is that so? In other words, as the level of your system increases, for example, to the 3 extremes, each person's skills that can be blessed are 3. When it is upgraded to level 4, it is 4? Ron asked again. Yes, but the highest level of this system is level 4. Therefore, the highest number of skills that others can add is 4. The system paused and said, of course, when this system is upgraded to the highest level, host can do whatever he wants. One of the abilities that will be activated later is skill erasure, that is to say, you can erase the blessed skill and re-grant other skills. I understand, this is equivalent to an eraser. Although the number of skills has not changed, it can be restored to its original state, and then you can add points to other skills. Ron nodded. Yes, that's it, the system said. There are several abilities waiting for the host to discover, such as lifespan. What? Ron was shocked. Chapter 94. Help Kaya maximize her medical skills. Ask for automatic subscription. Life. This is indeed an issue that Ron has not considered before, because he is still young and the girls around him are also very young, so he has never considered such an issue before. Now that he heard the mention of the system, he couldn't help but think of this. Whitebeard was also the strongest person in the world at the beginning. Even now, with his own appearance, Whitebeard is still a terrifying existence. Ron estimates that at least 3 of Whitebeard's 4-dimensional attributes in his heyday should have reached 200 points, and even some he may have reached more than 200 4th-dimensional attributes like himself now. But now, firstly because of the injuries accumulated in his body over time, and secondly because of his age, Whitebeard's combat effectiveness is no longer as strong as it was in his heyday. Regarding lifespan, Ron asked with great interest, how many levels of systems can last? Level 4. The system said. Level 4. It's only level 2 now. It seems it will take some time to reach level 4, Ron sighed. Thinking about what the previous system said, the level 2 system now has the ability to bless skill points for others. Then when level 3 is reached, the ability to erase skills can be turned on, and level 4 has the ability to bless life. After this system reaches level 4, it will be a full level system. The abilities that can be enabled are not only lifespan extensions, but also other abilities, but you need to wait until the host reaches that level to know, the system said. Got it. Ron nodded. At this moment, the group of people had left the port city and rode camels towards Alba, the capital of Alabasta. Along the way, most of the cities they passed were relatively desolate and far less prosperous than the seaport cities. This is so miserable, Kaya said with some sigh as she looked at the deserted city in front of her. The more inland the city is, the more like this. Vivi said with a low expression. The cities around the capital Alba are already very chaotic. The rebels have been operating around the capital, and now they have obtained the weapon secrets provided by Crocodile. Support, we are preparing to attack the capital. Did you get this information at Baroque Studio? Ron asked. Yes, so maybe it was because I was in a hurry to send the news back to Daxia that I exposed myself and was discovered by others. Vivi said helplessly. But for such a news, I have to find a way it was spread back to Daxia. Don't worry. Didn't you tell me that Ikaram who was with you got separated from you while being chased? I think the other party's main target is you. Ikaram is definitely fine. Maybe he has already been killed by now. Sending the news back, Ron said with a smile. I hope so. Vivi nodded. How far is it to Alba? Ron asked. Also, we will almost arrive after one more city. Vivi thought for a while and said, we can reach Alba in 2 days at most. However, the city where the rebels are entrenched is. Most of them are on the other side of the inland river. Most of the urban people here have migrated there and are preparing for rebellion. Advertisement, then forget about that. Let's go directly to the capital, Ron said, as long as we kill Crocodile first, those rebels won't be anything to worry about. The rebels have leaders. Even if you defeat Crocodile, there are so many rebels and you can't stop them, Vivi said anxiously. Maybe then, Captain Ron, can you protect me and go there? I'm going to stop the rebels' actions in Juba, the headquarters city where the rebels are located. Let's deal with Crocodile first. Ron thought for a moment and said, then, we will accompany you to the rebel headquarters together. As long as we are fast enough, we should be able to catch up. Yeah. Vivi nodded happily after hearing this. Next, everyone moved faster, heading all the way towards Alba. Although the journey was a bit difficult, even the 2 children, Abis and Miss Golden Week, did not shout. At night, everyone was camping in a desolate town, and the sky became dark. In a dilapidated house, several girls lived scattered in several rooms. In Ron's room, Kaya sneaked in and got into Ron's bed. Brother Ron, it's so cold, Kaya said with a smile, how about we come together? Okay. Ron patted Kaya's little head. I thought, after upgrading my system, my ability to give skill points to others has not been used yet. Maybe now is a good opportunity to try it on Kaya first. Kaya, how are you learning your medical skills? Ron asked. I've almost learned enough. I can treat common minor ailments, and some skin injuries and bruises, as long as I have medicine, I can also successfully treat them, Kaya thought for a moment and said. That's it. Kaya, I now have a method that can instantly bring your medical skills to the highest level. Do you want to try it? Ron asked with a smile. Please give me flowers. What? Is this true? Kaya asked in disbelief. Where in the world could such an ability exist? This is my unique ability. Don't be surprised. Come on, don't move. I'll improve it for you, Ron said, having put his hand on Kaya's forehead and at the same time recalled himself in his mind. The data panel, a dialog box immediately appeared on the data panel, asking whether to add skill points to Kaya. Character name. Kaya Strength, 8 Constitution, 7. Agility, 7 Spirit, 9 Advertisement Skill, Medical Skills, Level 4. Cuisine. Level 1 Drawing. Level 2 Looking at Kaya's attribute panel, Ron knew that in terms of medical ability before adding points, Kaya crushed him. The painting ability should have been learned by Kaya in Zailuobu village, and the cooking ability should have been learned while on the ship. Makino learned. After thinking about it, Ron was going to help Kaya fill up her medical skills first. 4 + 1 + 1 + 1. Let's look at Kaya's data panel again. Character name. Kaya strength, 9 constitution, 8. Agility, 8 spirit, 15 skill, medical skill, 4 plus 96, full level. Cuisine. Level 1 drawing. Level 2 after the medical skill is maxed out, the 4-dimensional attributes are increased very little. Strength, constitution and agility are only increased by 1 point each. After all, they are not skills mainly used to improve one's own abilities. On the contrary, the attribute of spirit has been increased to 15 points, not bad. Ron has not improved other abilities for the time being, such as cooking and painting. The improvement is not very useful. After Kaya learns other abilities in the future, he can help her improve them. After all, he still doesn't know what the next upgrade of the system will be. Sometimes, without the ability to raise skills, he didn't want to use up another skill quota immediately. Huh? Kaya exclaimed. I suddenly have a lot of medical-related information in my mind. Also, my energy has become much better. Brother Ron, what is going on? Don't talk yet. You should immediately integrate the information in your mind and understand it more before you talk. Ron prevented Kaya from forgetting the information related to medical skills and quickly ordered her to quickly understand the information about medical skills. Yeah, I know. Kaya closed her eyes obediently, but still integrated the medical information song that suddenly appeared in her mind. Chapter 95. Help Princess Nami and Vivi get crazy points. Begging for automatic subscription. After a moment of fusion, Kaya opened her beautiful big eyes and looked at Ron with twinkling eyes. It's really incredible, Kaya said excitedly. Oh my god, Brother Ron, you are so amazing. I feel like my medical skills have become so powerful now. I have enhanced your medical skills to the full level, which means that Kaya is now the most powerful doctor in the world. As long as you have various tools and medicines, you are no worse than any top doctor. Ron confidently said. Because Ron himself is also a full-level medical skill, he knows that after the medical skill level is topped up, all the basic information related to medical skills in this world has been understood. There may be some gaps with those who have demon fruit power related to medical skills, but this difference it's not a medical ability, it's just devil fruit's ability. Even after excluding the devil fruit ability, Kaya's medical skills are even more powerful than those of top doctors. Oh my god, Brother Ron, I love you so much. Mwah, Kaya hugged Ron and kissed him fiercely, looking at Ron with love on her face. Okay, don't get too excited. You can rest first. Ron stood up slowly and said, I'll go to 720 to give Nami and the others some blessings. We'll be sailing on the sea in the future. It's okay to have me by my side. If we get separated, I can rest assured that you are able to stay by your side. Well, Brother Ron, let's go. Kaya said with twinkling eyes. Especially Sister Nami, if her sailing skills become better, it will be of great help to our sailing. You don't have to say it. Ron nodded Kaya's pretty little nose, then left with a smile. Kaya looked at Ron's leaving figure, feeling particularly satisfied and filled with joy. Now that her medical skills have become so good, everyone's safety will be better in the future. With her in the pirate group, and Brother Ron as well. With a person with equally great medical skills, no one's life will be in danger due to illness or injury. As Kaya thought, she continued to recall the information that had just been integrated into her mind, and continued to review these medical information. Next door, Nami's room. Nami does not sleep alone. Although this room is a bit dilapidated, it has a big bed. With so many girls, it is not easy to allocate one room to one person. Unless they find a place to live in the house next door, the girls are not willing to go too far. After all, this is a desolate town and a bit scary at night. Next to Nami is Vivi, who shares a room with Nami, and Tashigi, who lives with Miss Valentine and watches her by the way. Abbas and Miss Golden Week live in the same room. The relationship between the two little girls is good and bad. Sometimes they ignore each other when they quarrel, but sometimes their relationship becomes particularly good. Not to mention this, Nami suddenly heard Vivi sighing. She couldn't help turning around, looking at Vivi aside, and said, Vivi, don't worry, we are almost at Alba. With Ron here, you have seen his strength during this period, and he can definitely defeat the crocodile. Yeah, Vivi nodded and reached out to hold Nami. I know too, but I feel a little anxious and uncomfortable. Our country is really in trouble. Many people have died due to lack of water, and now we are still suffering from war. The destruction. It will pass. Once crocodile is solved, all this will be over. Nami smiled and comforted. At that time, we will accompany you to find the rebel leader and tell him crocodile's conspiracy. I think he will understand. Yeah, Vivi nodded. Actually, I know that rebel leader. I knew him for a while when I was a child, but I didn't expect that he would do such a thing when he grew up. When the time comes, let's ask him face to face. Nami said, patting Vivi's hand. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door. Nami and Vivi were stunned, wondering who was knocking on the door at this time. Who is it? Nami looked up and asked, is it Tashigi? It's me, Ron said. Ron. Nami and Vivi's eyes widened. Ron, a grown man, wanted to enter the room of two girls, this. The two looked at each other, a little strange, and Vivi said, maybe you have something to say.
Come in, Nami said. Ron pushed the door open and came in, then closed the door, looked at the lit candles on the shabby table beside him, and then looked at the two beautiful girls on the bed. It has to be said that Nami and Vivi are both stunning women. When the two women were put together at this moment, Ron felt his eyes light up. Vivi noticed Ron's eyes, twitched the corner of her mouth, and pulled the quilt to cover her body. But Nami looked at Ron indifferently, regardless of the fact that she was wearing very little, but looked at Ron curiously. It's so late, why don't you sleep and come to our place? Advertisement. Of course I came here because I had something to do. Ron thought for a while, walked directly to the bed, and said solemnly, I have thought hard and thought that your strength is still a bit too weak, so. Nami pouted. Of course I know that I am weak. The only thing I am good at is navigation. Why, you think we are not strong enough now? Do you want to drive me away? Saying that, Nami suddenly felt a sense of grievance in her heart. You were the one who forced her to board the ship before, but now you feel that she is not strong enough and you want to drive her away. When Ron heard this, his head was black, and he couldn't help but screamed. What are you talking about? How could I do such a thing? Then what do you mean? Nami turned to look at Ron. Of course I'm here to improve your strength. Ron said with a smile. Improve strength. Nami's eyes widened, and Princess Vivi on the side had the same expression. Improve strength. Are you kidding me? The only way to improve your strength is through constant training or eating devil fruit. Thinking of this, Vivi's eyes lit up. Do you have devil fruit in your hand? No. Ron shook his head. If there is no devil fruit, how can we improve our strength? Is it to teach us how to understand Haki? Now Vivi also knows the existence of Haki, so she thinks Ron is going to teach them Haki. It's not Haki. Ron shook his head. I don't know how to teach you this thing, but I'm not here today to improve your strength through this method. That is. The two women became confused. Apart from these, is there any other way? Ron smiled slightly and stretched out his hands. Before the two girls could react, his palms were already placed on their heads. At the same time, he clicked on the data interface of the two girls. Character name. Nami. Strength. 9. Constitution. 8. Agility. 9. Spirit. 11. Skill. Navigation. 14. Cooking skills. 2. Meteorology. 6. Steel. 11. Character name. Vivi. 10. Constitution. 9. Agility. 10. Spirit. 9. Skill. Peacock bracelet attack technique. 5. Royal self-defense. 3. Advertisement. Royal etiquette. 4. Each has 3 skills. Ron looked at their data panels, thought for a moment, and then started tapping on their data panels. Nami's navigation skills. 14 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Meteorology. 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Then there is Vivi's peacock bracelet attack. 5 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Royal self-defense. 3 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. After some crazy operations, the two people's data panels immediately changed. Character name. Nami. Strength. 11. Constitution. 10. 10. Spirit. 19. Skill. Navigation. 14 plus 86, full level. Cooking skills. 2. Meteorology. 6 plus 94, full level. Steel. 11. Character name. Vivi. Strength. 31. Constitution. 26. Agility. 34. Spirit. 27. Skill. Peacock bracelet attack. 5 plus 95, full level. Royal defense 0.8 body skill. 3 plus 97, full level. Royal etiquette. 4. After Nami's skills are filled up, the improvement effect on her own 4-dimensional attributes is not obvious. It only makes her physical fitness slightly stronger. However, after her skills are filled up, it will definitely be the greatest help to the entire pirate group. With full levels of navigation skills and full levels of meteorology, you will basically not encounter natural disasters in the future. Even if you encounter them, there are many ways to get through them. But Vivi's side is amazing. Vivi has learned 3 skills, not to mention royal etiquette. As a princess of the kingdom, this thing should be necessary, but Ron will not improve this kind of thing. He directly topped up the peacock bracelet attack technique, and also topped up the royal self-defense technique. This self-defense technique should be a physical technique with close combat capabilities, and has a huge bonus to strength and physique. This top up, immediately, Vivi's 4-dimensional attributes made a huge improvement to her body. Wow, wow, my body, how could it be? Ron slowly retracted his hands, and the two girls opened their beautiful big eyes and looked at Ron with ghostly expressions. Chapter 96 The Girl's Gratitude. Ron's Expectations. Ron smiled calmly, put his hands away and stood up. The two girls on the bed felt the huge changes in their bodies, with looks of horror on their faces. Vivi was so horrified that she couldn't speak. Nami took a deep breath, feeling the changes on his body, and said, my navigation skills have reached such a level now. Oh my god, and meteorology, my god, these are related. Where did the information, the knowledge of navigation and meteorology come from? My body has become a lot stronger. He slightly turned over and got out of bed, casually feeling the surging power coming from his body, practiced some in the room, and said happily, my strength has increased a lot. Speaking of this, I feel it too. Nami also got out of bed excitedly and squeezed his hands. My body has become much stronger. The most powerful thing is that my navigation skills and meteorology have reached an astonishing level. Levels, oh my god. Vivi looked at Ron in amazement. Captain Ron, what did you do? I just enhanced the skills you learned to the highest level. Ron said with a calm smile. Why, how come you have this ability? Vivi asked in surprise. She could feel the shocking changes in herself. The two abilities she had learned, the peacock bracelet attack technique, had now reached their peak level. Now let her compete with her. In the battle with the senior agents of Baroque Studio, she was sure to defeat them. Moreover, her self-defense skills had reached its peak, her close combat ability had almost reached a perfect level, and her entire body's quality had reached its peak. This is the purpose of my coming here today, Ron said. I now have an ability that can improve your two skills to a very high level, as you can see now. 13. Isn't this ability too powerful? Nami and Vivi said in surprise. Where in this world can such ability exist? It is simply unimaginable. That's it, Ron said with a smile. So, what you said before about driving you away is impossible. Nami is so cute, how could I drive you away? Wow, Nami jumped up happily, rushed to Ron, hugged him and kissed him. Mwah. Captain, you are so awesome, this is your reward. Nami said with a smile. This reward is really great. Ron said with satisfaction, touching his cheek. Well, Vivi looked at Ron shyly and made no move. Well, Ron rolled his eyes, walked up to Vivi, and put his arm around her waist. Do you want to reward me too? Come on, you're welcome. Pervert. Vivi pushed Ron gently, but found that she couldn't. She had no choice but to kiss Ron on the cheek, and then said, Are you satisfied now? Satisfied. Ron nodded and left the two girls' room with a smile on his lips. This guy. Nami put her hands on her hips and watched Ron leave. It's really unimaginable that he has such an ability. In this world, there is such a strange ability that can also improve our skills. How scary. Yes, but Captain Ron is really nice. Vivi hesitated for a moment. How lustful. That's what he is. Nami snorted. Don't you see, our pirate team is all girls, he is the only man. No one knows what his intentions are, but this guy doesn't. What will they force us to do? It's not too bad. Yeah, Vivi nodded, seeming to have forgotten that just now Ron forced himself to hug her and ask for a kiss. By the way, Nami looked at Vivi with a sweet smile. Vivi, you just kissed him. That's thanks to him. Vivi said, biting her lip. You don't know the character of our captain. You are already like this. A pervert like him won't let you go. Nami chuckled and waved his index finger towards Vivi. Isn't this right? Vivi was stunned for a moment. Whether it's possible or not, let's wait and see. From what I know about him, that stinky guy will never let go of a stunning beauty like you. Nami said clearly. I am not a beauty, Nami, you are. Vivi said with a smile. How can I count? Vivi, you are so big here, he must like it very much. Nami, you are not young either. Look here, you are bi, you are da. Advertisement. Outside the door, before Ron could walk far, his keen spiritual sense allowed him to hear the words of the two girls in the room. Hearing this made him feel itchy and wanted to rush in to find out, who was more da, who was more bi. It is truly fair to let him judge. Ahem. Ron coughed lightly and walked towards other rooms. The next step is to improve the skills of Nokigao and Makino. Since Kaya, Nami and Vivi have all been improved, they cannot be left behind. Others. Arriving at the room where Makino and Nokigao were, Ron knocked on the door. Who is it? Nuo Chigao's voice sounded. It's me, Ron replied. Captain. There was a sparse voice in the room, and then Nuoki's loud voice came. Captain, you, come in. Ron pushed the door open and saw that Makino was already dressed neatly in the room, but his face was still a little rosy, as if he was a little surprised by Ron's arrival. As for Noki, her clothes are quite neat. After all, she is in a desert country. She wears cool clothes and is not as conservative as Makino. Captain, come here at this time. Well, it seems something is not right. Nuo Chigao looked at Ron with strange eyes. Did something unexpected happen? No, Ron felt that he was here for official business, and definitely not to see the girls at night. Of course I have something important to do here. What's going on? After hearing this, Nuo Chigao suddenly showed a serious look, feeling that Ron must be here for something important. Even Makino on the side showed a solemn expression. That's it. Ron repeated what he had just said to Nami, and then said, So, I am here to improve your strength. Improve strength. Nuo Chigao and Makino looked at each other, completely confused as to what Ron was talking about. Forget it. No matter how much you say, it's useless, you should just feel it for yourselves. With that said, Ron's figure appeared in front of the two girls in an instant, and he put his hands on the top of the two girls' heads. Superior. Calling up the data panels of the two of them. Character name. Nokigao. Strength. 8. Constitution. 7. Agility. 7. Spirit. 9. Skill. Cooking skills. 4. Implantation. 6. Character name. Makino. Strength. 7. Constitution. 8. 7. Spirit. 8. Skill. Cooking skills. 6. Bartending. 16. Looking at the data panels of the two girls, Ron couldn't help but shake his head. Normally speaking, the two girls were very ordinary, too ordinary. They were not suitable for wandering on the sea and had no fighting ability at all. However, these two girls in the original plot, he did not go to sea. He was forcibly dragged onto the pirate ship. For this, he must bear full responsibility. Ron smiled slightly, and then started to add points. Since he was responsible, it was up to him to improve their skills. Advertisement. Nokigao's cooking skills. 4 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Implantation. 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Makino's cooking skills. 6 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Bartending. 16 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1 plus 1. Then look at the data panels of the two people. Character name. Nokigao. Strength. 12. Constitution. 13. Agility. 12. Spirit. 14. Skill. Cooking skills. 4 plus 96 full level. Implantation. 6 plus 94 full level. Character name. Makino. Strength. 11. Constitution. 12. Agility. 11. Spirit. 16. Skill. Cooking skills. 6 plus 94 full level. Bartending. 16 plus 84 full level. 933 in the blink of an eye, the four-dimensional attributes of the two people experienced huge changes. The two girls also felt the huge changes in their bodies. After all, their physiques became stronger, which was an obvious drastic change. My body. Nuo Chigao held her hands and said, it has become much stronger. I feel like I have endless strength. Me too, Makino exclaimed in surprise. The most important thing is, I think my understanding of cooking and bartending skills has become very powerful. Oh, me too. Regarding my cooking skills, a lot of information related to cooking skills suddenly appeared in my mind. I feel like I have become a cooking god. Nuauchi Joi exclaimed. Ron, what's going on? Makino immediately turned to look at Ron and asked. Only Ron can explain all of this, because this weird change only happened after Ron came in just now. Didn't I say that your strength is too poor? That's why I am here to improve your strength. Now your cooking, bartending, and planting skills are all at full level. With the help of this, your physique has improved. It has also improved a lot, so I can feel more at ease. Ron said with a smile. It's really amazing. Nuo Chigao waved his little fist and said, I never thought that there is such an ability in this world. Captain Ron, you are really amazing. Ahem, cough. Ron waved his hand and said calmly, these are all small things. Well, you guys can rest. I'll go and improve the skills of others. Seeing Ron about to turn around and leave, Nokigao suddenly stopped him. Da da da. There was a slight sound of footsteps, and Ron felt a gentle body bump into his chest. Mwah. After a kiss, Ron looked again, but could only see Nokigao's shy expression. Thank you, Captain Ron. You're welcome. Ron touched his cheek. How many kisses is this today? Ron was a little confused now and couldn't count at all, but his eyes couldn't help but look at Makino not far away. Chapter 97. Sword Master, Tashigi. Ask for automatic subscription. You guy, what are you thinking about? Makino blushed, turned his head and whispered, we are going to bed. Okay. Ron turned around and left a little disappointed, but he couldn't be too impatient. Watching Ron leave, Nuo Chigao rolled his eyes and walked to Makino. Hey, why don't you express your gratitude? What do you mean? Makino rolled his eyes. Go to sleep. Okay, Nuo Chigao muttered, and the two of them continued to rest. Ron, who walked out of the room, thought for a moment, should he improve the skills of Tashigi and Miss Valentine next? Tashigi was also forced onto the pirate ship by him. Her strength mainly lies in swordsmanship. If you upgrade her skills, it will improve her swordsmanship. If her swordsmanship is maxed out, her strength should be the most improved among the girls. Well, if I run away at that time, wouldn't I suffer a big loss? And Miss Valentine is even more like this. This girl is a prisoner now, so only a fool would give her skills. Well, but we've been with Tashigi for such a long time, I'd better trust her. Ron thought for a moment, then walked outside the room where Tashigi and Miss Valentine were, and knocked on the door. Who? Tashigi's voice came from inside the room. It's me. Not long after, Tashigi opened the door. Her clothes were fine, but something was wrong with the person on the bed. Miss Valentine was kicking off the quilt and sleeping soundly, paying no attention to Ron who came in from the door. Ron pointed at Miss Valentine. Has she always been sleeping like this? What do you think? Tashigi gritted his teeth. I've had enough of her for a long time. Okay. Ron stroked his forehead, silently mourning for Tashigi in his heart, and then said, well, I'm here to see you for something. What's the matter? Tell me quickly. I'm still waiting to rest. Tashigi didn't give Ron a good look. It doesn't have to be like this, right? Ron looked at Tashigi helplessly. I'm here to do you a favor. What's the benefit? Tashigi looked at Ron curiously. She knew that Ron wouldn't talk in vain. Why did he come here at this time? What's the benefit? What's the benefit? Miss Valentine, who had been sleeping soundly just now, suddenly woke up, knelt down on the bed and stretched her head to look over, her big eyes full of curiosity. It has nothing to do with you. Ron glanced at her, his eyes inadvertently passing over the white land a few times. Ahem, this woman still has some stuff. TCH. Miss Valentine pouted and turned her head, but she was still looking here from the corner of her eyes, obviously curious about what Ron was going to do when he came over at this time. Here, Ron closed the door first, then walked up to Tashigi and looked at her delicate and determined face. This girl has always given people the impression of being tough, strong and competitive. At this moment, when Ron saw him like this, his face suddenly turned red with embarrassment. What's the matter with you? Tashigi asked in a low voice, and glared at Miss Valentine who was snickering next to her. Advertisement. How is your swordsmanship going? Ron asked. Swordsmanship. I practice it every day when I have free time. I feel much stronger than before. Tashigi's face condensed and he said solemnly, I believe that if I continue to practice, I will definitely become better. Ron smiled slightly. Have you ever wondered why I can reach the level of a great swordsman at this age? Now, I will tell you this secret. By the way, do you want to become a great swordsman? After maxing out both skills, Ron felt that Tashigi's strength would be close to that level even if it did not reach the level of a great swordsman. After all, her only disadvantage was that the number of skills was limited, and he had maxed out all the skills. Under such circumstances, he reached the level of the great swordsman, and only after awakening the two-color Haki did he defeat Mihawk. Is this true? Tashigi's eyes widened and he looked at Ron in shock. Of course it's true. Ron nodded. Next to her, Miss Valentine also widened her eyes, feeling extremely horrified. This guy's secret of becoming a great swordsman at such a young age is about to be revealed. What? Miss Valentine looked at Ron without blinking, feeling that she was about to spy on the other person's biggest secret. Of course she couldn't let it go. Although she didn't know why the other person wouldn't avoid her, how could she let go of such an opportunity? Woolen cloth. Then, pick it up. Ron smiled, opened his right hand, and placed it on Tashigi's forehead under Tashigi's puzzled gaze. Open Tashigi's data panel. Character name, Tashigi. Strength, 9. Constitution, 9. 10. Spirit, 8. Skill. Marine sword skill, 9. Marine fighting, 5. Warship command, 2. Tashigi possesses 3 skills. The level of warship command is only 2, perhaps because she rarely has command authority. However, the levels of marine fighting and marine swordsmanship are relatively high, especially marine swordsmanship, which has a level of she reached level 9, which is related to her tireless practice every day. But this is still too bad for Ron. The swordsmanship level of those great swordsmen and swordsmen, which one is not level 50 or 60. Mihawk's swordsmanship may even be close to level 100. Advertisement. Tashigi's swordsmanship still has a lot of room for improvement. Add points. Marine swordsmanship. 9 + 1 + 1 + 1. Marine fighting skill. 5 + 1 + 1 + 1. Ron instantly filled up both of Tashigi's skills, and then Tashigi's data panel changed dramatically. Character name, Tashigi. Strength, 36. Constitution, 34. Agility, 38. Spirit, 29. Skill, Marine swordsmanship. 9 + 91, full level. Marine combat. 5 + 95, full level. Warship command, 2. Although there are only 2 skills that have been fully upgraded, the improvement in strength is real and has almost produced earth-shaking changes. The current Tashigi's strength is definitely incomparable to that of Shichibukai, let alone the 4 emperors or marine admiral. However, she is now fighting against a marine vice admiral level figure. Not to mention a guaranteed victory, she will not be defeated so easily. Yes, Tashigi's current strength is definitely above that of Naval Headquarters Commodore, and close to the strength level of Marine Vice Admiral. Ron withdrew his hand and looked at Tashigi. She now had a sharp aura about her. It was an aura that only people with extremely high attainments in swordsmanship would have, such as some kendo masters who founded sects. Fire. Tashigi slowly opened his eyes, and a cold light flashed through his sharp eyes. This cold light was completely insensitive to Ron, but to Miss Valentine, it was a terrible deterrent. Miss Valentine felt a chill running through her body and a sense of fear that a sharp blade was about to strike. This made her look at Tashigi with some horror. What's going on? Her strength before was not as strong as mine. Why has it suddenly become so scary now? So powerful. Tashigi looked at his hands, then stretched his arms and body, feeling the extremely powerful power in his body, and couldn't help but get excited. This is what you become, is it the secret of the great swordsman Li Hao? It's too incredible, isn't it? Your current swordsmanship and fighting abilities have reached the master level of swordsmanship, and even your swordsmanship attainments have reached the grandmaster level. However, your physical strength is still a little lacking. You will still need to practice in the future. If you take one step further, you will become a grandmaster of swordsmanship. Well, that's the strength of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Ron said. The strength of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral. Tashigi was shocked. How long had she imagined that she would become a strong person with the strength of Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral? Feeling the understanding of swordsmanship and fighting abilities in her mind, Tashigi knew that Ron was right. She really has these powers now. Isn't this too exaggerated? Seeing the curiosity in Tashigi's eyes, Ron smiled slightly, waved his hand and left without explaining too much. Hey, Tashigi suddenly called out to Ron, and then rushed over in 2 steps. P.S. Today's update is a bit late. I just woke up. I was too tired from coding the past 2 days. Well, I will still update 15,000 words today. I will continue coding. Thank you everyone for your subscription and support. Chapter 98 Too Happy Little Lolita. Ask for automatic subscription. Well, Ron's eyes widened and he realized that this was it. Being counterattacked. If this were Kaya, he wouldn't say anything, because he has the closest relationship with Kaya, and Kaya often hugs him and acts like a baby. But in front of me, this is Tashigi, she is. Tashigi pushed Ron away with a red face, then pushed him out of the door and slammed the door tightly. Inside the door, Tashigi took a breath, stretched out his hand to touch his hot cheek, and felt a little rush in his heart. Oh my god, what is going on? How brave is this? Miss Valentine was watching from the side, her eyes wide open, and she looked at Tashigi in disbelief. After spending the past few days together, she knew what kind of character the girl in front of her was like, but just like this, she actually did such an outrageous thing just now. It was simply unimaginable. What happened to you just now? What Miss Valentine wants to know most is not this. Normally, she might have some 8 trigrams and want to know what happened between the two of them, but now she urgently wants to know, Tashigi, what happened to the sharp ore on his body just now. Hearing this, Tashigi pushed up his glasses, snorted and looked at Miss Valentine. Just now, Ron told me the secret of becoming the world's greatest swordsman at his age. How is it possible? Miss Valentine shook her head in disbelief. I only saw him put his hand on your head for a short moment, and you knew such a big secret. I don't believe it. Don't believe it. Tashigi's mouth moved, and he stretched out his hand, and lifted the famous sword Shiger on the table. The sword popped out, and the blade was pointed directly at Miss Valentine's throat. The speed was incredible, and Miss Valentine was completely unpredictable, unable to block or dodge. Your strength, why are you suddenly so powerful? Miss Valentine asked in shock. Humph, I said, Ron has told me the secret, and now, he has helped me improve my strength. My current swordsmanship ability and even physical strength have reached the level of a swordsman master. As for you, I was not your opponent before, but now, you are no longer my opponent. This is too unbelievable. Miss Valentine saw Tashigi retracting the long knife, and was in a daze. Her heart was filled with an absurd feeling. Can you become stronger by touching your head? How can there be such a funny thing in the world? As for Ron, after leaving Tashigi's room, he thought about it and went to Abyss and Miss Golden Week's room. In the room where the 2 little girls were, Ron didn't do anything extraordinary. After all, the children are still too young. We have to wait until they grow up. If we do it now, the legendary super beast god tier from the high dimensional world will definitely come here to suppress him. Brother Ron, are you here to tell us a story? Abyss looked at Ron happily, thinking that Ron was here to coax them to sleep. Abyss, haven't you been complaining about your lack of ability? I'm here to help you improve your ability, do you want it? Looking at the 2 cute little girls in front of him, Ron put his hands on their heads and prepared to enhance their power. Miss Golden Week is different from Miss Valentine. This little girl has been very good and well behaved since she got on the ship, so Ron prepared to promote her together without discrimination. Yes, what is Brother Ron going to do? Abyss asked in confusion. Miss Golden Week next to her also looked at Ron curiously, not knowing what Ron meant. You'll find out later. Ron smiled slightly and said in his mind, open their data panel. Character name. Abyss. Strength. 4. Constitution. 3. Agility. 3. Spirit. 25. Advertisement. Skill. Cooking skills. 1. Devil fruit. Whisper fruit ability. 5. Character name. Miss Golden Week. Strength. 4. Constitution. 4. Agility. 3. Spirit. 23. Skill. Tea ceremony. 5. Painting. 6. Psychology hypnosis. 9. Abyss. Only skills are cooking and devil fruit, while Miss Golden Week has 3. Well, this little girl is really versatile. Start adding points. Whisper fruit ability. 5 + 1 + 1 + 1. Painting. 6 + 1 + 1 + 1. Psychology hypnosis. 9 + 1 + 1 + 1. Ron directly increased Abyss's devil fruit ability to the full level, and then increased Miss Golden Week's painting and psychological hypnosis abilities to the full level. Ever since, the 2 people's data panels have undergone tremendous changes. Character name. Abyss. Strength. 7. Constitution. 8. Agility B-Da 6. Spirit. 67. Skill. Cooking skills. 1. Devil fruit. Whisper fruit ability. 5 + 95 full level. Advertisement. Fruit awakening. Hard network. Character name. Miss Golden Week. Strength. 8. Constitution. 9. Agility. 9. Spirit. 72. Skill. Tea ceremony. 5. Painting. 6 + 94 full level. Psychology hypnosis. 9 + 91 full level. After Abyss's devil fruit ability was filled up, the awakening ability, hard network, appeared directly. I don't know what kind of ability it is. As for Miss Golden Week, after the 2 abilities were filled up, there was no awakening ability. After all, it was not the ability of Haki or devil fruit, but the improvement to her spirit was also very huge. After Abisa's devil fruit was filled up, her ability improved. There are even more, which is actually normal. After all, Miss Golden Week has 2 skills at full level, and Abis only has 1. It is already very scary to have only 5 points less spirit than Miss Golden Week. It is also because the increases in the abilities of the 2 girls are all mental abilities, so the improvement in physical fitness is relatively small, only by a few points. Even those few points are already very powerful. You must know that the 4-dimensional attributes of ordinary civilian adults are basically around 5 points. The total 4-dimensional attributes are around 20 points. The current 4-dimensional attributes of the 2 little girls are overwhelming. Countless times for ordinary people. And the higher the 4-dimensional attribute, the harder it is to improve, and the more blessed it is. Ron stood up and looked at the 2 little girls. How do you feel? Wow wow wow. Abis exclaimed in surprise first. Brother Ron, me. Abis was so surprised that she was speechless. It's so strange. Miss Golden Week looked at Ron in surprise, and then felt the changes in her body. I have a lot more painting skills and experience in my mind. It's so amazing. I feel that my current painting ability has been I have reached the peak, and my hypnosis ability is really amazing. Yes. Abis also nodded excitedly. My whisper fruit ability has become so powerful, and now I have awakened an ability called the Heart Network, which can communicate with Brother Ron and everyone. My sister has communicated spiritually. Oh, Ron's eyes lit up. Is the Heart Network actually the ability to communicate between souls? Yes, you can communicate spiritually, and you can communicate across a long distance. With me as a transfer station, everyone can talk like a phone bug. Abis said happily. Abis finally changed. It's useful, I'm so happy. Haha. This ability of Abis is really great. Ron said with a smile. From now on, you will be the liaison officer on our ship, and everyone can contact you at any time through you. Abis is very useful. Haha, Abis is so happy to be able to help everyone. Abis smiled happily. My abilities. Miss Golden Week thought for a while and said, my painting ability has become stronger, and then my hypnosis ability has also become stronger. I can help everyone fight in the future. It's good that you have become more powerful. Well, it's very late now. You two should go to bed quickly. You have to go on the road tomorrow, so don't stay up too late. I'll leave first. Knowing the 2 of them, after gaining the ability, Ron felt relieved. Goodbye, Brother Ron. Abis waved goodbye, but she couldn't hide the excitement on her face. The little girl was so happy. Chapter 99 Nico Robin. Fall into Ron's hands. Begging for automatic subscription. After walking out of the 2 little Lolita's rooms, Ron stretched himself for a long time. Finally everything is done. From today on, the overall strength of the Sword and Rose pirates will be greatly improved. In the future, the pirates will no longer only have their own sharp swords, but also those roses with thorns. Everyone has abilities that are beyond ordinary people, and working together, they can definitely run rampant in the Grand Line. Anyone who thinks they are easy to bully will probably be beaten to death. When Alabasta's matter is resolved, we have to find a way to get Vivi on the pirate ship. Ron thought as he touched his chin and walked towards his room. Suddenly, Ron's expression changed. Although his observation Haki was not turned on, in the dead of night outside and with his own keen spiritual sense, he was able to notice that something was wrong. See and hear the color. Ron turned on Haki, and then a strange look suddenly appeared on his face. It's actually her. In a desolate town, under the moonlight, a graceful figure was standing on top of a house not far away, looking at the cabin where Ron and others settled. At first glance, this figure looks like a woman with an extremely good figure. She is wearing a hat, her complexion is a bit dull, a healthy wheat color, her eyes are indifferent, and her face is calm. She was holding a small phone bug in her hand, and a whisper came from the phone bug. Miss. All Sunday, are you sure they are almost at Alba? I'm monitoring them, there's no mistake. The woman said calmly. Of course I believe what you say, but, he is very strong, so you have to be careful. If you are caught by him, I won't save you. The voice from the other side of the phone said, full of coldness. I know, the woman replied calmly, and then hung up the phone. Oh, the woman glanced at the houses in the distance, then withdrew her eyes, looked at the moon in the sky, and couldn't help but sigh. Nico Robin. A young boy's voice came from behind, causing the woman to freeze suddenly. The only person who survived the Ohara incident has been rewarded by the world government with 79 million belly. I don't know why. Now you're hanging out with Crocodile. Are you, Ron? Robin slowly turned around and looked at the boy in white not far away. This boy was really too young. He didn't look like the world's greatest sword as the newspapers said. How? The great pirate with a bounty of 500 million Baileys. These names seemed a bit incompatible with the young man in front of him. Ron looked at the woman in front of him. Ron should be 28 years old now. She looked really mature and charming. The most important thing was that her figure was really good. It's so good. Advertisement. This must definitely lead to the pirate ship. Otherwise, Ron himself may not be able to forgive himself, but this matter cannot be rushed. Robin has survived various pursuits since he was a child, and he has no regard for anyone in the outside world. If you want to be vigilant, you may need some patience if you want to conquer Robin. It's me. Ron nodded. Did Crocodile ask you to keep an eye on me? Robin was silent for a moment, then nodded and admitted directly. Yes, you defeated so many of his men and captured 2 people. The most important thing is that you are still preparing to interfere with his plan. Of course he will deal with you. Quote. Unfortunately, with his strength, it is impossible to deal with me. Ron smiled confidently. Can you tell me where Crocodile is now? Do you think it's possible? Robin glanced at Ron, as if he was looking at a fool. Hey, even if you are very smart, you can't look at me like this. Ron shrugged and said, do you and Crocodile really cooperate? I don't really believe it. Whether it's sincere or not, he and I are now partners, and you are now my enemy. Robin said. Enemy. Ron smiled slightly. Then can I kill you now? You can give it a try. Robin said indifferently. Although I heard that you are now the world's greatest swordsman, if you want to defeat me, you still have to fight me. So confident. Ron said with a smile. Since I caught your surveillance operation today, you can't run away. Well, let me test your strength. Of course, Robin is definitely not his opponent. Just kidding. With Ron's current strength, almost no one in the world can be his opponent. Unless the 4 emperors join forces, or the Marine 3 admirals join forces, or the 7 Shichibukai attack him together, maybe that's the only way, only then will it bring some threats to him. But obviously, this kind of thing is difficult to happen. But now, Ron is not ready to let Robin go. If such a beautiful woman let go so easily, then he wouldn't be Ron. Robin retreated slightly and his face became serious. After all, the opponent's reputation was there. He defeated Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai. He had defeated many enemies along the way from East Blue. Although he was not very old, but that achievement was real, and the shadow of a famous tree could not help her not being cautious. Are you ready? Ron looked calm. He didn't use the sword. 3rd generation Kidetsu was still lying in the room. Robin was not very strong. He didn't need to use all his strength to deal with her. He was afraid that he would break it if he used too much force. As for Robin, it would be bad if he hits her too hard and hurts her. Advertisement. Robin remained silent, with his hands spread across his huge chest in a fighting stance, and his eyes fixed on Ron. Please give me flowers. I'm going to take action. Ron stepped forward, moving extremely fast, and in a blink of an eye he was in front of Robin, which surprised Robin, and then a white hand moved towards Robin's hood. Flowers are blooming under your feet. Robin immediately used Devil Fruit's ability and held his hands together. 12 slender arms appeared under Ron's feet, wrapping around and grabbing Ron's legs, trying to stop his attack. Ron felt a bunch of arms grabbing his hands, and his mind was shaken. His body paused, and Robin immediately seized the opportunity. Twist flower. Robin moved calmly, and with a move of his hands, a total of 4 arms appeared on Ron's shoulders and back, 2 hands grabbed Ron's hands, and 2 hands grabbed Ron's throat and skull, trying to break Ron's head. There are quite a lot of attack methods. Ron felt so many arms touching his body. The touch made him shaken for a moment. But after all, he is also the top powerhouse in the world, and although Ron likes beautiful women, he is far from Sanji. The kind of person who stops eating when he sees a beautiful woman. It's useless to use many methods. At least the strength of your arms is far from enough to cause harm to me. Ron stood still. No matter how hard Robin's arms wrapped around him, he couldn't move his head. Robin desperately controlled the arms that grew out of Ron, trying to subdue Ron. Unfortunately, no matter how hard she tried, Ron's figure was as stable as Mount Tai, as solid as a rock. That's what Ron is like now. Open it. Ron was shocked, controlling the output of his power, and using only half of his body strength, he shook away all Robin's arms wrapped around his body. Well, Robin's face turned red, and then she turned a little pale. A trace of bloodline was flowing out of the corner of her mouth, and there were some bruises and sprains on her hands. While her arm wrapped around Ron was injured, the damage will also be transmitted to her own hands at the same time. Ron looked at all the arms on his body turning into petals floating and scattering, and smiled slightly. Your moves look very beautiful. However, with this level of power, you can't defeat me at all. HMPH. Robin took a deep breath and prepared to attack again, but Ron was not ready to continue fighting. Robin was still too weak now. It can't put any pressure on Ron at all. Ron stepped a little further, using the wind step, and instantly he was at Robin's side, slashing down with his palm. Robin's body went limp and he was about to fall to the ground. Ron reached out and hugged Robin's delicate body. A strange feeling made Ron lower his head and look at One Eye. Chapter 100 The Agreement with Nico Robin. Big. #FX. Ahem. Ron turned his head with supreme perseverance that is difficult for ordinary people to achieve, jumped up with Robin in his arms, and returned to the place where everyone stayed. Kaya, who was in the house carefully studying the medical knowledge in her mind, saw Ron coming back with a girl in his arms, and immediately looked at the strange woman in his arms in surprise. Brother Ron, this wild goose. She is Robin. She is the person sent by Crocodile to monitor our movements. Of course, she is our prisoner now. Ron said with a smile. People sent by Crocodile. Kaya suddenly frowned. Are they bad people? Not a bad guy. Ron shook his head. He is our prisoner now, but he may be our crew member in the future. Oh, Kaya looked at Ron suddenly. It turns out that brother Ron has fallen in love with me again. What's the word? 240. Am I that kind of person? Ron said with a straight face. Isn't it? Kaya widened her eyes and asked in confusion. When Ron heard this, the corner of his mouth suddenly twitched. My reputation will last forever. So, is she okay? Brother Ron, you won't hurt her, right? Kaya looked at Robin, then thought about it and shook her head. Impossible, Brother Ron will definitely not be cruel to such a beautiful woman. Ron looked at Kaya speechlessly. Okay, you girl is really a roundworm in my stomach, you said everything right. Ron put Robin on the bed and pulled her clothes up. This woman wore very open clothes in the original plot. Like Nami, although she is not a casual person, she is used to wearing some very sexy clothes. It's not a good habit. From now on, you can just wear it for yourself. It's better to be more conservative in front of outsiders. The best person to do this is Kaya. This girl knows herself best. Okay, go to bed quickly, we have to continue our journey tomorrow. Advertisement. Ron nodded Kaya's little head, and then started to rest with her in his arms. Robin was sleeping next to him, holding Kaya in his arms. Ron really admired his perseverance. It was really like Lu Shahui who was sitting calmly in her arms. Rested like this for a night. Early the next morning. Wow, who is this? Robin looked indifferently as the group of girls in front of him looked at him in astonishment. He folded his arms and stood beside Ron without saying a word. Her name is Robin. Well, she will be one of our crew members from now on. Ron pretended not to notice Robin's frown and directly introduced her to everyone. Hello Robin. Nami came over and waved to say hello. Hello Sister Robin, I'm Abis. Abis walked up to Robin holding Xiaolong and looked up at this mature woman with an explosive figure. Robin was silent. When she woke up in the morning, she was startled. Then she recalled what happened last night and knew that she had been caught by Ron. I want to run away, but I'm no match for Ron. I can't escape at all. In desperation, she can only follow Ron and look for opportunities to escape in the future. Miss Valentine sneaked up to Robin. Hey, Robin, how come you were arrested too? Robin glanced at Miss Valentine and saw that she was still alive and well. She thought that she would not be treated differently in the future, so that would be great. When Miss Valentine saw Robin, she just glanced at herself, and then ignored her at all. She was angry but couldn't do anything to her. Humph, ignore me. Miss Valentine turned around and walked aside, lowering her head and thinking hard about a way to escape. However, she thought about what happened to Tashigi last night. The method that instantly makes people countless times stronger is so tempting. Is there any? She found that she didn't really want to run away now. If I stay, will I be able to gain such power? Miss Valentine thought to herself. Okay, let's keep going and try to get to Alba as soon as possible. Ron waved his hand, and everyone started to set off again. Vivi, you are so powerful now. Noki was riding on a group of camels. Seeing Vivi's flexible movements, she immediately knew in her heart that Ron must have improved everyone's strength. Vivi has learned fighting. The increase in skill and strength must be much higher than his own. Well, I feel so powerful now. Vivi said confidently. Everyone's strength has improved a lot this time. With your help, I think we can definitely break Crocodile's conspiracy and relieve the civil strife in Alabasta. Invasive. Advertisement. Sister Vivi. Kaya drove a group of camels over and said with a smile, when the matter in your kingdom is resolved this time, can you join our pirate group? I like you very much. If Sister Weiwei comes with us, it will definitely be fun if we go exploring the ocean together and have adventures everywhere. Vivi was greatly moved when she heard this. She also wanted to go out with Kaya and the others. It would be great to have a free adventure on the ocean. It would be better than learning etiquette every day in the palace, or even learning to govern the country. Knowledge is much more interesting. However, she is the only royal heir of Alabasta. If she leaves, the kingdom will have no heir, and there may be other chaos. And most importantly, her father is unlikely to let her go. Sister Vivi, aren't you willing? Kaya asked with a pout. Well, let's wait until later to discuss this matter. Vivi forced a smile. Next to the camel that Ron was riding was Robin. Ron had almost no expression on his face and just followed the team quietly. Robin, Ron said. Robin turned to look at him, then turned back and ignored him. Ron touched his nose and said helplessly, you are a prisoner, is this your attitude? What attitude do you want me to have? Robin glanced at Ron and asked, I will obey you. Let me be at your mercy. Of course not like this. Ron said. I already said when I introduced you to everyone, you will be my crew member in the future. You and Crocodile only have a cooperative relationship, and I know your affairs fairly well. You know about me, so you should know even more. What you should do is not to pull me on board, but to stay away from me. Robin said calmly. I am a person wanted by the world government, and I am called a devil. My daughter, if you have a relationship with me, there will be no good results in the end. The daughter of the devil. Ha ha ha. Ron laughed. My current bounty is 500 million belly. Do you think I will be afraid of the world government or the marine? Stop joking. Okay. Those are not true at all. A question. The question is, are you willing to join my pirate group? Robin opened his mouth to speak. Ron raised his hand to interrupt. Don't answer me yet. You are my prisoner now. After I solve Crocodile, I will ask you again. Then you can give me the answer. Robin looked at Ron carefully, then nodded. Okay. With a smile on his face, Ron drove his camel forward, came to Vivi's side, and talked to Vivi. Robin looked at Ron's back and had a strange feeling in his heart. This guy seemed really different. Chapter 101 Alba. The rebels are attacking. Ron takes action. One man is in charge. Alabasta, the capital of Alba, inside the royal palace. King Cobra sat on the throne with a solemn expression and said seriously, Alabasta has reached its most critical moment. There are rebels inside and Crocodile's conspiracy outside. Fortunately, Ikaram brought back information about Crocodile. Otherwise, we will still be led by that guy. Your Majesty the King, should we expel Crocodile now? Below, a minister said. No, only we know about this matter. Do ordinary people still regard Crocodile as a good person? If we order Crocodile to be expelled now, it will arouse the people's rebellious psychology. Another minister said immediately. Then what should we do now? Said the minister who spoke in front of him. It's impossible to just leave it alone, right? That guy has connections with the rebels. What should we do if we join forces with the rebels to attack Alba? Everyone was silent for a while. Then, a minister looked at Cobra. Your Majesty has to make the decision in all this. King Cobra pondered for a moment, looked at Ikaram aside and asked, is there no news about Vivi yet? Ikaram was silent for a moment and shook his head. There is no news yet, but I believe that Her Royal Highness the Princess will be fine. Well, I also believe that Vivi will be fine. She is so smart. Cobra moved his lips, but without any hope in his heart, he sighed and said, have you contacted Kosha? Contacted, but no response. Ikaram shook his head and said, now the rebels have always felt that it was the royal family's inaction that used dancing powder to bring rain to Alba, causing drought in other cities. Their will is very firm, and now the army is preparing for war in the city next door, and it is estimated that they will lead troops to attack Alba soon. Go down the order and prepare the whole army for war. Cobra stood up suddenly, waved his hand and ordered, since I took up the position of king, I have been working hard to bring a prosperous life to the people. Unexpectedly, I attracted the prying eyes of Shichibukai. If Crocodile wants to fight, I will take it and I will never admit defeat. Yes, the generals and ministers below bowed their heads and accepted the order. However, some of these ministers have flickering eyes, obviously having other ideas. Anyone with a discerning eye can see that Alabasta is now on the verge of national destruction. Under internal and external troubles, how can it be possible for those who have the strength in numbers to do so? Where are the rebel opponents? Not to mention, there is another enemy, Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai. How can they win? So, they are already thinking of escaping. One day later, outside the royal city of Alba, looking at the tall walls of the royal city, Vivi happily shouted, here we are, we finally arrived in Alba. Advertisement. Wow. Kaya also cheered. I can finally eat and sleep well. I want to take a bath, Sister Vivi. Don't worry. Vivi smiled and said, the bathhouse in the palace is very big. You can wash whatever you want then. Great. Kaya laughed. Let's go into the city. Ron walked up to Vivi and said, quickly deal with Crocodile, and then I'll accompany you to where the rebels are. Well, thank you, Captain Ron. Vivi looked at Ron gratefully. We don't need to say thank you. Ron waved his hand proudly. Vivi's face turned red, she turned away, and then led everyone towards the city gate. Stop, who are you? The guards at the city gate saw a group of people coming, and immediately stopped them with weapons and shouted loudly. I am Princess Vivi. Vivi stepped forward and said. What? Upon hearing this, the guard looked up and immediately saw Vivi's appearance. He was shocked and then said in surprise, Your Highness, are you okay? This is so true. What's going on in Alba City now? Vivi asked. The situation is not good. You should go to the city first. His Majesty the King is very worried about you. The guard said quickly. During this period, rumors about the possible murder of the princess were spreading widely. Now that the guard saw that Princess Vivi was fine, suddenly I felt happy. Shall we go in? Vivi turned to Ron and said, the situation may not be good. I'm here, nothing will happen. Ron smiled calmly, giving Vivi great confidence. Yeah, Vivi felt confident and nodded with a smile. Everyone was about to enter the city, but at this moment, a rapid siren suddenly sounded from the city wall. Advertisement. No, someone is attacking. The guard shouted. Is there someone attacking? Vivi was stunned and turned to look far outside the city. She saw a cloud of dust rising on the distant ground, which was obviously caused by the power of the advancing army. Those are rebels. They have been gathering in the next city for a long time. Now, they are finally attacking. The guard said in horror. Well, there are so many people. Vivi's face turned pale, and she was obviously a little scared to see so many people. Maybe she was not worried about herself, but that so many people came to attack Alba together, and she didn't know how many people would die. Your Highness Princess, please enter the city quickly. The guard said quickly. We are closing the city gate. Ron. Vivi hesitated and looked at Ron. Every one of you, please enter the city. Ron glanced at the large army of rebels rushing over, and said with an unchanging expression, I will deal with these rebels. Captain Ron, is this okay? Vivi said anxiously. I'm not doubting your strength, but there are too many opponents. If possible, I don't like this war to start. I don't want anyone to be injured or killed. The people have been working very hard, but now they are just deceived. I know my current thinking is too naive. No need to say more. Ron looked at Vivi carefully and said, I know what you mean, don't worry, trust me, okay. Looking at Ron's serious and handsome face, Vivi blushed slightly, and then nodded resolutely. I understand, Captain Ron, thank you. Everyone, let's go to the city. Ron glanced at the worried girl beside him and said with a smile, don't worry about me, you should know how strong I am, these people can never hurt me. Well, I believe brother Ron. Kaya spoke first, looking at Ron with trust. I believe in brother Ron too. Abis shouted. Be careful. Tashigi glanced at Ron, then followed Princess Vivi into the city, and the girls all entered the city. At the end of the team, Robin looked at Ron with strange eyes. He had no idea what Ron's actions meant. No matter how powerful you are only one person. Are you putting yourself in danger just to please the princess named Vivi? Robin doesn't quite understand. Ron's expression remained unchanged. He got off the camel, handed it to the guard at the gate, and asked the guard to take it back to the city. Chapter 102. Everyone is shocked. Ron. His name is Ron. The guard had little experience and didn't know who Ron was at all. He just saw that he was the one who came with Vivi, so he thought he was a subordinate recruited by the princess. But looking at the scene now, it doesn't look like it. You want to be alone outside the city? The guard asked blankly, so many rebels are attacking outside the city, and if you don't run away, do you want to die by staying alone outside the city? Go in and don't worry about me. Ron didn't want to say anything more to this ordinary guard, so he turned around and waved his hand. Really, is this person brought by Her Royal Highness the Princess a fool? The guard muttered, led the camel and quickly ran back into the city, and then closed the city gate with a rumble. Ron stepped forward and came to an open space. He looked calmly at the terrifying scene thousands of meters ahead of the incoming army. He stretched out his hand and slowly pulled the third-generation Kidetsu sword out of its scabbard. He stood proudly. Not afraid. Behind them, on top of the city wall, Vivi and all the other girls did not leave, but climbed onto the city wall, looking worriedly at Ron's back outside the city. Your Royal Highness, the king is here. A city guard leader ran over and reported to Vivi. Father is here. Vivi was immediately pleasantly surprised. Vivi, you are finally back. Not far away, Cobra came quickly. After seeing Vivi's figure, he couldn't help shouting excitedly. Father, I'm back. Vivi rushed over happily, grabbing Cobra's hand and shouted. Okay, as long as it's okay, it'll be okay, as long as you're okay. Cobra said excitedly, as long as it's okay, it'll be okay. Princess Vivi. Beside Cobra, Ikaram looked at Vivi excitedly, it's great that you're okay. Ikaram. Vivi looked at him in surprise. Quack, quack, came the sound of a duck. Vivi turned her head in surprise and saw a big duck with a hat. She quickly ran over and hugged the duck's neck and shouted, run fast, you're fine. Woohoo, I miss you so much. Quack, Karu croaked, his eyes filled with tears. Vivi, is this your friend? King Cobra asked curiously when he saw a group of girls standing in front of him. All of them were extremely beautiful, including two little girls. Well, they are all my friends. Vivi stood up, glanced at Nami and others and said, they are all members of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Pirates. Cobra was fine, and even Ikaram was fine, but the expressions of the other people around him suddenly changed, and the looks they looked at Nami and others were not very friendly. Advertisement. After all, pirates give people such a bad impression. Don't get me wrong, they are all good pirates. If they hadn't saved me, I would have been killed by crocodiles people. Vivi said quickly. They are the crew of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Their captain Ron is still outside the city helping us defend against rebel attacks, please don't attack them, otherwise I won't let you go. Seeing Vivi's stern eyes, the guards with bad expressions awkwardly retracted their hands on their weapons. The Sword and the Rose, Ron. Cobra's expression changed and he looked at Vivi, is that so? Yes, father, you guessed it right, it's the world's greatest swordsman, Ron, and the great pirate with a bounty of 500 million belly. Vivi said with some pride. When Nami, Kaya and other girls heard this, they laughed confidently. Ron was powerful. As Ron's crew and members of the Sword and Rose Pirates, they naturally felt honored. The Sword and Rose Pirates. Ikarem's expression changed, and he obviously remembered something. Ron. That Ron with a bounty of 500 million baileys. A man with a pale face and black spots on his face suddenly said, I know him. I didn't expect him to be the man who defeated Mihawk, one of the Shichibukai. Ron, it turns out it's him. Another man walked to the edge of the city wall and looked at the figure under the city wall. What kind of back was that? Not only him, but also Cobra, Vivi and all the other girls walked to the edge of the city wall and looked at the majestic figure from behind. The majestic figure changes color. Is he, Ron? This was not a question. Just seeing that extremely confident back, Cobra felt that he would not admit his mistake. What kind of strong person does it take to be alone like this? Facing thousands of troops without changing color. How brave. When the guards around King Cobra saw this, they couldn't help but exclaimed in admiration. As the king's guards, if someone dared to hurt the king, they could do so without fear of life or death. But the person in front of them, he is truly facing thousands of troops by himself. Looking at the countless troops under the rising smoke in the distance, the momentum alone can scare people to death, but the figure behind him is resolutely standing in the open space outside the city, waiting. With the arrival of thousands of troops, how brave does it take to do this? Brother Ron. Kaya looked at Ron's back worriedly. Don't worry. Since he has decided to do this, he is confident. We have to believe in him. Nami said, holding Kaya's hand. Yeah, Kaya nodded. Brother Ron will be fine. Abis said firmly. This guy. Miss Valentine looked at Ron's back with a complex expression. There was no expression on Miss Golden Week's face, but her little hands were held tightly. Tashigi, Nokigao, Makino and other girls were all looking at Ron's back, praying in their hearts that he was okay. Advertisement. Robin, there was a strange look in her eyes. This person is really strange. What kind of person is he? Robin's curiosity about Ron arose in her heart. Outside the city, thousands of troops are attacking. The difference from the original plot is that in the original plot, Vivi is soft-spoken and unable to resist the advance of the army, but Ron is different. He stands there alone. It has the terrifying power to rival thousands of troops. This is the situation that one man can block and 10,000 men can't open. So, when the menacing rebel army saw Ron, before those people could react, the horses under the seats became frightened, each one neighed and raised their hooves, and the progress of the rebel army slowed down. He stopped 100 meters in front of Ron. The rebels looked at the figure standing alone in front of the city gate with surprised expressions. They looked a little strange. Is there some kind of trap? The crowd parted. Lee's, a young man with eyes, walked out indifferently. He is none other than the leader of the rebels, Kosha. She is also Princess Vivi's childhood sweetheart. Now he is standing on the opposite side of the royal family and wants to lead an army to attack Alba, the kingdom's country. Maybe his starting point was good, to overthrow the incompetent royal family for the sake of the people who had no hope of life, but unfortunately, he didn't know that all this was Crocodile's conspiracy. Ron looked at Kosha calmly and said nothing. Kosha was looking at Ron too. This person. Kosha's expression moved slightly. He was also paying attention to the news in the world. He didn't recognize Ron at first, but now he took a closer look and was shocked. He is Ron, the greatest swordsman in the world. Ron. Kosha's face was solemn. What? It's Ron, the great pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Beside Kosha, a group of rebel generals were suddenly shocked, looking at the figure in front of them in horror. Chapter 103. Everyone is shocked. A sword splits the ground, and the one who passes it dies. Kosha frowned. This person turned out to be the great pirate, Ron, who had a bounty of 500 million belly. Kosha was very confused. Why would such a guy stop him here? I am doing this for the people. The citizens are in danger. The entire country is in a crisis of death due to lack of water. This decadent country must be overthrown. What's the use of standing in your way alone? Kosha snorted coldly, waved his hand and was about to give orders. At this moment, on the city wall, Princess Vivi stepped forward and shouted to Kosha. Kosha, do you still know me? Vivi. Kosha's expression changed and he looked at the city wall. How could he forget that girl? He still remembered the memories of childhood, but those were all things in childhood. Now, he wants to overthrow the kingdom. Even though this kingdom is the royal family where Vivi belongs. Vivi, your father is incompetent. This country will inevitably perish. Otherwise, the people will not be able to live. I have to be responsible for the people. Kosha ignored Wei on the wall and whispered to himself. Then he waved his hand. Impact. Understood, leader. The rebels beside him immediately waved their swords and muskets and rushed forward. If they wanted to attack the city gate, they must pass Ron's level. Don't be afraid, that guy is just one person, there are many of us, let's rush over together. Kosha shouted. A crowd of men and horses rushed over, ignoring Vivi's shouts on the city wall. On the city wall, Vivi's eyes were dim. She didn't expect that Kosha would actually disregard his childhood feelings and resolutely launch an attack. Has he really decided to destroy the kingdom? Vivi sighed. Father, didn't you send someone to send him a letter telling him that all this is Crocodile's conspiracy? I have sent someone there, but unfortunately, he doesn't believe it. Cobra shook his head and sighed. Advertisement. Her Royal Highness, now that she is in power, she will not listen to our words. Ikaram said, there is no other way but to fight. Vivi glanced at everyone, and then came to Nami. Nami, isn't it good to let Ron fight alone? BDDA. Let's fight too. It's good to be able to block it. Vivi, I know you are definitely much stronger than before, but there are too many rebels. Let's just listen to Ron now. We have to believe him, okay? Nami said seriously. Okay. Vivi was stunned for a moment, looked at Nami's solemn expression, and nodded. The most important thing is that Crocodile hasn't appeared yet. Our last enemy is Crocodile. He will definitely not be able to sit still. The rebels are attacking the city at this time. He will definitely appear. Nami said. So, you must first be prepared. Okay. Vivi nodded solemnly, then walked to her father's side to discuss with him how to deal with Crocodile. And below the city, the mighty army has already rushed over. The guards guarding the city gate have turned pale with fear, but they cannot escape. They can only stick to the door and look at the figure standing outside the city. Their eyes were full of admiration. How much courage does it take to do this? Ron. That person is Ron. Ron himself held the third-generation Kitetsu and stood proudly. Although he did not hear the words of the people in the city, nor did he hear the people's concerns about him. The enemy is outnumbered. Does the enemy have strong firepower? This is nothing. Ron watched the rebels charging in. He waved the famous sword in his hand, and a sword light shot into the sky, shocking the people of the entire capital of Alba, as well as King Alabasta and all the generals and ministers on the city wall. Advertisement. The rebels who were attacking were also shocked, and their steps couldn't help but slow down a bit. The sword light soared into the sky, and the sharp aura cut down, drawing a ravine hundreds of meters deep and thousands of meters long in front of Ron, forcibly blocking the rebels from this direction. The impact of the city gate. If this is the boundary, anyone who crosses it will die. Ron sheathed his sword and stood up, raising his voice and saying, "Let your leader come and talk to me." As soon as the words fell, everyone was shocked. This guy. Kosha looked at the huge ravine on the ground in front of him, and his heart was extremely shocked. How strong is this kind of power? One sword breaks the ground. A rebel general next to Kusha said with trembling thoughts, "Chief Kusha, what should we do now?" Yes, this guy is the world's greatest swordsman. Isn't his swordsmanship too terrifying? Another general said, "I have seen a sword split the ground. It may be possible to split such a huge gap. I've never seen it before. Isn't this too scary?" Chief. Everyone else was also looking at Kusha. Kusha gritted his teeth. It was really abominable that his big plan would be disrupted by such a guy who suddenly appeared. Ko Sha said in a deep voice, "Don't be impulsive. He wants to see me. I'll go see him." "Chief, we will follow you," the guard on the side said quickly. "You don't need to come too many people, just the two of you come with me." Kosha casually named two people. The other party is the world's greatest swordsman. If he wants to kill me, let alone you guards, even now it's no use having tens of thousands of people around you. But the leader. Someone still wanted to speak, but Kosha stopped him with his hand. "No need to say more, wait for my news." Kosha led the two men and drove their horses all the way along the cliff and abyss that was split open by Ron's sword. They made a long circle and finally came to Ron. Chapter 104 Crocodile takes action. Observation Haki shows off his power. "Are you Ron?" Ron from the Sword and Rose Pirates. Kosha looked at the boy in white in front of him and asked, "Why do you want to take care of Alabasta's affairs?" Ron's eyes were calm as he looked at the young man in front of him. This Kosha had a good relationship with Vivi when he was a child, but later he saw the suffering of the people and blamed all the suffering on the royal family, but he didn't know about these sufferings. It's all Crocodile's conspiracy. He wants to overthrow Alabasta, but he doesn't know that Crocodile is watching the joke behind him. Ron shook his head and said with a smile, "You are very pathetic. Didn't you receive the news? All you are doing now is making wedding dresses for others. It's a pity, it's deplorable, it's pathetic." "What nonsense," Kosha said angrily. "I am all for the people. The Alabasta royal family has not done anything and should be overthrown. Only by overthrowing the royal family can the people have a good life. You dare to stop me? It's useless. We have all the people. There are so many, you alone can't change anything." "Oh, then give it a try." Ron sneered. "I can stop you all by myself. I'm not speculating. I'll go back and command the army to continue attacking the city. It's just an obstacle." Kusha wanted to leave. Ron said, "Are you sure you want to do this? I called you here to talk to save you. It would be a pity if you don't appreciate it." "Save me? Ridiculous." Kosha laughed. "A big pirate with 500 million belly is working for the pedantic Alabasta royal family. I really can't imagine that you, the world's greatest swordsman, have fallen into this kind of situation." "The situation? Because Princess Vivi is my crew member, and I have to make the decision for her," Ron said calmly. "Vivi." Kosha's face darkened. He once liked that beautiful girl, but then he changed his mind. He wanted to make decisions for the people, and he wanted to overthrow Alabasta. The two of them were bound to be enemies. Seeing Kosha's silence, Ron said nothing. But at this moment, Ron's heart moved. Observation Haki was turned on, and he immediately noticed something strange. "Crocodile, can't you finally sit still?" Ron had a smile on his lips. Not far outside the city of Alba, at the corner of the rebel army, several figures stood on a pile of sand. The leader was a man in a coat, with a cigar hanging from his mouth and a cold expression. Behind him were several people, all members of the Baroque Working Society. "Chief, it's not good to keep going like this. That guy is in contact with Kusha," a black-haired woman said. "Indeed, if we reach an agreement with them, our plan will not be completed," a strong man said in a deep voice. "Chief, what should we do?" Advertisement. "Oh, don't we have spies among both parties?" Crocodile smiled coldly. "Let them do it. What do you think will happen to the rebels if Kosa is injured when meeting that guy?" "Ha ha ha." The black-haired woman suddenly laughed and said, "What's the point? They will definitely be furious. By then, it will be impossible for them to mediate. Once the melee breaks out, the final result will definitely be that both sides will suffer. When the time comes, we can reap the benefits. The leader is really wise." Crocodile waved his hand calmly. "Go and give the order." Clear. The black-haired woman took out a phone and began to notify the spy of the operation. At the same time, some of the guards on the city wall, as well as some of the rebels, immediately received orders from Crocodile, and the corners of their mouths cracked, revealing cold smiles. Boom. Bang bang bang. Bang bang bang. The sound of gunshots broke the peace inside and outside the city. Who shot? Vivi's father, King Cobra, was stunned when he heard the gunshots coming from the city wall, and then became furious. Quickly, get the person who shot the gun under control. Yes, Your Majesty the King. A group of guards immediately took the order and quickly arrested the shooter. Quack, Alabasta will surely perish, Lord Crocodile will be the new king. The guards who were caught laughed one by one, as if they had been brainwashed. Damn it, he turned out to be Crocodile's spy, a general said angrily. Escort them down first. Cobra waved his hand and asked people to escort these spies out. Then he fixed his eyes on the city, where the real most important place was. On the city wall, spies who appear among the rebels will be dealt with by the king's guards, but below the city wall, spies who appear among the rebels are not so easy to catch. But Ron is here. Advertisement. Ron waved his hand, the sword light flashed, and the sword light shot out. In an instant, dozens of rebels who fired privately were killed by Ron. Even though they were hundreds of meters away, they still could not stop Ron's sword light attack. Those dozens of spies were killed instantly. When Ron took action, the rebels were in chaos. Some people who didn't know what was going on thought Ron was going to attack them, or even their leader Kosa, and they started shouting and preparing to launch an offensive. Kosha looked at Ron's calm face across from him, and immediately felt that there must be something wrong. He quickly shouted loudly, blocking the chaos of the rebels across the abyss and sword pit. What you said is true. Kosha is not a fool. He can achieve the position of leader of the rebels. If he is a fool, there will not be many smart people. Ron nodded. The people who acted just now, including the guards who shot at Alba City Wall, are probably spies arranged by Crocodile. The purpose is to prevent us from having peace talks. It's a pity that you have been kept in the dark. If it hadn't been for this reason, you think I will talk to you so much. To put it bluntly, I want to kill you, even if you are hidden among thousands of troops, I can kill you easily. With Ron's current strength, it's really not difficult at all to do this. Oh, Kosha hesitated. I believe what you said, but what I am still confused about is the situation in Alabasta. So many people died. They were innocent. Doesn't the royal family have any responsibility? I need to hear King Cobra's explanation for myself. That's no problem. Ron nodded. In order to investigate these things personally, Princess Vivi took the risk and sneaked into Crocodile's Baroque workshop to get information. Unfortunately, she trusts you so much, but you are causing trouble for her behind the scenes. You will meet her in person later. Let her say it. Ron didn't think Vivi and Kosa would put aside their past feud. No matter what the reason was, it was impossible for Cobra to admit this person who led troops to attack the royal family. As for Vivi, with her kind character, although she forgives Kusha for the sake of the people, she will no longer have too much trust in him. How can someone continue to trust someone who has been tricked by Crocodile? Ron turned around and waved his hand towards the city wall. Princess Vivi jumped up excitedly. It's solved. Ron really blocked the rebel attack. Father, we can finally sit down and talk. Well, okay. Cobra was also very happy. To be honest, for him, although Crocodile was powerful in one of the Shichibukai, what really gave him a headache was the large number of rebels. The number of all the rebels combined, including the ordinary people, has reached several million. This is the real concern of a country. It's good if we can communicate and talk. I'm sure to have peace talks with Kosha. Cobra quickly arranged for people to set up a place for talks at the gate of the city. Ever since, a crisis that shocked Alabasta was easily solved by Ron. However, Crocodile's expression not far away was not very good. Damn it, Crocodile said bitterly. This guy dares to ruin my good deeds. Everyone, will you come with me to meet this new world's greatest swordsman? What an honor. Chapter 105. Killing in front of Crocodile. What can you do to get me? Brother Ron. The moment the city gate opened, Kaya and others rushed over and threw themselves into Ron's arms. Brother Ron, are you okay? Kaya asked worriedly. Do you think something's wrong with me? Ron smiled calmly and said, don't worry, it's okay. Ron. Vivi ran over and looked at Ron nervously. When she saw that Ron was not injured, she was relieved. You're fine. Are you concerned about me? Ron asked with a smile on his face. Who cares about you? Vivi blushed and turned her head. Watching Vivi's leaving figure, Ron laughed dumbly and shook his head. Then he looked at the girls around him, including Nami, Kaya, Makino, Abis and other girls. They all breathed a sigh of relief when they saw that they were not injured. As for Miss, Robin and other girls, although their expressions did not change much, Ron still saw a hint of worry in their eyes. The strategy is almost successful. Ron nodded secretly in his mind, and then his mind moved. His observation Haki was always on, and Crocodile really started to take action. Well, it's really good to attack at this time. It's better to solve it together, so you don't have to worry too much. But after a while, the building over there had been erected, and the people brought by Cobra and Kosha were already discussing the issue. Ron was not interested in the outcome of the negotiations between these two parties at all, because he knew that as long as Crocodile was solved, the rest would not be a problem. Advertisement. And, Crocodile, is coming. A gust of wind and sand swept over, and a group of figures walked in the wind and sand. The posture was very terrifying, just like a black boss traveling. Who is that? The king's guards yelled angrily, pointing their guns in that direction, and they all became alert. The two parties who were discussing suddenly stopped and became alert one by one. The negotiation was interrupted. The two parties left the building and came outside, looking in the direction of Crocodile's arrival. Crocodile. Cobra looked gloomy and glanced at Kosha. It's him, Crocodile, one of the Shichibukai sand crocodiles. He is responsible for everything, including the various drought disasters in Alabasta. Crocodile. Kosha said solemnly. Is it all because of him that big cities such as Juba and Elmar were destroyed? Fortunately, I thought he was a people's hero before. You, and even me, have been deceived by him before. Cobra shook his head and sighed. If it weren't for the information Vivi got from sneaking into the Baroque works, I would have thought you were a good person, Crocodile. Vivi. Kosha glanced at the blue-haired girl beside Cobra in despair. The girl pursed her lips and looked at Crocodile who was walking not far away with a determined face, ignoring Kosha. Ha 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 ha, I didn't expect it. Crocodile and his group came closer. Crocodile didn't say anything. A woman behind him said, I really didn't expect that you could invite Ron, the world's greatest swordsman, to take action. This is the only miscalculation we made, right? Otherwise, after the rebels attack Alba and you both suffer losses, we will reap the benefits and now Alabasta will be ours. What a pity, what a pity. Hey hey hey, a man in heavy makeup wearing a ballet costume said with a smile. Princess Vivi, you were able to escape from the pursuit. This is something we didn't expect. It's only the MR3 who survived, alas. Damn it. Mr. 3 was standing behind Crocodile. Hearing Mr. 2 Bentham's words, he was immediately angry. I met that guy Ron, otherwise I would have completed the mission. Trash is trash. Xiaofeng glanced at the booger man with disdain and said with disdain, if you are incompetent, stop trying to defend yourself. A-hole. The booger man rolled up his sleeves and wanted to duel with Xiaofeng. Crocodile glanced at him. Shut up. The booger man was suddenly speechless. He didn't dare not listen to Crocodile's words, so he had no choice but to give up. But his eyes when looking at Xiaofeng were still angry. Advertisement. Xiaofeng looked at the booger man proudly, looking provocative. Crocodile, wearing a coat, strode to the foot of the Alba city wall. Tens of meters in front of Ron and others, his narrow eyes looked at Ron. Ron, I didn't expect that you actually intervened in this matter. You know I don't know, but you have to pay a price for ruining my good deeds. Huh. Crocodile. Ron was surrounded by a group of girls at the moment. When he saw Crocodile arriving and asking to talk to him by name, Ron smiled and stood out from the crowd, and calmly arrived more than 10 meters in front of Crocodile. You should have received what I asked that M3 to bring you, right? Hey, you want me to wash my neck and wait? Crocodile held his cigar in his mouth and sneered. Who do you think you are? You're just a newcomer to the Grand Line. How can you be so good with just a few achievements? I don't know. Ha, I also think my record is nothing. Ron laughed. I just defeated Mihawk. Well, Mihawk and you are both Shichibukai. Maybe you are not convinced by Mihawk's strength. However, if I defeat you again, or in other words, kill you directly, I wonder what kind of evaluation world government and Marine will give me. Boy, are you too arrogant. Behind Crocodile, a man roared. You want to defeat the leader of Crocodile. Just dream. Is it your turn to speak? Ron looked over coldly. Who do you think you are? The sword flashed, and the third generation ghost's cold light flashed around Ron's waist. There were 2 clicks, and the famous sword was unsheathed and returned to its sheath. Opposite, behind Crocodile, the little guy who interrupted rashly still had his head missing, and blood spurted out from his neck, startling the others around him. Even Crocodile himself was shocked. He couldn't completely detect the trajectory of Ron's attack. He could only barely see Ron move his hand, and then heard 2 sounds of the sword being unsheathed, and then, the person behind him was dead. Got it. Very good. Crocodile's face turned cold and cold. No matter what, Mr. 17 is still my subordinate. Isn't it bad that Mr. Ron kills someone so rashly? While I'm talking, this kind of thing dares to speak against me. It's not a pity to die. Ron's face was full of a kind smile. Why don't you Crocodile thank me for helping you clean up the waste? This kind of thing will stay. It's also a lesson, isn't it? Crocodile looked at Ron with a cold expression, thinking about how he could kill Ron in one fell swoop. Behind him, Xiaofeng from M2, the booger man from Mr. 3, a black-haired woman, the sturdy man from M1, and other members of the Baroque working group all fell silent, and they were also afraid in their hearts. The guy opposite was really capable of killing people, and the Mr. 17 just said a word and died. Advertisement Chapter 106 Ha. You don't know how to crocodile in Haki. Behind Ron, Miss Valentine moved and hid behind Nami. At this time, it was king versus king, and it would be very embarrassing for a captive like her. If you want to say that the captives are miserable, then there is another point to say, but she and Miss Golden Week had food and drink at Ron's place, and they still ate and drank well. They were raised fat, and they were not abused at all. If Crocodile discovered it, wouldn't she immediately feel that she was being instigated? Miss Golden Week is a child, but she is an adult. Although she is a cute girl, well, she thinks so, but it is not certain whether Crocodile will think so. Miss Valentine hid and looked at the burly man confronting Ron not far away. The impression left by Crocodile in her mind was that he was truly decisive and cruel in killing, but she must not find out about it. On the side, Miss Golden Week glanced at Miss Valentine, her eyes full of contempt. Hey, what's that look in your eyes? Miss Valentine glared at M. Golden Week angrily. Do you know that you are also a prisoner? Why don't you hide quickly? Cut. Miss Golden Week ignored Miss Valentine for 13 days, and still stood outside with Abyss, looking towards the direction where Ron and Crocodile were confronting each other. Damn it. Miss Valentine was so angry that she couldn't do anything about her, because now Miss Golden Week's strength has been improved by Ron. If Miss Valentine really fights her, she might not really be her. Where is the opponent? Not to mention here, Ron was confronting Crocodile over there. Seeing Ron kill one of his subordinates, Crocodile must have expressed something. All the subordinates behind him were watching. If he didn't take action, it would be really serious. It doesn't make sense. Ron, since you are looking for death, then I will help you. Crocodile snorted coldly and stretched out his left hand. Well, his left hand was a hook made of gold, pointing directly at Ron's head. There was a murderous intent in his eyes, and he obviously had the intention to kill Ron. It's now. If you don't want to kill me, I already want to kill you. Ron's mouth cracked, still holding his hands behind his back, he smiled at Crocodile and said, Go ahead, don't blame me for not giving you a chance, use it quickly. Try your best, otherwise you won't have the slightest chance. Advertisement. Arrogant, arrogant. Crocodile used to think that he was very arrogant, but now after seeing Ron, he felt that he was really too kind before. This guy was too arrogant, almost arrogant. Crazy sand. Crocodile raised his right hand and swung it down towards Ron. Go to hell. Scorpion stinger. With one dash forward, Crocodile had already arrived in front of Ron, who was very close. There was a smile in his eyes that suggested that a conspiracy had succeeded. This guy was actually so close. In this case, he should die, as long as he was poisoned by his own poisonous needle. If stabbed, you will definitely die. The sweeping dust covered Ron's eyes. In the dust, a golden poisonous hook struck towards Ron. The target of the glittering poisonous hook was Ron's neck. Ron looked at Crocodile speechlessly. Do you want to use this little trick against yourself? Are you looking down on me too much? Ron sighed and shook his head. His figure was like a fluttering willow catkin. As Crocodile's left-hand golden hook swung, he floated slightly behind him, perfectly dodging this fatal blow. It's said to be a fatal blow, but for Crocodile, for Ron, such an attack is really a skill that can be avoided with his eyes closed, because he has the power of seeing and hearing. All of Crocodile's attacks were seen by Ron, which was almost like cheating. How could Crocodile defeat Ron? Absolutely impossible. To put it bluntly, Ron was hit by this poisonous needle. But with Ron's physique, which is more than 200 points taller, and a terrifying physique that is almost comparable to Kaido of the Beasts, how could a toxin of his level want to kill Ron? To say that he dreams is to praise him. How is it possible? The senior agents of Baroque Works who were watching the battle looked surprised. The leader's attack was so easily dodged. The key point is that the guy seems to be very relaxed, which is terrible. Advertisement. Don't worry, everyone, keep watching. Mr. One shook his head calmly and said, the leader's strength is far more than that. What he is really powerful is the ability of Devil Fruit. He hasn't used it yet, but there will be a good show later. Quote. Mr. One is right, Xiao Feng said with a smile. You also know the leader's fruit ability, which is the ability to die. That guy is definitely no match for him. Yeah, when the others heard this, they immediately felt relieved and continued to watch the battle. Ron still didn't take action, but looked at Crocodile opposite, and sighed. Can you show your real skills? I really can't get interested in this. You are indeed very strong. Crocodile saw that his attack was ineffective, and he immediately showed caution. In this case, then you have to use all your strength. You, prepare to face death. Yeah, yes, that's it. Ron nodded quickly. Hurry up and use your full strength, otherwise I will feel very boring. Seeking death. Cage of sand. Crocodile's eyes flashed coldly, and then he waved his hand, and the dry breath on his body flashed past. The surrounding water vapor was absorbed by him, and then the sand and dust rose up and entangled towards Ron. The sand on the ground, the dust tightly entangled Ron's feet, and the dust in the sky condensed and turned into ropes of sand, trapping Ron's arms. Give me death. Crocodile's eyes flashed with excitement. Become a mummy. The ability of sand fruit is activated, and the power of sand wrapped around Ron's body is activated. A strange force appears on Ron's limbs and body, trying to absorb all the water from his body and absorb it into thousands of households in the county. This ability is indeed very strong. Ron felt it for a moment, but shook his head indifferently. It's a pity that it's really useless in front of me. No, it's useless at all, because I know armament Haki. Ron's body flashed with purple light, and then all the sand that entangled his body dispersed, without hurting Ron at all. This, armament Haki. A look of jealousy flashed through Crocodile's eyes. This kind of power that only top experts can use, the young boy opposite has actually learned it, but he has not learned it yet. His power, he couldn't help but be jealous. Ha, don't you know how to Haki Crocodile? Ron was stunned for a moment and looked at Crocodile with an innocent look. Oh, that's really embarrassing. I'm bullying you, so what's next? I don't need Haki anymore. Damn it, it's really disgusting. Seeing this, Crocodile's eyes turned red with anger, and he looked at Ron with hatred. If looks could kill, he would have married Ron to his wife long ago. Chapter 107 Crocodile counterattacks Ron. Just a joke. Crocodile jumped up and landed not far in front of Ron. With a wave of his hands, he controlled a desert storm to sweep towards Ron. Shalan, kill. Such a level of power. Ron shook his head, flew up and kicked out. Without using Haki, he just relied on the powerful physical skills blessed by his own physique to kick away the desert storm that was about to sweep over, and the storm stopped. The sand was scattered, but it automatically scattered and fell around Ron's body. Not a single particle could fall on Ron's body. Can't this move hurt you? Crocodile became serious, staring at Ron closely, then he dwarfed and pressed his hands on the desert ground. Roaring. The surface of the earth is dry and cracked. Let's take the reincarnation of erosion. The entire ground collapsed in an instant, the earth cracked, and all the water was drained. A sharp blast of sand formed a big knife and slashed towards Ron. Desert sword. Die. You will die this time. Ding. Ron made a slight leap and jumped onto intact ground. He stretched out his white right hand and easily caught Crocodile's fierce knife. With a flick of his finger, the madly formed big knife was instantly struck by Ron. Shattered. Crocodile's figure collapsed because when the desert sword shattered, the terrifying force from his hand forced him to retreat and release his strength. Impossible. Not far behind, people from the Baroque Works Club screamed in horror. The leader has obviously used most of his power, but that guy still seems to be very relaxed. Could it be that he hasn't used all his strength yet? No. Bentham also looked in disbelief. I don't believe that the leader is one of the Shichibukai. Is that guy so strong that even the leader can't force him to use his full strength? Maybe. It's possible, MRL said solemnly. After all, it was said in the news that he was the one who defeated Mihawk. He is now the world's greatest swordsman. So far, he hasn't drawn his sword yet. Isn't it too scary? Everyone else was stunned. On the other side, when Nami, Vivi and others saw this, they all screamed happily. Advertisement. Come on, Captain Ron. Nami shouted, with a happy look on her face. It would be best if Ron could win. Although they had full confidence in Ron, the opponent was, after all, one of the Shichibukai's sand crocodiles. They had never fought before. Knowing the outcome, now looking at it, it turns out that our own captain is the stronger one. Brother Ron is indeed the best. Kaya said with a smile. Brother Ron must be the strongest. Abis said with her hands on her waist like a little adult. We will definitely win this battle. This guy. Miss Valentine looked at the battle situation and was a little stunned. Even the crocodile leader can't defeat him. Oh my god, am I really going to be captured by him for the rest of my life? But, it seems like I'm staying here. There's nothing wrong with this pirate group. Besides, I can also find opportunities to obtain his magical abilities. Well, that's it. Procedure. I don't believe you can be so strong. Crocodile roared, and suddenly jumped into the air, shouting loudly, Desert Diamond Sword, die. The wind and sand roared in the sky, and a golden sand knife appeared in Crocodile's hand. He swung it down suddenly and killed Ron. This power looked very terrifying, and it was difficult for ordinary people to resist it. Horrible attack. Ron, on the other hand, didn't even think about evading his body, and just waved out with one hand. Boom. The sand knife exploded with a bang, and Crocodile's figure suddenly flew backwards. The moment the sand knife exploded, the huge repulsive force was too strong. He could not resist it at all, and could only be shaken by this force. Flew out. If you don't have any other stronger moves, then you can die. Ron lost interest in continuing to play and walked towards Crocodile. He was really ready to end the battle. It would be over as soon as possible. There is no point in playing anymore. The gap between his current strength and the strength of Shichibukai is too big, not to mention that Crocodile's strength is only the last among Shichibukai. Ron can't even draw a sword now, and Haki doesn't even bother to use it, because Crocodile doesn't have Haki either. Using Haki is really bullying him. Ron calmly walked up to Crocodile who fell to the ground, shook his head, stretched out his hand and pointed at Crocodile's head. The sword energy flickered on his finger. He wanted to kill Crocodile with one finger. The sword light in Ron's hand was pointing towards Crocodile. Crocodile, who was seriously injured and fell to the ground, suddenly opened his eyes and said with a ferocious smile, You have been fooled. This time, you are really going to die. Look at my strongest move. Desert Big Sword. Advertisement. A terrifying desert sword that reached almost hundreds of meters exploded where Crocodile and Ron were. All the onlookers were shocked, and they all looked at the scene of the battle in horror. The people at Baroque Works were stunned for a moment, then laughed happily. Ha 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 ha, you are indeed worthy of being Lord Crocodile, and he actually retained such a hand in the end. Ha ha ha, I won. I really won. Called at Ron if he dares to underestimate the enemy, doesn't he know who he is facing? That is Lord Crocodile. Yes, we won, ha ha ha. As long as we defeat that guy, with our strength, Alabasta will still be in our possession. Quack. That's great. Over there, the faces of Nami, Wei Wei, Tashigi Makino and others all changed. The girls' faces all turned pale. They could see clearly that at the critical moment, Crocodile suddenly used a sneak attack on the unsuspecting Ron. Brother Ron. Kaya looked pale and was a little unsteady, muttering to herself. Impossible. Nami bit her lip and said in disbelief. There is absolutely no way that guy could lose like this. Absolutely impossible. Dead, dead. Miss Valentine was stunned, her mind a little confused. Abisa's eyes widened and she said blankly, Brother Ron can't possibly lose. I must be blinded. Even Alabasta King Cobra and the rebel leader Kosha looked at the sudden change in the battle situation with some confusion, not knowing what was going on. Vivi took a deep breath and walked towards the battlefield with a solemn expression, shouting, I don't believe it, Ron, how could Captain Ron lose? I don't believe it. Haha, Vivi, you don't have to worry about me. Ron's voice came from the smoke. I have told you before, I can't fail, no one in this world can defeat me. Don't say it is, Shichibukai, even the 4 emperors and Marine 3 admirals can't defeat me. Hearing Ron's voice, Vivi suddenly showed a look of surprise, and the other girls also showed excitement. The members of the Baroque Working Club over there suddenly stopped and looked at the Battlefield magazine in astonishment. Chapter 108. Kill with one finger. Everything is settled. Open black lens bracket. Wish you all a happy new year. Close black lens bracket. In the sand and dust, Ron's figure was completely fine. Crocodile opposite was holding the hilt of the crumbled desert sword. The entire desert sword's blade, which was condensed from the sand, had completely collapsed. Only the hilt of the sword was still in his hand. Crocodile looked shocked and looked at Ron in front of him in shock. He could feel that the sudden attack of the sword had no effect on Ron at all. Is the gap between you and me so big? Yes, the gap between us is too big. Your full blow is really like scratching an itch to me. Ron's clothes were not damaged. This blow to the desert sword was hit by a claw from his left hand. Crush, still without using Haki, relying purely on physical strength to crush Crocodile with this ferocious blow, and this should be Crocodile's strongest blow. End it. Ron shook his head indifferently, stretched out his right hand, with a purple armament Haki on his finger, and tapped it lightly. Crocodile has the ability to transform into sand. To kill him, you must use armament Haki. Of course, there are 2 other abilities of 803. Either use water to break his sand transformation like Luffy did in the original plot, or use sea stone. But now without these 2 things, Ron can only use armament Haki to kill Crocodile. Puff. With a finger pointed out, there was a soft pop, and Crocodile's ability to transform into sand was completely restrained by armament Haki. A blood hole appeared on his forehead, his pupils began to expand, his eyes were dull, and he fell to the ground with a pop and never got up again. Ron put his hands away and stood, looking at Crocodile's body with a calm expression. He casually looked at the other people in the Baroque works not far away. Do you want to die or live? Everyone in the Baroque working group looked at Crocodile's body and didn't even come back to their senses for a moment. This was too sudden. The leader they had followed for so long, Crocodile, died just like that. Advertisement. How can it be? That is Crocodile, one of the 7 warlords of the sea, the sand crocodile. How could it be killed so easily? A group of people looked at it dumbfounded and woke up when they heard Ron's voice. Several people looked at each other, moved their lips with difficulty, and MRL said with difficulty, Ron. Sir, we admit defeat, please don't kill us. Bentham from Mr. 2 also trembled and shouted quickly, it's none of my business. It was Crocodile's idea to attack Alabasta. We are just following orders. Mr. Ron, please spare your life. The others also looked ugly, but they could only lower their heads, not daring to look at Ron's calm eyes. Since Crocodile has been killed by me, I don't want to continue killing anyone today. You all should go away and don't let me see you doing evil again. Ron flicked his sleeves, turned around with his hands behind his back, walking towards where Vivi, Nami and others are. Looking at Ron's back, Mr. 1, M2 and others breathed a sigh of relief. It was great to be able to save their lives. BDBJ, after the few people looked at each other, they nodded immediately, then turned around and left quickly. Solved. Arriving in front of the girls, Ron smiled slightly and said easily, Crocodile is dead, there should be no problems from now on, Vivi. Advertisement. Well, thank you, Ron, thank you very much. Vivi expressed her gratitude to Ron excitedly. Mr. Ron. King Cobra also looked at Ron with a grateful face. On behalf of all the citizens of Alabasta, I thank you. If you hadn't taken action, once our king's army fought with the rebels, Crocodile would have seized the power of Alabasta. I don't know how much suffering the people will suffer by then. Kosha opened his mouth, hesitated and said, I didn't expect that all of this was Crocodile's conspiracy. We were all deceived by him. Thank you, Mr. Ron. Ron smiled slightly, waved his hand and said, this is nothing, it's just a simple effort. For Mr. Ron, it's a piece of cake, but for us, it's a major matter of national importance. Mr. Ron, please come to the palace and let us entertain you, how about it? Cobra said sincerely. Okay. Ron nodded indifferently. Since I have accomplished what I promised Vivi, then let's rest in Alabasta for a few days and then hit the road again. Sister Vivi, I want delicious food. Weya said while pulling Vivi. I want it too, I want to eat delicious food too. Abis also shouted. We have everything, Don't worry, I will definitely entertain you well. Vivi said with a smile. Then, everyone followed Vivi and walked towards the city. As for the rebels outside the city and Crocodile's body, other people would naturally deal with those matters. Cobra and Kosha stayed behind to continue discussing the disbandment of the rebels, as well as other desolate areas. Naturally, Ron doesn't need to worry about the resettlement of the city and its people. Chapter 109 Vivi. Let's go on an adventure together. In the Alabasta restaurant, Vivi, as the landlord, took everyone to dine here, and the atmosphere was very good. Well, it's delicious, it's delicious. Abis ate and praised the deliciousness of the food. Just eat, and you'll become fat later. Miss Golden Week snorted at the side. Abis looked at her with wide eyes. You are eating and drinking too much, and you will become fat too. I won't. Miss Golden Week said calmly while eating. You will become fat, I won't. That's weird. Abis ignored the other party. Haha, don't make trouble anymore. If you make trouble again, Brother Ron will eat up all the good stuff. Kaya on the other side smiled and watched the two little girls quarreling. Wow, Brother Ron, you are so delicious. Abis looked at Ron and was immediately frightened by the pile of empty plates in front of him. Oh, really? Ron said calmly while eating. I haven't eaten much, have I? Don't be afraid, the chef is still cooking, there will definitely not be enough food. Right, Vivi. Yes, yes. Vivi wiped her sweat and looked at the empty plate in front of Ron, feeling ashamed in her heart. You must be so delicious. In response, Ron said that he was really innocent. Advertisement. In the past, although he could eat, it was still a normal amount of food, but now since eating munch fruit, he can eat no matter how much food he has. Is this because he has maxed out the level of munch fruit and has completely controlled the desire to devour it? Otherwise, he might have been hungry all the time, looking for something to eat, right? Now that munch fruit is at full level, he has enough control over the ability to devour. All the food he eats now will be dissolved into energy and stored in the body for future consumption. As long as he eats more, he can even use it in the future. It's okay if you don't eat for a month. By the way, Sister Vivi. Kaya's eyes moved and she asked Vivi, now that Alabasta's matter is over, have you made a decision? Do you want to go on an adventure with us? Vivi hesitated and didn't speak. King Cobra of Alabasta only has her daughter. She will inherit the throne in the future, and her father will not let her leave like this, so she won't do it now. I know how to answer Kaya's words. Ron stopped what he was doing, glanced at Vivi, and thought to himself, am I going to rob someone again? As if he heard Ron's thoughts, as the person who was snatched away by Ron, Makino glanced at Ron thoughtfully and immediately saw what he was thinking. He couldn't help but look at Ron and Vivi with some humor. Not only did Makino think of it, but even Nami glanced at Ron intentionally or unintentionally. Wait, let me think about it again. Vivi lowered her head and said. She also wanted to go on an adventure with Ron, Kaya and the others, but she still couldn't let go of this country. She was very confused now. Oh, Sister Vivi, why are you still hesitating? Kaya quickly ran over, took Vivi's arm and said, how happy are you to be with us? Let's go on adventures together. There are many interesting things on the sea. Well, is that good? Kaya. Vivi pursed her lips, with some longing in her eyes. Kaya, don't try to persuade Vivi, let her think about it first. Ron said aloud. Advertisement. Okay. Kaya walked back to her seat disappointedly. The meal was finished quickly. After the meal, the girls went to the bathroom together. After so many days of hard work and traveling, they all wanted to take a good bath. This time they could finally take a good bath and rest. Asterisk. On Ron's side, King Cobra, who was discussing matters with Kosha in the meeting hall, came over in person, expressed his gratitude to Ron, and then offered to let Ron stay in Alabasta for a longer period of time so that he could continue to entertain Ron. However, Ron would definitely not stay, so he refused Cobra's kind invitation. When resting at night, Kaya quietly came to Ron's room, nestled in Ron's arms, and asked, Brother Ron, why don't you let me continue to persuade Sister Vivi during the day? I believe she is also looking forward to being with us. Let's set off together. She is different from us. She is the only princess of Alabasta, and she has a lot of responsibilities. Let her decide how to decide. Ron said seriously. We will stay here for a few days anyway. Let's all have fun these days. However, Ron was thinking in his heart, if Vivi hadn't made a decision before he left, then he would have to take action to rob someone. Anyway, it wasn't the first time he had done this kind of thing, he was familiar with it. Okay, Kaya thought for a while, then nodded and said nothing more. Then, she looked at Ron and smiled. Brother Ron, we haven't had that for many days. You girl, you brought this to your door yourself, so I won't be polite. Hearing this, Ron chuckled and started to raise and lower his hands towards Kaya. Early the next morning, Vivi took Ron and others to visit the customs of the royal city of Alba, and ate all kinds of snacks in Alba. The girls also followed Vivi to buy a lot of clothes and items. While Ron and his team were visiting Alabasta, naval headquarters and world government both received shocking news. Chapter 110. World government's wooing. Shichibukai invitation. Naval headquarters, Sengoku's face was condensed, as serious as ice. He sat in his seat and looked at a piece of information coming from his hand. He was silent for a long time. Then he suddenly stood up and walked outside. He went directly to the Holy Land Mariajoy alone. Holy Land, the highest level of world government, in the meeting hall where the 5 elders are located. Sengoku handed the information in his hand to one of the 5 elders and said in a deep voice, "We can't delay it any longer, this guy must find a way to solve it." How to solve it? A thin old man among the 5 elders gave Sengoku a cold look. Are you Marine so useless? This little guy should have sent someone to solve it when he was in the East. 760, c. It took him, and it's been delayed until now, who can blame him? At that time, I didn't expect that he would grow to this extent. Sengoku smiled bitterly and shook his head. Now that even Crocodile has been killed by him, this guy's strength has expanded to this level, and we have to take it seriously. A short and fat 5 elders said seriously. Yes, this Ron's strength has become stronger than before, we have to pay attention to it. We defeated Mihawk before, and now we have killed Crocodile. What should we do? Send Admiral to deal with him. I deeply doubt that even a single Admiral will be able to successfully catch him. Another Gao said. 5 elders said in a deep voice. Should we send all the Admirals to arrest them? Isn't it too much? A short 5 elders frowned. No. The last 5 elders holding a long sword shook his head and said, the 3 admirals are the existence that scares pirates. If they really go to deal with that Ron together, it will be fine if they succeed. If they fail, it will have a negative impact on the situation of the entire world. Not good. They still have to stay to guard the headquarters and New World, and those 4 beings also need Admiral to deter them. What should we do? Asked the squat 5 elders. How about? The tall and thin 5 elders thought for a moment and said, now that Crocodile has been killed by him and the matter is irreversible, why don't we take the opportunity to win over him? Give him a position in the 7 warlords of the sea. What do you think? Advertisement. Oh. Upon hearing this, the other 5 elders' expressions moved slightly, and then their eyes narrowed, as if they were thinking about the advantages and disadvantages of doing so. When Sengoku heard this, he frowned greatly. The difference from the idea of world government is that Sengoku is a soldier and a marine marshal. When he meets a pirate like Ron, he thinks about how to kill or capture the opponent, while the 5 elders are politicians and think about compromise. Maybe in their view, the benefits of wooing Ron are much better than spending a lot of energy to kill him. This is indeed the case. If a super newcomer like Ron really becomes a member of the world government, it will be a huge blow to the pirates and it will also bring a great reputation to the world government in the entire world. Give him the position of Shichibukai. Sengoku said in a deep voice. I don't think it is appropriate to do this. Not to mention that this guy is obviously not a person who obeys control. Even if he becomes a Shichibukai, he will not obey our orders. When the time comes, on the contrary, it will bring chaos to Shichibukai. Besides, I think Ron may not accept Shichibukai's invitation. That's not necessarily true, one of the 5 elders said proudly. Although the pattern of the entire world has undergone major changes after Roger started the Great Pirate Age, this world is still under the rule of our world government. Looking at it, only New World is a situation where Marine competes with pirates. In other places, our world government still has absolute dominance. If Ron had any brains, he wouldn't refuse this invitation. Not bad. The other 5 elders also nodded and said with a smile, we gave him a Shichibukai position. On the one hand, to win over him, on the other hand, such a talented newcomer has great potential, which can only be achieved by relying on our world government. I believe he will not refuse even greater development prospects. So, let's decide like this. The 5 elders holding the long sword also laughed. As the highest level of the world government, their rights are supreme. They can decide many things with one sentence, and they will give a quota for Shichibukai. Being able to win over such a talented newcomer is already a great recognition of him. As long as he is not an idiot, he will definitely agree. That's okay. Sengoku looked at the confident looks of the 5 people and sighed in his heart, then nodded, then took the order and turned around to leave. At the end of the day, letters of appointment from world government and naval headquarters were taken by a 3.7 warship in the direction of Ron. And Sengoku has also suspended sending Admiral to deal with Ron. If Ron really agrees to join Shichibukai, it is indeed good news. At least he has the strength. Coupled with his huge reputation as the world's greatest swordsman, if you really join Shichibukai, it will indeed be a victory in the game with pirates. Of course, we still don't know what Ron will choose, so we haven't reported it to the news media. If this guy rejects Shichibukai's invitation and everyone knows about it, Marine and world government will be embarrassed. It won't be too late to report the results once we have them. Advertisement Chapter 111. The moon is dark and the wind is high. Start to act. The warship carrying the invitation letter from the 7 warlords of the sea is heading towards Ron, but Ron himself does not know the news, unless he uses future prediction to specifically look at it. Whether he can see it or not is another matter. Ron had a great time in Alabasta these 2 days. He mainly spent time with a group of beautiful and young girls. He was in a comfortable mood and traveling with beauties. No one would be bored. Tomorrow will be the time for Ron and his party to leave. During the afternoon tour, Vivi also showed a trace of reluctance on her face. Ron knew what her decision was when he saw this expression. Captain Ron, I may not be able to set off with you. Vivi looked at Ron and said with a somewhat depressed expression, thank you very much for the invitation, but I told my father about this matter yesterday, and he did not agree with me going to sea, so. It's okay. Ron smiled and waved. We will come back to see you in the future. Sister Vivi, it's such a pity that you don't set off with us. Kaya sighed and said, I thought we could always be together, what a pity. Yes. Nami also shook her head, walked up to Vivi, took her hand and said, it would be great if we could go to sea together. Vivi, you are so strong now, if you go with us, it will be no problem. I also feel a little reluctant to leave you. I also hope to be with you all. Vivi said distress-edly. But, I still have to inherit the throne, it's so troublesome. It can be seen that Vivi does not really want to be the queen, but there is no way. As the only princess of Alabasta, it is her responsibility to inherit the throne and manage the country. Ron doesn't care about this. Cobra is not too old now. He can still be in power for at least 10 or 20 years. If he turns away Vivi tonight and runs away, what if Cobra is angry by then? Is it still possible to catch up? Advertisement. Now Alabasta is busy with things to do, and Cobra can't leave. Ron smiled in his heart and had already made up his mind to kidnap the princess. Okay, let's not talk about these unhappy things. Ron clapped his hands. Since this is our last time to get together, everyone should be happy. That's right. Vivi nodded quickly and said, I have arranged a sumptuous banquet for everyone. Come with me. A group of people followed Vivi to the restaurant. At the back of the crowd, the smart Robin glanced at Ron's expression. She always felt that there was something in this guy's words, and there was something wrong with his smiling expression. There's a problem. What's the problem? Miss Valentine walked at the end, her ears moved, and she heard Robin's muttering, and asked quickly, did you find any problem? Nothing. Robin glanced at Miss Valentine and ignored her. Hey, what do you mean? Look down on me. You are a prisoner too. Miss Valentine was angry. That Miss Golden Week looked down on her, and this Robin looked down on her. That's enough. You two can't. You are a prisoner too, why are you unhappy with me? Miss Valentine is puzzled. After finishing the meal, everyone returned to the accommodation arranged by Vivi and began to rest. At midnight, Ron opened his eyes. Advertisement. Let's take action. With a smile on his lips, Ron got up and got dressed, knocking on the door of the room where the girls were. What's wrong? It's already midnight and you're not allowed to sleep. Nami opened the door with a fierce figure and glanced at Ron with some dissatisfaction. Ahem. Ron looked at Nami's appearance and couldn't help but stare. Then he kept his mind with strong perseverance and said sternly, hurry up and get dressed. We will leave Alba in a moment. It's time to start our journey. The journey is in danger. What? This time. Nami suddenly stared at Ron, as if he were looking at a fool. Do you know what time it is? What's wrong with you in the middle of the night? Are you sure you're not joking? Who are you kidding? Ron showed off his captain's style and said seriously, hurry up and get dressed. Okay. Nami puffed her mouth and muttered, turning around to get dressed. Ron then knocked on other people's doors 537 times, waking everyone up. Brother Ron, are you sure you want to leave at this time? Kaya also looked at Ron in confusion. It was the middle of the night, so leaving at this time is too difficult to understand, right? It is my decision to leave at this time. You should act quickly, Ron said with a serious face. Everyone has cooperated. There are many guards patrolling the city now. Hurry out of the city and head towards the harbor city. Go, you go first, I'll be there soon. Kaya couldn't help but look at Ron in confusion. Brother Ron, why don't you come with us? Well, I have one more thing to do. Don't worry, we can just meet up on the melee. Act quickly. Okay. Although Kaya still had some doubts in her heart, she had to obey the orders of Captain Ron. The same was true for everyone else, but Nami suddenly understood. She had obviously guessed what Ron was going to do and why he wanted to do it. Decided to take action in the middle of the night. Chapter 112. He stole Princess Vivi and ran away. Ask for automatic subscription. You don't really want to. Nami looked at Ron, and there was a speechless MMP in her heart that she wanted to say, you are really used to robbing civilian girls, aren't you? Vivi is a princess of a country, are you planning to rob someone now? Shish. When Ron saw what Nami had guessed, he immediately shushed and said, hurry up, I'll dodge first. Ron moved and left in front of everyone. Sister Nami, brother Ron, what did he do? Kaya asked with some confusion. She felt that Nami must know what Ron did. Yes, Sister Nami, what did brother Ron do? Abis also asked strangely. She was sleeping soundly just now, and now she was called to leave. She was confused. Since he didn't tell you, I can't tell you in advance. Anyway, you will know later. Nami showed off his deputy captain's style and said seriously, leaving now is Captain Ron's order, we must be strict execute, everyone act quickly, we are leaving Alabasta now. All right. Although the other girls still don't quite understand, well, except for Nami, maybe Makino can guess it. Even Robin, because he doesn't understand Ron's previous behavior style, so he can't guess what Ron wants to do for the time being. What? But now I have to follow the girls away. Because even if Ron leaves, Tashigi, the most powerful among the girls, is still there. With her here, even if she and Miss Valentine join forces, they probably won't be able to escape. Besides, she doesn't really want to escape now. Anyway, Crocodile is dead and she has no fixed place to live. So let's follow the Sword and Rose pirates first. Robin didn't want to run away, but Miss Valentine couldn't escape even if she wanted to, so she had to follow everyone without a car. Advertisement. The girls moved quickly and had successfully left Alba in a short time. With their current strength, ordinary people could not intercept their departure. After leaving the royal city of Alba, the girls headed all the way towards the seaport city, where Going Mary was staying at the port. At the same time, Ron was also taking action. The natural princess palace where Vivi lives is naturally guarded by guards outside the palace. Unfortunately, they are facing Ron, the strongest person in the world. It is too easy to bypass them and enter the princess palace. In the princess's bedroom, Vivi was sleeping soundly in her pajamas. After Ron came in, he walked straight to Vivi's bedside. He turned on his sense of sight, and all the movements around him were under his keen sense. Nothing could be hidden, and the group naturally there would be no scruples. Coming to the bedside and looking at the blue-haired Vivi sleeping soundly, Ron couldn't help but sigh. She really deserves to be a princess of a country so beautiful. This move of stealing someone is definitely not a loss. Such a beautiful girl, it must be taken away. Ron stretched out his righteous hands and hugged Vivi's body. Luo, Captain Ron, you are. Because of Ron's actions, Vivi woke up from her sleep. When she saw that it was Ron who picked her up, she was a little puzzled. I don't think Ron has any ill intentions towards me. Could it be that he's here to steal some good things? Vivi bit her lip lightly and looked at Ron. Captain Ron, it's not good for you to do this, isn't it? You know what I'm going to do? Ron asked curiously. HMPH, this princess is so beautiful and cute. Captain Ron must be reluctant to leave like this, so he came here on the last night and wanted to. Vivi pursed her red lips and snorted. Am I this kind of person in your mind? Ron couldn't help but rolled his eyes. Advertisement. Isn't it? Vivi said. But isn't it enough that you have so many cute and beautiful girls around you? You actually come here to attack me. I really admire your courage and lust. Hey, Ron's lips cracked and he looked at Vivi thoughtfully. You think that's all I want? You're wrong. You're totally wrong. Quote. What I want is to tie you to me forever. Ron looked at Vivi, lowered his head deeply, took a sip, and then after a while, he let go of Vivi, who was almost out of breath, and looked at her with red cheeks. He said. I'm here to kidnap you, my princess. Kidnap me. Do you want to? Vivi's eyes widened. You guessed it. Ron smiled and said, I guessed it from your words during the day. You actually want to leave with us, right? It's just because you are the only heir of Alabasta and you have too much responsibility. You can't leave, right? Your father won't allow you to leave either. Yeah, Vivi bit her lip lightly, but she didn't blame Ron at all for his frivolity just now. Maybe she was already interested in Ron in her heart, so when Ron kissed her like this, she was just shy, not interested. Resentment. However, I don't have to worry about that much. Ron said with a smile. For me, I don't have to worry about so much at all. I can do whatever I want, as long as I am happy. Besides, your father, you are not very old now, and you can still be a king for many Lily's years. When we have had enough promiscuity, I will send you back to inherit the throne. What do you think? Oh, just as Vivi was about to speak, she was interrupted by Ron. You don't have to say anything, I'll just assume that you agree with what I said. Well, then, let's set off now. Hey, wait a minute, I haven't put on my clothes yet. Vivi shouted. What else are you wearing? Aren't you wearing pajamas? I can just carry the quilt with you. Ron ignored Vivi's shouting, directly tightened his hands and hugged Vivi with the quilt, and then raised his feet. He opened the window and jumped out of the window with Vivi in his arms. Listening to the whistling wind in her ears, and looking at the handsome face of the young man in front of her, as well as the smile at the corner of his mouth, Princess Vivi felt complicated in her heart, but with a hint of warmth. Chapter 113. The princess is missing. Confused His Majesty the King. Early the next morning, Cobra was just about to discuss with the ministers about settling the people when he heard the news from the guards. No, Your Majesty, the King. Princess, Your Highness, no, she's gone. Listening to the guard's report, Cobra's eyes widened and he said in shock, What did you say? Say it again. Your Majesty, the princess is missing. The guard said anxiously. His maid went to wake the princess up early in the morning, but, as a result, there was no one in the princess's palace. Why? How could this happen? Cobra was confused. Could it be that she had something to do and temporarily left the palace? Your Majesty the King, we were all guarding outside. We didn't see Her Royal Highness the princess come out. The guard said aggrievedly, but the maid said that the window of Her Royal Highness the princess's bedroom was opened. Yes, she might have jumped out of the window and left. Jump out of the window? Cobra asked. Then what? Aren't there guards patrolling outside? Didn't 993 discover anything? No. The guard shook his head. An idea flashed in Cobra's mind, and he remembered what Vivi had told him before, wanting to follow Ron and his party on an adventure at sea, and immediately asked, Where are Captain Ron and the others? Where are the people from the Sword and Rose pirates? Well, I don't know yet. I just found out that Her Highness the Princess was missing and I came to report it to you. The guard shook his head. Quick, go see if they are still there. Cobra ordered quickly. Advertisement. After a while, the guard who went to check came back and reported with a strange look. Your Majesty the King, those people are gone, including Captain Ron, and those girls are gone. This. Cobra twitched the corner of his mouth, basically understanding what was going on. This girl actually did this to me. Cobra sighed, understanding that Vivi had run away with Ron and others, and he really felt a sense of helplessness BDBD in his heart as he stared at the sky speechlessly. Your Majesty the King, what should we do now? The guards below looked at each other and asked. That's it for now. Vivi is going to sea with Captain Ron and the others. With Captain Ron's strength, there shouldn't be any danger. Cobra waved his hand feebly. Your Majesty the King, then, why don't we go and recover His Royal Highness the Princess? The guard asked strangely. Chasing. Can you catch up? Cobra said helplessly. Captain Ron and the others are so strong that we can't catch up. Moreover, there are many things going on in the country right now. I can't be happy for the time being. That's it for now. You guys go down. Bar. A few guards had no choice but to follow orders. Cobra stood alone, shook his head and said, Vivi, I hope you won't regret your choice. There are so many beautiful girls around that guy, you. Well, 2 days later, in the Alabasta seaport city of Nalohara, Nami, Kaya Robin and other girls all arrived here smoothly, successfully boarded the Going Merry, and bought enough supplies to wait for Ron's arrival. In the afternoon, Ron took Vivi to Nalohara. At this moment, Vivi was already wearing a beautiful dress, and the quilt was still held in Ron's hands. The two walked along the streets of the seaport city towards the port. Advertisement. Captain Ron, I'm really convinced, you just kidnapped me like that. Vivi's mouth twitched. Looking at Ron's indifferent expression, she couldn't help but sigh. Father must be very worried about me now, they probably sent people everywhere to look for me. Your country is busy right now. If nothing else, the huge number of rebels and subsequent refugees is a big problem. He shouldn't have the energy to take care of these things. Ron said with a smile. It should be said that your father must have guessed it. Well, he will definitely not think that I kidnapped you, but that you secretly ran away with us. Vivi's eyes widened. In other words, in my father's heart, I left on my own initiative. Of course, normal people would never think that I snatched you away. You had mentioned to your father before that you wanted to leave with us, right? It's just that your father didn't agree. Ron said with a sly smile. Meaning. So, this is what you want to go with us. You are so cunning. Vivi said weakly. Hee hee. Ron chuckled and grabbed Vivi's fair little hand with his free right hand. Do you think you can escape from my grasp now? Just follow me on adventures from now on. Oh, that means I have completely lost my freedom now, right? Vivi pouted and looked at Ron. How is that possible? I will not restrict your freedom. Ron chuckled. But, you are now a member of our Sword and Rose Pirates. If you want to leave the pirates, I will not agree to it. Yes, if I don't agree, you can't run away. As expected, Vivi rolled her eyes at Ron. Her expression was so cute and beautiful that Ron couldn't help but reach out and kiss her. This is still on the street, you guy. Vivi was angry and looked at Ron with her teeth bared. Well, this is the street, it's really not a good place. Ron nodded suddenly. You're right, after we go back, we can do anything in private, right? I know you definitely mean that, I understand. You know what a ghost. Vivi wanted to kick this stinky guy, but when she thought about herself, she was a princess and wanted to be a lady, well, a lady. Chapter 114 Ron's Goal, Thunder Fruit. Artificial Uranus. Brother Ron, why haven't you come yet? It's been 2 days. On the melee, Kaya and Abi stood together on the side of the ship, holding their chins in their hands, looking longingly at the people passing by on the pier, blinking. His big eyes wanted to find Ron in the crowd. Sister Kaya, does brother Ron not want to come back? Abis asked worriedly. How is that possible? Kaya immediately turned her head and said solemnly, why doesn't brother Ron want to come back? Stop thinking so much. Oh, Abis pouted and nodded. Brother Ron will definitely come back, let's continue waiting for him. Not far away, Nami, Robin, and Nuauchigao were sitting under the umbrella, drinking the juice brought by Makino and eating pastries and snacks. This guy hasn't come back for so long. Nami wondered. Something's wrong. So many of us have come back so quickly. With his strength, he shouldn't have come back yet. He must be fascinated by Princess Vivi and wants to stay and be the princess's knight. Miss Valentine gloated on the side. Shut up. Nami glared at Miss Valentine angrily. Ron is not what you think. Then why aren't you back yet? Miss Valentine said playfully. How about, let's go first. If you still want to continue to eat and drink well, then stop saying such things. Makino glanced at Miss Valentine. As the best cook on the ship, she said this with great confidence. Ron stepped in to improve the skills of the girls. The only ones whose cooking skills were upgraded to the full level were Makino and Noki. Their future positioning will also be in logistics. In terms of combat, Ron and Tashigi will mainly take part, and maybe there will be others in the future. But that won't happen now. Hearing what Makino said, Miss Valentine's expression froze, she smiled awkwardly, then lowered her head and stopped talking. Idiot. Miss Golden Week glanced at her, muttered, and continued drinking tea. You are disgusting. Miss Valentine looked at Miss Golden Week, her teeth itching with hatred. This girl, who was also a crocodile subordinate with her before, was also captured by Ron, but now she despises herself from time to time, sincerely hateful. The key is that this damn girl's strength has improved so much. Obviously, that guy Ron promoted her, but why did he only improve this little brat and not himself? Do children have such a big advantage? This little kid looks dumbfounded, and he's not the type to act coquettishly, right? Advertisement. Miss Valentine is puzzled. Robin glanced at the two of them and said nothing. Over the past 2 days, she had gotten along very well with the other girls. Robin's IQ was not low, even higher than Nami. After getting along with her for a few days, basically she has blended in among the girls, and although she has not yet been recognized as a partner by everyone, no one finds her annoying at all. Hey, Brother Ron. Brother Ron is back. He's back. Brother Ron is back. At this moment, Kaya and Abyss on the side of the boat suddenly shouted happily, stood up and waved to the shore constantly. Abyss stepped on her feet and smiled happily. Back, Nami Makino and others also stood up and walked to the side. At the pier, Ron took Vivi onto the deck. Seeing the girls' happy faces, he couldn't help but smile and said, I made everyone worried. Brother Ron. Kaya rushed over, hugged Ron and asked, why did it take you so long to come back? And, Sister Vivi. Kaya looked at Vivi beside Ron in surprise. Can't you go to sea with us? Alas, Vivi sighed helplessly, raised her finger and pointed at Ron. Ask this guy. I was sleeping at midnight, and this guy suddenly rushed in, hugged me, jumped out of the window and ran away. There's nothing we can do. Ha ha ha. Kaya immediately covered her mouth and laughed after hearing this. Then she quickly ran to Vivi, hugged her and said, oh, whether it's Brother Ron's problem or not, Sister Vivi is going to sea with us now. It's really great, so happy. Yes. Abyss also walked to Vivi's side and said happily, Abyss likes Sister Vivi. You see, Xiaolong also likes her. Chirp chirp. The little flying dragon lying on Abyss's shoulder raised its head and called Vivi twice, with obvious joy in its eyes. Ron glanced at Xiao Feilong and secretly thought that this guy was definitely conquered by the various delicacies served by Vivi. Vivi, welcome to join the Sword and Rose Pirates. Nami walked over, smiled and extended her hand to Vivi. Please give me flowers. Thank you, I will ask for your advice in the future. Vivi smiled and shook hands with Nami. Advertisement. Nokigao, Makino, and Tashigi all happily greeted Vivi. Ron glanced at the Mary and asked, Nami, how are the supplies on the ship? It's all replenished and ready to go to sea at any time. Nami replied. Okay, let's set off towards the next destination. Ron looked at the magnificent ocean and waved his hand. Weigh anchor. Go to sea. Clear. Nami, Tashigi and others immediately started taking action, and after a while, Going Merry headed towards the depths of the ocean. Ron looked at the ocean with a thoughtful look in his eyes. The next destination is Gaia Island. There is nothing about Gaia Island. What is important is the sky above Gaia Island, where Sky Island is located. There is a very powerful Lodia devil fruit on Sky Island, Thunder Fruit. Ron now has the black cloth he got from Blackbeard. He happened to be passing by Sky Island this time and could grab Enel's Thunder Fruit. As for how to use the Thunder Fruit after getting it, Ron hasn't figured it out yet. He himself doesn't really want to use this kind of fruit. Although he can eat 2 extra devil fruits now, he can't use this amount indiscriminately. He needs to eat fruits that are of great help to him, such as the devil fruit about space. Another example is about the fruit of time. These 2 fruits are the fruits he wants to obtain most. He remembered that in the Water City, CP9, there was a gate fruit. This fruit was obviously a space-type devil fruit. As for the time fruit, he remembered that in the later plot, someone had a regression fruit, which could control time. The devil fruit ability is what he needs most. As for thunder fruit, he thinks he can let the girls eat it. Nami is great. Nami is a navigator. Her navigation skills are maxed out, and her meteorology is also maxed out. If she eats the thunder fruit again, that's a real weather queen. Weather, thunder, maybe I can train Nami into Uranus. Ron smiled lightly. Although there is speculation in the original plot that Uranus is in the hands of the celestial dragons of the world government, but I have to forcefully create a Uranus. It will be interesting when the 2 Uranus face each other. Chapter 115 Naval Headquarters Warship arrives. Arrogant Marine Vice Admiral. Going Merry was riding the waves on the ocean. Ron was enjoying the massage from Kaya while blowing the sea breeze. His white and soft little hands were on his shoulders, feeling very comfortable. Brother Ron, there are more people on the ship now, and the cabin is not quite enough. Kaya pressed Ron's shoulder and said, Sister Makino and the others are now sharing a room with 2 and 3 people, and Sister Robin also squeezed into Abyss and Mrs. Golden Week room. Should we change to a bigger ship? Well, this matter will be put on the agenda. Ron nodded loudly when he thought of this. During this time, Kaya lived in his room, although it was also convenient for him and Kaya to have some unspeakable things. Things happened, but others suffered a little. The Melee is just a small ship, with not many cabins, and because of the large number of people, it needs to store a lot of supplies. These supplies occupy a large cabin, and the place where other people live is naturally 070, it won't be as spacious. There are so many people on the boat now, and there may even be more in the future. In this case, Ron naturally needs to consider changing to a larger boat. But here is still some distance from the water capital, which is also known as Ship Island. You have to go through Guy Island before you can get to the water capital. Well, let's go to Sky Island first. Let the girls be patient for the time being. When we get to the water, let's go to the capital to replace it with a bigger ship. Ron, try my new bar. Makino came over with a cup filled with some golden wine. Is this your new wine? Ron's eyes lit up. Makino's bartending skills and cooking skills have been upgraded to the full level by him. The wine he usually makes at random is top-notch, let alone this kind of specially prepared wine. Woolen cloth. Let me try it. Ron took it and took a sip, and immediately praised loudly. Not bad, this tastes really good. Great. Makino smiled slightly. This is the result of my research for several days. Sister Makino is really amazing. Kaya said with a smile. Kaya, I specially prepared a new fruit wine for you. Makino smiled. I will take it out for everyone to try during dinner. Really? Kaya said in surprise. That's great. Advertisement. While several people on Ron's side were talking, on the other side, at the bow of the ship, Nami, Robin, and Tashigi were standing here, looking at the sailing direction and talking. Huh, look, is that a warship over there? Robin suddenly raised his eyebrows and pointed into the distance. Huh, it seems to be true. Nami took a look and immediately confirmed that it was a warship. After all, the flag on the ship was the seagull flag, so it must be a warship. Fortunately, the other party only has one. I'll tell Ron, Tashigi said and walked towards Ron. What's wrong? Seeing Tashigi walking over, Ron couldn't help but asked, is something going to happen? Ron didn't ask if he had arrived, because the melee had only set off for more than a day, and there was still at least 2 days of sailing from Guy Island. There is a warship coming towards us ahead, let me tell you. Tashigi said. Warship. Ron thought for a moment, stood up slowly, walked to the bow of the ship, and took a closer look. Sure enough, it was really a warship. Judging from its size, it was still a large warship. In this direction, there was water. Did they all come over there? Ron, what should we do? Nami asked Ron. Avoid or sail normally. On the ocean, except for the ships of 4 emperors or Shichibukai, the first reaction of ordinary pirates when seeing warships must be to avoid and escape. If it had been before, Nami must have changed the sailing direction, but now she knows that Ron is powerful. Since coming to the Grand Line, he has defeated 2 Shichibukai in a row, and one of them was killed casually by him. With Ron's current strength, the opponent only has 1 warship, so there is no need to be afraid. What to avoid? Let's just sail normally. As long as the other party doesn't take the initiative to provoke me, then I won't bother them for nothing. Ron waved his hand, signaling Nami to sail normally. The melee sailed straight ahead. The warship was right on the route of the melee. In more than 10 minutes at most, the 2 ships would collide. Ron looked calm and stood steadily at the bow of the ship. The other girls had obviously heard the news and ran over. They stood behind Ron and watched the warship in front gradually approach. As the distance between the 2 ships got closer, the people on the 2 ships could see each other's faces. Advertisement. On the marine warship, a fat marine vice admiral stood at the bow of the ship, looking proudly at the approaching Mary. When he could see the pirate flag hanging on the Mary, there was a subordinate next to him. Report. Sir, Vice Admiral, this is the pirate ship of the Sword and Rose Pirates. Yeah, the fat marine vice admiral put his hands behind his back, nodded with his head raised, and said slowly, then sent a signal to ask the other party to stop, and then ask that Ron to come over to see me. The reported marines were nothing, but a thin colonel marine behind the fat vice admiral frowned and said, Sir Vice Admiral, after all, the opponent is Ron, the world's greatest swordsman now, and he may be Shichibukai later. Well, is there anything wrong with doing this? Inappropriate. Ha. Vice Admiral glanced at him and said proudly, you have to know that we are representing the naval headquarters and the world government. If the world government can send him an invitation letter from Shichibukai, it is for his face means that he thinks highly of him, so what if he comes here to talk? Not to mention that he is not a Shichibukai now, even if he becomes a Shichibukai, he will still be a subordinate of our world government. To put it bluntly, that is our world government and marine-raised dog. Your Excellency, it's better not to say this clearly. The colonel wiped his sweat and glanced at his boss from the corner of his eyes. He had no idea how such a brainless guy got the position of Vice Admiral. Or the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, doesn't he know how to satisfy those lawless guys will be if such words are spread to the ears of other Shichibukai? The existences that can become Shichibukai are all difficult people. Basically, they are people and forces that neither the world government nor marine are willing to spend a lot of effort to deal with. All of them will win over each other in this way to gain government recognition. It is considered a superb method to divide the pirate forces. Just send me a message. I'm the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. The fat Vice Admiral waved his hand resolutely, signaling the sailors to hurry up and send the message, ignoring the colonel's advice. On the melee, Nami looked at the semaphore displayed on the other side's warship, and suddenly his face became a little sad. 4.5 looked at it. Ron didn't understand the semaphore, so he couldn't help asking, what's wrong? Nami. The other party, The other party said they are the Vice Admiral's ship from Naval Headquarters, requesting you to come over in person. Their Vice Admiral has something to tell you. Oh, Ron responded, with an inexplicable smile on his lips, and looked up at the huge warship several hundred meters away. It's very arrogant, such a brainless Marine Vice Admiral, or a Vice from Naval Headquarters Admiral, it's very interesting. Come on, everyone, come with me to meet this arrogant Marine Vice Admiral. When Nami and others heard this, they immediately felt a sudden change in their hearts. Although Ron spoke softly and even had a gentle smile on his face, they understood that Ron definitely had a servile attitude in his heart. While Nami mourned for the Marine Vice Admiral opposite in his heart, he adjusted the rudder and moved towards the opposite warship. Chapter 116. The Shichibukai invitation was torn apart in public. Begging for automatic subscription. Less than a minute later, the melee finally came to the side of the huge warship, and the two ships connected. With an extremely gentle and kind smile on his lips, Ron glanced at the girl behind him, thought for a while and said, Tashigi, you stay here, and the two little ones stay here too. After taking a look at Abyss and Miss Golden Week, Ron added, Makino and Noki are staying, Miss Valentine is staying, Kaya, Nami, Robin and Vivi can just come with me. Ah, I also want to go over and have a look. This is the first time I have seen such a big ship. Abyss stared at the warship opposite with her big round eyes. She had never seen it in East Blue. For such a large warship, maybe East Blue's Marine branch has large warships, but under normal circumstances they should not be dispatched casually. Don't make trouble. Ron touched Abyss' little head. Be obedient and ask Sister Makino to get you something to eat and drink later. Well, Abyss puffed her mouth and rolled her eyes. Okay. Brother Ron, please come back soon. Abyss wants to eat with you. Well, I'll be back soon. As he said that, Ron glanced at Robin. Robin walked over silently, although she didn't quite understand why Ron would bring her as a new member of the team on the 13th. No, in fact, she didn't join the pirate group yet. Her current identity was she was just a prisoner. It was a bit strange that Captain Ron actually asked her to participate in such a thing. Miss Valentine watched angrily as Robin followed Ron and others to the warship. She was surprised. Robin was obviously a later arrival than her. Why would that guy rather believe in Robin than himself? Could it be that do you hate yourself that much? Miss Valentine carefully reflected on her interactions with Ron, and found that he seemed to be a bit indifferent to her, and others were also ignoring her. Miss Valentine looked to the sky speechlessly. Is she so unpopular? Well, she still doesn't know why she is not popular. Ron came to the huge warship with 4 girls, Nami, Kaya and Robin Vivi, beside him. Kaya grabbed his left arm and walked leisurely towards the marine crowd on the warship deck as if they were playing. Haha. Ron looked at the crowd and couldn't help but smile. Are you so welcoming to me? Advertisement. First saw the marine soldiers in front, all holding weapons. Although they were not aimed at Ron and the other 5, they all looked nervously at his arrival. In front of this group of Marines, stood a fat Marine Vice Admiral. The Vice Admiral looked a little aloof, and looked at Ron with unfriendly eyes, and even some hostility. Are you Ron? The fat Vice Admiral looked at the approaching Ron and asked with some arrogance. You asked me to come here to meet you. Ron looked at the fat Vice Admiral and said with a smile, what can I do for you? This guy is interesting. Are all Marine Vice Admirals like this? If they were all of this kind, the Marine headquarters would have been destroyed by the 4 emperors long ago. I don't know who it was related to, but I'd better ask what happened first. You're lucky. The Marine Vice Admiral nodded and took 2 steps towards Ron with his hands behind his back. He didn't seem to be afraid of Ron, a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million, and looked at him carefully after he got closer. He looked at Ron, and the disdain and contempt in his eyes became more intense. A little kid like this, a big pirate with a bounty of 500 million. Are you kidding me? Defeat Shichibukai's Haki, kill Crocodile, ha ha ha. Then it seems like that these 2 guys are just trash. Maybe they got the Shichibukai position through some connection. The obese Vice Admiral, Doran, did not take Haki and Crocodile into consideration at all. In his eyes, the Ron in front of him was just a little kid. In fact, Ron was not very old, he was only 19 years old. I'm lucky. Ron was a little confused. This fool wanted to see him just to say that he was lucky. Could it be that something was going on in his head? After being notified by the world government, Naval Headquarters agreed. I, Vice Admiral Ragus, I'm here to see you. The fat Vice Admiral said, looking away from Ron and looking at Vivi and Nami, as well as Kaya and Robin. There was a hint of surprise in his eyes. This boy is so lucky to have 4 such beautiful women around him. They are really beautiful. If I can get them, he. Seeing the fat Vice Admiral's pig-like eyes in front of him, Ron frowned and already sentenced him to death in his heart. Robin and Nami could not help but frown when they saw this pig-like person staring at the area in front of them. Although under Ron's strong request, the 2 of them dressed more conservatively than in the original anime, but that majestic place is still eye-catching. What do the world government and naval headquarters want to do with me? Ron looked at the fat Vice Admiral expressionlessly. Speak quickly, otherwise, you will have no chance to speak again. Haha, there is no chance. Are you saying that if I don't say anything, you will turn around and leave? The fat Vice Admiral did not feel that the other party wanted to kill him at all, but felt that Ron was a little scared. After all, There were people around him. There are a large group of sailors armed with weapons, and the fat vice admiral is not afraid at all. However, I really have a mission to come to you this time. The fat vice admiral waved behind him. Here, hand the invitation to him. Advertisement. The thin colonel quickly stepped forward. Hearing the vice admiral's speech in front of him, he wished he could step forward and speak for him. This guy is a fool. How dare he speak to this killer in such a tone? The people who even killed Crocodile, as well as the sailors who died in East Blue, are all lessons learned from the past. My lord vice admiral, why are you seeking death like this?
The thin colonel came to Ron with an invitation letter, looked at Ron very respectfully, smiled politely and said, "Hello, Sir Ron, I am glad to meet you. I am the adjutant of this ship, Himila. This is please accept the invitation letter jointly sent to you by World Government and Naval Headquarters." Invitation? Ron looked at the guy in front of him. He was very polite and his words were impeccable. He was on a completely different level from the second-rate vice admiral. Moreover, he also had serious eyes on the girls around him, without looking at them at all. The girls would look at her figure at most, smile politely, and then look away, looking at her with a respectful expression. This is a school official who graduated from Marine Academy normally. That fat guy definitely got in through connections, Ron said to himself, turning away from the fat pig opposite who was still stroking his chin and looking at Nami and the other four. Ron opened the invitation letter casually, and when he saw the handwriting, his lips twitched. "Brother Ron, what is written in 907 above?" Kaya asked curiously. "Is it inviting you to a banquet?" "Then you definitely can't go," Vivi said quickly. "Maybe it's some kind of trap." "No." Ron waved his hand, showed them the invitation and said, "This is a qualified invitation from 7 warlords of the sea. World Government and Marine plan to invite me to be Shichibukai." "What? This? Inviting you to be Shichibukai?" The 4 girls beside him were all surprised. This is Shichibukai, a big pirate that can be recognized by the World Government and Marine. By then, all bounties will be revoked, and there will no longer be official personnel to hunt him down, nor will there be any pirate hunters chase and kill, because there is no bounty. Pirate hunters will naturally not do such a thankless thing. "What? Do you think this position is good?" Ron smiled disdainfully. 7 warlords of the sea, even if some of them do not obey the orders of Marine and World Government, in the eyes of everyone, they are World Government the dog first raised with Marine. Do you think I would be a dog for others? Well, that's true. The girls were stunned for a moment, and then asked, "Then, aren't you ready to accept this invitation?" "Of course." Ron nodded, picked up the Shichibukai invitation, hissed a few times, tore it into pieces, waved his hand, and scattered a bunch of shredded paper on the head of the fat pig vice admiral. The fat pig vice admiral, who was looking at Nami's 4 girls, was stunned for a moment. "Next, it's our turn to settle the score." Ron looked at the fat pig vice admiral with an angelic and kind smile. Chapter 117. Rage and Murder. Get away. Give me an automatic subscription. You, how dare you tear up Shichibukai's invitation? The fat pig vice admiral looked at Ron angrily. Ron dared to tear up the invitation in front of him. This was obviously not taking him seriously. How could he not be angry? Tearing up the invitation? It's just a trivial matter. Ron smiled and looked at the other party. How about we talk about something else? Ask me to come to see you in person? You are very arrogant. Also, is the beauty I brought good looking? Robin and Nami frowned and glanced at Ron, knowing in their hearts that this guy was about to go crazy. "That's right, we're here to show Brother Ron. Who do you think you are? How dare you stare at us like this?" Kaya glared at the other party. Just a few little girls. The fat pig vice admiral still didn't know how big a mistake he had made. He smiled coldly, looked at Ron, and said viciously, "You're done. You dared to tear up Shichibukai's invitation letter. You shouldn't do this even if you refuse to become a Shichibukai. Besides," Fat Pig Vice Admiral said coldly, "look around, my people have surrounded you. You still want to jump? If you really agree to be a Shichibukai, I can't do anything to you. But now that you have torn up Shichibukai's invitation letter, you have categorically rejected the invitation. Then, I don't have to be polite to you anymore. I just caught you and brought you back, which is a big contribution to my promotion, haha. Haha, I'm so lucky." Listening to the words of his vice admiral, the Marine colonel's face almost turned the color of pig's liver. "Don't drag me with you even if you want to die. You are stupid and ignorant. You don't know how powerful the other party is, but I know it." "Well, Mr. Ron. Please don't mind, Lagos vice admiral is just angry for a moment," the Marine colonel explained anxiously while wiping his sweat. Unfortunately, Ron ignored him at all, but looked at the angry fat pig vice admiral in front of him with interest. This guy really has no brains. No need to say more. "If you can come back alive today, Ron, will jump into the sea and commit suicide immediately. So, are you ready to die? You dare to kill me? I am the Naval Headquarters Vice Admiral?" The fat pig admiral stared at Ron, and then laughed angrily. "Besides, you are just lucky. You defeated 2 it's just rubbish Shichibukai. Don't even look at how many people I have. Listen to me. Shoot immediately. Take this guy down for me. Be careful not to hurt these 4 beauties. Ha ha ha. I want to accept them as my slaves dote on my concubine." Advertisement in the horrified eyes of the Marine colonel. All the surrounding Marines obeyed the order and pointed their muskets at Ron. The muzzles of the guns were blazing, and countless black bullets were fired towards Ron in the sound of gunfire.
Ron had no expression on his face and waved his arms casually a few times. All the bullets were blocked by him. With his current strength, if he could be threatened by ordinary bullets, it would be a real joke. The fat pig vice admiral in front of him, the abacus, is destined to be impossible to achieve. All the bullets were blocked. Ron held a bullet in his hand and glanced coldly at the fat pig vice admiral across from him. He flicked his finger and with a bang, a black hole appeared on the forehead of the fat pig vice admiral. There was something mixed in the black hole. Brain and blood flow out. Plop. The fat pig vice admiral fell to the ground with a crash and could not die anymore. Hash plus hash equals this. Colonel Marine was stunned. He never expected that Ron would take action immediately and kill a Marine vice admiral as soon as he took action. This is a big deal. Mr. Ron, you are in trouble. This person is related to the world government. He has a background, Colonel Marine said in horror. So what? Ron gave him a cold look. You're pretty good, I won't kill you today, and... Ron glanced around. You sailors, how dare you point your guns at me? Do you want to die? Huh? The sailors looked at each other, and most of them put down their guns in fear. The shooting just now obviously had no effect on Ron. They knew that no matter how they attacked, it was useless, so they stopped resisting. Advertisement, however, there are still some die-hard loyalists of the fat pig vice admiral, or sailors who insist on marine justice in their hearts. They feel that Ron, a big pirate, could not help but refuse to become a Shichibukai, and even killed the vice admiral of naval headquarters, and they are filled with anger. Next, he continued to shoot at Ron. Bang bang bang. Gunfire rang out. Ron snorted, seeking death. Swish, brush, brush. All the bullets fired at him were counterattacked by him with a snap of his fingers. All the sailors who fired were killed by their own bullets. Among the sailors surrounding Ron, dozens of sailors died and fell to the ground with blood flow. Go away. Ron put his hands behind his back and looked around coldly. Go back and tell the world government and the marshal of the Navy headquarters that I, Ron, will never become a Shichibukai. Want to deal with me? I welcome any time. Let's go. Ron glanced at the 4 girls around him, turned and left. Behind them, all the sailors did not dare to move rashly. They all watched Ron and the 5 people leave in silence. Come on, Colonel, what should we do now? A naval sergeant asked hesitantly. What else can we do? Turn the ship around and return to headquarters immediately. Colonel Marine ordered through gritted teeth. He was not angry with Ron, but with the dead fat pig vice admiral on the ground. Can't you just talk to him? It's a good thing. Everything has been ruined by you. It's better for you to die now, but what should I do when I go back? Chapter 118. World Government and Naval Headquarters are furious. Ron's new bounty, 1 billion Baileys. When they returned to the melee, the 4 girls beside Ron were still in a daze. They didn't expect that Ron would just kill someone. He suddenly killed someone. Not only did he kill the Marine Vice Admiral, who was obviously of high status and had a good background, but he also casually killed dozens of Marines. This they were stunned for a moment. Luo, brother Ron, if you do this, will it be a little bad? Kaya said hesitantly. After all, the other party is from the Marine headquarters, and that person is also a Vice Admiral. Nami and Robin had expected it before, but what they expected was that Ron might teach the other party a lesson, but they never expected that Ron would kill someone. The 2 of them were speechless for a while. What if the other party's large warship fired at the melee at this time? The opponent is a large warship and full of vitality. How can another small ship resist it? Looking at the worried expressions of the girls beside him, Ron smiled calmly. Why are you panicking? I'm still here, aren't you? A mere Vice Admiral dares to pretend in front of me. How can I not kill him? The most important thing is, he actually dares to look at you with that leering look. I can't bear it. When the 4 girls heard this, their faces suddenly turned red. Kaya and Vivi looked at Ron with a slightly happy look. Nami smiled and accepted Ron's words happily. That guy dared to look at her like that, and she had already felt she was angry, but considering that it was a major matter concerning Ron, she couldn't make trouble, so she remained silent. Unexpectedly, Ron had already put that matter in his heart. In the end, Robin was slightly touched in her heart, but she concealed it very well. She just moved her eyes, smiled slightly, and said nothing. Okay, let's continue sailing. Ron said to Nami. There are still 2 days left, and we will almost reach Guy Island. When we get there, we will have a good rest. I heard that the food there is good. I just know how to eat, Nami snorted. We don't have much money. If we eat any more, we won't have any money. How is that possible? Kaya didn't believe it. We got a lot of money from Arlong back then. I went to the warehouse 2 days ago to see a lot of it. Kaya. Nami gritted her teeth. As the person in charge of the money on the ship, she was worried about every penny she spent. You are exposing my shortcomings at this time. Did I make a mistake, Sister Nami? Kaya blinked her beautiful big eyes, looking innocent. Robin covered his mouth and smiled. Ron said helplessly. Okay, then I will eat less, but you girls can't eat less. I don't want you to be hungry. Thank you, brother Ron, for caring, Kaya laughed. Advertisement back on the melee. The melee continued to move forward under the command of Nami. The large warship was very wise and did not fire at the melee. If the fat pig Vice Admiral was still in command now, maybe he would do something stupid like this, but now the wise Captain Marine is in command. Obviously, he knows Ron's strength. If the cannon is really fired, basically this large warship will be finished.
In this way, the large warship fled in panic, heading towards Eni's lobby, while the melee headed towards Guy Island. On the warship, the Marine Colonel immediately relayed the true story to the naval headquarters through a phone bug. Suddenly, the naval headquarters exploded. What? That Ron tore up Shichibukai's invitation in front of everyone. What? That Ron killed Lagu's vice admiral in public. Bold. Arrogant. Arrogant. It's so abominable. This guy must be severely punished. This is absolutely lawless. We must use all our strength to arrest this guy and bring him to justice, and then imprison him and impel down. In the conference hall of naval headquarters, groups of Marine vice admirals all angrily denounced Ron's evil deeds. Marshal Sengoku, who was sitting in the first place, had wrinkles on his forehead at the moment. He also did not expect that Ron would be so ruthless and directly killed the Marine vice admiral who came to send him an invitation. By the way, he also killed dozens of sailors. This behavior was simply lawlessness to the extreme. Has the message been sent to Mariajoy? Sengoku turned his head and looked at a man wearing a marine coat. The man nodded and said, Marshal, with your consent, I will deliver this news to the Holy Land as soon as possible. Well, let's wait a little longer for the government's opinion. After Sengoku finished speaking, he closed his eyes slightly and fell silent. The group of Marine vice admirals below all looked at each other, not knowing what the marshal meant. In this case BDCF, do we still have to wait for news? Shouldn't a large number of fleets be sent to encircle and suppress that lawless maniac? A middle-aged man in yellow clothes walked into the door with a pair of yellow eyes. After walking in, he first glanced at the solemn conference room, smiled slightly and said, Everyone is here. Sorry, I'm here, a little late. Advertisement. Kizaru Admiral. Several vice admirals greeted the man with a smile. Of course, some vice admirals did not have a good relationship with Kizaru. They frowned and ignored him. These are all powerful vice admirals, and some were even Shihai Marines before. The commanders of the branch are all very arrogant, and they don't pay much attention to Kizaru and Aokiji among the three Marine admirals, because these two guys are too lazy, and if it weren't for their own strength, they would definitely not be able to achieve the position of admiral. Perhaps among the three admirals, only Akainu can get the full support of these powerful people. Shortly after Kizaru sat down, another tall man walked in. This man was none other than Aokiji, one of the three admirals. After Aokiji arrived, he didn't speak. He probably got the message and sat silently next to Sengoku. After a while, a phone rang in front of the man who was questioned by Sengoku before. Buru Bulu. Hello, this is Naval Headquarters. The man said, opening the phone. We already know the matter. An old voice came from the other end of the phone, with obvious suppressed anger in the voice. That guy is lawless and our opinion here is, kill him. Marshal Sengoku, who was sitting at the head, opened his eyes and took the phone from the man. I am Sengoku. Sengoku, our government's opinion is to kill him. Since that guy doesn't understand current affairs, there is no need to win over him anymore. HMPH. He dared to tear up the invitation letter in public and even killed a Marine vice admiral. If you don't have to kill him, you should do it immediately. Send Admiral to lead a fleet to encircle and suppress him. Catch him if you can, and kill him if you can't. Also, issue a wanted order for me first. Ron's bounty is from our government, 1 billion Baileys. I understand. Sengoku paused, said something, and then both hung up the phone. Sengoku raised his head, looked at everyone present, and said seriously, this Ron, the leader of the Sword and Rose Pirates, must be dealt with severely. Next, I order, Aokiji, Kizaru, you two to lead the fleet to encircle and suppress Ron. If you can catch him, catch him, if you can't catch him, kill him. Do you understand? Clear. Aokiji and Kizaru looked at each other and nodded in agreement. Herald, send me Ron's bounty warrant. I want all the pirates in the Grand Line to know that there will be no good results if you go against our Marine and world government. As you command, Your Excellency Marshal. 1 day later, Ron's wanted poster for the reward was distributed to the 4 oceans, as well as the first half of the Grand Line and the New World. The whole world was boiling, and all pirates and pirate hunters were shocked. Chapter 119 The world is shaken. Ron's disdain. Begging for automatic subscription. Newsbird flew to the 4 seas and Grand Line, bringing Ron's new bounty out. East Blue. A young man wearing a straw hat looked at the bounty in his hand and said solemnly, the bounty is 1 billion Baileys, but I will not give up. Sister Makino, wait for me, I will save you. Next to him, a young man with a pair of swords said indifferently, Luffy, there is a small island ahead, do we want to log in? There aren't many supplies on the ship, so of course we have to go up and replenish them. By the way, what kind of island is this? Luffy asked. I don't know what island it is, but the village on this island is called Silo Bu. Zoro said. Grand Line, Alabasta. King Cobra looked at the wanted notice in his hand and twitched his lips. Vivi is following him, I don't know if it's a good thing or a bad thing. You kid, please don't let Vivi get hurt. In Shuangzi Gorge, the old man by the lighthouse looked at the newspaper in his hand. After being silent for a long time, he said to himself, this little guy should not be underestimated. Is he the next king? On a small island, Blackbeard looked at the newspaper in his hand, with unconcealable anger on his face. This guy, I will kill you sooner or later.
But before that, Ace, you are my target. Quote. Other Shichibukai, as well as the four emperors, have received Ron's new bounties one after another. They all have different views on this, some look at it with disdain, some are dismissive, and some are envious and jealous. Speaking of envy and jealousy, of course the ordinary pirates must be talking about it. They all saw Ron's rising fame and were extremely jealous. This guy actually got a vice admiral from naval headquarters. You really have the guts to do such a thing. I think he's in trouble. If he dares to kill naval headquarters vice admiral, naval headquarters won't let him go easily. He, I think so too, just wait and see the good show. Naval headquarters, a fleet of 30 ships set off from there and headed towards Ron's location. On top of the fleet, Kizaru and Aokiji accompanied them, and their target was Ron. Hey Aokiji, it's rare for us to be partners together. Kizaru said leisurely with his pants in his pockets. Advertisement. Oh, I was still thinking about taking a rest for a while, but now I received a mission, and it's still the same mission. Aokiji said helplessly. You think that guy is difficult to deal with? Kizaru asked with a raised brow. Do you think it's easy to deal with? Aokiji glanced at him. He's easy to deal with and he won't let us go together. That's right. Kizaru nodded. But if we two attack together, no matter how powerful that guy is, he can't escape from our grasp, right? I hope so, Aokiji said after a moment of silence. Nami took a newspaper from the news bird and was shocked when she saw it. She quickly ran to Ron's side. Seeing that Ron was still enjoying Kaya's leg beating leisurely, she couldn't help but said, You are still. If you are in the mood to enjoy it, take a look and see what is written on it. Your reward is already 1 billion belly. My god, I want to tie you up and send you to exchange for the reward. Why are you panicking? Ron lazily took the newspaper from Nami's hand, glanced at it casually, threw the newspaper on the table, and said nonchalantly, 1 billion, it's okay, it's still worthy. My identity, well, I'm pretty satisfied with it. My lord, Nami stroked his forehead, looking like he was defeated by you. Don't you know how many pirate hunters will be attracted by such a huge bounty? Then we will be in trouble. So what? Ron still didn't take this matter to heart. Okay, it doesn't matter. You have such a big heart. Seeing Ron like this, Nami shook her head helplessly, sighed and turned to leave. With such a captain in front of her, what else could she say? Wow, brother Ron, your bounty has increased again. Kaya immediately picked up the newspaper and started reading it. While reading, she shouted, 1 billion Baileys, it's so high. This is nothing, just a billion belly. It can't be compared with the world's top pirates. Monkey D. Dragon knows that, right? Ron asked calmly. I know, he seems to be the leader of the revolutionary army. Kaya put her finger on her lips and thought for a moment. He has a bounty worth 5 billion. I'm still far from that level, and I have to keep working hard. Ron said with a smile. 5 billion Baileys. Kaya's eyes widened. Well, so, this is just a bounty of 1 billion Baileys, no need to make a fuss. Ron said, we are almost at our destination, right? Advertisement. Please give me flowers, 0. Well, it's almost there. It should arrive this afternoon. Kaya said. Okay, I'll take a nap first. Call me when you get there. Ron closed his eyes and fell asleep peacefully. This scene couldn't help but make the other girls on the boat convinced of him from the bottom of their hearts. The world government and marine had just placed such a huge bounty on him, and now this guy was sleeping so peacefully. They couldn't be convinced. Time passed very quickly, and in the afternoon, the Melee finally arrived at an island. This was a large island, and it was exactly the destination of Ron and his party, Gaia Island. We're here, we've arrived at our destination. Nami shouted happily. Have we finally arrived? Vivi stood next to Nami and looked at the big island curiously. Calculated, this island may not be as big as the island where Alabasta is located, but it is one of the largest islands in the first half of the Grand Line. Are you here yet? Ron stood up in a daze, rubbed his eyes, stood up, took a breath, and said, then, let's all get off the boat together. Then, eat, drink, rest, do whatever you need to do, and buy whatever you want. If you want something, go to Nami and get the money. No money, Nami shouted loudly with a black line on his head. Nami-chan, don't be so stingy. Ron said with a smile. Money is just for you B*********************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************** Nami glared at Ron. Why have I never seen you make money? At worst, we can find a notorious pirate group and we can make money by robbing him, right? Ron thought for a moment and said. So, this is how you make money. Nami said feebly, his head drooping. Ha ha ha, Nami, don't be angry. Vivi laughed, took Nami's hand and said kindly, actually, what Ron said is right. With the strength of our pirate group, we can find some evil pirates to rob. There's no problem with it. Just think of it as doing good deeds, and you can still make money. How great is that? Okay, what you said makes sense. Nami waved his hands feebly, walked into the cabin, brought out a box of money with a heartbroken look on his face, and distributed the money to everyone with a heartbroken look. Seeing the girls happily collecting money one by one and preparing to go to the island for consumption, Nami sighed, looking at the empty treasure chest, she felt like crying without tears. Chapter 120 Gaia Island and Sky Island. Girls in danger. The pirate group is looking for death. On Gaia Island, in a restaurant, Ron and a large group of girls were sitting around the table in front of a large table. While serving the food, the waiter watched in horror as Ron ate and drank. Sharing her expression was Nami. Nami watched Ron eating and drinking like crazy, took a deep breath and said, "Ron, my dear captain, did you promise me to eat less on the ship just now?" Ron looked at Nami speechlessly. "Dear Nami-chan, you can't really want to see me hungry, right? The key is, can your stomach be full?" Nami asked with a twitch in the corner of her mouth. "Well, it seems like it really can't be done." Ron thought about it seriously and said. "Then you still say that?" Nami yelled angrily. Her angry look frightened a group of people including Ron. "Oh, Sister Nami, just let Brother Ron eat as much as you want." Kaya quickly persuaded. "Brother Ron, I'll give this to you too." Abis very obediently gave Ron a large piece of meat, 677, in exchange for a compliment from Ron. After a while, everyone finished their dinner and found a place to rest. The day was over. The next day, the girls went shopping in groups, leaving Ron alone. Now, are they all gone? Ron looked at the girls' backs and couldn't help but feel a little lonely. But when I think about it more carefully, there is a reason why I was left behind. Thinking about the time when he went shopping with them before, it was more tiring than fighting Hawkeye. So when he heard that the girls were going shopping early in the morning, Ron immediately shook his head and said that he had a disease. He was seriously ill and would die if he left home, so he refused the invitations of the girls and hid in the hotel. But now, the girls have left, and Ron, who has nothing to do, has also walked out of the hotel. He wants to look around and find out how to get to Sky Island. Advertisement. Sky Island is located just above Gaia Island. In the original plot, Luffy and others rode a stream of water rising from the sea to the Sky Island. He now has no flying ability. If you want to go to Sky Island, you can only use this method. The key is that he doesn't know the location of the soaring water now. Ron walked for a long time before he came to the edge of the island. Based on the shape of the island, he calculated in his mind the approximate location of Sky Island and the approximate direction of the Sky Island Holy Land, so as to determine where the water flow on the seabed was. Approximate location. Walking all the way to the beach, looking at the ocean in the distance, he touched his chin and thought for a moment. If he guessed correctly, the underwater rapids that could carry the ship to the sky should be at the location of the ocean ahead. After Ron calculated the right place, he was ready to turn around and leave. At this moment, a man walked up not far away, a strong man with a weird onion-like hairstyle on his head. Seeing this person, Ron couldn't help but think of the person Luffy met in the original plot. He should be this guy. This guy's ancestor was a person who set foot on the island where the Sky Island Holy Land was before he went to heaven. He was later killed by the king. He ordered people to be brought there, but the island was not found, so he was beheaded by the king. His own experience was even made into a fairy tale and passed down, and everyone regarded him as a typical liar to teach children. However, Ron didn't want to have anything to do with this person, so he turned around and left. The strong man watched Ron leave, scratched his head curiously, and said nothing. Ron walked back to the hotel leisurely, but the girls hadn't come back yet. I don't know how much time these women spend shopping. One or two of them will spend that much time. If a large group of them went out today, they won't be able to come back before noon. Ron thought boredly. At this moment, Abis's voice suddenly sounded in his mind. Brother Ron, come and save us, someone here wants to bully us. Huh, Abis. Ron's expression changed, knowing that this was Abis's ability after reaching the maximum level of whispering fruit, an ability to communicate with the mind. What happened to you? Ron was not too worried, because among the girls were Tashigi and Vivi. He had upgraded the two skills of these two girls to the full level. Their combat power was definitely something that should not be underestimated. They could defeat them both. At the very least, they have to learn to exist at the Vice Admiral level of Marine 6 styles, or to attack at the Shichibukai level. Generally, unless the number of pirates reaches hundreds or thousands, they are no match for them. We met a group of pirates. When they saw the beautiful sisters, they came up to talk. One of them was kicked by Nami's sister, and he was kicked to that place. Abis said shyly. Then a large group of them surrounded us. Advertisement. Ron wiped his sweat and held a second of silence for the person who was kicked in the balls by Nami. Then what? Vivi and Tashigi are over there. They shouldn't be your opponents, right? Sister Vivi and Sister Tashigi are very powerful. They are indeed no match, but some of them captured Miss Golden Week and Sister Kaya. Abis said eagerly. Sister Tashigi and Sister Vivi did not dare to act rashly. I'm afraid they'll hurt Miss Golden Week and Sister Kaya. Oh, don't worry, I'll come now. You can show me the direction now. Ron raised his eyebrows and immediately sentenced this pirate group to death in his heart. He simply didn't want to live anymore if he dared to attack his own woman. With Abis's navigation guidance, Ron shuttled through the streets like lightning, and soon came to a very busy commercial street. He also saw two people confronting each other in the center of the street, and there were people far away around him. People watching the battle. The people also knew about the notorious pirate group on one side, and they didn't dare to get too close, so they could only watch from a distance. In the center of the street, a large group of strong men armed with various weapons surrounded a group of beautiful young girls, laughing. Behind the strong men, there were two men holding big knives. They put the knives against the necks of Miss Goldenweek and Kaya, and said viciously to Vivi and Tashigi who were standing in front of the girls. Stop it immediately, otherwise I will kill you now. Kill these two girls, don't think I dare not do it. If you don't believe me, go ask around and ask about the name of our sea ghost pirates, hehe. UBCH. One of the thin young men who was protected by the strong men stared at Nami fiercely, with a trace of lust in his eyes that couldn't be concealed. You dare to kick me in the balls, let's see if I don't beat you to death. Quote. Bad guy. Abis shouted at this time. You wait, brother Ron is here, he wants you to look good. Abis, is Ron here? Upon hearing this, Makino looked at Abis with joy in his eyes and asked. Well, brother Ron will be here soon. Abis nodded and said, I'll make them look good later. Huh, how dare you bully us and even dare to scare Aunt Kaya and MI-57SS Golden Week with a knife. It'll be great if that guy comes. Nami also breathed a sigh of relief. She was also very worried about Kaya and Miss Golden Week. Miss Golden Week was okay. Although she was holding a knife on her neck, she still had no big problem in escaping with her ability. But Kaya no. Kaya is the doctor on the ship and has almost no fighting ability, so she directly told Miss through Abis's spiritual channel not to act rashly during Golden Week for the time being, and told Tashigi and Vivi not to act, to stabilize each other first, and wait for Ron to come, then everything is no longer a problem. Well, when the problem comes, it will be the other party. Nami looked at the group of strong men opposite, with a strange look in his eyes. Ron seemed to have said before that if he had no money, he would hire a notorious pirate group to rob him. No, these guys in front of him didn't just come to his door. Are you coming? Chapter 121 Gunslinger Ron. One shot at a time. Who can withstand this? Snapped. Ron arrived and walked to the group of strong men. He first looked at Kaya and Miss Golden Week, who had knives held at their necks. Brother Ron. Kaya shouted in surprise. Don't scream, no one can save you today. The big man with the knife shouted. Hey, the man kicked by Nami was obviously the leader of the pirate group. He held a pistol with golden patterns in his hand and looked at Ron with a smile. Boy, you are so lucky to have such a person around you. What a beauty. Ron looked at this young man who looked like he was about to die and didn't want to talk to him. He walked straight to Nami and others. Are you okay? We are fine, but Kaya and the others. Nami looked at Kaya and Miss Golden Week who were being held at knife point, and said with some worry, they must be scared. It's okay. Now that I'm here, everything will be okay. Ron comforted. Yeah, Nami nodded assuredly. Ron. Vivi walked up to Ron and said, be careful with that guy. Vivi pointed at the young man holding the gun. His gun skills are very powerful. Tashigi and I were blocked by his gun skills just now. As a result, Kaya and Miss were arrested during Golden Week. Swordsmanship. Luo 13 feet N raised his eyebrows. To be honest, among the people he met, no one was good at marksmanship, whether they were pirates or sailors. As for himself, although his spear skills have been upgraded to the full level, he has not used this attack method for such a long time. Unexpectedly, he met a master of spear skills today. Ha 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 ha. The young man opposite laughed loudly. Do you know why I became the captain of the Sea Ghost Pirates? It's because my spearmanship has reached a peak level, and there is no better spearman than me in this world. There are not many, so no matter who you come today, they will not be our opponents. So arrogant. Ron looked at this young man speechlessly. Looking at him, it seemed that his spear skills were the best in the world, but have you asked me, my spear skills are at full level. Even though I haven't used it much, it's not something you can compare to. Ron thought for a moment and looked at the several strong men approaching. One of the strong men had a very ordinary pistol on his waist. Regardless of its appearance or power, it was definitely not as good as the pistol in the hands of the leader of the Sea Ghost Pirates. But in Ron's opinion, it can be used reluctantly. Okay, since you're competing with guns, I'll compete with you. Ron moved his feet and was already in front of the strong man with an ordinary pistol on his waist. The strong man was startled, but it was already too late when he wanted to make a move. Ron slapped his hand, and the strong man flew backwards. Only Ron was left there, playing with the pistol that the strong man had worn at his waist. Advertisement. Although it's terrible, it still works. Ron played with it casually and felt the structure of the pistol. In an instant, he knew the shooting distance, power intensity and other information of the pistol. You want to compete with me in gun skills? The young man opposite saw Ron grabbing a pistol and immediately said with interest, are you stupid? Compete with me in gun skills? You don't know my gun. Is he the best person in Gaia Island? Ha ha ha, it's really interesting. Interesting. Ron said with a strange look on his lips, you won't think so later. Ron's marksmanship level is at full level. Even if the guy opposite him has a better pistol than the one in his hand, the gap in level is irreparable. Ron's marksmanship ability is truly the best in the world, and what the guy opposite him said is. It seems that this is just a boast. Maybe there is nothing wrong with Gaia Island at best, but if he rises to the world level, this guy is absolutely nothing. Ha ha ha, that's interesting. The young man looked up and laughed for a long time as if he had heard a funny joke. Okay, if you want to compete with me, then I will help you, but I will beat you later. Die. Don't regret it. When the time comes, all these beauties around you will be mine. The young man looked at the proud figures of Nami, Robin and others with his eyes full of greed. Ron looked at the other person speechlessly. He was really ignorant. It can be seen that the other party definitely did not recognize him. Logically speaking, Gaia Island is not a small place. How could the pirate group here not recognize him? But it doesn't rule out that the other party has just landed on the island. Maybe he hasn't seen the news about himself before. Anyway, I don't know why. These guys didn't recognize me, so I'll take action on you. Nami didn't say that he doesn't have enough money recently. Is that okay? It would be a good idea to get some money from these guys. All right. This time Ron really thought of going with Nami. This Sea Ghost pirate group is really unlucky. The pirate group that Ron likes is bound to be in bad luck. Let's start. The young man walked to the center of the road with great confidence and said proudly, according to the rules of Gunman's Duel, we walk 10 steps back to back, then turn around and shoot. How about one shot deciding life or death? Whatever. Ron nodded indifferently. For him, this was really not a high-level opponent. This guy was too weak. The duel begins. Ron and the young man began to walk away, back to back. Ron walked ahead step by step. He didn't even turn on observation Haki. It was really not necessary to deal with this kind of thing. To put it bluntly, even if Ron makes a mistake, the bullets he deals with will not be able to penetrate his body skin. He is innately invincible. 5, 6, 7, 8. Advertisement. Boom. Ron and the young man had just walked 8 steps when they heard a gunshot. Ron turned around indifferently, stretched out his hand to grab a bullet that was shooting towards him, and said calmly, did you commit a foul? You started shooting after 8 steps. The young man holding a pistol on the opposite side smiled ferociously and said, rules. Hey, rules are for the weak to abide by. As long as I kill you, I will win. For the winner, there is never such a thing as a foul. Ha. Quote. Bang bang bang. The young man kept shooting at Ron. I have to say that the pistol in his hand was indeed very good. Whether it was the speed and power of the bullets or the shooting speed, it was definitely a top-notch pistol. It was a pity that it fell into the hands of this guy. Can be regarded as covered in dust. 3 consecutive bullets were fired by Ron with his hand. Then, Ron slowly raised his right hand. What he held in his right hand was just an ordinary pistol. But when it came to Ron's hand, it was just such an ordinary pistol. It's Shinso. Boom. There was just a gunshot 017, and a stream of blood appeared on the forehead of the young man opposite. He fell to the ground backwards. He fell to the ground silently and twitched, and then stopped moving. Everyone looked at it in silence and shock. This scene. They saw the young man disobeying the rules and fired early, but all 4 bullets were blocked by Ron, and Ron only fired 1 shot, killing the young man with 1 shot. The young man fell to the ground and died. This result was far beyond everyone's expectations. The young man failed to win, and fired 4 shots, but Ron only fired 1 shot, killing him with 1 shot, and won the final victory. Boss, the boss is dead. All the strong men present were stunned for a while before they woke up. Then the 2 big men with knives were about to attack Kaya and Miss Golden Week. Unfortunately, Ron is here. Bang bang. The 2 strong men holding knives raised their heads to the ground, and there was blood flowing out of their foreheads. Every shot from Ron hit the fatal part of the forehead, and they couldn't dodge. Brother Ron. Seeing this, Kaya immediately ran towards Ron and threw herself into his arms. Behind her, Miss Golden Week walked over calmly. It's okay, don't be afraid. Ron patted Kaya on the shoulder and said. Well, now that brother Ron is here, I won't be afraid at all. Kaya pursed her lips and nodded resolutely. The other strong men looked at Ron with horrified expressions. This kind of marksmanship was much better than their dead boss. 3 people in a row were all killed with 1 shot. Who can withstand this? Chapter 122 The treasure is obtained. Celestial Dragon's golden pistol. The eyes of these strong men flickered. Although it looked like they were surrounding others, the actual situation was that a person on the opposite side surrounded them all. They were panicking in their hearts. What should we do now? A strong man asked tremblingly. How did I know? Another strong man was sweating profusely. How about we run away? A strong man holding an axe wiped his sweat and suggested cautiously. What a great idea. The others' eyes lit up and they moved to prepare to escape. Bang bang bang. 3 more gunshots were fired in a row, and 3 people fell to the ground. These were the 3 people who wanted to escape first, including the strong man with an axe who suggested running away. Ron blew smoke from the muzzle of his pistol and said calmly, I will kill anyone who dares to run away. Wow, have mercy on me. A strong man couldn't help the pressure and quickly knelt down and kowtowed to beg for mercy. Please forgive me, sir. We did this because we listened to the leader's words. Please let us go. Others knelt down and begged for mercy. Even pirates who lick blood from their swords will be frightened out of their courage when they encounter a life crisis, not to mention they are just a small pirate group. Ron glanced at them. Take me to where your pirate ship is and get money to redeem your life. If you don't have the money, I will kill you all. Listening to Ron's cold tone, all the strong men shuddered and immediately nodded wildly. Okay, no problem. We have money on board. We will definitely hand over all the treasures to you. I just ask you. Can you give us a way out? Done. Ron turned around and looked at the girls. The girls all smiled. Nami said, fortunately you came in time, otherwise, if they hurt Kaya and Miss Golden Week, I don't know how to explain to you. Advertisement. HMPH, they want to hurt me, it's impossible. Miss Golden Week said proudly, raising her head. But they will hurt Kaya. Nami clicked Miss Golden Week's forehead and said, Kaya is just a ship doctor, she has no power. Oh, Miss Golden Week glanced at Kaya and nodded. I will find a way to protect Sister Kaya. Thank you. Kaya looked at Miss Golden Week gently and said gratefully. You're welcome. Miss Golden Week also showed a smile on her lips. Although she has never been good at expressing her feelings, it can be seen that she is very happy now. I'm sorry. Vivi and Tashigi came to Ron and said with some embarrassment, the two of us were a little careless, and they took the opportunity to take Kaya and the others as hostages. It's okay. Two sisters. Kaya saw the guilty looks on the two people's faces, immediately walked over, took their hands and said, at that time, you still had to take care of Sister Nami and Abyss, there were so many people. You definitely couldn't take care of it, and I was a little frightened at the time, so it's my fault that I couldn't hide behind you in time. Haha, please stop apologizing. Ron said with a smile. There are so many people on the other side. It's really no fault of you two. Please pay more attention in the future. With the strength of the two of you, if you really have to go all out, no matter what, there is no way we can hold on for long, you two are just too soft-hearted, so you gave each other an opportunity. The actual situation must be like this. With Tashigi's current strength as a kendo master, even if the opponent's leader is a master of spear skills, there is no way to defeat Tashigi. Plus, with Vivi, a person with good attack power, they will be caught by the opponent. Staying with Kaya and Miss during Golden Week, they must have been merciful at that time. Yeah, both girls bowed their heads and admitted their mistakes, saying that they would never be merciful next time, otherwise it would be too late to say anything else if they really hurt other girls. Then, the next step is to carry the treasure. Ron turned to look at Nami. This is your favorite thing. Let's go there together. You have to count how much money you have. Don't worry. As soon as he mentioned the treasure, Nami's eyes suddenly lit up. I will definitely move all their treasures, let's go. A group of people, led by Ron, escorted a dozen strong men towards the dock of Gaia Island, and came to a medium-sized pirate ship. Under Ron's threat, the dozen or so men the strong man had no choice but to move out all the treasures in the cabin. Nami's eyes were shining with gold as he began to count the treasures. After counting, he exclaimed in surprise, there are so many treasures here. The treasures here are worth at least 50 million belly. Oh my god, we are rich. 50 million Baileys. Vivi also sighed. With such a large amount of money, it seems they have done a lot of bad things. Now, we have done something good. Ron killed their leader, and we took away the treasures. I think they may break up in the future, right? Nuauchi said with a smile. When Ron heard this, he smiled, turned to the remaining pirates of this pirate group and said, you will disband in the future. Don't let me see you on the sea again, otherwise, I will kill you all. Advertisement. As he finished speaking, Ron touched the long knife on his waist. With a flash of light, the pirate ship on the pier burst into pieces and was actually cut in half by his knife. When the dozen or so strong men who were lucky enough to escape with their lives saw this, they were so frightened that they all went limp and collapsed on the ground. They stared blankly at the slowly sinking pirate ship, their minds completely blank. What kind of enemy did they provoke? Ron led the girls to carry the 5 boxes of looted treasure back to the melee, and then had to hold his nose and continue shopping with the girls. Alas, I still can't escape the fate of shopping. Brother Ron, this pistol is very nice. Next to Ron, Kaya has been holding Ron's arm. She feels that she feels safest only when she is around Ron. Seeing a golden pistol in Ron's hand, she thought, get up, isn't this the pistol of the leader of the Sea Ghost Pirates? This is the pistol of the guy just now. Although that guy is not very good and his marksmanship is very rubbish, this pistol is indeed a good thing. Haha, I will keep it temporarily and play with it as a toy. Ron said with a smile while playing with the pistol in his hand. He felt that the opponent's marksmanship might only be over 10 levels at most. To a large extent, the opponent's marksmanship bonus came from this pistol. The value of this pistol was definitely no worse than the 3rd generation Kidatsu on Ron's waist. Even higher, the technology and craftsmanship on this pistol is no exaggeration to say it is the best in the world. Does that guy dare to be so arrogant? His confidence is definitely this pistol. Robin walked up to Ron, looked at the pistol, was silent for a moment, seemed to be thinking about something, and then said, I really want to be familiar with the patterns on this pistol. Sister Robin, do you know the origin of this pistol? Kaya asked curiously. Captain Ron is a swordsman. He should know that in this world, the grades of famous swords are strictly divided. Robin said. Although the classification of firearms is not so strict, there are still some famous firearms circulating in the world. The pistol in Captain Ron's hand, judging from the pattern, seems to be produced by a very famous firearms factory owned by Celestial Dragons, and it is also a top-notch pistol produced in limited quantities. When you look at the pattern on the gun body, it has in the shape of a dragon. This represents awesomely, a firearm that can only be worn by the Celestial Dragons, the nobles of the world, and it is very powerful. Robin pointed at the barrel of the golden pistol in Ron's hand and said. Ron looked down and saw a dragon-shaped pattern. He couldn't help but smile. It turns out to be the pistol worn by the celestial dragons. Those useless people have no combat effectiveness. They can only use this pistol to increase their attack power. However, it seems that they always have it around them. Protected by experts, right? The celestial dragons carry pistols, not for safety. Robin said silently. The pistols they carry are basically used to execute slaves. As Captain Ron said, there is no need to worry about their safety at all. World government and marine experts, they are always protected. If anyone dares to attack the celestial dragons, they will be attacked by experts from the world government and marine admiral at any time. In fact, every celestial dragons is surrounded by the most powerful secret department of the world government, CP0's protection account. Haha, Ron smiled lightly. They are just some trash. Let's not mention them for now. Don't disturb our shopping fun. I hope no celestial dragons will bother me in the future, otherwise. I don't care what CP0 is. What the hell, San Admiral. Chapter 123. Light Lion Fruit is at full level. Awaken the ability to fly. Completely conquer Miss Valentine. Shopping with girls is indeed a happy and painful thing. He was happy because after the girls changed their new clothes, they all came to this man to ask how they were doing. Ron watched the girls put on different styles of clothes one by one and show off their proud bodies in front of him, and he felt in his heart, needless to say, the feeling. What I suffered from was that there were so many people changing each piece, and it took a long time to pass by one store after another, plus Nami's unbeatable bargaining, oh my god. By the time they finished shopping, it was already evening. Yes, the day had passed like this. Nami Makino, Kaya Tashigi, and even Abis and Miss were carrying large and small bags during the Golden Week. Ron had a headache while carrying his things. Although Nami bargained for the price during this trip, it still cost him millions of belly. If the money was used for food and drinks, it should be enough to support him for a week. Well, luckily, Robin didn't buy too much. Taking a look at the few packages of clothes Robin was carrying, Ron felt that Robin was the most sensible. However, in the end it was Miss Valentine. Ahem, look at the resentful look in her eyes. Everyone bought a lot of things, but she seemed to be isolated and only bought an umbrella. She bought it with her own money. Nami didn't give her any money. Ron also felt the isolation of Miss Valentine 737 from the girls. This woman herself could not integrate into everyone and had her own problems. Ron walked up to her leisurely and asked, "Since Crocodile is dead, the relationship between you and him should not be so good. What, are you still thinking of leaving? If that is the case, I can do it now, let you leave." Miss Valentine glanced at Ron, a little bitter, and sighed and said, "Okay, I did want to escape before, but now, Robin and Miss Golden Week are planning to join your pirate group. Where can I go alone now? We were all gathered together by Crocodile in the past, but now he is dead, alas. Then, why not stay?" Ron smiled and said, "If you stay, can I help you improve your skills now?" Is this true? Miss Valentine's eyes lit up. She still had some opportunities to escape before. At least after arriving on Gaia Island, she had several opportunities to escape. However, she thought that Ron had the ability to greatly improve her strength. She was a little reluctant to part with it. Now that she heard what Ron said, she looked at Ron with excitement, wanting to confirm whether this was true or not. Of course. BDDI, Ron said, holding Miss Valentine's hand while walking. Miss Valentine's pretty face blushed slightly, but she didn't break away. Open Miss Valentine's data panel. Ron said in his mind. Ding. The data panel has been opened. Please check it yourself, host. The system said. Character name. Miss Valentine. Advertisement. Strength. 19. Constitution. 20. 17. Spirit. 14. Skill. Close combat. 6. Devil fruit. Light lion fruit. 12. Looking at Miss Valentine's data panel, this girl's strength is indeed not bad. She has close combat skills, which can be regarded as a kind of physical skills. She also has the devil fruit ability. Although the development level is only level 12, this kind of the power of the devil fruit is not too strong. It is a subordinate ability fruit of the gravity fruit and the lion fruit. It is far less powerful than the devil fruit owned by Fujitora and Golden Lion. However, after it is fully upgraded, its power will definitely not be too weak. Thinking about it, Ron started to raise his hand to add more. Close combat. 6 + 1 + 1 + 1. Light lion fruit. 12 + 1 + 1 + 1.
The two abilities were instantly increased to full level by Ron. Miss Valentine immediately felt the huge changes in her body after Ron let go. First of all, after the close combat ability was increased to the full level, her body became extremely powerful, and the four-dimensional attributes were greatly enhanced. After the light lion fruit was increased to the full level, information related to the fruit's ability appeared in her mind. As long as after realizing it, she can immediately control the power of her fruit perfectly, and the fully leveled light lion fruit also has an awakening skill. Character name. Miss Valentine's strength, 39 constitution, 40. Agility, 47 spirit, 28 advertisement skill. Close combat, 6 + 94, full level. Devil fruit. Light lion fruit, 12 + 88, full level, awakening ability, fly. Seeing Miss Valentine's awakened devil fruit ability,
Ron's eyes widened with unconcealable envy in his heart. The ability to fly was an ability he had always wanted, but unexpectedly, Miss Valentine directly awakened the devil fruit ability. Got it. I'm so powerful, Miss Valentine exclaimed excitedly. The girls who were walking in front were immediately shocked by her. They all turned around and looked over. When they saw Miss Valentine's appearance, they thought about it for a moment. What's going on? Ron must have upgraded her skill level, so it became like this. How was it? Ron asked. How do you feel now? I feel so powerful. I am many, many times stronger than before. Miss Valentine almost jumped up with joy. My light lion fruit has awakened, and its awakening ability is actually flying. Oh my god, you can fly. Fly. The girls looked at Miss Valentine with envy. Flying, who doesn't want to have such an ability? Among everyone now, Robin may be the only one who has not been enhanced by Ron, but she has not said anything. It would be too difficult for her to take the initiative to mention it to Ron. My close combat skills are also at full level now, Miss Valentine said with a happy smile. My strength and physique have become much stronger now, I'm so happy. Miss Valentine looked at Ron now. She couldn't hide her joy, her eyes twisted for a moment, then she ran to Ron. Moi kissed Ron, then turned and ran away. Watching Miss Valentine run away, Ron calmly wiped the saliva on his cheeks and said to the girls. Now that she has completely joined us, let's all get along well. I know. Nami rolled his eyes and secretly hated him. This guy is simply a super playboy. With a bunch of beauties like us, he still continues to flirt with women. Oh, I'm really convinced by him. By the way, Ron. Vivi came over, hugged Ron's arm and said, Among us, Sister Robin should be the only one who hasn't had your skills improved, right? Or. I won't use it yet, Robin said calmly. Let's talk about it later. Ron glanced at Robin and understood that Robin hadn't completely let down her guard yet. He didn't blame her, because Robin had survived various hunts since she was a child for so many years. If she was so easy to trust people, she has already died countless times. If you want Robin to truly join the pirate group, it will take time. There is no need to rush. Chapter 124. Strategy for Robin. Ride the current to Sky Island. Ask for automatic subscription. Brother Ron, Sister Robin. Kaya also wanted to speak for Robin, but Ron waved his hand slightly to interrupt her. Needless to say, we respect Robin's choice, and there is no need to rush this matter. Ron said with a smile. Anyway, we are all together now, and there will be many opportunities in the future. When Robin is really willing to join us, I will immediately help her increase Devil Fruit's ability to the full level. Thank you. Robin glanced at Ron and said softly, I will carefully consider whether to join the Sword and Rose Pirates. Robin was thinking about what she had encountered so far, being chased by the world government and running around. If she joined Ron's pirate group, she might bring them a lot of trouble. Let's wait and see about this matter. Look. Everyone returned to the hotel with piles of clothes, and after spending another night in the hotel, early the next morning, Ron asked the other girls to wait in the hotel, and he took Robin outside with the main purpose of collecting information. Do you believe so much about the legend of Sky Island? Robin looked at Ron beside him and couldn't help but said, these are just fairy tales and legends on Guy Island. I just asked several people, and no one thinks that Sky Island really exists. Point 17. Yeah, no one believes it. Ron smiled lightly. They still laugh at our ignorance. Then, Robin asked curiously, then why do you still believe that Sky Island exists? Look at this. Ron took out a map of Guy Island, pointed to a huge gap in the middle of the island and said, there should have been a large area here before. It was originally supposed to be part of Guy Island, but because of a certain it disappeared for some reasons. Where did these missing islands go? Robin frowned and shook his head. It was so strange that such a big island disappeared. This missing part has reached the sky. Ron said affirmatively. It was brought into the sky by a magical power and became a part of Sky Island. Because he was familiar with the original plot, Ron was absolutely sure of what he said. Why didn't he bring anyone else but Robin alone to collect information together? Well, of course it's to conquer Robin. The island has gone up to the sky? Even if she is as smart as Robin, she can't help but be stunned when she hears such words. It is difficult for her to understand what kind of power can bring an island up to the sky without falling down. Isn't this too strange? It's impossible. What a thing. Don't you believe it? Ron said with a smile. So, even if the people on Guy Island knew that part of the island area had disappeared, they thought it sank to the bottom of the sea, but never thought that it flew up the sky as gone, but I believe it. Then, are we out to collect information this time just to go to Sky Island? Robin asked. As smart as she was, of course she had already guessed Ron's purpose. He actually wanted to go to Sky Island to find Sky Island. What a bold idea. Advertisement. Yes, I guess that the power that can carry an island to the sky definitely comes from the ocean, so I want to know when that power will appear again so that we can take this power to Sky Island. Ron said. Heaven. Robin paused and said, don't Miss Valentine have the ability to fly? We can let her go to heaven first to see if Sky Island really exists, and then we can look for this strange power you mentioned. Haha. Ron smiled slightly. You still don't believe that Sky Island really exists, right? But yes, this idea is too whimsical. Well, you will know that it is real when we get to Sky Island. As for Miss Valentine, she is just a person. There must be powerful forces on Sky Island. I am a little worried about her going up there alone, so we might as well go together. Enel is in Sky Island, and his power is not something that Miss Valentine can compete with. In the entire Sword and Rose, only she can defeat him. Even Tashigi and Vivi cannot be Enel's opponent. In the original plot, Luffy was able to defeat Enel. First of all, it was the effect of the protagonist's aura.
This guy was locked in blood and could not die. The protagonist's aura was there, and Luffy was the weakling from immune to death. In addition, Luffy's devil fruit was the rubber fruit which completely defeated Enel. How to play thunder fruit, but now, Ron can crush Enel with his hard power, but Vivi and Tashigi can't, and neither can Miss Valentine. Ron and Robin came to the seaside, asked many seaside fishermen, and finally determined the arrival time of the strange power. From the fishermen's mouths, they could learn that it was the power of an undersea volcanic eruption that could push water up to very high places in the sky. They thought it was an ordinary undersea volcanic eruption, but Ron knew that it was a soaring sea current. How to get to Sky Island?
Let's go back. In 4 days, we can ride this underwater torrent to the sky. After getting the exact information, Ron smiled and took Ronin back to the hotel. 4 days later, the Melee set sail again. After calculating the time, it arrived at the place where the undersea torrent was about to erupt. After waiting for a long time, finally, bursts of dull sounds came from the seabed. The sounds were deep and loud. Please give me flowers. Boom. A soaring sea current rushed up from the bottom of the sea, rushing up to the sky against the Melee strings on the sea. Open black lens bracket. Wow. Kaya, Abyss and others all screamed. Advertisement. They were shocked when they saw the Melee they were riding on ascending to the sky. They originally thought that what Ron said might be a joke to them, but they didn't expect it. It seemed like it was really the case. After all, Sky Island, such things are too strange. These are just things in fairy tales. How can they really exist? Now it seems like it really exists. Everyone is seated. Ron reminded. Sky Island is 10,000 meters in the sky. We have to ride this torrent for a while, so don't be swept away by the current. Point 0. I know. Kaya hugged Ron's arm tightly. Even though she was standing on the shaky deck, she was not afraid at all. With Ron by her side, she felt extremely safe.
On Ron's other side were Abyss and Makino. The other girls, Vivi and Tashigi, who were strong in their own right, pulled Nokagao and Nami along, steadied themselves and looked at this magical scene, feeling amazed. Other girls such as Miss Valentine and Robin are not bad either, so naturally they will not be thrown out. Flying high all the way towards the sky, white clouds were thrown at the feet. This torrent did not stop and rushed directly towards the sky fiercely. I don't know where this torrent on the bottom of the sea came from. A powerful force.
After a long while, Ron finally saw an extremely huge white cloud appearing in the sky. His mind moved and he knew that this was Sky Island, so he reminded him loudly, everyone, look at this huge white cloud in the sky. It should be. This is where Sky Island is, everyone, sit tight, let's rush over. Boom. The Melee rushed through the soft white clouds and finally waited on the first floor of Sky Island. It's so beautiful here. The girls stared at the ocean above the white clouds with wide eyes, and marveled, the scenery here is so beautiful. We haven't reached the real Sky Island yet, Ron said with a smile. This is only the first floor, and we have to go up to another floor to get to where the real Sky Islanders live. Is it still up there? Nami looked up in wonder, and sure enough, there was a layer of white clouds above his head. The Melee followed the water above the white clouds and came to a huge door. Ron knew that this was the gateway to the real place where Sky Island people lived. Chapter 125 Angel Girl Cornish. Legend of the Holy Land. From Qinghai. Beside the door, an old lady looked at Ron and his party gloomily. Wow, then, is that from Sky Island? Kaya and others looked at the old lady curiously.
It seems so. You see there is a pair of small wings on her back. Nokagao pointed at the old lady's back and said. It really has wings. Abyss blinked, looking like a curious baby. Ron stood on the edge of the boat and said, yes, we are going to Sky Island. He is familiar with the plot and knows that this guy wants to collect tolls from him, but is his money so easy to collect? People from Qinghai have to pay to enter Sky Island, the old lady said solemnly. Do you have money? Ron smiled slightly and said directly, no money.
Even if I have money, I won't give it to you. When the girls saw 440, Ron lying with his eyes wide open, they were speechless. No money. The old lady laughed gloomily again, and then said, it's okay if you don't have money. You can go to Sky Island even if you don't have money. You go in. Hey, this grandma is so nice. Abyss said immediately. You can let us in even if you don't have money. Yeah, you can go in without paying. It's great. Nami suddenly became happy. She can go to Sky Island without paying. There is no better news for her than this.
Ron gave the old lady a thoughtful look. The old lady must have been planning to tip off the Sky Island patrol, and then he and others were intruders, and would be hunted down by the patrol like Luffy in the original plot. This bad old woman is really bad. Let's go. Ron waved his hand, turned the steering wheel and headed towards the portal. As soon as he entered the door, a creature from the Sky Island ocean ran over and dragged Mei Li Chuan along the waterway like a cloud. Sky practices medicine quickly. So fast. Advertisement. The girls were amazed again when they saw the pulling speed of this Sky Island sea creature. Are we going to the real Sky Island soon? I wonder what it's like up there, Kaya said curiously. It should be very beautiful up there. Nami pointed her slender fingers on her lips and said thoughtfully. The scenery below is so good. The scenery above is where the real Sky Island people plot, so the scenery must be even better. Sister Nami is right. Kaya smiled and nodded. It's here, it's here. Boom. The melee sprinted fiercely under the pull of the giant ocean beast, and finally successfully reached the location of the real Sky Island. Wow, it's really, really beautiful. The girls looked at the scenery that was even more beautiful than the ocean below and immediately laughed happily. Let the melee dock at the beach first. Ron looked around and saw a green island first. He knew in his heart that it was the Holy Land washed up by the undersea torrent from Guy Island, and it was also a Sandora people. The ancestral land of Sandora people lived there before the Holy Land was washed up into the sky. On the other side, there's the White Cloud Ground. Ron knows that that is where Luffy and others went in the original plot, and it is also where the Sky Island girl Cornish is. Ron, where should we dock the boat? Nami asked. Over there. Ron pointed forward, and Nami immediately drove the melee over. After the melee pulled over, everyone walked down one by one. As soon as they walked down, when the girls saw strange white clouds on the ground, they heard a buzzing sound. Everyone turned around and saw a beautiful girl. He was driving a strange vehicle up from the lake not far away. The girl stopped next to the melee and got off the strange vehicle, and curiously came to Ron and others.
Hello. The girl's voice was soft and sweet, and the expression on her face was very gentle and kind. Are you from Shanghai down there? Welcome to Sky Island. Hello. Nami asked with a smile. Are you a resident of Sky Island? Yes, my name is Cornish. Cornish came to everyone and asked curiously, where are you? Hello Conus, I'm Kaya. When Kaya saw Conus, she felt that the girl in front of her was very cute. She walked up to her and smiled at her. Nice to meet you. Advertisement. I'm Nami. I'm Makino. I'm Vivi. After everyone made introductions, it was Ron's turn. Ron also smiled and introduced. I'm Ron, the captain of the melee. Hello Captain Ron. Cornish smiled and nodded. The girls were very excited to see the Sky Island girls. They all gathered around Conus and asked her about Sky Island. Ron stood aside, looking towards the Holy Land in the distance. Robin walked up to Ron and asked, is that the island you told me about on Guy Island that was washed up into the sky? Quote. Yes, this island can also be called Guy Island, because it was originally integrated with Guy Island below. Ron shrugged and said, but now it has become part of Sky Island. Quote.
Over there, Cornish saw Ron and Robin looking at the Holy Land, and immediately said solemnly, you can move anywhere else on Sky Island as you like, but you can't go to that place. Why, Cornish? Kaya asked in confusion. Because that is the most important place in the entire Sky Island. The Holy Land where the gods live. Corny's Sarong said. If anyone sets foot on the Holy Land, he will be executed immediately after being discovered by the gods. Ah, is it so serious? Kaya was startled, covered her mouth and stared.
Yeah, Corny's nodded. Don't talk about you people from Shanghai. Even if we Sky Island residents board the Holy Land without permission, we will be executed once we are discovered. So you must not go. Holy Land. 0.3 inches okay. Kaya nodded quickly. We will definitely not go. Ha ha ha. Hearing this, Ron chuckled. God. I don't believe there is a god there. There really is a god in our Sky Island. Cornish became anxious when she saw Ron didn't believe it. She was a kind girl, and she was afraid that Ron wouldn't believe him and would randomly board the Holy Land and be killed. I know. Ron saw that Corny's was really worried about him, so he didn't say anything else. At this moment, a burst of footsteps came from not far away. Everyone turned around and saw a patrol in white trotting towards them. A man at the front of the patrol shouted while running. Quick, those people are right in front. Those guys are the Qinghai people who invaded our Sky Island. Chapter 126 Ron's Goal. Enel's Golden Spaceship. Ask for automatic subscription. As soon as Ron saw these people arriving, he knew that the old lady at the gate had already passed on the information. But it doesn't matter. Ron is just thinking about causing trouble. If he didn't cause trouble, he would be too embarrassed to break into the Holy Land in front of Corny's and cause trouble for Enel. What is Ron's purpose in coming to Sky Island? Thunder Fruit. The main purpose is to obtain the Thunder Fruit, and he has decided to give the Thunder Fruit to Nami. With the ability of the Thunder Fruit, Nami is not just a navigator, but a powerful navigator. A soldier, well, he is still a navigator. You guys are the Qinghai people who illegally invaded our Sky Island, right? If you know what to do, you will surrender immediately. The patrol leader who came over shouted at Ron Shiwai. Impossible. Nami frowned and said, how could we have invaded illegally? We obviously came in through the main entrance, and the old woman agreed.
Yes, yes. Kaya also nodded. Humph. The patrol leader snorted and said, you just broke into Sky Island without paying the entrance fee. Isn't it considered an illegal intrusion? Upon hearing this, all the girls looked at Ron. Ron didn't feel embarrassed at all. Instead, he smiled slightly and said, pay? The old lady said you can go to Sky Island for free. Why is it now ours? But it doesn't matter. Ron walked 13 steps to the opposite side, came directly to the patrol team, and said, we didn't come to Sky Island to talk nonsense with you. I came to see Enel.
A-hole, you dare to call God by his name. The patrol leader's expression changed and he shouted quickly, "You have violated the laws of Sky Island, we are going to arrest you now." The patrol members behind the patrol leader immediately raised their shell weapons and surrounded Ron. "Oh, I didn't want to do it." Ron shook his head and sighed, "How about you go on your own? I don't have time to play with you." "Arrogant, take action and arrest this madman immediately," the patrol leader shouted. Bang bang bang. Advertisement. The shell weapon began to show its power and shot wildly at Ron. "Ah," Corny screamed in fright. "Don't be afraid." Kaya quickly took Cornus's hand and comforted her. "Don't worry, brother Ron is very powerful, such an attack can't hurt him at all." "Really, really?" Cornish turned to look at Kaya, and when she saw Kaya nodding, she looked at the other girls, and sure enough, none of them showed worry on their faces, even the two young girls. None were frightened. "Mr. Ron, will everything be fine?" Cornish didn't understand why they were so confident. She hesitated and asked. "Well, you don't know how powerful brother Ron is yet. Take a closer look now, and you will know later." Kaya's heart moved. Seeing how kind and cute Conus was, she felt a way to pull her onto the pirate ship.
"I thought, this girl is so cute, brother Ron will definitely like her very much, well, it's such a happy decision." Cornish turned her head and looked, and she saw Ron's strength. "I saw a large area of shell weapons shot, all of which were dodged by Ron. To outsiders, it looked like Ron just moved around casually a few times, but with just a few simple steps, he dodged the attacks of the shell weapons in a hurry." "Impossible." The patrol leader's eyes widened when he saw that Ron could dodge bullets.
He looked at Ron in disbelief. The patrol members had the same expression. How had they ever seen such a character? He could move faster than bullets. You have to say that having only 1 or 2 bullets might be a fluke or an accident, but now they have more than a dozen people shooting at each other at the same time. This can be avoided, then this is not an accident or a fluke, it's so powerful. "Team, Captain, what should we do now?" A team member asked tremblingly. "The opponent can dodge so many bullet attacks. He is definitely very strong. He and others are no match for him. Do you want to run away quickly?" "A-hole, how can we escape?" The patrol leader scolded him angrily, and then shouted, "There are many of us, don't be afraid, everyone come with me." Ron looked at each other speechlessly. What's the point of going together? Fighting against an opponent with your own strength is really bullying. Forget it, let's end it quickly. Go find Enel as soon as possible and get the Thunder Fruit as soon as possible before talking about anything else. By the way, I thought the Mary was too small and not enough. Doesn't Enel have a big ship that can fly to it? It was a very powerful ship. All the important machinery inside were made of gold and powered by the energy of the Thunder Fruit. Nami happened to eat the Thunder Fruit at that time, and her navigation skills controlled the ship. It was perfect. Ever since, Ron was not ready to continue playing with these patrols. "Come on, come with me." Seeing that the weapons were ineffective, the patrol members, led by the patrol leader, rushed towards Ron, preparing to fight Ron hand to hand.
Ron held one hand behind his back and walked casually among the patrol members. He tapped lightly with his right hand and the patrol members fell to the ground one by one. They were all knocked unconscious by him. Advertisement: he didn't do anything heavy-handed, there was no need to kill these people. The only person he came to Sky Island to kill was Enel, and the purpose was also for his Thunder Fruit and Golden Spaceship. "Ah, Mr. Ron is so powerful," Cornish exclaimed in surprise. "Did you just defeat the patrol that easily?"
"Yes, brother Ron is amazing," Abis said proudly. "Sister Conus, you haven't seen brother Ron's majesty before, that's how powerful he is." "Really?" Cornish asked curiously. "Yes," Kaya said with a smile. "Conus, do you want to go out on an adventure with us? You grew up on Sky Island, so you probably haven't seen it yet. The sea below is bigger than the sea on Sky Island. Yes, there are many islands, well, those islands are the same as the Holy Land you mentioned, but they are much, much bigger." "Are there so many holy places in Qinghai?" Cornish's eyes widened. "According to brother Ron, your Sky Island does not have a holy land. This holy land is part of Kaya Island below, an island that originally belonged to Qinghai," Kaya said. "As this like this?" Conus nodded, but she was thinking in her heart. Kaya would invite her to join, which made her have a strange feeling. She didn't have any outstanding abilities, why would she invite her? Yes. But she didn't think too much, turned to look at Ron who was walking over, and asked anxiously, "Mr. Ron, those patrol members, did you do anything to them?" "Don't worry, I didn't kill them." Ron knew Cornish's kindness and immediately said, "I just knocked them out. They will wake up in a day or two at most." "Okay, thank you for being merciful, Mr. Ron." Cornish thanked him. Then, next, Ron stared at the green holy land. "I'm going to find Enel. Nami, you come with me, 480 others, follow Cornies to Sky Island, let's have a good time. How about it? Brother Ron, why are you going to the Holy Land to find that god?"
Kaya and the others didn't know what Ron was thinking. Even Nami, who was named by Ron to take him there, looked at Ron with some confusion, wondering why he was there. "Don't take anyone else with you, just take yourself with you." "Mr. Ron, are you going to find the Lord God?" Cornies was startled. She really didn't expect that Ron actually planned to go directly to Enel. This was really beyond her expectation.
Yes, Ron looked at Cornish. The original god of your Sky Island was not Enel. What you don't know is that Enel was originally a person from another sky island. He destroyed that sky island. After that, he came here, defeated the gods here, and then occupied the position of the gods of this sky island. In fact, he was plotting something. He was casting ships and preparing to destroy Sky Island before going to Qinghai. What? Cornies was shocked when she heard this, with an expression of disbelief. It's impossible for the Lord God to do this, right? Actually, that's what he did. He planned to destroy Sky Island, so I'm going to stop him. Ron said righteously. Although he also had his own purpose, he was indeed saving Sky Island. If he didn't take action, maybe Sky Island will be destroyed before Luffy arrives. After all, the melee was boarded first by Ron. I don't know if Luffy has found a new ship, let alone whether Luffy can come quickly without Nami as a navigator. To the Grand Line. What do you think of the protagonist's new ship, Enel's golden spaceship? It's much more powerful than Thousand Sunny, right? Chapter 127. Kill the God's Guard with a powerful force. The stunned Sandora people.
In the end, Cornish was persuaded by Ron, or in other words, held back by Kaya and Abyss. Kaya and Abyss know that there must be a reason for Ron to go to Enel. As a Sky Islander, it is normal for Cornish to be afraid of Enel, but in the entire Sword and Rose Pirates, Ron is the captain, and what he says is heaven, the crew must obey. Moreover, they are not just Ron's crew members, they are also Ron's doted-on girls, and they are all towards Ron in their hearts.
So, the dizzy Cornish took Kaya, Robin Makino and others back to entertain them. Ron, on the other hand, took Nami away from Angel Island and headed towards the Holy Land. As for how he got there, of course he borrowed Cornish's Wei Shuang. Ron tried this thing, and then he was so embarrassed that he almost drowned in the sea water. Fortunately, he was very capable. When he was about to fall into the sea water, he stepped on the Waiba to the shore, and then saw Nami covering her head. He chuckled and couldn't help but blush. You better do it, Ron said. Nami chuckled. Well, it seems Captain Ron is not omnipotent. Nami got on the Waiba and easily mastered the use of this vehicle. Ron stood behind the Waiba, holding Nami's waist with both hands, and headed towards the Holy Land opposite the lake. Nami's face turned red, the corners of her mouth twitched slightly, and she scolded in a low voice, Your hands. Oh, Ron coughed lightly and calmed down his flailing hands, but he was sighing in his heart. Nami-chan has a really good figure. Among the entire pirate group, Robin is probably the only one who can compete with her. After a while, Wei Ba arrived at the Holy Land on the other side of the lake. We're here, Nami said. Let's go up. Ron jumped up and arrived at the Holy Land. He looked at the densely wooded environment in the jungle and looked around. He didn't see anyone. There should be a group of gods besides Enel here. The main responsibility of the God Guard is to stop the Sandora people's attacks. The war between the Sandora people and the Sky Island people has lasted for 400 years. In order to regain their own place of survival, the Sandora sword has never given up the fight.
Nami also walked up, placed Weeba on the shore, looked at the jungle curiously and asked, Where should we go next? Just go in. Ron led Nami towards the forest. After walking for a while, Nami looked at Ron strangely and asked, I'm curious, why didn't you bring others here, but just me? Don't tell me, it's just to be alone with me. Looking at Nami's slightly raised lips, Ron rolled his eyes at her. What are you thinking about? Am I like that kind of person?
It's not like that, you are. Nami said with absolute certainty. What a great image of me. Ron sighed. Advertisement. How great is your image? Nami sneered. Ron was speechless. Hey, there's something moving ahead. Nami's expression moved and she looked in a direction ahead. Well, there should be a battle happening. Let's go over and have a look. Ron discovered the movement ahead earlier than Nami. After all, his strength is not comparable to Nami's. The reason why he is not impatient is because he is a bold artist. He can hold on to whatever happens. God's Guard, we are the original residents here. Even after fighting for 400 years, we still want to take back our ancestral land. A roar came from a distance. Weber, this is already the residence of God, why don't you give up? A frivolous voice came out. No matter how hard you try, you can't defeat God. Bullshit gods, Enel is just a bandit. Weber shouted. If you dare to blaspheme God, you are seeking death. Then, there was another boom and explosion, and it was obvious that the two parties were fighting together. Ron looked at Nami. Let's go and have a look. Okay. Although Nami hesitated, she could only listen to Ron.
Ron hugged Nami's waist. This time, Nami didn't blush or be shy. She didn't care about so many people. She was a very open-minded girl in the original plot, but now she was captured by Ron because the relationship with Ron has become a bit more conservative, but when it comes to Ron, it's not that conservative. The two of them went all the way to the location of the battle and saw the two parties in the battle. One side was Enel's God's Guard, and the other was the Sandora warriors. The two parties fought back and forth, but the God's Guard still had the upper hand. Both parties in the battle noticed that Ron and Nami were not hiding their whereabouts. They stopped and looked at Ron and Nami warily. Who are you? One of the guards of God looked at Ron and Nami and asked coldly, Don't you know this is a holy land? How dare you trespass into the holy land? You are really looking for death. The Sandora people did not speak. One of the beautiful girls looked behind Ron and Nami and found that they had no wings. Suddenly, her heart moved. Could they be people from Shanghai? May I ask, where is Enel? Ron said calmly. I have something to do with him. You be asterisk 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 D. You dared to call Lord God by his name. You are really looking for death. Upon hearing this, the members of God's Guard immediately glared at Ron and Ron. Can't you even call me Enel? Ron chuckled. This guy can pretend better than me. Huh? You don't have wings. Are you not from Sky Island? One of the God's Guards was keenly aware that Ron was not from Sky Island, and quickly asked, Are you from Shanghai? Huh, outsiders actually dare to do this. Breaking into the Holy Land, what awaits you will be the punishment of death. Death? You alone want to punish me? Ron shook his head disdainfully. Tell me honestly where Enel is, otherwise what awaits you will be the real punishment of death. Too arrogant. Advertisement? Such a madman must be severely punished. For the majesty of the gods, they must be killed. Upon hearing Ron's words, those members of the God's Guards looked at the two of them with great anger, with their vicious eyes as if they were going to scrape off a layer of Ron's skin. The Sandora people on the opposite side looked at each other, and some didn't understand what was going on. What's going on? Weber said in confusion. Webb, I think those two people are not from Sky Island. Look at their backs. They don't have wings, they must be people from Shanghai who just came up, said the beautiful woman. Lackey makes sense. Another shorter man's eyes lit up, and he obviously saw that Ron and Nami didn't have wings on their backs, which meant that they were definitely not natives of Sky Island. Their purpose seems to be to find Enel. Weber thought for a moment. I wonder what they're looking for Enel for. Let's take a look first. Maybe the arrival of these two guys will help us, the heroic woman Lackey said with a smile. Well, let's take a look first. Sandora warrior Webb also nodded. The Sandora people have been fighting with the Sky Island people for 400 years, but they still have not been able to regain their ancestral land. Now these two Qinghai people have arrived. There seems to be some improvement, so let's take a look. Guys, these two guys must be punished. A leader of the God's Guard said, if you dare to disrespect the gods, let's kill him together. Kill. Others followed suit and rushed towards Ron and Nami with weapons in hand. Really? Ron shook his head. Can't you talk properly? I originally wanted to spare your lives, but unfortunately, since you don't cherish me, then don't blame me. Holding Nami in one hand, Ron rushed towards the divine guards who were attacking him. The long sword at his waist was unsheathed, and streaks of blood shot out as the sword light flashed. These people in the God's Guard were all killed by Ron the moment they fought. Seeing Ron killing all the God's Guards in an instant, the Sandora warriors not far away were all dumbfounded. Are these killed God's Guards really enemies that they can't defeat with all their strength? Then, those two people from Shanghai, so powerful. Kill so many God's Guards instantly. Oh my god, what is going on? All Sandora warriors were stunned. Chapter 128 Golden Spaceship. Enel's thunderous strike. Hey, can't you just talk nicely? Ron sighed. I'm just asking a question. Do you need to make such a fuss? Are you thinking too much? Ron turned his head and looked at the Sandora people on the other side. What about you? I want to ask where Enel is. Can you tell me? The Sandora people were shocked. The God's Guards, which they had been fighting for so long and could not defeat for so many years, were actually killed in front of them by this seemingly young boy with a wave of his hand. This kind of ability is not inferior to that of the god Enel, right? Seeing the others stunned and completely speechless, Lackey straightened his expression, took 2 steps, and said respectfully towards Ron. This gentleman from Shanghai, are you looking for Enel? I know him. Where? Oh, that's great, Ron laughed. Then can you take me there? Yes. Lackey showed a smile. But I beg you, I hope you can let these companions of mine leave. Do you think that is okay? Of course. Seeing that the other party is so sensible, Ron has no reason not to let him go. He is not a murderer. The Sandora people have not taken action against him, and he will not kill people for no reason. Lackey, Weber and others wanted to stop them. In their hearts, the person in front of them was no less powerful than Enel. He was a 240 terrifying person. I wonder if Lackey would survive after all. If the two were looking for Enel, Lackey might be in danger, but it doesn't look like they were. After all, Ron killed all the God's Guards as soon as he took action. But that's it, that's even more dangerous. The other party may have a grudge against Enel. When the time comes to fight, a leader like Lackey is definitely the person Enel wants to kill. Weber, you don't need to say any more, this is my decision. Lackey said, taking out a small backpack from her back, filled with soil, she handed the backpack to Weber. Please give the bag to Is It Okay Elsa? Weber took the bag, his lips trembled, and wanted to speak, but couldn't. He knew that this was Lackey's last words, and Lackey also left with the determination to die. Weber, Lackey suddenly whispered. The young man in front of you is very powerful, but from his attack on the God's Guard, we can see that he has a grudge against Enel. If you go to Enel this time, something big will definitely happen. Go back and prepare. Maybe this is our best chance to take back our ancestral land. Finally, help me tell Aisha that I can no longer accompany her. Advertisement, Lackey. Weber looked at Lackey's back as he turned away. His heart ached, but he was speechless. He was somewhat interested in Lackey, but regaining the ancestral land has been the great wish of the Sandora people for more than 400 years. He not wanting to waste such an opportunity, Weber gritted his teeth and turned around, leading everyone away. Ron watched Weber leave with strange eyes. As a person familiar with the plot, he certainly knew all the plots on Sky Island. When he came to Sky Island this time, his primary goal was Thunderfruit and the Golden Spaceship. His secondary goal was the 3 girls on Sky Island. The first one was of course Cornish, the angelic, beautiful and kind girl, and then there was the born observation. Haki owns Aisha, a little girl from the Sandora tribe, even a little younger than Abyss and Miss Golden Week, but at such a young age, she owns observation Haki. The girl's talent is absolutely top-notch, and he wants to drag her onto the pirate ship. Finally, there is the woman in front of me, Laki. The female warrior Sandora, a strong woman, has always taken care of Aisha like a big sister. Laki has a beautiful appearance and looks strong, but is actually as gentle as water. Sir, I can take you to Enel. Laki came to Ron and Nami and said. Okay, thank you. Ron nodded. Lead the way. Nami thought for a moment, this is another beautiful girl. Then she looked at Ron, then at Laki, and had some thoughts in her mind. This stinky guy must have been lustful again, huh? With Laki leading the way, Ron hugged Nami and followed BDEI Laki, moving quickly through the dense jungle, and finally came to a cave.